So hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter played dumb to bring down a dark empire. But before you start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Everyone thought Harry was just a powerless squib, but behind the scenes, he was planning the downfall of Voldemort's regime, one quiet move at a time. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. In the lowest level of the castle, time seemed to be still. It could be because there were no windows and no clock to tell the time apart. Once one stepped down there, it was like stepping into an entirely different dimension. And only when you walked up the narrow stairs and through the door you would return to the world of the living. A war could break out, and he doubted very much he would notice it as long as he was down there. Standing among the cauldrons with different states of finished potions, a young man stood. His black hair, usually messy and with a tendency to defy gravity, was tied with a simple leather ribbon. His green eyes were narrowed in concentration and the tip of his tongue stuck out between his lips. A slender and pale hand was holding the knife he used to chop the ingredients he had been ordered to prepare. At the age of 16, Harry Potter could soon be considered an adult in the wizarding world, though judging from the form of his face and hands he was built more lithe and petite than most young men at his age usually would be. When the door to the potions laboratory was slammed open, Harry jumped in surprise. Scarhead. Knowing of only one who would call him that and willingly enter the room without fearing the other person who usually resides there, Harry felt his body relax on its own accord. He picked up the knife which he had dropped and went back to his precious task. Draco, is there something you want? The slightly older blonde hesitated in the doorway at the tone of his voice. Then Harry heard the door close, much softer than when it had been opened, and then he heard the sound of soft footsteps which carried their owner over to him. Don't be like that, Harry. I haven't seen you in ages. The blonde exclaimed as he jumped to sit on a clean part of the table, so close that his body brushed against Harry's own in the process. Glancing over at the blonde, Harry let a small smile grace his face. Draco, as always, was dressed in elegant robes, tonight more than usually. The pale blue robes clung to his body, which was fit from many hours of dueling. It could hardly have been more different from Harry's black robe, which was well used and seemed to absorb his body. The shoulder-long hair was forced back into a tight ponytail. Quite unlike Harry's own hair, not a single stand was out of place. Gray eyes were watching him closely while the blonde was smiling, something which not many had been privileged to see. It is hardly forever. You have spent the last 4 days at the Greengrass residence, trying to court the youngest daughter, Astoria, with your father's blessing. Harry answered, focusing back on his task. Someday, Harry, I am going to figure out how you know everything before everyone else. The Dark Lord has only just given his blessing for our families to be joined, and yet you talk about it, as if it was made public long ago. Draco promised. Harry winced at his own slip-up. As Severus said, he really needed to learn to think before he opened his mouth. One day he would open his mouth around the wrong person and then it would all be over. He picked up the toad tongues and dumped them in the container. It would be a cold day in hell before Draco figured out his secret, or anyone else. If Harry had a say in it, he would make sure that it was never found it. The amount of people who knew his secret was more than enough for him. Honestly, Harry, Draco said, waving a finger in front of his face, sounding as if he was a child in need of a scolding. One would think that you would be a little happier to see me. Rolling his eyes, Harry took a step away from the work table before he swept down in a deep bow. Honored Heir Malfoy, this mere squib is grateful for every single second I am able to spend in your presence. You are a downright prat, though if you keep acting that way I might just forgive you. Draco said, letting Harry understand that he had avoided offending Draco. Scoffing when Harry did not react to his words, Draco continued. But it doesn't matter right now. What is important is that the party of the year is going on upstairs, and yet you can be found here in the cold and dusty dungeon. While Draco was ranting, Harry wrote a label on the container before placing it on the shelf where he knew that Severus would be able to find it when he would need the ingredient. The fires keep the place warm, and I doubt that any dust would dare to set a foot in this place in fear of facing your godfather's wrath, Harry said. Unlike the other times, Draco's face did not lit up at the mention of Severus. Resigned, Harry already knew that something drastically would have to happen to deter Draco from whatever the blonde was hell-bent on getting done. However, Harry doubted that the castle would start falling down around their ears. That is not what I meant, Scarhead. What I meant is that it is our Lord's birthday and yet Severus assigned you chores. You are going to miss the firework, Draco said with a pout evident in his voice. Scourgify. He clenched and flexed his now clean hands. Trust you to focus on what is the most important thing. And it is not like I am allowed to attend the Dark Lord's party, so Severus is in fact doing me a favor by giving me something to do, Harry replied with a shrug. When he tried to leave, Draco's hand clamped down on his arm, effectively keeping him in place. Harry turned around to look at Draco. The blonde had gotten down from the table and stood towering over him by a whole head, making Harry aware of just how much smaller he was than the wizard. I know that look on your face. Draco, whatever you are plotting, just drop it, Harry warned, recognizing the grin Draco spotted. The blonde ignored his protests and started dragging him towards the door. Harry, not wanting to take part in whatever was going to happen, tried to dig his heels in the floor. In response, Draco yanked him forward, so Harry lost his balance and was forced to stumble after him. Stop being such a spoil sport, Scarhead. I refuse to party the night away while one of my friends is working like a South Avenue right under my feet. The words froze Harry, giving Draco the peace he needed to drag him through the dungeon and up to the lower levels of the castle. When Harry got a hold of himself, they had already left the dungeon behind them. By now he knew that it would be useless to continue his protests. It would only catch others' attention, which was the last thing Harry wished for. Instead, he opted for admiring his surroundings. Hogwarts had once been a school, created by the four founders. While it still had that function since the Dark's victory, only pureblood children and privileged half-bloods were allowed to study at the school. What happened to the Muggleborns, Harry had never been able to figure out. Not only was it a school, but the place was also the home of the Dark Lord and some of his followers. Even when housing that many people, the castle was big enough for it to be easy to find an empty spot where no one would disturb them. Because of it being the Dark Lord's birthday, the whole castle was decorated in green and silver. As a direct descendant of the great Salazar Slytherin, one of the aforementioned four founders, the Dark Lord had taken up the title as Lord Slytherin in his youth. Harry guessed that it was one of the reasons to why so many of the pureblood families had decided to follow the man, and still did. Even before they came near the Great Hall, the sound of music and voices reached his ears. After spending the whole day in the silence of the potions laboratory, it sounded rather overwhelming to Harry. While walking, Draco had shifted his hold, so instead of his arm, the blonde was now grasping his hand. Though keeping his eyes on Draco, as much as he could while keeping his head bowed, Harry was aware that the portraits were watching them. Charms were placed on the portraits to stop them from annoying passerby. Unless one approached them, or in case of an emergency, they would not be able to speak with others than themselves. I think that the astronomy tower will do well. It is the highest point here, and since the firework is placed on the other side of the lake, it'll give us a perfect view of the whole show. At Draco's words, Harry allowed himself to smile. He already knew that it would be a spectacular view. They neared the Great Hall. Because of the many guests visiting tonight, the ways they could usually have taken to avoid this place had been blocked with different wards. It stopped people from wandering around and getting into things they had absolutely nothing to do with. Harry stepped closer to Draco, until he walked as a second shadow behind the wizard. Draco seemed to tense too, as if he had started to doubt his own idea. However, if Harry knew one thing about Draco, it was that the blonde would never go back on something he had decided on. It would be the same as admitting that he was wrong. And a Malfoy never made a mistake. At least they never admitted it openly. The smell of food reached them, making Harry's stomach rumble. He could distinctly recall that a house elf had appeared with his lunch, but at that time he had been too busy to eat any of it. Even if he went back to get it, the food would undoubtedly already have been removed. Severus was probably going to kill him for forgetting to eat, again. Harry grew tense as they rounded the corner and he saw the open double doors to the Great Hall. Instead of the usually 4 student tables, several round tables had been placed around the room. The head table, where the headmaster and professors normally sat, was still there. After all, the Dark Lord and his most trusted followers could not be expected to eat with those under them. His body tensed as they passed a large group of purebloods standing next to the door. Seeing that none of them wasted a glance in their direction, Harry let out a breath he did not know he had been holding. Perhaps Draco's idea would not turn out as bad as he had expected it would. "There you are, my dearest little Draki." Both boys tensed at the voice, but for different reasons. Draco, because of the nickname, which, if the slight scowl on his face was anything to go by, was not appreciated. And Harry because he easily recognized the voice. He had really hoped that this would not come true. Bellatrix Lestrange was the middle of the 3 black sisters. With her thick, shiny and dark hair and thin lips and heavily lidded eyes with long eyelashes and a strong jaw, it was easy to see that she had been a black before her marriage, though Harry could recall that she had not belonged to the main family. As always, the witch was dressed in a low-cut, black dress which easily showed of her womanly forms. Despite not being interested in the opposite gender, he understood why so many found it hard to look away from her. She was also the only woman who had managed to work her way into the inner circle. Rumors had it that she was a deathly force to meet on the battlefield. The woman was flanked by Rodolphus Lestrange, her husband, and Rabastan Lestrange, his brother. They looked quite opposite each other, despite having the same coloring. Where Rabastan was a quite thin man, his brother was more thickly built. But there was no way to deny that they were closely related. Though that could be said about most purebloods. If Harry had hoped that they would be there to restrict Bellatrix from doing anything damaging, he soon found that it was not the case. From the look of it, the 2 wizards were just as bored as her and wanted something to happen. It was just Harry's luck that they apparently had decided that he and Draco would make a good distraction. With a blank face, Draco turned around, tugging Harry until the brunette was standing half behind him rather than next to him. "Aunt Bellatrix, Uncle Rodolphus and Rabastan. Is there something which I can help you with?" Draco said, his voice not wavering despite the danger they were both aware was hovering over them. By the gleeful expression on Bellatrix's face, Harry assumed that Draco had said just the thing she wanted to hear. "I am not going to complain, but there is something missing from the party. There are no muggles to torture." The 2 men next to her were spotting wicked grins, which Harry supposed was no real surprise. He had heard about the hunts and certain forms of entertainments the Death Eaters enjoyed at parties. "Then I saw you dragging around your little friend there and I decided that an introduction would be in order. The funny thing is that I thought I knew of all the pureblood children at Hogwarts, and yet I do not recall seeing you before." Knowing what to do, Harry tugged his hand free of Draco's. Stepping around his friend, Harry now stood so he was slightly in front of the blonde. Swiftly Harry bowed before he straightened his back and met her gaze. "My name is Harry James Potter, madam." Harry watched as several heads turned to look in his direction at his words. Many of them were wearing an expression of disgust when they looked at him. A squib. Unlike the others, Bellatrix started crackling, her wand appearing in her hand as if by magic. To Harry's great regret, so had the 2 males, and he already knew that it was not to come and help him. "And here I thought that this was going to be a long and boring night, and then my icky nephew brings me some entertainment." Draco didn't come to his defense, as Harry had known he wouldn't do. The Malfoy heir ruled his peers. But among adults where he had yet to prove himself, there was nothing the blonde could do to get him out of this mess. Harry forced himself to stand still as the woman slowly circled around him. He could feel her eyes wandering over his body, picking him apart without actually touching him or using any kind of magic. "You are a prime proof on why purebloods should not marry other than our own kind. I remember your father. James Potter was a fool who married a mudblood." Harry clenched his hands but otherwise showed no outwardly reaction to her slur about his parents. It was not like he could do anything to defend himself, not with this many witnesses. Crucio. Having already seen the curse come, Harry sidestepped it, and it hit the spot where he had been standing just seconds before. It was angled not to hit Draco, otherwise Harry was not sure he would have been able to move out of the way. Bellatrix seemed not to be the only one surprised that he had managed to avoid her attack. By now they seemed to have gathered rather much attention. Perhaps those pureblood parties really were as boring as he had thought they would be if those people let themselves get distracted by so little. Pure luck. You are not going to escape this easily, the witch said while raising her wand. Harry felt his body tense in aspersion. At least she had not figured out why he had managed to duck her curse. He could live with having some dumb luck if that meant he would be able to keep his secret. Crew. Bellatrix, what is going on here? Harry looked in the direction of the voice, hoping that he would be warned if the witch tried to do anything. A new trio had arrived and Harry knew that there was much more reason to fear those three than Bellatrix and her family. To the left was Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father and the head of the Malfoy family. It was rather remarkable to see how similar the two blondes looked. If not for the age difference they could easily have passed for being twins. But the Lord Malfoy had had more years to feel home in the power and prestige his family name carried. He was also the one to speak up, since none of his two companions seemed to find the need to speak just yet. Severus Snape was to the right side. As always, the man was dressed in black robes which brought forth his pale pallor. It seemed like not even their Lord's birthday could make the man change his way of dressing. He was just as tall as Lucius despite being a few years younger. The long fingers were potion-stained and Harry doubted that even a strong Scourgify would help with that. Harry ducked his head instinctively when he met Severus' gaze. From the look in the man's black eyes Harry knew that he was on his own in the matter. It was the one in the middle, a little behind the two others, which Harry found his gaze wandering to. Even if he had not seen the man face appear in the newspaper several times, there was only one human in the wizarding world with red eyes. Despite being well over 70, the Dark Lord looked around his late 20s. Even though being a wizard meant you aged slower than a muggle, the man's slow aging was famous. The rumors went from being a vampire hybrid to Slytherin having made some ritual involving a demon and a pure sacrifice. Harry was not sure what he was supposed to believe, but he knew that he had went from the ashes and directly into the fire. The ones surrounding lowered their heads for the Dark Lord. Harry swept down in a bow, deeper than the one he had given Draco in mock. He felt several gazes on him and shifted his weight from one foot to another when he stood up again. My lord, it's just that. Do you really find a party in my honor so boring, Bellatrix? Voldemort cut in, his deep voice sending shivers down Harry's spine and making the youth frown in confusion. In a situation like this he could understand it if the shivers had originated from fear, however that didn't seem to be the case. But right now he did not have the time to analyze this. The only way Harry could see this turn worse was if a Dementor came into the room. The Lady Lestrange kneeled, and for once she didn't seem arrogant. More like a puppy which was eager to see what its master would do. Of course not, my lord, she said with a sugar-coated voice and looked up at the man through her eyelashes. Nothing related to you would ever be considered boring. It is just that I found someone who I believed that you would find interesting in meeting. Harry's body returned to its tense state when the attention was turned back on him. The heavy weight of Severus' gaze and the red eyes resting on him made him feel like a deer caught in headlight. I do not recognize you, and yet I recall seeing you once or twice around this place. But from the way you are dressed I would say that you are not a student at the school. But are you not too young to attend such an occupation? Voldemort mused aloud. At the mention of his small build Harry bit back a sharp retort. He reminded himself that it would do him nothing good to attack the unofficial ruler of the wizarding world. My name is Harry Potter. No, I am not a student, but I am 16 years old. Though I am underage, it's not why I do not attend those gatherings, sir. Harry added the polite address slightly belated as he remembered who it was he was talking to. He heard someone snicker, and it would not surprise him if it was Bellatrix. She looked like someone who would feel joy in others' suffering. Voldemort sensed the tense atmosphere and a smirk painted his face. Yes, you are the squib child which Severus suddenly showed up with and decided to make his assistant. Tell me, Harry, what do you think of living in a magical school when you are unable to perform magic? When Harry failed to produce an answer, Voldemort continued as if he had not been expecting one at all. He walked forward and only stopped when he was right in front of Harry. Harry had to tilt his head back to be able to look at the man's face, not liking the closeness between them. Perhaps you would rather spend your time elsewhere. I have heard that the dragon tamers in Romania use squibs to clean out the boxes where the sick dragons have been. Finally finding his voice, Harry managed to press the words through his clenched teeth. No thank you. I am very happy to stay where I am. A headache was approving, and he knew that if he kept pushing it aside for long there would be hell to suffer once he got a chance to be on his own. I might not be able to use magic, but that is not the same as saying that I do not like seeing what others learn. It gave him a link to the world he could have been a part of if not because he had been born without magic. This boy is an excellent example on why our kind should not be joined with muggles and others who are unworthy. Despite their different political views, the Potters were still powerful and a well-known family. But the later generation betrayed our beliefs. The result of this betrayal stands here in front of me. Harry felt the blood rush to his cheeks at the man's words. Yet he managed to keep his tongue. He had a feeling that he would have a hard time with avoiding Voldemort's Crucio if he angered the man. It was not something he wanted to put to a test. I am sure that Mr. Potter, like everyone else of his kind, is aware that squibs are not allowed to attend a pureblood party. Lord Malfoy drawled, moving his walking stick so the silver head reflected the light into his eyes. It gave Harry the excuse he needed to take a step back so that he no longer was standing so close to the Dark Lord. Harry let his tongue run over his lips, his mind running wild while trying to come up with something. I am sure that Mr. Potter is also well aware of what punishment follows when a squib goes against the rules. Lord Malfoy said, speaking as though he was merely reminding the others of what they all knew. That is enough, Lucius. After all, I decided those rules myself and I, unlike certain others, remember them well. The Dark Lord said, never taking his eyes off Harry. Harry found himself glancing at Draco. When the three new ones had arrived, Draco had stepped aside. The blonde was standing among his friends, not meeting Harry's gaze and making no sign of coming to his help. It hurt to see it. But Harry also knew that it could not be risked. Draco was the son of the Dark Lord's right-hand man. He could not risk being seen taking the side of a squib, especially not against the ruler of their country. But it didn't mean that his actions hurt any less. I apologize many times, sir. It was just that I had heard that there would be firework and I had hoped to see it. My plan was just to find a window to look at it, but all the usual ways were blocked and suddenly I found myself here. The half-lie fell smoothly over his lip, not the first one he had made in his life. And Harry knew that it would not be the last. That is if the Dark Lord did not decide to kill him as a punishment. At that though, Harry felt the beat of his heart speed up. It felt like his heart was trying to work its way out through his chest, not a feeling he liked, mind you. Ickly little squib is feeling lonely. Please, my lord, let me have him. I promise I will teach him never to disturb you again. Bellatrix cooed, twirling her wand between her fingers. No, Bellatrix, Voldemort said, dismissing the witch, who looked positively crestfallen. Harry was split. On one hand, it seemed like he did not risk being tortured by the witch. Everyone knew that she liked getting creative with curses once in a while, and Harry felt no need to see how far she would be able to take it. On the other hand, he had no idea what was planned for him. Since it is my birthday, I am feeling generously. I will allow you to watch the firework together with us and you will not be punished though you have gone against the law. Harry was about to let out a breath of relief when Voldemort continued speaking. However, I believe that since you are attending my birthday party, it means that you owe me a gift. Harry stood as frozen, trying to think of something. His possessions were all back in Severus' chamber and those few he had was not something which he was willing to part with. Before Harry could manage an answer, Voldemort seemingly decided to relieve him. Do not worry about it. But at some time I will require something of you and you will give it to me. Knowing that there was no way out of it, Harry bowed his head in submission. He didn't dare to think what the Dark Lord could want from him but decided to focus on the point that he had managed to get out of this without punishment. My lord, I believe that it is time for the firework. Severus finally spoke, looking directly at Harry meanwhile. Harry kept his head bowed and refused to meet the man's eyes. Very well. Voldemort nodded. We will head outside and enjoy the show. The tenseness returned to Harry's body when the man looked directly at him. Follow with me, Mr. Potter. For some reason there was no malice in the man's voice, though it still was colder than it was when speaking to the magic users around him. Together with the crowd, Harry walked outside. He kept in the back of the group, not wanting to gather more attention than he had already gotten this night. Harry realized that Draco was trying to catch his gaze, but he refused to look in the blonde's direction. Draco's pureblood friends would keep the blonde occupied for the rest of the party, which meant that Harry would not have to worry about confronting him for now. They stopped at the stairs to Hogwarts, which allowed them a great view over the Black Lake. Behind it was the Forbidden Forest where Harry had ventured into through many years. A sharp sound made Harry return his attention to the clear and dark sky above them. A myriad of colors, mostly silver and green, lit of the sky. Harry's eyes grew big as he watched the magical firework. Creatures hunted each other and exploded into a mess of light and colors when they collided. It was a breathtaking sight and certainly something worthy of the Dark Lord's birthday. Harry jumped in surprise when a hand clamped around his arm and he had a free hand raised to attack before his mind registered who was touching him. Harry looked up at Severus and gave the man a slight smile. The potion's master looked everything but impressed, and with a jerk of his head the man made his intention clear. As soundless ghosts, the two males made their ways up the stairs and back into the castle. Their whole walk to Severus' chambers went in silence. Severus was walking ahead of him, but Harry had no doubt that if he tried to run, the man would notice it before he even managed to take a step in another direction. Severus's chamber could be found in the dungeon, close to the potions laboratory. They entered through the portrait of a dark-haired, female vampire, who was mostly BPD. It was not exactly that kind of portrait anyone would expect Severus to choose to guard his chambers, and therefore it made it just right for the job. Still not speaking, Severus led the way into the living room. The whole place was done in brown and cream, making it look comfortable. Harry knew that most people believed that Severus would be living with dried blood and shackles on the walls and with no fireplace to keep the rooms warm no matter what the time was. Where they got those ideas from, Harry could only wonder about. Sit. Harry completed the order without a second thought and sat down on the sofa. Not knowing what else to do with his hands, Harry simply folded them in his lap. He knew that when Severus spoke like this, it was best to just do as he was told. Seeing that his charge was not going anywhere, Severus took a seat in an armchair which was placed opposite to the sofa Harry sat in. For a long while the potions master said nothing, but was watching Harry with unblinking black eyes. May I inquire what the whole purpose with this was? I recall that you came to me today and asked me to make sure that there was no way you would be free tonight, and yet you showed up practically in front of the Dark Lord. You could have been killed or tortured, and then I would have had to use a dunderhead to prepare those ingredients. Harry bit back a wince. It was at least nice to know that Severus had his priorities in order. Draco decided that it would be a good idea to drag with me. And after first he has decided on something, it is as good as impossible to make him listen to what you say. Harry said, running a hand through his hair and thus messing up the ponytail it had previously been in. Anger was evident in his voice. It would take a good while before he forgave the blonde for what he had done. However, it seemed like Severus was not done with ranting at him. What is the purpose with trying to protect you if you head straight into danger as soon as I take my eyes off of you? Tired and feeling his headache grow in intense, Harry rubbed his temple. Sorry. It's just so frustrating. I never know if my actions lead to the things I see or if some outside force fulfills it. If Draco hadn't sought me out tonight, it could all have been avoided. A rustle made Harry drag his eyes from his lap and back to Severus. He let his hands fall down and offered the man a tired smile, though it did little to calm Severus. The plan would have been perfect if not for my foolish godson's involvement. Few people have access to my laboratories, but Draco is the only one who would try and drag you somewhere right under the Dark Lord's nose. Severus said slowly as he got a faraway look in his eyes. Undoubtedly the man was planning how to talk his godson out of acting like a Gryffindor. Harry refrained from voicing his current thoughts about Draco. He was already planning several ways to how he could avoid the blonde over the next few days. Though it had not been said aloud, Harry knew what Severus meant. He had been extremely lucky when he had faced Bellatrix tonight. No one short of the Dark Lord could stop her from doing as she wanted. Without involvement, Harry would probably still be at the party, being tortured to the border of madness. I know. But I only knew that I would face Lestrange and later there would be firework. It is a little hard to plan anything when I didn't know more. Harry clenched his eyes shut, trying to keep the growing pain at bay. Somehow, when it involves myself, those freaking visions make no sense. Language. The youth managed to open an eye enough to look at the potion's master. English. Do you not recognize your own mother tongue? He asked through clenched teeth. Severus stood and walked over to Harry where he pried the boy's eyes open. Your pupils are expended. How long have you been holding back? The man asked, letting go of his face before helping him to stand. The boy gave up all attempts to keep standing on his own and leaned against Severus' chest. Severus held him close, not giving him a chance to fall as they walked. I think that it started around the time Bellatrix found us. I was more focused on trying to get out of it alive instead of thinking too much of it. Harry mumbled as they stepped into his room. With a flick of Severus' wand, the small room was lit up. The room was to the small side, with one window and a stone floor. A small bed occupied the left-hand corner farthest from the door with a nightstand next him. There was a dresser in the opposite corner, next to it a small desk with a shelf of books over it. Having been in the room many times before, Severus did not even pause as he led Harry over to the bed. Imbecile brat. One would think that after so long under my tutelage you would at least have learned enough to take care of yourself. Despite the harsh words, Harry grinned at the man while he was being helped down onto the bed. You must be going soft, Severus. You forgot to treat me with having to scrub cauldrons for the whole year. Harry mumbled, closing his eyes. As he sank into darkness, he felt his robes being changed into what he assumed were nightclothes, done by magic. He was standing in the middle of a fight. From the looks of it, it was an ambush. The trees made it hard to see where their attackers were hiding. Harry ducked a curse and watched as it hit one of the Death Eaters. The man fell to the ground as soon as the green beam hit him. Slowly Harry turned around. He knew that he needed to get as much information as possible so he could deliver it to Severus later on. They were in a forest which Harry did not recognize. From the lack of anything magical, not including the ongoing fight, Harry concluded that they were somewhere Muggle. With him were 5 Death Eaters, not counting the one who had already fallen. From their plain white masks, Harry would say that it were new members, or simply people who had not managed to move up in the ranks. Turning more, Harry felt like he had been hit by a lightning bolt as his eyes fell on the Death Eater closets to him. Despite the mask and the anonymous black robe, Harry only knew of 2 persons who had that kind of blonde hair. Draco had been marked last summer by the Dark Lord. It wasn't just because of his father's position that the blonde had gotten that privilege. The blonde was the best dueler among his peers and those older than him. Currently the blonde was dancing out of the curses way and sending his own back in the direction the others had originated from. Not yet sure of the reason why he was there, Harry decided to do the only thing he could: wait. The answer came not long after that. Horror-struck, Harry watched as a green beam came in from the left, heading directly at the Malfoy heir, who had not noticed that anything was wrong. Harry stood frozen and watched as the curse stuck Draco in the side. The sounds from the ongoing fighting seemed to disappear as Harry saw Draco fall. The green eyes followed his friend's fall until the body hit the hard ground. Draco was dead at once. Harry sat up in the bed with a scream trying to fight its way over his lips. His eyes flickered around until it dawned on him that he was back in his own bedroom and no longer in the forest with all the dead bodies. The light from an enchanted window over his bed told Harry that he had slept. Cursing under his breath, Harry pushed the cover aside and got out of the bed. The headache was gone, but Harry felt unsteady on his feet. Determined, Harry decided to ignore the slight discomfort. He had far more important matters to take care of. He found Severus in the living room. The potions master was seated in the chair he had occupied last night, reading a potions journal. At Harry's appearance, the man took a glance over him before placing the book aside. Was it as bad as last time? He asked. Nodding, Harry steadied himself against the wall, keeping an eye on Severus. Where is Draco? He finally asked. Severus' eyes narrowed, quickly catching up on what he was hinting on. The Dark Lord assigned him a mission together with another recruit and 4 from the lower circle. They are supposed to leave soon. At Severus' words, Harry felt himself pale. Ignoring the potion's master's yells, Harry dashed out of the quarter, letting the portrait fall in place with a loud smack behind him. Harry was forced to follow the same part out of the lower level of the castle as he and Draco had walked last night. Though Hogwarts was filled with an unnumbered amount of secret passages, most of the wards from the party were still up. He couldn't risk using one of the passages since the other end might be blocked, and Harry was not willing to waste time with having to go back and find another way. His bare feet hit against the cold stone floor as Harry ran through the castle. Having wasted no time changing, he was still dressed in the nightclothes he had fallen asleep in. His hair was hanging loose and flopping around to his movements. He suspected that people were too amused by his lack of proper dress to bother stopping him. Hogwarts was surrounded by wards which came from the founders. Time and some had been added through the centuries. Some of those made sure that apparition was impossible to do as long as you were inside the wards. However, when he had taken over, Voldemort had made it so his followers could use portkeys inside the wards, as long as they were not inside the school itself. It made it easier to send his troops away without alerting anyone about it. To avoid accidents, a special area had been marked for those who wished to portkey, and that was where he was heading for. Passing through the castle's door, Harry easily located Draco's group. The 6 Death Eaters were already standing in a circle and with what he assumed was the portkey in between them. Not wasting any breath on trying to yell at them, Harry sprinted forward, quickly covering the yards between them. The Death Eaters looked up when they saw him come closer. Harry saw their confusion and slight humor as he made his way over to them. Reaching the group, Harry swiftly grabbed the edge of Draco's sleeve, ignoring the scowl Draco probably was giving him from behind the mask. "You can't go." Harry managed to get out between his gasps for air. Perhaps he had been spending a little too much time down in the dungeon lately. "Malfoy, did you forget to say goodbye to your little mistress before leaving for the mission?" Harry colored brightly. He didn't recognize the man right away, but it didn't make the insult less annoying. Before Harry could make a retort to the insult or tell them what was going on, he felt a tug in his body and green eyes widened. It seemed like he had run out of time. His feet hit hard ground and Harry stumbled backwards, forced to let go of Draco's robe as his legs gave out under him. Looking around, Harry let out a long string of swear words. They were in a forest, and if he was not mistaken, then they had portkeyed directly to the place he had seen in his vision. "Potter, what are you doing here?" Draco asked, making no move to help him, so Harry had to get on his feet on his own. Dusting his hands clean in his pants, Harry kept glancing around. "I might be mad at you, but it doesn't mean that I want to see you end up dead." By the narrowing of the gray eyes, Harry knew that the blonde was getting angry. "Just because Severus has taken you in, it doesn't mean that you can command people around as you want. Don't forget that you are just a squib." Harry bristled at Draco hissed words as the blonde pushed him away. Regaining his balance, Harry glared at Draco. He wanted to pounce the idiot and perhaps get a few good hits in. "It doesn't matter what you believe, Malfoy." The blonde seemed slightly taken aback by Harry's anger, but he refused to calm down. "I tried to warn you. Now we have to leave before they come." "What are you talking about, squib?" Harry bared his canines at the man he recognized as Walden McNair, one of Voldemort's older followers and probably also the one who was leading the mission. "That is what I am trying to tell you. Someone is going to attack us. Activate that damned portkey and get us away from here before it's too late." Harry was cut off when McNair grabbed his cuff and lifted him so his feet were no longer touching the ground. Draco stood a little to the side and looked split between helping and just watching. Harry was starting to wonder if it would have been better if he had just decided to not act on the vision. But no, he wasn't angry enough to want the blonde idiot dead. "How did you come to such a knowledge, squib? You better not be joking or it will be costly for you." McNair let go of him and Harry stumbled a few steps back with a huff. "If I wanted to joke about something, I wouldn't have taken it so far. Believe me, I have no wish about being here, so if you could just activate that twice damned portkey and take us back, everything will be fine." Then you can come back later to do whatever you have been ordered to. The way McNair's eyes narrowed behind the mask made Harry's hackles rose. If you do not know what this mission is about, then how can you be so sure that we are in danger? How can I know that you did not follow us to join those rebels? The words made Harry's inside freeze, though he outwardly showed no reaction. Morgana's tits. Can't you people? Whatever Harry had planned on saying was cut off when a purple beam flew past them and hit one of the Death Eaters. The man let out a strangled yell and clutched his arm, where the shoulder seemed to have dislocated. Harry had tried that enough times to know that it was not a pain-free experience. Almost immediately the Death Eaters fell into formation. Harry found himself pushed behind Draco, who was firing curses in the general direction of where the first attack had come from. The air was soon filled with colorful lights. Though it was a pretty show, Harry didn't doubt that most of the spells were fired with deadly intention. The tall trees and the close shrubbery hid their attackers effectively. Harry's eyes flickered around, but he was unable to spot anyone. Perhaps they used illusion spells to keep themselves hidden. Silencing charms would be pretty important with the current level of noise. A troll could wander past them, and Harry doubted that any of them would hear it. As in his vision, Harry ducked and let a green curse fly over his head. Already knowing that it would have stuck someone, Harry was unable to stop himself from turning around and check. The Death Eater had fallen and the mask had been pushed off, leaving Harry to stare at McNair's lifeless face. He would have done well in listening to Harry's warning. His heart seemed to beat impossible fast as Harry turned his back to the fallen Death Eater. The blonde was moving around constantly, not letting the snow hinder his movements. And no matter how much he moved, Draco managed to block those spells which would otherwise have passed him and possibly hit Harry in his place. When Harry saw the green curse come in from left and head straight for Draco, his body reacted instinctively. With long strides he crossed the snow-covered ground between them. Their collusion was not gentle, and Harry had enough speed behind him to actually knock Draco off of his feet. As they fell, Harry wrapped his arms around Draco's torso, clutching the blonde close to him. They hit the ground with Draco taking the blunt of the fall and Harry lying on top of him, not moving. As Harry lay on top of Draco, listening to the heartbeat through the clothes, he became aware of how quiet it had become around them. Lifting his head enough to look around, Harry's eyes widened and he hissed softly under his breath. Bear the dead body not so far away from them. All the Death Eaters were gone, leaving Draco and him behind. They would rather face the Dark Lord's wrath than staying and fight for the mission. Draco pushed him away, sending Harry tumbling in the snow. Incarcerus. Robes flew out from one of their attackers' wand and wrapped themselves securely around the two boys' wrists and ankles. Harry tested the bonds and found that they were firm and left him with little space to move. He didn't contain his grimace when he pulled against the ropes and felt them cut into his skin. Harry laid still, his body tense and eyes wide open while he waited to see what would happen. From the looks of it, Draco was not much better of. 4 people emerged from behind the surrounding trees. Harry felt his body tense as he looked at them. One of them was a broad-shouldered, tall and black wizard. He was bald, and when he came closer, Harry could see that he wore a single gold hoop earring. Check them for wands and weapons. He had a deep and slow voice, and if their circumstances had been different, Harry could probably have found it reassuring. A young woman stepped forth and started shifting through Draco's robe. Why she didn't just use Accio, Harry could not figure out. He noted that when she moved over to him after having found Draco's wand, there was a bouncing in her step. Her eyes were dark and seemed to twinkle, her face was pale and heart-shaped, and her short spiky hair was purple. Not something Harry would have expected a rebel to have. After searching through his every pocket, the woman turned back to the group and Harry watched in bemusement how her hair turned from purple to bright pink, which almost hurt his eyes. Kingsley. He doesn't have a wand on him. Harry has no reason to have a wand, he's a squib. Harry wanted to kick Draco when the blonde opened his mouth. He now felt Kingsley Shacklebolt's attention on him, and the man stepped over and crouched down in front of Harry. Even Draco was silent, seemingly having sensed that something was going on. Harry sent the blonde a last glare before he shifted his gaze to the man in front of him. It couldn't be, could it? When the man reached out to touch him, Harry reacted fast. Despite being bound, he managed to move enough forward to let his teeth sink into the man's hand. The taste of blood filled his mouth, making him wince but dig his teeth deeper into the hand. Hands grabbed his jaw and wrenched his mouth open, so the hand could be freed. The air was kicked out of his lungs when a boot connected to his ribs. Harry tried to blink the tears away which welled up because of the pain. Between huffs of breath Harry managed to grin. Beware. I bite. He spat in attempt to free his mouth from the taste of blood and watched the snow which now had red spots. Shacklebolt stood clutching his bleeding hand, no longer looking as friendly as he had done just moments before. We are taking them with us to the camp. As they were forced onto their feet, which had been freed from ropes, Harry had the feeling that they had just jumped from the ashes and directly into the fire, again. Just like with the situation with Bellatrix. Not a word was exchanged as they walked. Their legs had been freed so that they could walk, but their hands were still bound behind their backs, so tight that Harry felt like the blood circulation had been cut off. Shacklebolt had taken the lead. The two other wizards were guarding Harry and Draco's sides, and somewhere behind them Harry could hear the Metamorphmagus stumbling around. By the time they reached the camp, Harry was cold to the bone and he had lost the feeling in his hands and mostly also his feet. None of them seemed inclined to cast a warming charm on him. Perhaps they saw it as a fitting punishment for the bite. Even while his mind was running wild trying to figure out a way to get out of here, he felt Draco's gaze on him several times. Since revealing Harry's name and non-magical status to their attackers, Draco had been quiet. Glancing at the blonde, Harry could see hidden confusion in the gray eyes. Stumbling over his own feet, Harry gritted his teeth and scowled. All this could have been avoided if he had stayed and told Severus about what he had seen. However, chances were that Draco would have been dead before the potion's master would have been able to come to his godson's rescue. At least Draco was alive instead of lying in the cold snow where the forest's predators could freely feed of him. A small group of tents suddenly appeared in front of them. Harry blinked in surprise before realizing that wards probably had been placed around the place to keep it hidden when someone passed. Harry did not have much of a chance to look, as he and Draco were led over to one of the two bigger tents. From the outside, the tents did not look like much. They were light brown colored and looked like even the smallest wind could knock them over. Shacklebolt and the Metamorphmagus disappeared into one of the tents. Harry and Draco were pushed into another one where they were forced to kneel on the hard floor, and then they were left alone. Shocked by their dismissing actions, Harry shifted into a slightly more comfortable position. With his legs free, he was able to sit so he was not putting his weight on them. He grimaced when a painful pinching started all over his frozen body. It felt like a million knives were digging into his flesh, twisting around, and then they were slowly pulled out, only for the process to be repeated right away. He hissed, clenching his teeth to avoid any loud noises while he had to stop himself from moving around. The tent was far bigger on its inside than it had looked to be from outside, such as the custom was in the wizarding world. It seemed to have only one room, the one they were in. From the looks of it, there had been no use of the tent before they had been pushed inside. Perhaps it had been brought along for the purpose that they might find prisoners, or perhaps it had just been used as storage. There was one exit, no windows, and they were sitting on a hard floor made of wood. It didn't give him many ideas about how they were supposed to get out of this situation. Especially when Draco's wand had been confiscated and Harry himself was unable to do magic of any kind. What are you doing? At Draco's question, Harry stopped moving. Until now he had forgotten that the other teen was right next to him in the otherwise empty tent. Trying to get free. He gestured with his head towards the ropes which kept his hands bound behind his back. Already before Draco opened his mouth, Harry could feel the blonde looking at him. You are aware that the ropes are conjured with magic. Thus they cannot be undone without a wand, which I am currently lacking thanks to those barbarians who have no idea about how one is supposed to treat their guests. Harry let a small smile grace his lips. Trust a Malfoy to find something as insane to complain about at the manners of their captors. He wondered if something was wrong with him since he did not really find himself surprised by the way Draco acted. Believe me, I am well aware of our situation. But it doesn't mean that I can't try. I could be lucky and they have made a mistake in the incarnation and thus weakened the bounds or something. He whispered back to Draco as his teeth clapped from the cold. They fell into a short silence before Draco felt the need to speak. I don't understand those people. Harry merely raised a brow, waiting for the blonde to continue. Years in Draco's company had taught him that his friend liked to be dramatic. When he didn't ask as Draco wanted him to, the blonde huffed but continued nonetheless. They are rebels. They fight for the rights of Muggles, Muggleborns and whatever else they think are being treated unfairly under the Dark Lord's rule. By all means they should have let you go when they heard that you are a squib. There is no reason that you should be hold captured in here with me. As Draco spoke, Harry started to feel gradually more uncomfortable. He understood that Draco only meant the best with what he had done. And perhaps if he had not mentioned his name the plan might have worked. As it was, there was nothing Harry doubted that he could do to change their current situation. Further conversation was cut off when someone entered the tent they were in. Harry bowed his head, keeping his gaze focused on a spot near his knees. Has you know who really sunk so low that he has started to send children of to do his dirty work for him? The growling voice made Harry tense. Of all the people he could possibly encounter on an already bad day, it just had to be him. Since you whelps are still wet behind your ears, I will do you a favor and introduce myself. The name is Alistair Moody, though you might know me as Mad Eye Moody. Draco beeped in a harsh breath, and Harry understood his friend's reaction only too well. Moody was known as the Order's information gatherer when the prisoners were less than inclined to spill the beans. In other words, he was the one who was sent when someone needed to be tortured. The man stepped closer, and Harry could almost feel how the vivid, electric blue magical eye was looking into their very soul. What a pitiful bunch you are. A Malfoy brat. You look just like your father, and believe me when I say that it is not something to be proud of. The gruff voice said. Draco was not late to react to the insult. Take that back. My father is the Dark Lord's right-hand man, and I strive to be just like him. The sound of flesh hitting flesh rung through the tent and made Harry wince. At the same time, Draco let out a sting of curse words Harry had not been aware that the blonde knew. Severus really needed to watch what he said when he was around other people. The small slimmer of humor disappeared when two boots appeared in his range of sight. But you, on the other hand. When Harry failed to react at the voice, a hand fisted in his hair and tilted his head backwards, forcing him to look up. Harry was not sure what he had expected. Strangely enough, Moody had not changed much since the last time Harry had last seen him, though years had passed in the meantime. Moody's face, which looked like it was roughly carved from wood, had gained a few more scars, and a chunk of his nose was still missing. The grizzled hair had gotten more gray in it, a proof that time had not left the man unchanged. You have changed a great deal, Harry Potter. You should be proud of looking so much like your father, though a great deal of your mother is also reflected in you. He flinched as if he had been hit when Moody let go of his hair. Rolling his neck to get rid of the uncomfortable feeling he had gotten from having it forced into a different position, Harry glared at the wizard. Believe me, if I had a choice, I would look nothing like any of them. Unfortunately, I have not found anything which can do such a thing at this state of life. The force from the hit made Harry fall backwards, so he now lay on his back. He blinked a few times, refusing to let the tears fall. Leave him alone. If you are going to hit someone, then do it to someone who has a chance of defending themselves. Of course, who could expect anything better from a mudblood-loving lunatic? Just give me my wand back and I'll show you how a proper wizard is supposed to fight. Draco exclaimed, dragging the attention from Harry and over to him. Silencio. Though Draco's lips kept moving, not another sound passed over them. Satisfied with this, Moody turned his attention back to the brunette. Words that you have been found have already been sent to Albus. He should get them by tomorrow. Moody's wand stayed on Draco while the man talked. It was a clear warning that any attempt to do what he had done to Shacklebolt would lead to Draco paying the price for Harry's foolishness. Therefore Harry kept still as Moody took forth a vial from the depth of one of his pockets. But even though Albus will only learn of the news tomorrow, I fail to see why we cannot just take advantage of our current situation and also make sure that you are unable to flee. Inside the vial was a thick and brown potion. Harry felt dread fill his stomach as the vial was held tauntingly in front of his face, just out of reach. Uncorking the vial, Moody sniffed the substance. It is one of the few potions which we managed to save after your little escape. I have heard that some potions grow more potent through the years. Let us see if it is also the case with this one. Harry tried to roll away, but Moody was faster and placed a knee on his chest, pinning him to the spot. With his free hand, Moody pried Harry's already bruised jaw apart. As soon as his mouth was open enough, the wizard emptied the contents down in his mouth. Harry spluttered as his mouth was suddenly filled with the thick liquor, and he attempted to jerk his head free so he could get rid of the bad-tasting potion. However, Moody was faster. The man placed a hand over Harry's nose and mouth, cutting off his air supply. Harry trashed under Moody's hold, hoping to get free so he could spit out the potion. Despite his age and handicap, Moody had almost no problems with keeping Harry down. The man threw the vial away and placed his other hand on Harry's neck. The pressure made Harry stop his trashing. If he moved the wrong way, Moody could easily snap his neck. While Harry did not believe that the man would actually do it, he had heard about the so-called accidents which happened whenever Moody was alone with an unwilling prisoner. The need for air quickly grew, and Harry found his body working against his will. A few swallows and Harry felt that the thick potion slowly slide down his throat, leaving a horrible aftertaste. Harry gagged when Moody let go of him shortly after. As soon as the man moved away, Harry turned onto his side, retching in hope of getting the potion out of his stomach. His stomach was protesting heavily about the vile thing it had been subjected to. Harry curled into a ball the best he could with his hands behind his back, coughing and retching. This was worse than when he had bitten Shacklebolt. At least none of the blood had ended in his stomach then. His view had already started narrowing in as Harry looked over at Draco. The blonde was being held by the metamorph magic, explaining why he had not come to Harry's help when Moody had force-fed him the potion. "Sweet dream, Potter," Moody said, before leaving the tent, letting the flap fall close behind them. Struggling against the still stronger hold of the potion, Harry's gaze flickered around. He was well aware of the way both Draco and the woman were watching him, but found it hard to focus on any of them. Tears welled up in his eyes, though Harry was unsure if any sounds passed over his lips or not. Unlike when the visions came to him, Harry did not have the slightest illusion of control. He felt himself plunging into darkness before scenes started playing in front of his eyes, far away from where his body currently lay. Like a ghost, he floated above ever-changing scenes, many of them moving past him with such a speed that Harry was left wondering if it was possible to feel nausea when he was not even awake. Currently, Harry was on a Muggle street he recognized only too well. Privet Drive was a suburban street in Little Whinging. The neighborhood consisted of boring boxy houses. They were nearly exact replications of each other, row upon row of exclusive houses for exclusive people. Though the cars had been changed to newer and smarter models, and he didn't think that number 8 had had white roses the last time he had been there. He followed the tug, passing through the closed door to Privet Drive 4, without any troubles. The smell of cleaning supplies made Harry grimace. That was one among many other things which he did not miss about this place. The house, like any other one at this street, was a 2-floor. Inside the house was even neater than the perfectly made garden. The pictures of the large, pink beach ball wearing different colored bonnets were gone. Now the photographs showed a large blonde in different scenarios. He passed the cupboard under the stairs without a second glance, and the kitchen too. Harry was not surprised to see that the room was filled with the newest things in technology. After all, being married to a director in Grunnings, the woman had to show off her money when people came on visits. Harry shook his head and continued his way up the stairs. He passed his aunt and uncle's bedroom as well as the bathroom before he floated into what he remembered to be Dudley's room. It had changed a great deal, and yet again not. As long as Harry could recall, Dudley's room had always been filled with junk and other useless mess. While it had stayed that way, the baby toys had been changed to things Harry had a hard time to view his cousin use. After all, Dudley had never been a sporty person, unless it involved hunting some poor kid down and then beat the lad up. So Harry could hardly see what the Muggle wanted with a punching bag. Harry's attention turned from the inventory and to the only person in the room. Since he had last seen his cousin, Dudley had grown to the size of a baby killer whale. The blonde boy was sitting on his bed, which looked ready to give out under him any second. Getting closer, Harry was surprised to see Dudley had some white powder in his hand. As he watched, Dudley closed one nostril before leaning down and sniffing hard. Bloody hell. I wish Aunt Petunia could see this. Her precious little angel, taking drugs. Surely they would find some way to blame my bad influence on this. Feeling a harder tug, Harry knew he would move on to the next vision. However, before the scenery could change, a sharp pain erupted from his shoulder and spread like a fire from there. Harry woke up with a start, pain in his head flaring as he opened his eyes, eliciting a small moan, and to escape his lips as his body became aware of its surroundings. Unceremoniously, Harry rolled onto his side and emptied his stomach of its meager content. Finishing, Harry rolled back onto his back, groaning as new waves of pain came from his shoulder. Now awake, he gritted his teeth against the pain and tried to think back through the myriad visions that he had encountered. He carefully eased himself upright and nearly staggered as his headache blossomed even more fiercely in his temples. Bloody hell, he murmured to himself. He didn't dare to close his eyes, fearing that he would be dragged back into the world of visions. In the dim light, Harry was able to see Draco's hair shine. The blonde was pale, even more than he normally was. "You're awake, Harry?" Draco asked, moving closer until they were nearly touching. "No, I'm merely sitting and talking while being unconscious," he bit, regretting his words at Draco's hurt look. "Sorry that I got you dragged into this mess." Harry moved his legs, avoiding the kick Draco had aimed at him. The movement, however, made him retch, though there was nothing more to come up. Leaning against Draco's body for support, Harry became aware of how badly his body was shaking. While he no longer felt cold from his walk outside, his bones were as if they were made of ice and sweat was running down his back, making the nightshirt stick to his skin. "Scarhead, don't act like a Gryffindor and think that you are the center of this world. We wouldn't be in this situation if the others had not decided to act like bloody cowards and abandon us. When my father hears of this, you do realize that we have to get out of here if you want to tell your father." Harry groaned, and let his head rest against Draco's shoulder. One adverse he hated about the potion was that it made his strength waver. "What did that potion do to you? I have never seen anything like that. One would think that Severus would at least have mentioned it, or someone when the Dark Lord decided to torture someone." A shiver ran down Harry's spine at Draco's words. Spitting to clear the taste of vomit from his mouth, Harry moved around until he was behind Draco. "Don't worry. It's not something they'll feed you. And even if they did, I doubt that it would have much of an effect. Your blood is just not quite right," he said, unable to stop the small jab. It was only yesterday, or perhaps the day before, since he had no idea of what the clock was, that Draco had watched him being humiliated because of Harry's lack of blood purity. "Did they really see me as such a small threat that they did not even find it necessary to keep me bound?" It definitely didn't seem like something he could see Moody do. The man was paranoid as hell. With one hand, Harry started feeling up the rope binding Draco's hands. From the tightness of the knot, Harry knew that Draco had attempted to free himself while Harry had been under the influence of the potion. "They sat the Metamorphmagus to guard us. My guess is that you looked so pitiful that she decided that it would do no harm to let you free of your bounds. But when she left, she forgot to read the spell. It might be because she still felt dizzy after her nose had a meeting with the floor." Tugging at the knot, Harry made a small sound of satisfaction as it became undone. "Can you believe it? She made pig noses and then expected me to laugh at her antics." Draco turned around and rubbed his red and probably also sore wrists. "Though I've to admit that she looked hilarious when she went out of here with a bloody nose." Draco got on his feet and looked down at Harry. "Can you get up on your own?" Despite the harshly spoken words, Draco extended a hand which Harry took before he was pulled to stand. The hold proved to be necessary as Harry swayed back and forth. "Whatever that man gave you, it sure as hell is effective. Do you think that we could sneak some of it into some of the parties in the Slytherin common room?" Wincing, Harry leaned heavily against Draco's taller body. "To anyone else it will just taste like horse piss. But how about we first get out of here and then we can search for something you can gift your small friends at those stuck-up parties." The throbbing pain in his shoulder flared up with every step he took with Draco's help. Though trying to be helpful, Draco's steps were longer than what Harry was comfortable with. So, any suggestions to how we get out of here? Harry found himself asking. There was no way that he would stay willingly here. Besides, he already had a good idea what would happen, but before that, they needed to get out of the tent. Draco's low snort brought Harry's gaze back to the blonde by his side. This is a rather ratty addition, nowhere as good as the one I have at home. However, I do recognize the producer, and no matter how cheap their product is, they made sure that it would be impossible to sneak in and out without using the assigned exists. They called it childproof, a way to make sure that your teenagers could not sneak out when they were at Quidditch matches. So through the door it is, Harry said, trying to keep his voice cheerful. Draco staggered, stopping himself from falling before he took Harry down with him. Apparently Harry was not the only one affected by not being able to move around for a long while. They managed to get to the opening without any problems. How big do you think our chances are that they have just gone to sleep and forgotten all about us? Though not being able to see it, Harry knew that Draco was rolling his eyes at Harry's question. Cold air hit them head-on when they opened the flap to the tent. Harry breathed in sharply, his eyes darting around. Snow had started falling while they were inside the tent. A fire had been lit, placed between the two tents, and it was the only source of light Harry and Draco had now where they were outside. Shivering, Harry pressed himself closer against Draco's body. Seems like you were right. It's no wonder that the Dark Lord has no problems with catching rebels when they are so careless as this. Draco, I think that you might have spoken a little too hasty. Harry nearly went cross-eyed as he tried to keep looking at the wand leveled at his face. Turn around and walk straight back to the tent. Moody growled, the end of his wand glowing brightly. In there, you, Potter, are going to get another doses of the potion, which should be enough to knock you out until Dumbledore arrives. And we too. Harry felt Draco tense when Moody's wand turned to point at him. Are going to have a talk. I'm sure that as Lucius Malfoy's son you will have quite the information to tell. And luckily enough there is no one around to intervene. Mad Eye's words made Harry wonder where the others were. Did they really feel so secure that Moody had just sent the others off? Either the man believed that he could easily take care of two youths, especially when the only wizard did not have his wand. Or else Moody had done it on purpose so that he could get to do his work in peace. A nagging feeling in the back of his head told Harry that it was not the first choice. When Moody took a step towards them, neither boy moved. Instead, Harry suddenly leaned forward and vomited. Since he had no more food in him, it was pure stomach acid which came up. To his satisfaction, Harry saw that some of it hit Moody's boots. It was not much, but at least it made him feel somewhat better with the situation. Crucio. The screams were ripped from his throat, and not even Draco's hold on him was enough to keep him standing. Harry hit the snow-covered ground with a hard thud, rolling around to get away from the burst of pain, though nothing seemed to help. When what felt like an endless amount of time seemed to have passed, the pain finally faded. Harry wanted to curl into a fetus position, to protect his body from more harm. But his wounded shoulder and the lingering pain from the curse paralyzed him, and instead Harry tried to focus on keeping his breathing even. He was faintly aware that his body was shaking as a combined result of the curse and the after effect of the potion. Remembering Moody's words, Harry wanted to vomit again. He was not sure he could take another potion this soon after the first one. A hand fisted a good portion of his hair and Harry was yanked to his feet. The only thing keeping him standing was Moody's hold on him. It was a very stupid thing to do, Potter. While speaking, Mad Eye shook him like a terrier which had gotten hold on a rat. Harry just hung limply in the hold, not moving as much as a muscle as his eyes stayed at a point over Moody's shoulder and he stared into the darkness surrounding them. Moody let out a sound of surprise when Harry let his legs give out under him. A grin slowly worked its way to Harry's face and his tired eyes looked up at Moody's, a dark glint in them. You are going to regret letting your small friends go. On the other hand, it is not like they would have been able to save you if they had been here. What are you talking about, boy? What did you see? Instead of answering, Harry let out a pained sound. There was no way that he would tell Moody about any of his visions. Suddenly Moody's eyes rolled backwards, and the man let out a growl. Without further words, Mad Eye let go of him and Harry found himself tumbling down in the snow, where he lay unmoving. With half-lit eyes Harry watched, as Moody stunned Draco before turning around, already sending curses of into the darkness which surrounded the small camp. It didn't take long before similar curses were returned, though none of them were lethal. Their attackers probably wouldn't risk hitting Draco with the Avada Kedavra. Harry would love to see how they would explain how that happened to Lucius Malfoy afterwards. Before Voldemort took over control, Alastor Moody had been an Auror. Since then the man had joined the rebels, and though years had passed Moody had managed to keep himself in form and ready to fight. From the darkness several individuals stepped forth, dressed in black robes and the white masks covering their faces. "Draki darling, your dear aunt has come to bring you home." Bellatrix Lestrange's voice was easily heard as she hurled one curse after another after the ex-Auror. In contrast to the Death Eaters in the darkness, Moody had no thoughts about holding back. The man was clearly trying to drag time out for as long as possible until his comrades would arrive. Or perhaps he planned on taking as many as possible down with him. Glaring at Moody, who was busy casting spells, Harry crawled over to Draco's frozen body. Gray and bewildered eyes were staring up at the sky when Harry collapsed next to his friend, out of air. Harry rolled onto his side so he was looking at Draco, his vision narrowed itself in. Reaching out, Harry's hand clamped down around the edge of Draco's sleeve. Though he doubted that Draco could see it, Harry sent his friend a small smile as he was dragged back into the darkness which would soon turn into new visions. Harry lay in the white room he recognized as a part of the hospital wing where he had found himself upon his awakening mere minutes ago. He kept his breathing even and eyelids half lowered in case anyone entered the room so they would not notice he was awake. He supposed that he should be thankful. He's back at Hogwarts, behind wards where the rebels had no hope of reaching him. His body was healed, though the soreness lingered and his limbs felt somewhat heavy. The potion's effect had ended, leaving Harry with a clear mind, the long chain of visions having been sorted through before he had even awoken fully. Breathing deeply, Harry forced the tears back, ignoring the burning feeling in his eyes. They knew. For so many years he had managed to keep it a secret. He had just been a squib, nothing unusual, albeit he had been lucky enough to be taken underneath the removed potions master's wing. He had been safe. Harry supposed that it was over now. The Order now knew where he was hiding. They would be looking for him, eager to get him back among their ranks where they'll be able to keep an eye on him and use him for their benefit. A great sadness filled him when Harry realized that he could no longer stay at Hogwarts. By now Draco had probably delivered his report on what had happened during their short capture. Someone hearing would probably be able to connect the dots and figure out what he was. And even if that was not the case, Harry was unable to bear any illusions. He was in the hospital wing. Someone was sure to have watched him while he had been unconscious. Severus would not be able to watch him all the time, and the Medawitch was duty-bound to report anything strange to the nearest authority. Harry supposed that he should consider himself lucky that someone had not been there to demand answers from him the moment he had rejoined the world of the living. It gave him time to do what Harry knew he needed to do. Lifting himself into a sitting position, Harry pushed the cover aside and let his feet touch the floor. It didn't surprise him that no warming charms had been applied to the floor. Madame Pomfrey probably believed that her patients were less likely to wander off without her permission if the floor was cold. Pushing himself up from the bed, Harry stumbled before he gained his balance. "I have to get out of here." Harry stared at the door, biting his lower lip thoughtful. He was dressed in white pajamas. If he walked out like this, he would stand out like a sore thumb among the robe-clad students. How was he supposed to make it back to the safety of the dungeon? Looking around, Harry found nothing which could be of help. It was almost as if they had known what he would do once he awoke. To him it merely meant that they had cut off his most convenient escape route. As he walked over to the big windows, Harry gained a sureness in his steps. Outside everything was covered by a fine layer of snow. The sun was high on the sky with not a single cloud in sight. Most important of all, there was no wind. Harry unclasped the window and opened it. He let out a breath when no alarm sounded. He had half expected Severus to have done it to stop him from fleeing. Heights had never been a bother to him, which Harry was thankful for as he stood at the window sill. Hogwarts was an age-old castle, built of stones. By not even magic could even the stones out, leaving the walls as a perfect climbing practice places. Glancing at the door, Harry noticed that it was still closed and he slowly crawled out of the window and hung down on his arms. Panic grabbed him when Harry's feet sought for a standpoint and came up with nothing. Stupid, stupid idea, Harry mumbled to himself, banging his head against the hard wall. A small smile graced his face when Harry managed to place both feet on something which didn't feel like it was about to give out under him as soon as he placed his full weight on it. Slowly Harry made his way downwards. More times than not he found himself moving sideways while looking for something to hold or stand on while avoiding coming too close to the windows where he knew he would be spotted. Luckily no buildings were on the opposite side, which meant that he at least did not have to worry about that front. His arms were starting to shake and Harry took longer breaks to catch his breath. Despite the cold sweat had formed on his back and forehead, Harry blinked rapidly to stop the sweat from getting into his eyes and the tip of his tongue stuck out from between his lips. Currently Harry found himself in a tight spot. He had gotten to a place where there was no stones to hold or step on further along the way and the ones he had used to get to this point simply seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Scarhead, what are you doing? Harry's head whipped around and for a moment Harry forgot where he was as his body turned so he could see Draco. Surprise colored Draco's face as Harry started to fall. Instinctively Harry pushed against the wall with his feet and latched his arms around the closest thing to hold on, which proved to be Draco's broom. Gaining control over his breathing, Harry looked up at the blonde and grinned. Fancy meeting you here, Draco. Do you mind if I hang onto you for a while? He watched as Draco regained a little of his color and scowled down at him. Merlin's pants, Potter. Are you out of your mind? What in the world compelled you to do such a reckless thing? If I hadn't come past, what do you think would have happened? Not that your concern isn't touching. Harry interrupted while trying to get a better grip on the broom. But could we possibly have this conversation where I'm in a little more comfortable position? Draco's hand closed around his arm and the blonde helped him to sit in front of the broom with very little effort, much to Harry's annoyance. I should just have left you where you were. Honestly, Scarhead. Do you wake up in the morning and think, hey, I want to do something idiotic, why not climb the castle's walls and see how long it'll take to get myself killed? Do you live to give me a heart attack? Draco murmured against Harry's ear while sneaking his arms around Harry's waist so he could grip the broom handle. Grinning, Harry leaned forward so that Draco had better access. You just guessed the whole purpose of my life, Draco, you are a genius. If you do not watch your mouth, you might be dropped. Now shut up and I'll show you just why the Firebolt is the best broom on the market. Without further warning, Draco leaned forward so he was pressed against Harry's back and they headed straight for the ground far under them. Harry's hair whipped around because of the wind, though Harry found himself unable to care about it unless it obscured his view. It felt like they were flying like some of the birds he had sometimes watched. Unable to ignore the sudden urge which hit him, Harry threw his arm into the air and hollered with laughter as they continued to drop. All too soon the tour ended. When the ground came so near that Harry wondered if they were going to crash, Draco changed the course of the broom so they now flew horizontal and slowed down. Harry's eyes were shining when he got down from the broom and he stumbled slightly over his feet through the snow. That was bloody amazing. He clapped, jumping from one feet to another to get some warmth back into his body. Draco dismounted the broom and stood in front of Harry with crossed arms. Not that I do not appreciate your compliment about my skills on the broom, but now I want to know what got you to do something so stupid. So Gryffindorish. I would have thought that spending time with me had gotten that notion out of you. The smile slipped from Harry's face as he remembered the whole reason to why he was not lying in a comfortable bed instead of standing in the snow in nothing else but nightclothes. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? When Draco tried to get near him, Harry took a step back. Already he was speculating how long it would take him to reach the edge of the Forbidden Forest and disappear among the old trees. He was at disadvantage. Draco had a wand and would be able to stun him before Harry could get away. As much as he knew he would regret it, Harry knew that he would do the necessary to make sure that his friend would not be able to stop him. He hated the mere thought of possible harming Draco, but neither was he willing to stay at Hogwarts. Raising his fists, Harry pondered on how he was supposed to do this. While he was no novice in fighting, It was rather long ago since he had done it, especially against a magical person. What are you doing? Draco asked wary, looking like he was facing a frightened animal. Harry guessed that it described his situation rather well. Forced to fight because he was unable to flee. Potter. The yell made Harry freeze mid-step towards Draco. He recognized the tone only too well. It had been used quite a few times in his first few years at Hogwarts whenever he had been about to make a grave mistake when working with potions. Usually it ended with a big explosion. Turning his side to Draco, Harry stared wide-eyed at the approaching man. Severus was dressed in his usual black robes, like a foreboding shadow. Seeing the man, Harry took a grudgingly step backwards, feeling his heart sink as Severus came closer. Take one more step, and you will find yourself cleaning cauldrons for the rest of your miserable teen years. Knowing Severus, it was no empty threat. He already knew that he didn't have much of a chance. Against Draco he could have had the element of surprise. But Severus was a fully trained wizard and he knew him well enough to counter anything Harry would be able to think of. As soon as he was within reach, Severus seized his arm in a strong grip. Harry knew he would not be able to get out of it before the man decided to let go. Imbecile brat. Are you trying to undo all my hard work by getting yourself killed by walking around in the cold dressed like that? You can consider yourself lucky if you do not catch yourself another round of pneumonia. As he spoke, Severus forced him to walk with him the way to the castle. And how did you escape from the hospital wing? There are wards placed on the door so everyone entering or leaving is registered. We would have been noticed about your leave. I found him climbing on one of the outside walls like that American man dressed in red and blue. Draco said with a huff. Apparently he was none too amused by Harry's antic and he must be influenced by his godfather's mood. Oblivious to Severus' thunderous expression at Draco's words, Harry gaped at his friend, stopping momentarily before he was yanked along by Severus. You know about Spider-Man? He managed to say with a horrified expression. I'm not sure if I should like it or take this as a sign on the end of the world. You are the model on the perfect pureblood heir. The last part was whispered as they stepped inside the castle. Nonsense. Blaise merely had a rebellious period where he decided that muggles were what he wanted to learn about. For some reason he decided that I had to participate and dragged me with him into a cinema. Apparently lessons were over, because the hallways were filled with students. It proved to not be a problem. Though only teaching the NEWT students, Severus was rumored to be the most feared professor at Hogwarts. It meant that no one wanted to risk nearing the man in case that house points would be deducted. It didn't take long for Harry to figure out where they were heading. After passing the corridors leading down to the dungeons, where Draco parted from them, there were only a few places Harry could think of he would be allowed to get in. Harry wondered if he should put his foot down as they turned down a corridor which led to the hospital wing. However, one glance from Severus was enough to get him onto better thoughts. He wouldn't put it past Severus to simply carry him if he was too bothersome. He would at least walk towards his doom with dignity. Glancing at Severus again, Harry was surprised to see how tense the man was under his anger. He probably knew or at least suspected what was going to happen, but he offered Harry no words of comfort. Either he was too angry to bother with words or someone had sworn him to secrecy. Harry was not sure what he preferred. No matter what he didn't like, that he didn't know what he was heading towards. Harry was pulled inside the hospital wing and the doors were closed behind him. So you managed to locate your wayward ward, Severus. Harry took a step backwards, walking into Severus, who placed a hand on his shoulder to keep him in place. Yes, my lord. Draco was so kind to hold him up until I could find them. Apparently Harry decided that it would be a good idea to climb out of the window without any aids. He might still have been there if my godson had not decided to pick him up on his broom. Harry stepped down on Severus' foot hard to silence the man, but with bare feet he doubted it had much of an effect on Severus' boot-clad ones. Harry's eyes darted around to look anywhere else than at the two other men in the room. Under their searching gaze he felt beepy. Luckily the blush on his face could easily be blamed on the fact that the warmth had started to return to his body. Footsteps alerted Harry that someone was nearing. Still he tensed as someone came to stop in front of him. With one in front of him and Severus behind him, there were not many places he could run to. Long fingers closed around his chin and craned his neck until Harry was forced to lift his gaze from the floor. At the moment, Harry had a rather good feeling of how a deer caught in a headlight might feel. Red eyes were staring into green, binding him in a way that made Harry unsure whether he would be able to move away even if he had wanted to. Voldemort was dressed in dark green robes, much like the ones he had been wearing on his birthday party. Harry noticed that Voldemort had ink stains on his hands, as if he had been interrupted in his work. Lucius Malfoy was standing in the background. He was observing and seemed to wait for something to happen. One thing Harry was highly aware of was how much he hated having everybody's attention on him. He knew that proper protocol required that he bowed for them, since they were his superiors, but Harry could not get himself to move even if he had had the space to do so. Mr. Potter, how dare you to sneak out without me saying so? And you three, stop acting like this. It's no wonder that the boy looks ready to pass out when you corner him like that. Now, move aside. Having met Madame Pomfrey before, Harry supposed that he should not be surprised when the woman showed the Dark Lord out of her way. Now, Severus, take Mr. Potter back to the bed, get him into dry clothes, and then I'll perform some tests to ensure that he has not managed to harm himself. Harry assumed that Severus nodded since no verbal answer sounded. Harry found his feet moving automatically as he was led back to and placed upon the bed where he had first awoken. Once he was back on the bed, Severus was pushed out of the place and Madame Pomfrey took over his spot. When she took forth her wand, Harry instinctively moved back to the bed's headboard to get out of reach. A blush colored his face when he realized what it was he had done. A quick look around told Harry that none of the wizards showed any outward reaction to his reaction. At the same time, Harry noticed how the three males had placed themselves around the room. Severus was standing nearby, offering his silent support. Harry knew that the man was ready to react in case he should make a run for either the bathroom or the door out of there. Lucius looked to be enjoying the warm sun as he stood near the windows. It seemed like they had learned not to leave any openings for him to use. Voldemort sat down on a visitor chair, on the opposite side of Harry's bed where Madame Pomfrey was bustling around. Despite the chair being simple and probably also uncomfortable, Voldemort managed to look every bit like the Dark Lord he was. There was not a wrong fold in his robes, and confidence seemed to shine out of the man as he sat there, the color red eyes resting on Harry. The man's perfect appearance made Harry aware of his own less than spotless one. After climbing around on the walls, dirt marks covered Harry's otherwise white pajama. His hair was windswept and his shin was flushed as warmth started to return to his body. I can only wonder what you were thinking wandering outside without being properly dressed and after you have just been healed too. Perhaps next time you'll wait for me to give the clear before you leave my domain. Harry was startled when his body started glowing violet. Wah! You have a rather impressive look, Mr. Potter. Being dressed like this outside, you are lucky if you do not get sick. I've just finished treating your frostbites. Luckily your shoulder was sat right upon your arrival, so we'll not have to worry about it. However, because you left bed without permission and went outside without being properly dressed, you'll have bed rest for the next few days, just so I can be sure that you will not fall dead as soon as I let you leave my supervision. As soon as Harry opened his mouth to protest, the Medowitch cut him off. I can easily make it a week or longer if you as much as think about sneaking out again. As long as you are here, you will rest and do no strenuous activities. Wards have been placed around the bed to alert me if you should have any late after effects to the Cruciatus curse or the potion you were given. Though at the state I doubt that we will have to worry about it, but better safe than sorry. For a moment Madame Pomfrey looked about to say more. Instead she waved her wand over Harry so the purple light died out before she decided to speak over his head. I would like my patient to get the rest he needs, but you have already expressed your urgent need to talk with Mr. Potter, my lord. Since he is not in a life-threatening danger, I'll allow it this time. A pepper-up potion is allowed and I will be in my office if a need for my assistance should arise. But I warn you, do not rile him up. And you, Mr. Potter, will stay in bed. With that last warning, Madame Pomfrey left the room and closed the door behind her. Well aware that he was on his own in this matter, Harry sat with tense muscles, ready to jump into action if they as much as pointed a wand in his direction. So for all those years, instead of letting a squib live at Hogwarts, I've had a seer nearby without being made aware of it. Voldemort's loud musings dragged Harry's attention to the man. Voldemort was watching with an intense gaze that made Harry shiver. No, shaking. There was definitely no pleasure in the way Voldemort was watching him. I am a squib. Harry found himself protesting, ignoring the seer part, though he knew that it probably was what weighed most on the other occupants' minds. Hoping that his mental shield would be strong enough to hold, Harry looked directly into Voldemort's eyes. To his relief, he felt nothing more than a brief poking before Voldemort's presence withdrew from his mind. I have no wish to destroy your mind, just to look past your shields. Impressive, if I may say it myself. Not many non-magical people can manage to keep up occlumency shields to protect their minds from intruders. Severus. The potions master stepped over to Harry's side where the Medowitch had previously been, with a filled vial in his hand. It is not something which I can take the honor for, my lord. Our theory is that it comes natural with being a seer, as a need to protect the visions he gets from getting known by unwanted persons. Harry felt the blood be drained from his face at Severus' words. Lucius Malfoy spoke for the first time since Harry had been brought into the hospital wing. I remember you telling that you found him near one of the old rebel camps. I believe that you were allowed to keep him since it proved that he was a pureblood, even if he was a squib. Lucius said, studying his nails as if they were of greater importance than what they were talking about. Stop talking like I'm something that doesn't understand what you are talking about. Harry gritted out through clenched teeth. He was used to it whenever he was around purebloods, but it didn't make it any less annoying. Perhaps, then, Harry Potter, you will be willing to tell me everything. Harry stiffened at Voldemort's suggestion. He cursed in his silent mind for falling into such an open trap. If he had just stayed silent and let them continue with their assumptions, or whatever it could be called, he could have had more time to think up something. Crossing his arms, Harry glared at the three men, well aware that he probably looked like an offended child at the moment. I don't see why you are so interested. Other than Severus, none of you have ever shown the slightest bit of interest in me before. He said, trying to move away from Severus and the offered vial until he realized that it brought him closer to Voldemort. After that, he opted on just staying where he was. Drink this. Seeing an opportunity to avoid answering the questions right away, Harry grabbed the vial from Severus' hand. Since he was no longer plagued by visions, Harry knew that the potion Moody had given him was out of his system. It should not have any effect on him to drink this. With that decision, Harry placed the glass opening at his mouth and tipped the vial up, emptying its contents. Experience had taught him it was best to empty them in one go instead of dragging out the torture. A dullness filled his body, spreading all the way to his toes and fingertips. Harry fell back against the pillow, his body slack from his throat and downwards. That was not a pepper-up, he exclaimed. Severus picked up the now empty vial and placed it on a nearby nightstand. Of course not. The pepper-up is Bordeaux red, while this one is more red with a touch of purple. You of all people should know that my potions are nothing else than perfect. This is one of my own creation, a muscle relaxer with a very weak form of the Veritaserum. Despite the plain voice, Harry caught a very brief flash of regret in Severus' eyes. Harry looked pleadingly up at Severus, but the potion still in his system kept him from truly panicking. His attention, however, didn't stay at the dark man for long when Voldemort broke the silence. Tell me your story. How long have you known that you are a seer, and what else do you think might be important for me to know? Against his will, Harry felt his mouth open and the words spilled over his lips without him having any say over what was happening. I was 5 when I had my first vision. Harry finally said, losing the struggle with himself for now. Though his eyes had averted to his hands, Harry could feel the red gaze rest on him as a heavy burden. Until then, I had been living with some muggles. Apparently my parents would rather fight in a war they had no hope of winning than live with the shame of having a squib son. Breathing deeply, Harry continued, finding it easier to talk the more he spoke. In my first vision, I saw 2 people die. It was always the same 2 people, a dark-haired man and a woman with red hair and green eyes. The scenery never changed, and neither did the bloody outcome. A grin spread across Harry's face. Those muggles I lived with tried different ways to stop what we believed was nightmares. Even now he felt a cold fear whenever he recalled those memories. Then a letter arrived. From what I've heard, those two people I had seen in my nightmares were my parents. It's funny to think that I never cried over my parents' deaths, rather I hated them because I saw those things before I even knew about them. He clearly felt the effect of the potion. Harry doubted that he would have managed to stay this calm otherwise. On the other hand, neither would he have been speaking about this subject if he had had a choice in the matter. Unfortunately, one of the muggles had heard enough details about my nightmares to know that I had somehow dreamt of this before it even happened. The grim grin slipped of his face, and finally did Harry look up from his lap, through his gaze was slightly unfocused. Shortly after that, Dumbledore showed up at the doorstep. Apparently they had used the owl delivering the news about my parents' deaths to contact him. He took me away. Now that he found out that I was no longer just a squib, I was suddenly useful to his case, and therefore I should be among my parents' kind. Harry trailed off, not wanting to continue. Then what happened? Because of the circumstances, Harry could only throw an angry glare at Voldemort. If the man had planned on cursing him, it would have been done after his failed escape attempt. While my visions probably were a huge advantage for them, some people at the top of the food chain apparently decided that they didn't come frequently enough. From some chubby brewer they managed to produce a potion which took care of that problem. Despite the muscle relaxation potion, Harry felt his body was tense. He longed to be able to run in case one made as much as a wrong move in his direction. The potion worked. Whenever they forced me to drink it, I had to view whatever came to me. It was strangely hard to put much of any emotion behind his words. After a few accidents, I found a way to break the control the potion had over me, at least for short amounts of time. In theory, I suppose you can compare it to the effort put behind breaking the Imperius Curse. But here something else is needed. Pain. So in between one of my visions when I was 11 years old, I got hold on a knife and carved a wound on my forehead. Looking past Voldemort's shoulder, Harry tilted his head enough to the fringe would move, and he knew his scar came into view before he let it fall back into place. It distracted me long enough to manage to get out of where I was, and later same night Severus stumbled over me where I had fallen, and he decided to bring me with him back to Hogwarts. After hearing my story, he decided that the best way to keep me safe would be to take me in. Harry kept his lips tightly pressed together. He refused to reveal the threats he had told Severus when the man had contemplated to tell anyone else about him and his skills. Luckily for both of them, Severus had given in, or else Harry was not sure that he would still be alive. So in a way he supposed that he owed Severus a life debt, though the potion's master denied it. A goblet was placed on his lips, and Harry eager drank the cool substance, not caring if it was poison at the moment. To his surprise, it was not the case, but rather did he feel the mobility return to his body, much to his relief. When the cup was emptied, the Dark Lord placed it aside, an all-knowing smirk on his face which immediately sent Harry on the edge. The feeling and control had returned to his body, proving that not only water had been in the cup, and he subtly flexed his limbs, checking that everything was as it was supposed to be. Not that he didn't trust Severus' brewing skills, but he just didn't like taking potions of any kind and find it better to be safe rather than sorry. I have a proposal for you, Mr. Potter. Harry blinked, not sure how he was supposed to react. No matter what, this was not what he had expected to happen. Why hadn't they just thrown him into a locked room and doused him with experimental potions to see which one would provoke him to have visions? After all, that was what Dumbledore and his order had done. When Harry made no sign to react, Voldemort spoke again, apparently not put off by Harry's silence. If anything, the man looked approving, though it might just be that his brain was still affected by the potion he had ingested. Looking overly comfortable as he sat in the chair next to the bed Harry was in, Voldemort finally began speaking. Back in the old Greece, seers were not a rarity. They were known as oracles at that time. However, what made them so special was that they always claimed to be neutral, no matter what. And people respected this because they knew that otherwise the oracles would either refuse to tell them anything about what they saw in the future or simply leave. Harry peeked up at Voldemort's words, while trying to figure out just why the man was telling him this. It would not be strange if you considered going the same way as the old oracles did. Harry couldn't help it as the laughter bubbled over his lips. Remembering who his company was, Harry quickly got control over himself, whipping the tears out of his eyes. Even if you and your people would be willing to do that, you forget that I have a so-called Light Lord and his crazy order after me. They know where I am, and as long as I live they will be hunting me. Either to use me or to make sure that no one else is able to. Somehow he doubted that the hunt would stop unless his corpse was thrown at Dumbledore's feet and various tests were made to confirm that it really was him. I will give an oath that I will do everything in my power to ensure that you do not end in the hands of Dumbledore, his order, or anyone who supports him. Furthermore, if you are captured, I will do everything to make sure that you are freed. Though the words came rapidly, Harry got the distant feeling that this was something Lord Voldemort had been planning. For what price? If any of the men felt surprised by his question, they hid it before Harry was able to detect it in their faces. Before Voldemort could start and led him around in circles, Harry decided on continuing speaking. There is always a price. Do not claim that you have suddenly decided to take the role as the Good Samaritan. What do you demand to protect me? From the looks of it, Severus was pleased that he did not just jump right into it with both legs. Harry supposed that something from the potions master's many rants actually had managed to stay. 1 year. In confusion over Voldemort's words, Harry tilted his head slightly to the side while looking unequivocally at the man. That is the difference between the time you have spent with the Order and here at Hogwarts, providing information to the different parties. It would only be fair that you turned neutral when that evened out. Once that year is over, you will be able to retreat, and be under my full protection for the rest of your life, if that is what you want. Voldemort said. And what does that enclose? Inquired Harry. Merely that you continue what you have done before. But unlike before, you will tell the visions you have to either of the three of us in this room. I would prefer it if you came directly to me whenever possible. And you'll not report a vision to someone who does not already know of your ability and has my approval. To make sure that no misunderstandings arose, I will make sure that you know who those people are. Furthermore, you will not leave Hogwarts without notifying someone of your going and coming. Mulling over what had been said, Harry was surprised to find that there was not much he could argue against. He didn't like the feeling that his every move would be restricted. But it would only be for a year, and then he would be free to do whatever he wanted to. And for not telling anyone about the visions he got, Harry was sure that he could work around that problem. After all, he could still warn people if needed without directly telling them about the vision itself. It was what he had been doing for years already. Okay. Harry agreed. Voldemort nodded, and rose from his chair, surprising Harry. He did not know much about how wizards completed a deal, but he had thought that there was more to it than just this. One last thing, Harry said, making the Dark Lord pause near the door and turn his head to look over his shoulder. Swallowing, Harry met the man's gaze head on. If I should be captured and there isn't a way I can be freed, I want you to send someone to kill me. I will see you on a later time. For now you will rest, and I advise you to do no more neck-breaking stunt or the year will be spent under Madame Pomfrey's supervision. We will speak later, little seer. Voldemort replied with a curt nod, having spoken the last part in Parseltongue. Harry gaped as Voldemort left the hospital wing, shortly followed by Lucius. When they were alone, Harry turned to look up at Severus. Please tell me that he was kidding. He pleaded, though getting no answer from the dark man. After leaving the hospital wing, Voldemort went for the headmaster's office, the only place in the school where one could use the flow connection. Next to him Lucius walked, having caught the sign for him to follow. Harry Potter was truly an enigma. Before the New Year's Eve, Voldemort could hardly recall seeing the boy around the castle, since he tended to spend his time in the safety of Severus dungeons. To think that such a treasure should be hidden in a squib was rather ironic. It made him wonder what other secrets the boy might carry. He definitely wasn't a weak person, as Voldemort had first assumed, that much the boy had already proved. Following the Malfoy heir onto a dangerous mission just to save the brat's life, if Severus' report was to be believed. His escape attempt from the hospital wing, and lastly his request to be killed in case that he should be captured by the Order of the Phoenix. Not that Voldemort intended for that to happen. He would not lose such a great source now where he had gotten his hands on it. My lord, may I ask, why a year? This is a unique opportunity to gain the upper hand against the rebels. It does explain how Dumbledore and his followers had that surge of success a few years back. Are you done with questioning my methods? Voldemort asked as the gargoyle moved aside, revealing a moving staircase which took them up to the door leading to the office. I apologize, my lord. Lucius bowed his head briefly. Waving the words away as if they were mere flies, Voldemort took the seat which was usually reserved for the headmaster. Lucius took a seat on the opposite side of the desk, watching him closely. As you said yourself, my lord, seers are quite a rare phenomena. There are few born and most tends to go crazy or commit suicide because of what they are forced to witness. And even if they survive, those seers tends to speak prophecies they do not even remember afterwards. Voldemort folded his hands and rested his chin on top of them. From the boy's little speech, it's clear that the boy has gotten used to people using him like a tool instead of seeing him as a human being. He would only fight me all the way if we tried to force him into something. You heard his request. He will rather die than risk being with the so-called order. He is willing to go far to escape what waits for him with those people. However, if I just offered him protection for no price, not only would he not believe me, but he would not be willing to hand over the information he has access to unless he feels that it is absolutely necessary. And even then, there would be no guarantee that he would tell everything. I see. Lucius nodded to himself. Now he will feel that he has gotten the better part of the deal. He only has to serve you for 1 year and then he will be protected for the rest of his life. But what about afterwards? Even if you have him for a year, after that he will not have to report to you. Lucius tapped a finger against his silver cane. Unless the year is used to our advantage. Perhaps something can be done so he will stay here, or at least somewhere safe, and offer his service. Voldemort watched with a smirk when Lucas grew silent, clearly considering possible ways for the plan to success. At the party it became clear that there is a connection between your son and Harry. One would actually call them friends. Lucius sneered until he remembered that Harry was no longer only a squib. Yes, Draco enjoys potions and visiting Severus. I believe that it's because he would not see his precious lab blow to pieces that Severus forced them to get along. It has developed a friendship from there, though Draco thankfully didn't bring it out in the open. Humming lowly to himself, Voldemort spoke. We will use the boy's friendship to introduce Harry to the wizarding world. Even if he's a squib, his seer status allows him to be among purebloods. Make sure that Draco introduces him to other young purebloods and ensure that they understand his new position so no misunderstandings happen. The old man had probably started searching for the seer now. It would be of no use to keep the boy a secret since rumors have already started to flow. No, it was better to have him out in plain view and at the same time make it so everyone knew that Harry Potter was under his protection. Seeing the thoughtful expression on Lucius' face, Voldemort decided that it couldn't hurt to hear what the blonde lord had to say. He told that he had been left with muggles for a part of his childhood. Lucius said, the sneer back on his face. I suggest that we look into it. If we can find out who those people are, we might visit them and find out something about the boy's past. Voldemort mused over what had been suggested. It could indeed give him an advantage when handling the boy in the future. Find those muggles' identities. It shouldn't be hard. They have some kind of magical connection to be contacted by Owl and know how to respond with one. Knowing Dumbledore, they might be some relatives of the boy or some other of Dumbledore's known supporters. I'll decide their fate when I have gotten the knowledge from them that I want. After that, the silence was only broken when Lucius came with suggestions to how they might be able to win the little seer over. Voldemort would either brush him off or simply nod in agreement. His thoughts went back to when he had exited the hospital wing. The little seer had had a startled expression in the green eyes when he had spoken to him in Parseltongue. Since it was a well-known fact that he spoke his great ancestor's language, Voldemort could not let go of the gut feeling that something else had put that look in the youth's eyes. Little seer. Yes, that was a rather good description of the petite-built boy, Voldemort mused. And just where do you reckon you are going? Harry jumped in surprise as a warm breath ghosted over his ear the moment he stepped out of the hospital wing. From where he was sprawled out on the floor, Harry tilted his head back to glare at Draco. The blonde had been leaning against the wall next to the door. Aren't you supposed to be in class right now? Harry hissed, getting back on his feet and brushing his hands off on his clothes. A concerned look was on Draco's face as he stepped over to him. You didn't get hurt, did you? And it is rude to answer a question with a question. Gray eyes raked over Harry's body as if trying to spot any broken limbs. When Draco reached out for him, Harry slapped the hands away and took a step away from the blonde. Sure that you are willing to be seen with me in a public place? Harry asked, not caring that there was currently no one else in the corridor. What if someone like your aunt comes by? Are you just going to dump me and act like we don't know each other? With all that had happened, Harry had in the meantime forgotten the way Draco had abandoned him on New Year's Eve. And when he had last seen Draco, Harry had been focused on more important things to touch the sore subject between them. Surprise painted Draco's face, but instead of coming up with a sharp retort, Draco took a careful step towards him. You can't still be mad about that. It happened nearly 2 weeks ago. Standing his ground, Harry simply shifted his weight so he was ready to move with a second's warning if that should prove to be necessary. If you hadn't dragged me out of the dungeon, it wouldn't have happened in the first place. I wouldn't have ended in a situation where I might have lost my life because I was somewhere I had nothing to do. And then you would have been killed the very next day. From the pink spots on Draco's cheeks, the blonde was either embarrassed or on his way to get angry. Damn it, Scarhead. It is not like I could have done anything against the Dark Lord himself. My father was there, and if I had dared to go into your defense, it would have done you nothing good. If you hadn't worn those ridiculous robes, I would easily have gotten you through without anyone paying attention to us. Narrowing his eyes, Harry placed his hands on his hips as Draco apparently tried to place all the blame on him. Careful, Blondie. I have hit you before, and I can easily do it again. Automatically, Draco's hands flew up to cover the middle part of his face. You wouldn't dare, Draco declared, horrified. It took hours to make sure that my nose was as straight as it had been before. You deserved it, Harry said, taking a step towards Draco so they were nearly standing chest to chest. We were 11 years old. The excuse did nothing to help with Harry's bad mood. You tried to lord over me, because you had magic and still lived with your family. If Severus had not come in at that moment, something else would have been broken too, I can promise you that. A sudden grin broke out on Draco's face. Do you remember the look on his face when he saw the state his living room was in after he broke up our fight? At the memory, Harry found it nearly impossible to keep a similar expression off of his face. He was livid, and he refused to let any of us leave until the room was back to its normal state. Draco grimaced at that. Who would have thought that forcing us to work together would actually get us to accept each other? If not because it put some of his precious potions' ingredients in danger, I would not be surprised if it actually proved to be something Severus had planned all along. Harry felt his lips twist upwards in a smile. Yeah, he yelled, not even half an hour after he had berated us for not using our inside voices. The two boys shared a smile at the memory. So are we good? Draco asked, suddenly looking rather unsure of himself as he offered Harry his hand. Fine with me, Harry chided as he gripped Draco's hand, shaking it in the process before he let go. So, aren't you supposed to be in class? School started only 3 days after New Year's Eve. And it was not even lunchtime yet. So by all means, Draco should have been in a classroom instead of waiting for him. That is one of the good things about being ahead of the class and being the professor's godson. Since Severus knew that you would be allowed out today, he scheduled it so we are going over theory, and he sent me out to make sure that there would be someone with you once you got away from the dragon. And before you protest, it is fully legal. And even if it wasn't, I doubt that anyone of importance would say anything when they see that I am accompanying you. They wouldn't dare to question a Malfoy if they know what is good for them. Draco said the last part loudly while glancing at the portraits they passed. How much do you know? Harry blurted out, the question having plagued him since he had been escorted back to the hospital wing 4 days ago. Gray eyes flickered over to him before they moved around to check out their surroundings. Harry didn't get any warning as he found himself dragged into a niche, with Draco blocking the exit and Harry's back was pressed against the cool stone wall. Not that I am not flattered, but you are not really my type. Besides, I thought you planned on marrying Greengrass. Last time I checked, my surname was Potter. Harry quickly closed his mouth, realizing that he was rambling. You are a seer. The confession made Harry freeze up and the beat of his heart picked up until it felt like the organ was working its way out through his chest. It was a little hard avoiding finding out when I had all the signs right in front of me. Seeing the look on Harry's face, Draco hurried on. After Moody gave you that potion, I first thought you were merely unconscious. But you opened your eyes a few times and they were fully black. Realization struck Harry like a lightning bolt. He knew that Draco had studied the book in Hogwarts about the old Greece and therefore also the seers. But where Draco had done it as a part of an assignment for history of magic, Harry had done it out of necessity. He had needed to know if there was anything which could give away what he was and how he could possibly hide the signs from others, so his secret would stay a secret. Some seers' pupils expand whenever they have a vision. As of yet, no one has been able to come up with an explanation to this, though several theories are going around about it. Harry cited from one of the books he remembered reading. Ow! What did you do that for? Harry rubbed his now sore arm while glaring at Draco. How dare you to keep such a secret from me? I could have gotten an O on that assignment instead of the EE Professor Binns gave me. And think of all the bets we could have won about the results of the Quidditch matches. I would of course have shared the profit with you. As Draco got a dreaming expression on his face, Harry broke down laughing. Whipping the tears away from his eyes, Harry managed to get a hold on himself as he leaned back against the wall. Only you, Draco. He shook his head in amusement. My father has always said that it's important to start building your own fortune from an early age. Draco explained with a pout upon his face. Even if you had known about it, my ability doesn't quite work like that, so I doubt that you would have gotten much use of it. Harry nearly groaned as he recognized the glint in his friend's eyes. Tell me, Harry, how does being a seer actually works? The tomes I have gone through were rather vague about it. Draco said in a voice as if the books were to blame for the bad grade he had gotten. Draco grabbed his sleeve and dragged Harry with him out of the niche. Seeing that they were moving in the general direction of the dungeon, Harry figured that he might as well just answer the question. I have never met another seer, so I cannot say how it works for them. Other than the books here and what Severus has been able to provide me with, I have been learning from experience. Harry paused, trying to figure out how he was supposed to explain this the best way. My visions come easiest when I am asleep, but nothing stops them from coming when they want to. I can hold them at bay for a limited amount of time, but it gives me a killing headache, so unless it is really necessary, I try and avoid it. Harry grimaced. The evening he had been facing Voldemort, the headache had ended with his head feeling like it was splitting into two. One thing I have learned, however, is that even though I see something in a vision, the future is not set in stone. Sometimes my interference prevents things from happening, and other times whatever I do prove to be the catalyst. So when you decided to come running like a maniac? Draco trailed off as they stepped through the portrait leading to Severus and Harry's chambers. Harry sat down on the sofa and waited until Draco joined him on it next to him. It was rather by accident. I had hoped to catch you and delay you until the portkey had already left, but I caught up to you too late. And as you know, the portkey went off and took us all with it. Rubbing the back of his head, Harry glanced at Draco, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. But yeah, you would probably have died. When I tackled you, the killing curse was heading straight at you. It wouldn't surprise Harry if Mad Eye had been the one to throw the curse at Draco. A loud shriek left his lips when Harry suddenly found himself lying flat on his back on the sofa. Draco had Harry's feet on his lap, and with a sweep of his wand, two soft and fluffy pillows appeared under Harry's head. When Harry tried to sit up, a pale hand planted in the middle of his chest effectively kept him in place. Draco, you are acting strange, Harry said, stating the obvious. Have you been a victim of a prank, or has there been an accident in potions which you forgot to mention? He asked Draco. Since you saved my life, I now owe you a life debt. When Harry opened his mouth to protest, Draco quickly cut him off. Don't argue with me. I come from a long line of purebloods, and any member of one of the old families prides themselves of following the traditions. It would have been something else if you had been a muggle, since no one can expect them to understand such a complicated thing. But even though you are a squib, you are technically also a pureblood, which is all that matters. However, since I'm still a minor, it means that my parents also fall under this debt. Harry's brain was trying to process what Draco had told him. Though, never having received the same education as his magical peers, Harry was not ignorant. He blamed it on living with Severus. The man had books enough to fill the Hogwarts library, and then he would still have some left. And he had insisted that Harry studied them. But he was getting off tracks. Looking up at Draco, Harry licked his lips, his mind only able to come up with a single question. How do I get rid of this debt? He finally asked. Draco looked positively horrified. You don't get rid of something like a life debt. It's the same as saying that my life is worth nothing in your eyes. Harry winced at the accusation, but he knew better than to speak to Draco when his friend was like this. Perhaps you will not speak such nonsense if I explain it to you. One thing is reading about it, it's a whole other thing to grow up with those rules. My magic has already recognized that you saved my life, which means that I now owe you a life debt, something no one is able to change. Until the debt has been paid back, you are under the Malfoy family's protection. And before you say that I do not owe you anything, then let me say this. It's my magic which decides when the debt has been fulfilled. You can think of it like you suddenly gained membership of my family. Like a close cousin or a little brother. And please do close your mouth. Draco told him. Digging his heels into Draco's thigh, Harry did as he was told. I'm no one's little brother. Draco simply shook his head. Harry, you're smaller and younger than me. Of course you would be the little brother. It only gives me more of an excuse to protect you. This time Harry kicked Draco, though the blonde swiftly moved his legs so Harry missed his intended goal. I have done fine enough those past years. Believe me when I say that I do not need more protection. Draco seized his ankles with both hands so Harry didn't have a chance to kick him again. It appears that you are the only one who assumes that. The silky voice made Harry's head turn in a nearly impossible angle to look at the speaker. The portrait fell shut behind Severus, who had just entered the living room. The hair was greasy from the potions, fumes, indicating that he had come directly from class. What do you mean with that? Harry asked, as he got his feet freed when Draco was distracted by Severus' arrival. Ignoring the glare Draco sent him, Harry sat up, waiting for Severus to answer his question. Looking him over from afar, Severus sat down in his old armchair. The deal you made is something the Dark Lord will take very seriously, and he will use it to his own opportunity. He has already arranged guards for you, and I have been walked through the security measures which he finds necessary to ensure that Dumbledore or the Order will not be able to get hold on you again. Harry scowled at Severus' words. The next thing you tell me is that I have gotten a curfew. When Severus failed to deliver an answer straight away, Harry jumped up and started pacing the floor. I didn't agree to this. He has no right to try and dictate my life. Running a hand through his hair several times, Harry finally turned around to face Severus. For as long as Harry had known the man, Severus had always been able to come up with a solution to his problems. This time, however, it did not seem to be the case. You made a magical oath with the Dark Lord. For the rest of your life you are under his protection. You didn't make any demands, so the Dark Lord has free hands. Should he desire so, he could easily lock you up in some tower and throw away the key. The impact of Severus' words made Harry's legs give out under him, and Harry sat down on the floor, uncaring about the look he got from Draco. Groaning, Harry buried his face in his hands. My life is so f***ed up. His voice was muffled by his hands. Severus' voice broke through his stupor. It is unlikely that the Dark Lord would do that. Harry looked over the tip of his fingers and met Severus' black gaze. The man was watching him calmly from his chair. The Dark Lord will not risk the mistakes Dumbledore made. Seeing that locking you up and forcing you to have visions only makes you fight and flee, he will use another way, but in the end he will get what he wants. Listening to Severus' baritone, Harry's muscles gradually relaxed. He lowered his hands and settled on fidgeting with one of his sleeves. Harry hated the slight burning in his cheeks. It had been years since he had allowed himself to react like this. Though it felt somewhat good, he decided that he would rather avoid those episodes in the future. Sighing, Harry got on his feet and wandered over to the couch. Not a minute after he had sat down, Harry found Severus hovering over him with a wand in his hand. While Madame Pomfrey might be a contempt medowitch, she does not know your medical story as well as I do. Also, knowing you, it'll be best to check you over to make sure that you have not managed to hide some injury of yours, foolish brat. Severus said, ignoring the low groan from Harry. A few years back he had realized that this was Severus' way of making sure that he really was okay. It was only because of this that Harry was touched by the fact that the man cared for him that he didn't protest too much about the unnecessary treatment. The grime wouldn't get off no matter how hard Harry rubbed his hand. Focused on his task, Harry therefore didn't register that anyone was in front of him until he walked straight into someone as he stepped out of the potions laboratory. Before he could fall, two hands seized his upper arms and steadied him. Harry blinked owlishly before green eyes focused on the person he had just walked into. "Hey Draco," Harry greeted, happy that it wasn't some stuck-up pureblood heir he had run into. Wait, Draco fit that description, but at least Harry knew that his friend was unlikely to curse him right on sight. Draco raised a pale eyebrow which completed his annoyed expression. "Do you have any idea of how long I have been waiting for you? And then you do not even apologize." "Sorry." Confused, Harry tilted his head to the side. "I didn't know that we were supposed to meet." He sent Draco a pointed glance, waiting for the blonde to explain what he had in mind. At Draco's smirk, a sinking feeling settled in Harry's stomach. He glanced towards the door, wondering if it was too late for him to make a retreat. By that time Draco had already started off with him. "I had history of magic this morning, so I had some time to think." Harry wondered if he could knock himself out if he banged his head against a hard surface enough times. "It was then I realized that you need to become more social." Hearing what Draco said, Harry dug his heels into the ground, though it didn't do much to stop the pureblood. "Draco, have you lost your mind? Even if I wanted to be social, which I don't, people here wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole. Besides, I have you and Severus, I don't need to know more people." From the look Draco sent him over his shoulder, Harry guessed that it had been the wrong thing to say. If anything, it only made Draco look more determined. "Nonsense. While you were in the hospital wing, rumors about your seer status started to swirl. People are curious. They want to know if there is any truth in those. It's the perfect time to build some connections." Instead of turning left and heading for the entrance, Draco dragged him down the opposite direction. Harry trailed behind Draco, refusing to admit the fact that he was pouting, while he dragged his feet after him. Severus had ordered him to bed early yesterday, and Harry had thought that it was because he was fresh out of the hospital wing. This morning he had found himself out of bed before the sun was up. Even with the help of those students Severus assigned detention, plenty of work had hobbled up for Harry to do. Wherever Draco was taking him, Harry sincerely hoped that there would be some kind of food. Other than a light breakfast, he had gotten nothing to eat, and they were well over lunchtime. If anything, he wouldn't be surprised if they were closer to dinner rather than lunch. Down in the dungeon it was like a labyrinth. Harry supposed that it was done on purpose. Salazar Slytherin had probably done it so his students would be well protected in the case then someone was inane enough to attack the school and actually got past the remaining protections. No matter how Harry looked at it, the man was paranoid. But the dungeon had been a good place to be whenever he didn't want to be disturbed. As for where Draco was taking him, Harry got his answer when the blonde stopped in front of a bare wall. "Slytherin's common room." Harry breathed out, and he winced at the look Draco sent him. As his status as a non-student, he wasn't supposed to know where the 4 common rooms were. "I saw it in one of my visions," he merely said with a shrug. "Vetus Graecia," Draco merely said. Harry frowned before his brain came up with what he believed was the most correct translation. There was no doubt in his mind who had come up with that password. Grumbling, Harry followed Draco through the hole which had appeared when Draco said the password. "You aren't going to let go of that, are you?" Whatever response he got, Harry didn't notice. He was far more busy with observing the room they had just stepped into. Green, silver and black were the 3 colors dominating the room. A big fireplace was lit and made sure that it was a comfortable temperature despite them being underground. Harry noticed how the armchairs and couches were placed in groups. It made it so one was able to study in somewhat peace or perhaps plot with the fellow snakes without being disturbed by others. As he finished studying his surroundings, Harry turned his attention to the people in the room. To his surprise, it was only in the sofa group nearest the fireplace that a group of students sat, the rest of the room was vacated of people. By Draco's lack of surprise, Harry assumed that this was arranged. Before Harry had a chance to see them, he found himself dragged over to the small group. For every step Harry took, he felt himself grow tense. Even without moving his gaze from the ground, Harry felt how he was being watched. It made him stumble over thin air before he managed to straighten himself, and Harry blushed at the sound of a soft chuckle. When Draco came to a stop, so did Harry. To his regret, Draco had let go of him, and with his hand the small feeling of comfort was gone too. "Everybody, this is Harry Potter, ward of Severus Snape and a seer." Draco presented him. Unable to think of anything to say, Harry fell back on what Severus had drilled into his head for whenever he was among purebloods. "It's an honor to meet you all." Harry spoke as he bowed from waist up before he straightened up again. Despite the soft-spoken words, Harry allowed his gaze to meet with everyone. To his annoyance, he was unable to read any of their expressions. Though now that he thought about it, Harry supposed that it was not that much of a shock. The 5 Slytherins were all in Draco's year of school, and if Harry remembered correctly, those were heirs and heiress to some of the more important British families, at least in the wizarding world. Even without Draco there to present them for him, Harry would at least be able to say what families each of them were from. "He's so adorable," the girl said, almost jumping from her seat on the couch. "Hello, my name is Pansy Parkinson." The girl, nearly a woman, spoke. She was rather pretty, Harry supposed. The only one who he could think of being able to outdo her were the females of the Greengrass family. Every time she moved, her dark, shoulder-long hair bounced around, as if it had a life on its own. When Harry made no sign of answering, she continued, not the slightest bit put off by his lack of reaction. "I am the heir to the Parkinson family. I like winter because of the snow, and my favorite color is blue. Royal blue to be exact. I enjoy spending time with my friends and Blaise, who is my boyfriend. I also. Do you always talk this much?" Harry's mouth snapped shut as soon as the words had left him. The girl blinked, seemingly surprised by his outspoken. A dark chuckle, the same which had sounded when Harry nearly had stumbled over his own feet, sounded from the male next to the Parkinson girl. The arm wrapped around her shoulders didn't escape Harry's notice. The boy was clearly of Italian descent. He was rather tall, dark-skinned with high cheekbones and long, brown slanting eyes. The smile he sent Harry was pleasant, and if it was not for the proof that he was together with the Parkinson girl. "This is Blaise Zabini, and over there is Theodore Nott." Harry's eyes moved over to the next boy as Draco presented him. Theodore Nott looked up from the book he was reading. The tone was nearly bigger than the thin boy. In another sofa, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle were seated, their muscled bodies forced them to sit close together. Harry's green eyes unwillingly lingered at the cakes they were slowly devouring. His stomach mo.ned at the sight of the food disappearing into their mouths and out of sight. "Come, Harry, join us." Harry wasn't given the time to answer before he found himself in a small couch with Draco next to him. Unlike yesterday, Draco didn't sit close, and Harry missed the comfort the small gesture would have offered. He nearly jumped out of his skin when Pansy suddenly stood in front of him. The girl had narrowed her eyes as she looked at him closely. If he didn't know better, he would have thought that her eyes would be able to burn holes through his clothes. "Darling Draco, you are right, he is an absolute sweetheart to look at." 2 arms wrapped themselves around his neck, and Harry found his face pressed against something very soft. The only positive thing he could think of was that at least his blush was hidden from view. "Pansy, I think you are choking him." Just as fast as the arms had come, they disappeared again, and Harry drew in a thankful breath as his airways were no longer blocked. Coughing, Harry leaned a little forward, his body tense in case that the girl would try anything like that again. If that was the case, then Harry was prepared to flee for his life. "Are you all right, Harry?" Draco asked. Mutely, Harry nodded as he sat back in the sofa. Warily, he glanced over at Pansy, who was already back at her seat next to her boyfriend. Harry made a mental note to keep an eye at the girl in the future. If she could move that fast, he wanted to be prepared in case that she should ever find a reason to attack him. Thinking that over, Harry decided to simply be prepared whenever they were in the same room. Behave and concentrate, Pansy. There is after all a reason to why I took Harry with me here. At Draco's words, Harry peeked up. Until now he had still been given no explanation to what he was doing here. Pansy nodded sharply as her eyes returned to Harry, running up and down his body. Focus. Right, I can do that. At her frown, Harry shifted uncomfortably. Sorry to say it, but gray is so much not his color. I would go for darker shades. Green would really bring forth his eyes. I have never seen such an intense green. Are you sure that it's his true eye color? I have heard that muggles have something called lenses. It could be something like that. Normally I would guess a glamour, but since he's a squib. Harry rose and Pansy cut off her sentence in surprise. If you would please excuse me. He merely said in response to the look he got from his 6 peers. However, before he got far, Harry found himself physically retrained. It seemed like Draco had learned well from that one time Draco had attempted to stop him with magical means. Harry, why are you going? Though he knew he was going to regret this, Harry looked black. Mentally he winced at the look Draco sent him, which reminded him of a kicked puppy. Sighing, Harry knew it when he had lost. That didn't mean that he was just going to throw in the towel. If you are going to act like I'm non-existing, I might as well leave. There are things which I can do rather than listen to what colors suits me or not. In case that none of you remember it, the rules clearly state that a squib is only allowed to wear gray robes. Harry said. Despite his own words, Harry followed Draco back to the couches where he once again was settled down. As soon as he sat down, the Not-Heir looked up from his book with an almost regretful expression. While what you say is true, do remember that you are also a seer. Therefore, while you'll still have to wear something gray, it doesn't have to be much. Pansy merely wanted to see you so she knew what she had to work with. With that said, Theodore once again disappeared behind his book, leaving Harry to sort through what he had just been told. Harry wisely kept his mouth shut, while Pansy kept going on what colors he could use and which one he should avoid at all costs. Draco heartedly debated with her. Harry's didn't even try to participate in the discussion, but merely made a neutral sound whenever one of them spoke to him. From next to Pansy, Harry noticed the sympathetic look he got from Blaise. It's clear that the Zabini heir had gotten used to the duo's discussions, but he also felt for Harry. When he had spoken up, Harry hadn't thought that any of them would actually listen to what he said. He had no doubt that if this had happened before he's been outed, they would just have laughed at him. But then again, he wouldn't have sat with them like this. Chances were that he instead would have been in their quarters or helping Severus in one of the laboratories. It was while he watched Blaise that Harry felt the headache announce its arrival. At first he simply ignored it, not wanting to break the good mood. But as the headache grew in strength, Harry shifted uncomfortably. Normally he would have found a hiding place by now. Somewhere quiet and dark where he was unlikely to be disturbed while he waited this one out. His impression of Vincent and Gregory were that they were slow wizards with a tendency to follow instead of leading, simply because it was much easier. And yet it were those two who first noticed that something was wrong. Are you pregnant? The question startled Harry, and if not for the pain behind his eyes, Harry would have laughed. As it was, he could only shake his head mutely. Are you sure? Because my cousin looked like that when she was about to give birth to her first child. Vincent continued. He doesn't look pregnant, Gregory said. Vincent huffed. And how do you know that? Through the pain, Harry wondered if they were acting like this on purpose, or if this actually was how they usually were. Both options were rather disturbing. Gregory looked at Harry's stomach pointedly. Aren't pregnant people, you know, supposed to be fat? As only now seeing Harry's lack of fat, understanding dawned for the other boy. I suppose you are right. Do you think he has eaten too much candy? If there was any response to Vincent's question, Harry didn't hear it. Harry didn't recognize his surroundings. But the costly artifacts and moving portraits around him made him believe that he was in some pureblood's home. Unlike when he had been under the influence of the vision-enforcing potion, Harry was not thrown from one vision to another until he was left too dizzy to figure out what foot he was supposed to stand on. Being in this ghost-like stage, Harry let his eyes wander. He knew that there was no use of trying to force anything to happen. So he decided to just wait for now, knowing that there would be a reason to why he was seeing this. The room he was in was a bedroom and it probably belonged to a female, if the decorating was anything to go by. The room had been done in a rose coloring, with plenty of useless decorative things lying around. Over the bed a portrait of a young woman, enjoying her evening tea, hang. Harry frowned at the oddity. While he knew that purebloods prided themselves of their ancestors, most of them kept the portraits out of the bedroom to have some privacy. Further observation was stopped when the double door opened and the sound of laughing voices drew his attention to those who had just entered. Why me? At the sight of the barely dressed pair, Harry's first instinct was to cover his eyes. Feeling like some peeking Tom, Harry stumbled his way to the back wall, where he was stopped from going any further. Meanwhile, the couple had moved over to the bed, if the sounds were anything to go by. Knowing that he was there for a reason, Harry uncovered his eyes. Harry jumped out of the way when a pair of shoes came flying in his direction. One of them passed through his body, reminding Harry that he was not really there. Uncomfortable with the pair in the bed, Harry decided to watch the portrait. The woman in there seemed unfazed with what was happening right in front of her. As if she was used to this kind of activities, or perhaps even enjoying it. When Harry risked a quick glance at the bed, his face colored and he quickly looked away. By now the man and woman had shed all their clothes. If not for the differences in their skin colors, he wouldn't have been able to tell where one body ended and the other one began. A sound which Harry didn't connect with a bed when it involved lovemaking drew Harry's attention back to the pair. The woman was lying on her back, her dark hair spread over the pillows. The male was sitting across her, the bed sheets pooling around them and luckily hiding most of their bodies from view. But where the man's hands before had been busy roaming over the woman's dark-skinned body, one of them now held a knife, already tainted by red blood. The other hand was out of view, but Harry assumed that it was used to keep the woman in place. Again and again the man brought down the knife, and Harry flinched, feeling sick to the bone. He took a step forth before he remembered that there was nothing he could do other than watch the murder happening right in front of his eyes. Distinctly he noticed that the woman in the portrait had disappeared. Harry assumed that she was off to alert someone. But when he reached that person it would already be too late. The amount of damage done to her was nothing, something one could survive unless a miracle happened. Apparently the man had reached the same conclusion, as he stopped after a last stab. The man cleaned the knife in the bed sheds before he stood. Once again Harry wanted to cover his eyes as the man stood not far from him, only dressed in his birthday suit. This time he didn't allow himself to do as he wished. As the man started dressing himself, Harry watched him closely, though his eyes stayed over waist level. Once dressed and with the knife hidden in his robes, the man looked around the room. For a moment his eyes rested on where Harry was, and the seer feared that the man might actually be able to see him. However, he calmed himself with the fact that man wouldn't have acted this carefree if he had known that there was someone watching him. Even after the man had left the room, Harry stood as frozen, staring into space. There had been something familiar about the man's blue-gray eyes, but as it was, Harry was unable to place where he had last seen those eyes. Shaking himself out of his stupor, Harry dragged his feet over to the bed where the still warm corpse lay. Had he not seen her alive, Harry would have had a hard time with imagining what a beauty she had been when she had still been alive. Her face was frozen in pain and fear, very telling about how her last few seconds had been. Noticing the blood-soaked sheets, Harry's eyes traveled downwards to the wounds. In such a short amount of time the attacker had managed to do quite some damage to her upper body. It didn't look human anymore if Harry should be honest with himself. Even the ribs had cracked under the force used during the attack. When Harry opened his eyes he found himself lying flat on his back. Hovering over him was Draco, though it took Harry a moment to focus enough to realize who it was. Groaning, Harry pushed himself up in a seated position, while he pushed away the hands which tried to hold him down. As a positive thing, the headache was no longer plaguing him. But his throat felt dry and swollen, indicating that he had screamed sometime during his vision. Harry managed to put up a shaking smile while he pushed himself to his feet, stumbling a little before he found his balance. "I need to see Voldemort," he rasped out, already heading for the exit. "Severus, what can you tell me about your ward?" Voldemort asked, after the potion's master had sat down in one of the chairs in the big office. The dark-clad man hardly looked surprised by the question, though Voldemort had made no effort to hide the reason why he had invited the man. What would you like to know, my lord? Voldemort's lips twisted. The question alone revolved so much about both the man and the seer. Severus was loyal to the boy if he tried to lead him around like that. It made Voldemort believe that he had made the right decision about what to do with the seer. If he had taken a page out of Dumbledore's book, he would not only have an unwilling seer but he would also have to be careful with any potions made by Severus and anything which had generally been near the man. Indeed, he had done the right thing. Also, with that question, Severus had basically told him how well he knew the boy. What do you know about the time your charge spent with the rebels? For a long time Severus didn't answer him, and Voldemort started to wonder if the man was going to answer at all. Harry only rarely speaks of anything which happened in the past. In the first year or so he'd regularly nightmares, which left him screaming his throat raw. The dreamless sleep potion I brewed at that time rarely had an effect on him. And now he doesn't speak of it. I suspect to get his whole story we will either have to find someone who knew him at that time or use legilimency on him. The wizard's words told Voldemort what he needed. If one attempted to use the mind arts on the seer, what little trust there had been built up between the two parties would be broken. Also, he had seen the seer's defenses. As he had pointed out before, he could break the defenses down, but it would be with the risk of breaking the seer's mind. Then, what can you tell me? Severus hesitated, but as he started speaking, information came with a rapid speed. When I first found him, he shielded away from touches, indicating that he was unused to human contact, at least of the friendly kind such as the one which are shared between friends and family. He also blankly refused to drink potions of any kind. Since it only spelled troubles with my kind of profession, I decided to teach him a little about what I did. He turned out to be better than some of the dunderheads I usually teach. From Severus it was a compliment. The potions master rarely liked many people, if any at all. Since he's a squib, there are plenty of potions he is not able to assist you with since they require a certain level of magical power. And yet, I can recall several incidents where you have been elsewhere while such potions were being brewed. Also, I know that you wouldn't let any student be on their own in your laboratories. Voldemort waited, truly interested in what answer Severus would give him. The theories he had come up with sounded ridiculous to his own ears. House elves only rarely went into any of the places which the potions master considered his. In the past, Voldemort had written it off as Severus not trusting the creatures to mess up something with their mere presence. Now, however, he knew that it most likely had been to protect the seer from privy eyes and ears. It also meant that Severus had not let the house elves do his work in his absence. It is commonly known that potions done by muggles or squibs are useless since the brewers do not have the magic necessary to activate the natural magic that are in each ingredient and thereby help the potion to be perfect. However, while Harry is unable to do magic, I wouldn't classify him as a squib. Severus sipped of the wine before he continued. I noticed it when I had been delayed and I expected to return to a ruined laboratory. As you know, the Wolfsbane potion is a highly unstable potion, and if a squib even stirred the potion, I would have had to start over. Imagine my surprise when I found my new assistant doing just that, while he waited for me to come and take over for him. Severus cleared his throat, but otherwise he seemed calm as he continued. I did a long series of tests on him and I found that the brat indeed is not a squib. At the Voldemort raised an eyebrow. I am not calling you a liar, but I have read the paperwork on the seer's test. Those results left no doubt that he is unable to use a wand and therefore he was categorized as a squib. From the expression on Severus' face, Voldemort only knew too well what the man's opinion about the ministry was. Even after he had taken the whole thing apart and built it up from the bottom, the ministry had faults. Voldemort placed a great part of the blame on Dumbledore and the problems the Order caused, but also on humankind as a whole. But already Voldemort was planning how the tests should be changed so they would avoid such a mistake in the future, if Severus indeed was speaking the truth. The test was based on an accident pureblood ritual, which was used on Samhain night to tell the parents whether or not their child was magical or not. Unlike muggles, squibs have magic, but they're unable to access it. The results Harry got look similar to that of a squib. But unlike those, he has access to his magic. It is just all concentrated on one specific area, which means that he will not even be able to make a wand shoot sparks if he tried on that. Severus ended his explanation with draining his glass of wine. Since he's a seer, it leaves him unable to do magic. Voldemort said out loud to himself, not expecting an answer, and neither did he receive one. Voldemort placed his fingers on his lips. It certainly changed things. The boy was a first-generation pureblood, because of his pure-blooded father and mudblood mother. Normally it would place him as one of the lowest in pureblood society. Add to that his squib status and no one would look at the youth twice with other than disdain. But Harry Potter had also several factors which spoke in his favor. Some purebloods were aware of the danger of inbreeding, and if Harry managed to get some children in the future, they might allow some of their sons to marry with his daughters. Also, the youth was the only living heir to an old pureblood family. That would be a way for some of those lower families to take a step up. They would perhaps let some of their youngest daughters marry to him, despite the shame of being married to a squib. The two things which would weigh most on people's minds were Harry's seer status. They'd hope that his ability would carry on to further generations. After all, who wouldn't want to have a seer in their family? And the protection Harry was under would draw people further to him. People would be willing to overlook Harry's lack of magic if they believed that it would better their position in the society. I'll look into the matter personally. Voldemort promised his potions master and received a nod in return. Further conversation was halted when the door to his office was slammed open. Harry's didn't wait for any of the Slytherins to follow after him as he quickly departed from the common room. He was reminded of the morning he had run the same way to save Draco's life. This time he was at least presentable dressed. It was way better than when he had to walk through layers of snow, only dressed in his nightclothes. He didn't bother with checking his and Severus' chambers. When he had been ordered out of the laboratory earlier, Severus had informed him that he would not be there. It would have been easier if he had known where Severus had gone. Through the last 5 years, Harry had told Severus about his visions. The thought of doing so with someone else made him uncomfortable. Though never having been there before, Harry knew somewhat where Voldemort's office was located. He'd avoided the general area, not wanting to risk running into the Dark Lord. After all, Harry had known that one word from the man who ruled the country would be enough to get him thrown out of Hogwarts. But now Harry had permission, and he had a rather good excuse to seek out the man. Because of Severus' absence, the deal compelled Harry to seek out Lucius or Voldemort. And while Lucius Malfoy was Draco's father, Harry didn't trust the man. Not that he did so with Voldemort, and for all he knew, the Malfoy Lord might not even be at Hogwarts at the moment. After 15 minutes of running through corridors, hidden passages, and up moving staircases, Harry finally reached the 3rd floor, where he knew that Voldemort had his quarters for when the Dark Lord stayed at the school. The portraits here were different than those at the rest of the school. Passing them, Harry noticed that several of them had snakes engraved in the frames or painted in the actual portrait. It didn't surprise him, considering the fact that Voldemort was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. "Excuse me, but is Lord Voldemort here?" Harry asked, as he paused in front of a portrait of an elderly man with graying hair and a snake curled around his neck. The male looked at him with piercing dark green eyes. "Indeed he is," the portrait drawled, his eyes resting on Harry's gray robes, though there was no emotion to spot in them. "Can you tell me where he is?" Harry started shifting his weight from one foot to another. He didn't know when what had happened in his vision would occur. For all he knew, it could be happening in this very moment. Because of a non-living thing holding him back, it might already have happened. He is in his office. Down the hall and through the black door with snakes engraved in the wood. Though he has a visitor at the moment. "Thanks," Harry interrupted before he took off. Harry found it best to be polite to the portrait. From the looks of it, the portraits here were of rather important people. Rather be polite than risk giving some of them the need to take revenge. It wouldn't surprise him if some of them had been smart enough to make it so that they could use magic when they were only portraits. It didn't take long for Harry to find the door the portrait had been talking about. He pulled the door handle down and put a little more force than necessary when he opened the door. Harry faltered as he stepped inside, realizing that it would probably have been a good idea if he had knocked on the door before he opened it. Onyx and Red eyes were focused on him. Hey, Harry squeaked, his face covered by a fiery blush. He breathed in deeply and waited a few seconds before he let out the air. "I'd a vision," he said, not being able to think of anything else to say as he was stared down by blood-red eyes. The moment the words had left his mouth, Harry felt the gaze on him shift from annoyed to interested and attentive. "Close the door and sit down." At Voldemort's words, a new chair appeared in front of the two men, creating a perfect triangle. Harry bowed and closed the door before he crossed the distance and sat down. Harry found that it was easier for him to look at Severus and ignore Voldemort's presence. It made it feel more normal. He could imagine that it was just the two of them as he recited the details of his vision for the two men in the room. A woman will be murdered. There was nothing which could indicate when it happens, but it's a magical home. Chances are that it belongs to a pureblood family. The woman was tall, coffee-colored skin, black hair and dark eyes. My guess is that she is Italian, or from somewhere close to there. Harry frowned briefly, trying to recall the details from his vision. Both wizards stayed silent, none of them wanting to break his concentration. They were in a bedroom. It was too personal to be something they had just rented, and from the decoration I would say that it belonged to the woman. And the attacker. Severus' calm voice reminded Harry that though he wanted them to act fast so the woman's life could be saved, he didn't want to send someone to their death. That had nearly happened once in the past when he had rushed over the details. A shiver at the memory of the punishment which followed afterwards didn't escape the notice of either of the wizards in the room. He was a few inches taller than the woman. Broad shoulders and dressed in robes which looked like something a Malfoy would wear. His hair was dirty blonde, cut to his shoulders. There was no scars which were visible to me. The fiery blush returned to Harry's cheeks as he remembered just how much of the man's body had been visible to him. They were in the bed when the male decided to attack her. Harry's eyes flickered over to Voldemort on their own will. The man's face was unreadable, but he was watching Harry intently, taking every word into him. Quickly Harry returned his gaze to Severus, but not before he noticed the smirk playing on Voldemort's lips. The knife is the only hint that the man was not some muggle the witch had decided to humor herself with. It cracked her ribs under the attack. It has to be enchanted in some way, otherwise it would not have been able to cause that much damage. Harry shuddered as the woman's mauled body appeared before his inner eyes, surrounded by the blood-soaked sheets. After making sure that she was dead, the man redressed and left. Before any of them spoke, Harry decided to voice his suspicion. I believe that he used something to hide his real features. When they first entered, the male's eyes were brown, much like the woman's skin. But afterwards the eyes were gray-blue. Also, his hair had started to darken, though I cannot say for sure what color it was turning into. Having finished, Harry allowed himself to look at Voldemort. The whole time he had spoken, Voldemort had not spoken, and the Dark Lord had let Severus handle the situation. The man's red eyes were resting at Harry, though they had a faraway look in them, as if they were not really seeing the seer. Severus, find Lucius and inform him of what we have just been told. Then take the Lestranges with you. You have my permission to use the internal flow connection. Flow directly to the Zabini mansion and wait for Lady Zabini to come with her prey. Attack when you are sure that he'll not be able to flee. I want him brought here. Harry, you will stay. Harry, who had stood with Severus, sunk down in the armchair. His eyes followed Severus out and stayed at the door after his guardian had left. The fact that Severus had left without looking back would portably have bothered him, if not because he knew that it's the way Severus was. So, what happens now? Harry asked, feeling the need to fill out the silence which had arrived in Severus' absence. He used the silence to look around. Voldemort's office was Spartan decorated, not the slightest bit like Harry had imagined it might be. However, the few decorations probably cost more than any of the potions ingredients that Severus ever would let him handle. The walls were done in a creamy color and the floor in dark wood. Rather tasteful, if Harry should say so himself. But the room was bare of anything personal. Harry guessed that it was meant to impress whoever Voldemort brought to the room rather than being comfortable. Why else would the man have a miniature statue of a basilisk standing in the middle of the room? The rustling of clothes alerted Harry that someone was moving, but it was only when a cool hand came to rest on his forehead that Harry registered it. His teeth clamped down on his lower lip to stop any embarrassing sounds from leaving his mouth when Harry found Voldemort's face right in front of his own. Even when the man was kneeling down in front of him, Harry was dwarfed by Voldemort, only reaching to his nose. This close the man had an unearthly youthful look. While wizards aged slower than muggles, it was simply not normal for a man in his 70s to look like he was in his mid-20s. When he breathed in a little deeper than necessary, Harry couldn't avoid noticing Voldemort's scent. It was pleasant, almost captivating for the lack of better words. Harry was left unable to analyze the man's smell, but he definitely wouldn't mind getting more of it. Harry snapped out of his stupor when he realized that Voldemort was speaking to him. Didn't say anything about you being affected like this after a vision. Blinking, Harry's brain was scrambling to catch up with what Voldemort had just said. I'm fine, Harry said with annoyance clear in his voice as he pushed away Voldemort's hand. He had just come out of the hospital wing and he didn't want anyone, especially a Dark Lord, to mollycoddle him. It was bad enough that Draco had started on doing so. From the look on Voldemort's face, Harry could tell that the man didn't entirely believe him. Nonetheless, the hand retracted and Harry allowed his breathing to return to normal once Voldemort had returned to his own chair. The glint of something, which Harry was sure had been there a moment ago, was gone. As you may be able to recall, we agreed that in exchange for your service you'd be under my protection. Severus' words from yesterday immediately jumped into his mind. If you as much as think about locking me up in a tower and throw away the key, no one will get any use of my visions. Harry was forced to close his eyes as memories flooded his mind. A dark cupboard, filled with spiders. Darkness where he listened to the muggles wander around, talking to themselves and ignoring his existence. Later the cupboard had been shifted out with changing locations. One thing, however, had been the same. He had always been locked up. Unable to leave. He was halfway out of the chair when an invisible hand closed around his neck and threw him back in the chair. The shock and the pressure on his neck made Harry stop struggling, realizing where he was, and who else was in the room with him. A look at Voldemort told Harry that the wizard was not amused. Calmly the man rose to his feet and walked over to him, as if his magic did not have a choking grip around Harry's neck. Nudging Harry's legs apart, Voldemort stood between them. With the closeness between them, Harry could easily feel the heat from the man's body. When the man leaned down, his knee brushed against Harry's crotch, making the smaller male still all movements. As interesting as your suggestion sounds, it is not what I had in mind. Is it something you saw in a vision? Voldemort's warm breath washed over Harry's face, smelling slightly of wine and cinnamon. As he spoke, a pale finger caressed Harry's cheek and Harry nearly went cross-eyed as he tried to focus on the finger rather than the leg pressing against his groin. Harry drew his head back with a sharp intake of breath. No, someone merely pointed out that you have a little too much free way with your part of our deal. Harry decided to leave Severus' name out of the conversation. Though not having seen or heard anything, he doubted that the Dark Lord had let the potions master get away unharmed for hiding Harry for all those years. Voldemort withdrew and the hand around his throat disappeared. Harry's hands flew up to his throat, gently massaging the sore skin. If you are that unsatisfied, we can renegotiate the transaction. Voldemort went back to his chair and crossed one leg over another. Of course you'll have to offer something which will make it worth for me. Voldemort said with an expression Harry thought was entirely too smug for his own good. Harry's mouth snapped closed at Voldemort's last words. Other than his seer ability, Harry could think of nothing to offer the man. Already Harry was in the Dark Lord's service for a year. He didn't want to prolong it. But would it be worth it, when Voldemort currently had a say over every aspect of his life? Having made a decision, Harry opened his mouth to speak, but he hesitated. There might be something else he could negotiate with the man. The Potters were an old pureblood family. Harry blurted out. When Voldemort merely raised an eyebrow, Harry felt encouraged to continue. It's my belief that they have a vault in Gringotts, and if that is the case, there might be something else than money in there. Seeing that he had caught Voldemort's interest, Harry carried on. If there are any artifacts, I'll allow you to pick one to take out of the vault. Harry waited. He knew that Voldemort would not say no to an offer like that. Purebloods guarded fiery over their vaults and the artifacts followed the family through generations. Sometimes a thing or two went with a girl when she married into a new family. But with all the inbreeding there was, it something only took a few centuries before the artifact found its way back to the original vault. 4. Harry's eyes narrowed. 2. And I get to veto some of the things in there. He refused to let the Dark Lord have free regime in his family vault, if that thing indeed existed. Looking at him with piercing red eyes, Voldemort nodded curtly. Very well, but then I will choose a third object which you'll carry with you all the time unless I'm requesting otherwise. Harry gnawed on his lower lip, ignoring the fact that Voldemort's eyes had yet to stray from him. Nothing cursed, hexed or jinxed. And not something which can have an ill effect on me, be it my body or mind. After a short afterthought Harry added, I will be able to take it off when brewing or otherwise working with ingredients to potions, and it'll be nothing which can control me. Though being a so-called light family, the Potter had married with several neutral and dark families in the past, such as the Blacks. It wouldn't surprise him if several dark artifacts had been added to the vault through time. We will discuss the terms you find necessary when we have returned from our visit to the vault. I'll have to take care of the prisoner once he is brought here. So it'll have to wait for a later date, when I have time. Harry just nodded. At least they had reached an agreement. And the delay would give him time to see if he could gain access to the vault. If we're finished, sit. Bristling at the order, Harry stayed where he was. He could still feel the earlier attack but refused to step down. When Voldemort took forth his wand, Harry's jaw tensed on instinct, though he knew it was only meant as a warning gesture, for now. When Voldemort flickered his wand, it felt like all bones had disappeared from his legs and Harry fell back in the armchair with a surprised yelp. Now where I have your attention, Voldemort said as he tugged away his wand. There are some matters which we need to speak about. Of course, if you believe that you have more important matters to attend, you are welcome to leave. The feelings returned to Harry's legs and yet he didn't attempt to leave the chair again. The pleased look on Voldemort's face irked him, but Harry found it more important to find out what the man had planned. Seeing that Harry was not about to leave, Voldemort let his wand disappear. Harry doubted that it was out of reach, and as he had already seen, the Dark Lord could do wandless magic, so he doubted that it really made a difference. Hogwarts has plenty of old wards which will protect you as long as you stay on the grounds. However, as soon as you leave, you'll be like a sitting duck, waiting for someone from the Order to find your location. Though not liking it, Harry could see the sense in what Voldemort was saying. It was one of the disadvantages about not being able to do magic. However, Harry had often found that though he didn't have magic, it didn't mean that he was defenseless when he was attacked by someone who believed him to be an easy prey. Therefore, I have assigned a small group of purebloods to look after you whenever you leave the school. There will be others, but those 3 will be officially assigned to this. If necessary, they'll be ready to give up their lives for you. Voldemort's words sent a cold shiver down Harry's spine. It reminded him that the man had not won a war by playing nice. If Voldemort said that they were ready to die, Harry could only assume that the words were true, no matter how much he hated the thought of people dying for him. But as it was, Harry couldn't think of purebloods who fit into what Voldemort had told him. I choose the Lestrange trio for this. They are above mediocre in cover and have the experience to know how to handle most situations. Also, they will be enough to keep an eye on you. Voldemort said, making Harry sound like a child, which needed babysitters. Harry grimaced, but otherwise he showed no reaction to Voldemort's searching gaze. The thought of spending time with the Lestranges, any of them, was enough to make him want to rip out his hair. Harry supposed that the so-called guards would have to be included in future negotiations. He saw the use of having magic users with him, but nearly anyone else he could think of would be better than those 3. Please tell me that Zabini does not owe me a life debt too. Harry pleaded, remembering the reason to why he had come here. Also, this helped to stop him from thinking about the way Voldemort seemed to watch him. The way Draco had acted yesterday was more than enough to drive Harry mad. The thought of more people added to that mess made him want to run screaming into the Forbidden Forest. When Voldemort spoke, Harry snapped back to attention. As you are not actively participating with the mission itself, there is no ground for the life debt to be created on, unlike when you actively stepped in and saved the Malfoy heir's life. And those I sent off are under the same oaths as the healers and Aurors are. So no more debts will be created. But the people you saved before our agreement fall under the same category as when you saved your friend's life. Harry nodded silently. He had no plans about giving Voldemort what he was fishing after. Not even Severus knew the full number of people whose fate Harry had intervened with, directly or indirectly. A big horn owl swept through an open window. Harry stayed still as Voldemort lifted one arm and the owl landed on the robe-clad arm with a secure grip. Despite the talons digging into his flesh, Voldemort showed no outwardly reaction as he read the message which the owl had brought with it. The small parchment went up in flames, and before the ash could land on anything, Voldemort had already banished it. The owl hooted in surprise, glaring down at Harry, as if he was to blame for what had just happened. Despite their differences, they are quite an effective team. It might interest you to know that they managed to arrive to catch him before he could take forth the knife. Realizing what Voldemort was talking about, Harry felt himself blush. Oh, are they bringing him here? Harry asked. He felt split about the opportunity to possibly meet the man. Harry blamed it on the eyes. They had been nagging him since his vision. He knew that he had seen those eyes before. And it had been for more than just a passing moment. But for the life of him he couldn't remember who they were supposed to belong to. So, what is going to happen with him? Harry gnawed on his lower lip and ignored the short shudder of pain the action brought him. Voldemort sent the owl off, and it flew a few rounds over their heads before it flew out of the window and out of sight. It's not something which you'll have to worry about. If you leave now, you might be able to catch up with Draco and your peers. I'm sure that Miss Parkinson is not finished with you yet. Harry released his lip from his teeth in favor of grimacing. URG, don't remind me. And how did you know about it? He asked, though he already had a few ideas how the Dark Lord had come to that knowledge. I'm omniscient. As he stood, Harry could feel Voldemort's gaze on him. I have to agree with Miss Parkinson. There are better colors to you than gray. Dumbly Harry nodded. With a brief bow, Harry swept out of the door, copying Severus' walk. Harry walked until he was away from the third corridor and to a place where he knew that no portrait or person would spy on him. Hello Harry, have you decided that you'll share the afterlife with me? The ghostly form of an once female Hogwarts student appeared in front of him not long after Harry had entered the bathroom. Sorry Myrtle, my time among the living ones has not yet come to an end. It was a bizarre sight to see the ghost pout at this. However, after having been asked the same question for several years by now, Harry was unfazed with it. Not long after he had started living at Hogwarts, Harry had noticed that people tended to avoid this bathroom. Even the other ghosts stayed away. When Harry had entered the first time, he had been assaulted by a crying and screaming ghost. However, the 11-year-old squib had refused to leave no matter how much the ghost had yelled at him. Luckily, people were used to random noises coming from the bathroom and therefore no one had thought to check out what was happening. It was only when he had asked how she had died that Myrtle had stopped her temper tantrum. Apparently no one had asked her about that and the ghost had been flattered by his question. One thing led to another and now Harry found himself visiting Myrtle whenever he needed to get away from people in general. I heard that you were in the hospital wing, but you didn't die. The ghost said with open disappointment. Rubbing the back of his head, Harry sent Myrtle a small smile. The circumstances weren't the right ones. He offered as the only explanation. Myrtle seemed satisfied with his answer as she floated away. Thankful that the ghost understood his current need for a little alone time, Harry headed over to the big sinks and sat down near them, so he was out of view in case that someone should step inside. By dismissing him, Voldemort had made it clear that he didn't want Harry to meet the prisoner. However, the man should have made it clearer if he had wanted Harry to stay away from the man. Harry doubted that they would finish questioning the man in one day. And when the man was brought away for the day, Harry would be ready to act. It was only good that Severus and his living quarters were in the dungeon, where the cells for prisoners also were located. Harry had always found it strange that there were prisoner cells in the lowest levels of Hogwarts. The founders had built the castle as a school, what did they even need cells for? But Voldemort used the cells to contain those people whose fate he had yet to decide on, and which had somehow caught his interest. Slowly Harry crept forward. He had left his shoes back in his room, to be able to move more silently. Also, Severus had a tendency to be awake at strange hours because of some of the potions the man worked on. If the man noticed Harry's shoes missing, he would know that Harry was wandering around. Though not having an official curfew like the students, Harry had mostly made sure that he was in his room or the laboratories after dinner. It helped him avoid those students who drifted around, looking for something to amuse themselves with now that the lessons were over for the day. But in the dungeon only those brave or with a suicide wish would walk around after curfew. And this deep in the dungeon people didn't come unless they had something to do. Harry knew he wasn't supposed to be there and normally he wouldn't have bothered going. But the eyes had been nagging him most of the day. No matter what he had done to distract himself, it hadn't worked. Having gotten enough, Harry had therefore decided to seek out the would-be murderer, the reason to why he was looking into cells rather than being asleep in his bed. Most of the cells were currently empty. Harry supposed that it made sense. No pureblood would be happy if they knew that there were prisoners in the same building as the one their precious children went to school. It was the smell which first told Harry that he was going the right way. The copper smell of blood and something else which reminded him of some of the time he had spent with the rebels. Clenching his hands and breathing deeply through his nose, Harry got his feet to move forward. It was because of what had happened lately. He hadn't had flashbacks for years, at least not in such a manner. But now he found himself reminded of the rebels and the time before that by even the smallest things. Lily. The raspy voice brought Harry's feet to a stop. The seer stood in front of the cell. The only thing separating him from the prisoner was the bars. Suddenly Harry started to doubt if this had been such a great idea. There was nothing he could do to defend himself should the man somehow manage to slip out of his cell. While Harry stood as frozen, the man moved from the back of the cell. Harry had a feeling that had the bars not been there, the man would not have stopped before he was right in front of Harry. Seeing the wizard, Harry now knew that the man had used something, probably a polyjuice, to change his looks. The man was tall, he had a gaunt, sunken face, waxy skin. The teeth were yellow and the long hair was matted. There were clusters of blood on the man's face and probably also in his hair. He looked rather much like a corpse, so different from when Harry had seen him in his vision. The man wore the same robes as he had done then, but they were tattered now. Hearing his mother's name, Harry's lips pulled into a sneer. Sorry, wrong gender. But you were close, I suppose, since she donated half of the genes to create me. Harry donned, copying Draco's attitude while he crossed his arms. At the blank look on the man's face, Harry couldn't get the feeling that Severus was right when he said that some people simply let their brains rot. Harry. The man's word was nothing more than a whisper, and still it easily reached Harry. Now that you have proved that you know me, perhaps we can move along. The man blinked slowly, visible shocked by the youth's harsh words. It did, however, not keep the man to stay silent for long. Harry. Frustrated, Harry ran a hand through his hair. He knew he shouldn't have let it hung loose, but he was not about to change it now. And the robes could look like something both women and men would wear when the light was not that good. Perhaps he shouldn't have been surprised to be mistaken for his mother. Unless James and Lily produced more children before their demise and were unimaginative when it came to choose a name to said child, then yes, I am probably the Harry you are thinking about. Harry let his hand fall to his side. This was not how he had imagined the conversation would go. Who are you? Despite having seen the man's real face, Harry still couldn't quite place him. He just needed a little more time, and then Harry was sure that he would have his answer. Apparently the man didn't hear his question. I haven't seen you in ages, Prongslet. Last I saw you, you looked like a carbon copy of James. Why did they force you to grow your hair long? It's bad enough that you are a squib, but do you also have to look like some bloody girl too? Forcing his temper down, Harry decided to attempt again. What is your name? This time the question caught the man's attention, and if his scandalous expression was something to go by, Harry might as well have asked the man to give up his firstborn child. Do you not remember me? I'm Padfoot. When Harry showed no sign of recognition, the man tried again. Your godfather, Sirius Black. Green eyes widened in realization, before they narrowed into slits. Without warning, Harry surged forward, his hand coming in contact with the man's nose. A satisfying crack sounded, making Harry smirk in satisfaction despite the dull pain in his hand. Bastard. Be happy that I don't have magic, or you would be suffering. If it wasn't for those bars, I would skin you alive. Harry hissed at the man, dragging out the S's in a snake-like manner. Black was busy staring at him and didn't seem to notice the blood running down his face. Prongslet, what have they done to you? Who put you under the Imperius, or are you under the influence of a potion? If not because Black had been standing out of reach, Harry would only too gladly have hit the man again. As it was, he settled down for a glare. Funny that you should mention it. Since coming to Hogwarts, I have had it better than any other time I can recall, and the best of it all is that no one is forcing potions down my throat. And that is despite being a squib and looking feminine. He didn't dare to yell, no matter how much he wanted to do so. Harry didn't want to attract unwanted attention. Seeming having forgotten the earlier attack, Black stepped closer, so it was only the bars which stopped the man from coming close up to Harry. Harry, get me out of here. We can run away together and everything will be all right. Harry hesitated at Black's words. Could it really be that his godfather did not know about the things which had been done to him? Dumbledore is searching for you, Prongslet. You can help turn the war and we can stop you know whose terror regime. People doesn't have to be killed anymore. But we need your visions to have an advantage. Black pleaded. Harry recoiled as if he had been burnt. Anger flared up in him and he spat at the man. You are really an idiot. Did you really believe that I would return to the rebels after all that they have done to me? Most people might not like me, but at least I'm not tortured daily. I've people here who care for me as a person, and who do not merely see me as a tool to be used for the greater good. Harry breathed harshly, trying to keep a tight rein on his emotions. Did you know that since Lord Voldemort took over, less people have been dying, been put in Azkaban for an unfair reason, and more jobs have been created? He figured that it would irk the man to hear him call the Dark Lord by his title, making it clear who his alliance belonged to. From the looks of it, Harry would say that his method was working. You know who killed your parents. If your father had been in your place, he wouldn't have hesitated for a moment to help me. Perhaps you are less than your father than I had thought that you would be. Harry's face felt like it was made out of marble, making it impossible for him to put any kind of expression on it. Did it ever occur you that I didn't know any of my parents? That to me, Lily and James Potter were just two strangers that gave away their child after finding out that I was a squib. Not wanting to spend a moment longer with the man, Harry turned around on his heel and strode back to his and Severus' quarters. Harry walked briskly, wanting to bring as much distance between him and the prisoner as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Harry feared that he might turn around and do something he would end up regretting. Much faster than when he had left, Harry found himself back at the entrance to Severus' chambers. Silently, Harry begged that Severus would be otherwise occupied as he let himself in. Did you finish your errand? Harry jumped in surprise and raised an arm to protect his face. From the shadows, Severus stepped forth. The potions master took in Harry's defensive stance and raised an eyebrow at what he saw. I see. It might be in your interest to know that the Dark Lord has wards in the dungeon which alert him of the coming and going of anyone who enters the part where he holds the prisoners. Harry wanted to hit himself for not thinking of that before he had left. He lowered his arm. It's not like I set him loose or something like that. Feeling a light probe on his mind, Harry let his mental shields lower and allowed Severus to see what had happened. As soon as the memory ended, Harry pushed Severus out of his mind, none too gentle. While he trusted Severus to keep his secrets, under oaths, Harry wouldn't put it past the man to dig a little around in his memories should he ever get the chance to do so. Can I go to bed now, or is there something else? Harry was surprised that he managed to keep his voice even despite the inner tumult he felt. A cut nod let Harry know his answer. Just be sure that you keep your distance to the mud in the future. As soon as the door closed behind him, Harry let his shoulders slump. In his room, he knew that Severus would not come in. Not without knocking on first, or in case of an emergency situation. It was a rule Severus had made to make Harry feel safe when he had started to live with the man. Even now Severus followed the rule, though Harry had learned that the man would not come into his room in the middle of the night and pour a potion down his throat. The small smile slipped of his lips. Though he now had his curiosity satisfied, Harry almost wished that he had not gone to search for the man. He knew who he was. The man had been appointed by Harry's parents to love and take care of him if something should happen to them. It was almost funny to think of how they had all failed to do so. Shaking his head, Harry started to prepare himself for bed. Black had made it clear how much he had expected Harry to be like the late Potters. How could Harry, when he did not remember seeing them outside the vision where he had been forced to see them being killed? To him, they were strangers who had put him through hell in several ways, just because he was a squib. He hated them. Pulling the bedcovers up under his chin, Harry decided not to think more about it. His parents were dead, and so would Black probably be soon. The list of people he hated seemed to grow shorter, and it didn't even happen by his own hands. Falling asleep, Harry wondered if the list would be empty when it was his time to leave. Despite falling asleep late, Harry was up before most of the people in the castle would even think of awakening. From the soft snores which he heard when he passed the door to Severus' room, Harry knew that the potion's master was still asleep. Smiling, Harry took extra caution while sneaking out, knowing that even the smallest sound could disturb Severus' slumber. And though Severus mostly let him do as Harry wanted, he didn't want to face the man before Severus had gotten 4 cups of coffee. Before that, it would be safer to try and steal an egg from a nestling dragon rather than face Severus. Only when he was sufficiently out of earshot did Harry allow himself to let out a breath he did not even know he had been holding and walked normal. Whistling a merry tune, Harry sat off towards his destination. This early, not even the most eager Ravenclaws had come to the library. It left Harry to roam around without the glares which usually followed him as soon as someone noticed the color of his robes. As if they thought he would try and steal the book. Or perhaps because he didn't have magic, he shouldn't be allowed to read books about the subject. The first time he had voiced his concern to Severus, the man had created a pass that allowed Harry access to the library because he was Severus' assistant. And if a book about another subject found its way into his pile, then it was pure accident. The pass worked splendid, especially since he had Severus and Madame Pance's signatures on it. Harry only opened the door enough for him to slip inside before he let it fall close behind him. He breathed in the dry smell of old parchments and ink. Already knowing that he was alone, Harry headed over to a part of the library where he hoped that he would be able to find what he was searching for. Harry had soon settled down in his usual chair. He was in full view from the spot where Madame Pance spent most of her time when she was in the library, but still in a secluded spot. Around him, Harry had already placed several books about potions. The one he had his nose buried in, hold so that the title was hidden from view, was on a whole other subject. Life debts are something settled between wizards and witches, purebloods, as well as halfblood and muggleborns. Never in history has there been a registered life debt between a wizard and a muggle. The cause of this is quite simple. A working, magical core is required for the magic to register that its wielder has been saved from a life-threatening danger. Their magic registers the magical core of the one who saved the magic's wielder. If no magical core is found, the wizard's core will assume that no outwardly source came to help the wielder and therefore no debt is made. It is also the magic inside the wizard which decide how far its wielder will have to go to fulfill the debt. One might see this as a mild form of the imperious curse. Magic itself urges the wielder to help their savior, so that the debt will be settled. However, certain families have forgotten the old ways and are therefore unable to listen to anything that their magic tells them. Therefore, life debts are rarely seen nowadays. Is it an interesting book? The question startled Harry, and he would have fallen out of the chair if not for the hand on his shoulder, which steadied him. Breathing in, Harry registered the smell of cinnamon, and he knew who had come to disturb him. As the few other times Harry had seen the Dark Lord, Voldemort was properly dressed. The green robe he was wearing was made in a tad lighter shade than usually, but it left no doubt which family the man originated from. Before Harry could answer, the book was picked out of his hand. A fascinating choice of reading material, Voldemort commented, while his eyes skimmed over the page Harry had been reading. Are you trying to see what you can get out of those others who owe you a life debt? The man asked, and closed the book before he placed it out of Harry's reach. The question made his hackles rose. No, I am not interested in making people fall over themselves to help me with every little thing. Rather, I was trying to see if there was a way I could demolish the debt. I figured that the ones who owe the debt can do nothing, but perhaps there is something which I can do. Harry said, sending the book a pointed look until Voldemort moved into his line of sight. Scowling, Harry looked up at Voldemort. The Dark Lord looked almost amused by Harry's reaction to his words. Most people would enjoy the fact that a Malfoy owed them something, therefore there has not been done much research on that subject. The fact that magic decides when the debt is paid also plays an important role in that. The man said, sounding like he was lecturing a student. Remembering how Draco had reacted when Harry had touched the subject, Harry rubbed his neck. I understand. It's just that it's the first time someone this close to me owes me. I don't want it to change anything between us. Harry confided in Voldemort. The Dark Lord's face was bare of emotions, not giving Harry an idea of what was going on the other side of the red eyes. What exactly is the relationship between you and the Malfoy heir? Draco has been my friend for nearly as long as I have been with Severus. Sure, we have our disagreements, but that only makes the whole thing more exciting. I guess that he is like an annoying brother, who always wants to have his will. Harry stood, not being able to sit still for any longer. Standing, however, proved to be quite the mistake as it brought him quite close to Voldemort. The chair prevented him from moving backwards unless he wanted to fall. Voldemort took a step forward so that their chests were nearly touching each other. Harry wordlessly cursed his adolescent's body as it reacted to Voldemort's close presence. Luckily, the man seemed to notice nothing as Harry shifted, making sure that his robe hid anything which could give away what was happening to his body. Severus will be occupied today. Oh, Harry intrigued. He doubted that Voldemort had come down here to tell him that. Usually Severus would inform him personally or simply leave a message for him in their quarter. Yes, Voldemort said, dragged out the S, so he nearly slipped over in Parseltongue. Harry desperately hoped that the man didn't notice the shiver running down his spine. You will be escorted to Diagon Alley today. When Voldemort offered no other information, Harry bit impatiently. What do you mean with being escorted? Voldemort's eyes flickered with something akin to amusement, but it was gone too fast for Harry to be sure if he really had seen it. I would have expected more from Severus' assistant. Surely you have not forgotten what we discussed yesterday. Or perhaps there was something which was distracting you at the time being. Voldemort leaned in as he spoke, and for a moment Harry feared that the man would do something crazy, like dotting him. Instead, Voldemort moved his head slightly so his mouth now was right beside Harry's ear. You guards will be waiting for you in the headmaster's office. I suggest that you do not let them wait for too long. As Voldemort drew away, Harry clenched his fists, fighting a strange urge to reach out and grab the man's robe before he could get out of reach. Blushing, Harry ran out of the library, Voldemort's laughter following him. Down in the depths of the dungeon, Severus found himself staring down at one Sirius Black, who was sitting on the ground with his back to the bars, not yet having noticed him. His thin lips curled into his trademark sneer as he took in the changes of his childhood enemy. Once Sirius Black had belonged to the top of the pureblood supremacy, being the heir to the Black family. Though he had made it clear just what he thought of his family, Black hadn't hesitated to use his status to get whatever he wanted and lord it over less fortunate persons. Even after he had decided to run away from his family, it had not changed. The Potters had been delighted to have another child they could spoil alongside their only child, James Potter. Seeing him now, it was hard to believe that the man was the same who had tormented him in this very building. No one had bothered with allowing the man to be cleaned up after the Dark Lord had been done with him. But his injuries had been healed before Black had been placed in the cell for the night. It didn't escape Severus' attention that Black spotted a broken nose which he had not had when he had been dragged out of the Dark Lord's office. Have you come here to gloat, Snivelius? Hearing the hated nickname, Severus was strongly tempted to curse the man. But he bit back the urge. He would have time to play with Black soon enough. No, but I have to admit how nice a sight it's to see you where you belong, Black. In his mind, Severus congratulated to Brat. Last night he had seen the blood on the boy's hand, and viewing the memory he knew who he could thank for the injury on Black's face. I've come to get some information from you. There was fear in Black's eyes, and Severus didn't bother with hiding his own smirk. It felt so good to have two roles changed around. I already told you all I know of the Order and Dumbledore's plan. Severus sent a healing charm at the nose and watched as Black doubled over when the nose moved back to its original place. Don't think that I am doing this out of the goodness of my heart. It was merely more of an annoyance to hear you speak with a broken nose than usual. And we already know what we need about Dumbledore's so-called places. No, I'm here because of a certain brat who has been in my custody for the past 5 years. Severus calmly said, as he stepped out of reach when Black threw himself at the bars and grabbed after him. You bastard, what have you done to my godson? If not because he had viewed Harry's memory last night, Severus would have been at a loss what the man meant. Still, it gave him a good way to press the mutt for details. I am afraid that I have no idea what you are talking about. The blasting charm sent Black to the far end of the cell, as far away from Severus as he could physically come. Severus watched with satisfaction as Black crumbled to the floor after his collision with the wall. The impact of the spell didn't keep Black down for long. What I'm talking about. The fact that my godson acts nothing like James. He refused to help me out, and he reminds me of a certain slimy Slytherin. It's all your fault. Crucio. Severus watched the man collapse fully on the floor, writhing in pain and howling like a wounded dog. Not wanting to break the man just yet, Severus ended the curse much sooner than he would have liked to. Black lay on the floor, twisting and gasping for air. You speak as if it is a sin for a child not to be an exact copy of its parents. I do wonder if that does also apply to you. Which one of your parents is it that you remind most of? Your father. Or perhaps it would rather be your mother. But haven't you spent most of your life denying that you are anything like most of the Blacks? The look on Black's face was highly gratifying. Severus felt no regret when he once again put Black under the Cruciatus curse. Harry's gender should not matter to you, if you really care about the brat. And while I am delighted that he does not look like a twin of his own father, it is not something which I can take the honor for. Harry was tired of having a bird nest for hair, so he decided to let it grow to its current length. And the glasses were a hindrance when he assisted me with potions, so at his request I brewed a potion so he would be able to see without aids. Severus ended the curse, and Black coughed harshly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, making him look rather like some wild animal. The Dark Lord wants information about the brat, and therefore, I have been given the privilege to drag as much information as possible out of the PC's thing you call a brain. And the only thing which I am not allowed to do is killing you, which, I guess, will not be a problem at current time. Levicorpus. When Black was hoisted into the air and dangled upside down, Severus stepped inside the cell. I'm sure that you remember a similar incident back in school, only now the roles are reversed and you don't have those friends of you to back you up. As he spoke, Severus started circulating around Black in an almost lazy manner. It was the day I lost Lily. Because of one misspoken word in anger, she ended a long friendship. He came to stop behind Black, and the mutt tried in vain to turn around and keep him in sight. Harry might have been my son if you four had not driven Lily away from me. Indirectly you signed her death warrant by letting her get married to Potter. But it didn't matter. The only ones who mattered to your group was you four, though I am sure that you never really counted Pettigrew with you. I wouldn't have been ashamed if my son had been a squib. I would have cared for him and let him stay where he belonged rather than sending him off to some muggles, so perhaps people would forget about him. By the tenseness in Black's back muscles, Severus would say that the man was close to snap. He only needed to put a little more pressure. How does it feel to know that Harry hates you and James for everything he has been put through? He whispered, making Black sound much louder when he started yelling. We did it to protect him. We knew that he would be more happy among people like himself, rather than seeing magic done around him all the time and know that he is different. Dumbledore promised that Harry would be safe. Severus rolled his eyes at the man's words. Let me ask you a question. Was Harry unhappy when people did magic around him as a child? Wait, don't answer that. I'm sure that he laughed every time someone shoot bubbles from their wand or whenever a certain someone turned into a grim-like dog and let him ride on their back. Each word made Black flinch as if Severus was using a whip instead of his tongue. Severus, however, was on a roll and didn't consider to stop anytime soon. This was one of the people who had hurt his brat, simply because the boy was not able to use the magic he had. A rather humorous thought considering how much Black tried to stick out from the rest of his family. After all, hiding a squib away among muggles was something the Blacks had often done in the past. Don't you dare to claim that it was for the brat's own good that you send him away. No, you were ashamed because he couldn't use magic. You felt it like it was an offense to your pride as a wizard. Is that why you never bothered to check up on him later, no matter how safe Dumbledore assured you that he was? Severus ranted, and walked so he was in front of Black again. When the animagus failed to deliver an answer, Severus tisked. A quick move had Black's trousers shed to pieces and the undergarments got the same treatment. The potion's master raised a dark eyebrow. I don't understand how you could be so popular among the female students back in school. However, your size, or rather the lack of the same, certainly explains why none of them stayed with you for long. Severus spoke over Black as the man hurled curses at him. They didn't do much good since his wand had been confiscated upon capture. If you want to have the chance to bed a woman again, I suggest that you start cooperating and answer my questions. Who did you send Harry to? Dumbledore sent Harry to live with some of Lily's relatives. I never really found out which ones he spoke about. He also put up some blood wards to keep Harry safe from Death Eaters and dark creatures. Black used his hands to cover his manly bits, apparently believing that it would be enough to keep him safe. Severus sneered. If nothing else, this was a clear proof on how little they had cared about his brat. Before, Severus had only guessed that no one had checked up on the brat, but now he had been confirmed. But the news about the blood wards was new to him. While Black was correct that blood wards would have protected Harry from attacks from outsiders as long as he stayed in the house, it didn't keep the boy safe from those he lived with. Also, for the wards to work, there would have to be warm feelings between those who shared blood. And as far as Severus knew the brat, there had been no love lost between Harry and those muggles he had lived with. Having grown up in the same neighborhood as Lily, Severus knew that she had not had much family. That was one of the reasons Lily had wanted many children. It was just a shame that she had decided to abandon the only child she'd gotten. But it shouldn't be too hard to track those relatives down, Black had mentioned. What about when Harry was brought to the Order? Surely you took up the chance to get to know your godson. The only reminder you had of your deceased best friend and his wife. Severus asked, watching Black's facial expression carefully. Black scowled, before his face turned red, almost as if he believed that Severus would not have noticed it. I took off on a mission as soon as they were buried. When I came back 3 months later, Harry was already there. Someone sat me in on what had happened, telling me that Prongslet was a seer and those visions could be used to our advantage in the war. Dumbledore had even found a way to make the visions come more frequently. Severus had to close his eyes briefly to keep rein on his temper. The list of reasons why he hated Dumbledore seemed to grow all the time. And many of those reasons had a certain brat involved. The potion Black mentioned had to been the one Draco had spoken about. Twice he had seen the after effect the potion had on the brat he had come to care about. Severus was a potions master and worked with experimental potions. He knew the dangers of testing those on human subjects. Even the Dark Lord had come to accept this, especially when it came to children. And yet, since there was no one like Harry that he knew of, he didn't doubt that it was exactly what Dumbledore had done. He was a scrawny little thing back then. It didn't seem like he had been fed properly by the Muggles. I don't think they had much money. He flinched at every sound and seemed to fear the touch of a human, as if he wasn't used to that kind of things. He was more like a wild animal than an actual human. I heard that he even bit one of his peers when he first arrived. Since then he had been kept away from other children. A scowl darkened Severus' face. They had treated his brat, as if the boy had been non-human. And yet, Black seemed to wonder why Harry had reacted like he did. However, it were Black's next words which set Severus' anger of. If it wasn't for his visions, I would have recommended that we sent him to the mental ward at St. Mungo's. At least they would have been able to deal with him. Sectum Sempra. Severus made wide movements with his wand, watching as deep gashes appeared mainly on Black's chest. The man screamed, trying to twist his body as if it would make him escape the curse Severus held him under. All too soon, after Severus' opinion at least, he ended the curse. It was one he had made back in his school years, with Potter and Black in his mind as he came up with it. If it hadn't been because Dumbledore unfairly favored the Gryffindors, Severus would only too gladly have lived his dream out and used the curse on the two lions back then. I am the godfather to a boy who is only a few months older than your godson. Severus continued as he ignored Black's mutters about how no one in their right mind would make a greasy git godfather for their child. When the parents ask us to take such a position, we agree to care, guide and be there for their child. No matter how I look at it, you failed to fulfill that promise, Black. If Draco had been in Harry's place, Severus wouldn't have cared for what anyone else said. As soon as he would have heard rumors about his godson being sent away to live among muggles because of people being ashamed of the child, he would have taken Draco and left. Never in his life would he have allowed it to go as far as it had with Harry. When it became clear that Black had nothing more to tell, Severus swirled his wand slowly, thinking about what he should do next. Did you know that in the manhood there is a great deal of nerves? It is, so you can get such pleasures during intercourse with another person, though I shudder at the thought of you being involved in such a thing. It makes it sensitive to even the smallest things done to it. Can you imagine the pain it would bring to have it skinned? It was a pleasure to see how Black paled. You were making fun, right? You promised that you wouldn't do anything too little serious. The mutt squealed in a rather high tone. I have to agree to the little part. But if you bother to think back, you will recall that I only promised that I would not kill you. What I have in mind for you will not kill you, but you will need some assistance from a healer. Do try to keep up. I rather dislike having to repeat myself. And while such an injury could be healed, Severus doubted that Black would be alive long enough for that to happen. It didn't take long before high-pained screams filled the corridors in the dungeon. Dragging his feet proved to not slow him down as much as he had hoped for. All too soon Harry walked through the opening the gargoyle revealed as he came near it. And he let the moving stairs take him all the way up to the door. Harry felt like he was heading towards his own death. At any time he would have been exited at the prospect of seeing Diagon Alley. However, being escorted by the Lestranges had never been included in those plans, and it effectively killed the joy he would otherwise have felt. Deciding to forego procedures, Harry opened the door. With a lowered head, so his hair shielded his face, Harry stepped inside the headmaster's office. Seeing the red beam fly towards him, Harry jumped to the ground. He winced when his shoulder took off most of his fall, but got on his feet again in a matter of seconds. A loud crackling drew Harry's attention to the spell's caster. Bellatrix Lestrange was standing on the opposite side of the room. The only reason to why no more attacks had come was because her husband had had enough sense to confiscate her wand before she could manage to do any real damage. Rodolphus, let me have a little fun. It has been a long time since I made someone dance. Clearly being used to her whining, none of the wizards gave in to the female's whining. Mr. Potter, are you ready to leave? Surprised at the not so unfriendly tone, Harry could only nod at the oldest Lestrange's question. Good. Now we will flow to Diagon Alley. I assume that you have tried flowing before. Wondering where his voice had disappeared to, Harry shook his head. Maybe he had flowed when he had still lived with his parents. But here he hadn't had a reason to leave Hogwarts farther than his own legs could carry him. A resigned expression was painted on Rabaston's face. All you have to do is to take a handful of flow powder and throw it into the flames. When they turn green, you can step into the fireplace and state your destination. Make sure that you speak clearly, or it's not to know which fireplace you'll emerge from. I will go first. Bellatrix had managed to grab her wand from her husband while the two brothers had been talking to Harry. The witch threw the flow powder around her, and barely waited for the flames to turn green before she had jumped into them. Diagon Alley. She winked at Harry and then she was gone. I better follow her. The Dark Lord will not be happy about another damage report from the shopkeepers because my dear wife was left too long without supervision. With that, Rodolphus followed after his wife, leaving Harry alone with Rabastan. Not waiting for the man to try and force him into the fire, Harry copied what he had seen the two other Lestranges do. However, while speaking, Harry breathed in a mouthful of ash and he hacked through the words. When Harry was spit out after a ride where it felt like he had been thrown around, he landed as a pile of limbs on the hard floor. Groaning softly, he opened his eyes. It was clear that he was not in the leaky cauldron, where he knew he was supposed to have come out. Not unless the owner had decided to redecorate his establishment. Harry picked himself up from the floor and looked down himself with a grimace. Ash and dust covered his robes, making it look like some child had dried their hands in it after playing with different shades of gray paint. Most of the light in the small shop came from the lamps over his head. The windows were too dirty to let much light pass through them, and Harry could see oddly shaped shapes move past outside on the street. He should probably leave before anyone noticed that he was there. Harry managed to take 3 steps before something caught his attention. A shriveled hand on top of a dusty pillow stood out among the blood-stained pack of cards and a staring glass eye. Harry decided to ignore the evil-looking masks that stared down at him from the walls. "What are you doing here?" Quickly Harry took his hand back and turned around so he didn't have his back turned towards the speaker. A small man with gray tufts around his ears and nearly no eyes came around the counter. The man's smile dimmed when he got close enough to see that Harry's robes were not just dirty, but also the gray color the robe had. "Has your master sent you here to buy something from my fine edifice? Perhaps the hand of glory has caught your master's interest. It gives light only to the holder." By now all false friendliness had disappeared from the man's voice. Harry's eyes flickered to the man's wand before they returned to his face. "Sorry, but no. You see, I took the flow, but I think I ended in the out. Get out, you filth. I don't want your kind in my shop. Be gone, or I shall give you something to be sorry about." Already the man was reaching for something. Harry felt that it was in his best interest to not stay long enough to see what the shop owner had planned, and he sprinted for the door. He nearly crashed into the door, managing to grab the handle and open the door while something broke next to him. Harry hurried down the street, not caring about where he was going, as long as he got away from the angry wizard. When he no longer could hear the loud yells, Harry allowed himself to slow down and wasted a moment to straighten his robe and his hair. One thing Harry knew for sure: this was not Diagon Alley. Through the shop windows he could see poisonous candles, shrunken heads, human-looking fingernails, and many other things. Harry doubted very much that parents would take their children with them to buy school supplies here. And the more Harry looked, the more Harry doubted that one would be able to find said school supplies. Not unless they were hidden among the dunks of vampire and unicorn blood and their werewolf fangs. Nocturne Alley. Harry breathed out, barely able to believe where he was. Quickly Harry went to the far side of the alley and lowered his head so his face was shielded by his hair. There was nothing he could do about his robes. But maybe people would be too busy to pay him any mind and just assume that he was some stray kid who wore dirty robes. But there was no way of denying that he wore the specific shade of gray robes that squibs were forced to wear. Not wanting to stay too long in one place, in case that someone should start noticing him, Harry headed in the direction he hoped that Diagon Alley would be. Severus visited Nocturne Alley to buy ingredients which he could not gather on his own. It was one of the few chores the potions master had refused to hand over to Harry. The reason given was that Severus didn't trust Harry to not be cheated by the salesman, because he wouldn't be able to pick the good ingredients from the bad ones. Now Harry understood that Severus had been protecting him. Even as he walked with his head down, Harry could feel the way people's eyes went to him. It made him walk faster, while he avoided bumping into the bodies of those who had yet to notice him. When Harry was grabbed by his shoulder, he knew that today just wasn't his lucky day. His body protested when his arm was twisted around in such a manner that Harry was sure that his shoulder would pop out of its socket. He was showed up against a wall and felt his chin be scraped against the bricks. Well, what do we have here?" The tone the male behind him spoke with reminded Harry a little too much of the way Bellatrix had sounded on New Year's Eve. Perhaps the man was a pureblood, though from the smell of it, he wasn't that wealthy. After all, weren't purebloods supposed to be related to each other in one way or another? A little squib, all on his lonesome. Harry grimaced as spittle flew around as the man spoke. Kicking out, Harry scowled when he found his legs trapped between the man's. Let me go. He squirmed but found that he could not move much. The free hand he had was used to support his weight against the wall. Already begging so nicely, and I've not even started playing with you. Unlike when he had been with Voldemort, Harry felt nothing but disgust at the man's close presence. You're mistaken. It was an order, and if you know what is best for you, you'll do as said. Not a moment after the words had left his mouth, Harry found his head slammed into the wall so bright stars were dancing in front of his eyes. I'll learn you where you place is, freak of nature. A hiss of pain left his lips as Harry's head was banged into the wall by the hand fisting his tresses. Harry attempted to yank his head free, but the only thing he got for that effort was losing a few of his hairs. It is teach. If you are going to make threats, at least make sure that you do it correctly. Or else people will just laugh at you. This time Harry was prepared when his head collided with the hard surface. Something wet and warm started running down his cheek and Harry didn't need to open his eyes to know that it was blood. Crucio. Instead of the pain Harry had expected to hit him, he was surprised to find that the body behind him suddenly disappeared. His legs refused to carry his weight, and Harry simply sat down on the ground, uncaring about the trash and dirt surrounding him. Groaning, he placed his thundering head between his hands, trying to figure out what had just happened. He had heard the curse being cast, and yet he was not in pain, other than what was caused by the damage done to his head. Also, he was pretty sure that the man had not suddenly turned into a female, so why was it that he had heard a woman's voice? Finally, Harry felt like his head would not split into two when he lifted it to see what was going on. He was not really surprised to see that a small crowd had gathered to see what was going on. However, at the moment their attention was on someone else than Harry, which he was grateful for. The man, or rather what was left of him, was lying on the ground. Apparently someone had used more than just the Cruciatus, though he had not managed to register it. Over the leftovers of the man, Bellatrix was standing, a mad grin lighting up her face that made her look frightening and probably also beautiful to some. She was nearly jumping from one foot to another, crackling with open glee, her wand ready in case that she got more excuses to use it on anyone. A hand touched his shoulder and Harry berated himself when he flinched away from it and any incoming attacks which might follow. Catching himself before he could do something more embarrassingly, Harry craned his neck back enough to look at the somewhat concerned face of Rabaston, which was hovering over him. I have to check if you have a concussion, so stay still, unless you want to lose an eye. It didn't sound very reassuring to Harry, but he let the wizard wave his wand over his head anyway. Bellatrix was almost pouting as she looked down at the mess she had left. However, her eyes lit up when they landed on Harry and he felt a weedy urge to run for cover as she came over to them. Little Harry is from now on my favorite squib. I promise I'll take you out for daily walks if you keep getting me such entertainment. The woman's change of mood made Harry stare at her warily. Harry, who had just stood, found slender arms around his neck in a bone-crunching hug. It annoyed him that Bellatrix, though not being a tall witch, was still taller than him by half a head. The witch cooed over him even after she had let go. In an almost doting manner she cleaned his face of blood with her handkerchief. Well, at least that was what Harry hoped. She might as well be spreading the blood all over his face for all Harry knew. Bellatrix, you can drag him around after we have done something about the wound. Harry dodged when Bellatrix pointed her wand at it. If it is the same to you, can't we just find something to cover it with? I am standing and seeing straight, so it can't be that serious. And head wounds often bleed worse than they really are. Harry believed he knew what he was talking about. He still remembered how much the wound he had carved into his own forehead had bled. Though he knew that Bellatrix was one hell of a witch, he didn't feel the need to see if she was as good in healing as she was when it came to fighting. The wound could wait until he was back at Hogwarts and could drink some potion or other to get rid of it. At one of the brothers' nod, Harry nearly whooped in joy. Instead, he accepted an enlarged and clean handkerchief and bound it around his head with a slight grimace. That can't do. Not at all, Bellatrix exclaimed, pointing at Harry's forehead. A white light shot from her wand and Harry felt the handkerchief shift and change. Touching it, Harry came to the conclusion that it had been transformed into a bandage. He didn't quite manage to get his hand down, before the woman was hugging his neck again, making it hard for him to breathe. It was rather worrying how the woman shifted between saneness and insanity. Rodolphus cleaned him of dirt and blood magically, making his gray robes stand out like a sore spot. Let go of him, Bellatrix, unless you want to explain to the Dark Lord why someone we were meant to watch suffocated by your hands, again. He said, eyeing the crowd which had slowly started to part, seeing that noting more of interest was happening. It could also have something to do with how the two males looked ready to curse the one who first opened their mouth. Bellatrix let go of him, mumbling something which sounded like spoilsport, and Harry beeped in a grateful breath, filling his lungs with much-needed air. Harry let himself be led to Diagon Alley, walking between Rabaston and Rodolphus, feeling dwarfed by the two men and strangely enough also safe. Bellatrix was walking a little ahead, making way for them, which she did with open glee. Diagon Alley was quite a different experience from Knockturn Alley. It was bustling with life and the noise was on a whole other level than the hushed tone in its twin alley. People walked a circle around their small group, as if fearing what would happen if they came too close. Considering who he was with, Harry supposed that it was not really a surprise. Can we go to Gringotts? Harry realized that no one had told him what the purpose of this little trip was. However, he planned on using this opportunity to see if he could gain access to the Potter Vault. If not, he would have to think of something else he could bargain with. Harry received no verbal answer to his question, but he noticed the slight change in course which he guessed meant yes. Gringotts proved to be an imposing, snow-white marble building with multiple stories. With the trio he walked up the set of white stairs which led them directly to a set of burnished bronze doors. Harry glanced at the goblin in a uniform of color and gold, which was flanking the door. However, it let them pass with a sneer in their general direction. Harry stepped into a marble hall, with long counters stretching along its legs with a door he guessed led to the vault passageway. Around 100 goblins were sitting behind those counters, with lines of wizards and witches standing in front of them, waiting to be served. Bellatrix passed the waiting line, leaving Harry and the two wizards to follow in her leave. Though impressed with what he was seeing, Harry's gaze stayed mostly on the floor. He could feel the hostile stares of those who had been waiting for their turn to come. And since they didn't dare to take their annoyance out on his companions, Harry was the next best choice. Nonchalantly, Bellatrix showed the next witch out of the line and forced Harry to stand in front of her. Behind the counter, a short and dark-skinned creature was sitting. Its long fingers were curled around a quill. To Harry, the pointy nose reminded him of an arrow, ready to shoot him down in the matter of seconds if he made as much as a wrong move. At this disturbance, the goblin sneered at him, or perhaps it was just its people's way of greeting others. May our dealings be profitable for both parts, Harry said, remembering how Severus had instructed him on how to greet a goblin, in case that he should ever face one. And may your vaults be overflowing with gold, Mr. Potter. Hearing his name, Harry's head snapped up and he stared wide-eyed at the goblin, who was waiting to hear what he wanted. I wanted to know if there are any vaults which I have access to. Harry's voice was nothing more than a low whisper. So much depended on the goblin's answer. Other than himself, it was the only bargain chip Harry had when he would deal with the Dark Lord. The goblin regarded him for a moment. Go through the door behind me, and find door number 4561, there a goblin will be waiting for you. You are not allowed to bring any guests with you. Harry could only nod, knowing that it would turn worst for him if he tried to go against the goblin. I'll be back as soon as I can, he said over his shoulder, knowing that he would be heard. Harry slipped behind the counter and through the door. Hopefully the hall would still be there when he returned. In the small corridor Harry found himself, there was an unnatural amount of doors for such a small space. But if there was one thing Harry had learned by living in the wizarding world, it was that the most impossible thing was often possible. Even when it came to put many doors somewhere, where there logically should not be space for them. The door he stood in front of had a golden number 1 painted on it. Sighing, Harry started walking, figuring that he was in for a long walk. It didn't take long before Harry realized that there was no logic in the way the numbers on the doors appeared. Perhaps it was to make sure that people could not just sneak in and listen on the doors. Or perhaps the goblins just enjoyed confusing the hell out of their customers. Longer down the corridor, a door opened, seemingly by its own. Interest piqued, Harry headed towards it. At the very least, he could ask the ones inside how much farther he was supposed to go. "Mr. Potter, I've been waiting for you." A quick glance at the door told Harry that he had finally found the correct place. Inside the room, an ancient-looking goblin was sitting behind an oak desk. On the side closest to Harry and opposite to the goblin, a single chair was standing. "Hey," Harry said as he sat down on the chair. The door closed behind him and Harry folded his hands in his lap. As it was, there was not much he could do other than wait to hear why he had been ordered here. The goblin stifled through some papers with a too tiny scrawl on them for Harry to see what they said before it looked back at him. "I'm Ragnarok and I have been manager of the Potter Vault since your great-grandfather was around. Are you aware of how much trouble you have caused me?" "Sorry," Harry said, trying to figure out just in what way he had managed to get in trouble despite it being the first time he visited the bank. Ragnarok nodded. "Apology accepted. Now, before we go on to the important matters, there are certain facts you will need to know." At that, Harry leaned forward in the chair, interested in hearing what the goblin could have to say. "Your father, the late James Potter, was the sole heir to the Potter fortune, which generations of Potters had used their lives to gather. However, when your father started at Hogwarts, your grandfather, Lord Charles Potter, came to me for help. Already from an early age, Mr. James Potter had showed no interest in adding more money to the fortune, and seemed intent to use what was in the vaults. While it's not uncommon behavior for a young pureblood from a rich family, your grandfather was concerned what would happen to the money once he passed away. With the stories Severus had told him, Harry could imagine his father strut around like a peacock and flaunt his riches. What did he do? Harry asked, feeling eager to learn something about a man he had never gotten to know. Your grandfather had a special vault was created for your father. Every month a specific amount would be transferred to your father's vault. He would suffer, but neither would he be able to have the lifestyle he apparently expected. The more Harry heard of this grandfather of his, the more Harry was sure that he would have liked the man, had he been alive. He got a raise when he left Hogwarts and started living on his own. And even after his death, the late Lord Potter did it, so another raise came when Mr. Potter got married, and then again when you were born." Harry frowned, finally voicing something which had been bothering. "You call my grandfather Lord Potter and my father Mr. Are there any reason for that? Your grandfather was the last Lord Potter. When he passed away, your parents had already joined the Order of the Phoenix. And though we at Gringotts pride ourselves of being neutral in wizards matters, the Dark Lord does not allow known rebels to walk in here and claim their fortune." His eyes met beetle black orbs from across the desk. What happened to the Potter family vault? Harry didn't dare to get his hopes up, not yet anyway. "The Potter vault hasn't been entered since your grandfather's death. Your father's vault is still receiving its monthly amount since you are still not of age." The goblin pushed a paper over to him, and after a short hesitation, Harry picked it up. Looking at the numbers, Harry felt like someone had punched him in the gut. If this was what was considered necessary to keep a minimalistic life, Harry didn't want to think about what could be inside the family vault. Of course, if no one had touched the money since his parents' deaths, it was no surprise that a small fortune had been gathered in the vault. Reading through the list, Harry had to hold back a long string of curse words, deciding that Ragnarok wouldn't appreciate to hear his opinion. Harry had spent his earliest childhood with his mother's Muggle relatives. One thing he remembered rather clearly was how his uncle had complained about the costs of having another child, and a freak to that, under his roof. From what Harry could remember, when wizarding money was changed into those the Muggles used, his uncle had had no reason to complain. The money donated to them was more than enough to cover the expenses he should have given them. It felt weird to see a proof on that though his parents had abandoned him, they might not entirely have stopped caring for him. Harry squashed the thought before it was able to root. His parents had made it clear how little they cared for him when they'd abandoned him. They had been so ashamed over his non-existing magic, that they had left him at the Dursleys' doorstep the same night as they had gotten the news. Though 18 months were not much, he could easily have awoken and walked off, or have been attacked by some wild animal. No, his parents had only given the Dursley money to soothe their own consciousness. They had not cared for him. So, you need to be the Lord to get into the Potter vault. Is it possible for me to become one? Harry waited with bated breath for the goblin's answer, doing his best not to fidget. An interesting question. Normally squibs are hidden away in the Muggle world, or there have been other heirs to take the title as Lord or Lady of the family. Starting to feel a little desperate, Harry decided to try a new approach, hoping that the goblin's answer would be positive. But I am not really a squib. Before Ragnarok could open his mouth, probably to accuse him of lying, Harry continued. I went through the tests for squibs a few years back in the Ministry. And while my results were similar to that of a squib, technically speaking I am not one. I have magic, but all of it is directed towards one area, and so I can't do magic. Harry ended his rushed explanation, waiting for Ragnarok's response. Ragnarok watched him with a calculating expression. There's a ward around the room that register any lies you tell. Since it hasn't reacted, I'll assume that you are telling the truth, or at least what you believe it to be. Otherwise, you would not have been sitting in that chair right now. Harry swallowed, not even wanting to start wondering what Ragnarok's words could mean. But if you really have magic, you should be able to, as the last scion of the Potter house, to claim the lordship. To Harry it sounded too good to be true. At the same time he wanted to laugh. This was the perfect way to get back on those who had looked down on him. But perhaps he should rather keep the title a secret. He wouldn't want to attach more attention to himself than he had already managed to do. In front of him a bowl with a clear substance appeared with a knife next to it. You need to put 3 droplets of blood into the bowl, was the only explanation he received. Picking up the knife, Harry waited. It was different from the knives he usually handled when working with potions. From the quality and decorations on it, Harry would take a guess, and say that it was goblin-made. Harry shifted his hold on the knife before he used the end to pick a small hole on his finger. He held his finger over the bowl and let precisely 3 drops fall down in the potion before he moved his hand away. Time spent with Severus had taught him the danger of adding too much to a potion, especially when it was one he'd never worked with before. Knowing that Severus would want every detail when he heard of this, Harry watched the potion with apt attention. As if stirred by an invisible hand, the blood mixed with the potion, turning the contest soft pink. The potion started pulling itself together while hardening. Its color changed from pink to something golden. Harry swore he only blinked for a short moment, and yet the whole process was over when he opened his eyes again. There was no trace of the potion left in the bowl. In its place a ring lay instead. After glancing at Ragnarok for confirmation, Harry picked up the ring for closer inspection. The ring did indeed seem to be made of gold, not that Harry was an expert in that area, but he doubted that he was wrong. The ring was decorated with a picture of a stag made in white gold, and the jewelry felt quite heavy in his hand. The Potter ring. Congratulations is in place, I believe, Lord Potter. I hope that you will do your grandfather proud. Dumbly Harry nodded. He placed the ring on his right ring finger and watched as it shrunk until it fit his finger perfectly. Would you like to go to the Potter family vault now? Ragnarok intrigued. Harry detached his eyes from the ring. Thanks, but that'll have to wait for another day. But I would like to take some money from my parents' vault. Barely had the words left his mouth before Ragnarok had produced a small, black pouch made of leather of some kind. With this one you'll not have to go here every time you run out of money. It's theft-proof since your touch is required to get anything out of it. You will just stick your hand into it and the needed amount of money will transfer directly from your vault and into your hand. It can be yours, for a small fee of course. With that, Ragnarok pushed to the black pouch, so it was on the desk, halfway between the two of them. How much? His mind, the pouch was already his. It would give him more independence than what he'd so far. He wouldn't have to depend on Severus or someone else if he needed something. Or at least he would be able to pay them back for their help. 11 galleons and 7 nuts. It was more than even most wands cost, Harry knew that. And yet he stuck his hand down in the pouch. When he took his hand out again, it was with the correct amount of money. Deal. The money disappeared as soon as they were handed over to Ragnarok. Harry stuffed the pouch down in a pocket and stood. I hope that other dealings between us in the future will be just as profitable. Harry felt that he would do best to hurry up. He had already left the Lestranges on their own for long enough. It wouldn't surprise him if they had blown half of Gringotts to pieces in his absence. The way back went much faster than it had felt when he had been searching for the door. When he stepped back in the main hall, Harry was surprised to see that Gringotts still seemed to be in one piece. Curly hair filled his view as Bellatrix appeared in front of him, seemingly out of nowhere. There you are, Squib. Haven't your parents taught you that you should never let a lady wait? Now off we go. The Dark Lord has ordered that you need a whole new wardrobe. Harry tried to dig his heels into the ground as Bellatrix dragged off with him. This was not what he had imagined would be the reason to why he would be allowed to go to Diagon Alley. It became February and Harry's life had fallen back into its old pattern. He would wake up, eat breakfast and then start on whatever task Severus had planned for him. And yet, the pattern had changed from what Harry was used to. Nearly every day up to lunch, Draco had taken it on himself to show up and drag off with Harry, regardless of what he had been doing. Apparently it wasn't healthy to ditch a meal, who knew? The seer didn't bother to look up when the door to the laboratory was opened. He merely held up a ginger, signaling that he would be done in a moment. A sigh and the ruffle of shoes told Harry that Draco had gotten the message. With his tongue peeking out between his lips, Harry turned back to counting the stirs, 7 clockwise and then 1 counterclockwise, before he repeated the process. Blindly Harry reached out until his hand found the crushed rose petals. Between 2 fingers he took a pinch and added the powder between the stirring. Seeing the potion turn from bright yellow to a mother of pearl sheen, Harry stepped back and placed the stirrer on a nearby working table. That is Amortentia. Draco's voice caused Harry to jump in surprise. He had successfully forgotten about Draco in the short time it had taken him to finish the potion. Severus said that he would show it as an example to his 6th-year students. Harry answered while he cleaned his hands in a towel. Any reason to why you are here? At the extravagated sigh escaping Draco's lips, Harry shifted. How was it that even without words Draco could make him feel guilty for something he wasn't sure what it was? Seriously, Scarhead, sometimes I believe that you truly are a hopeless case. By now you should have gotten used to that we eat lunch together. You're thin enough as it is. If you lose any more weight, even a small wind will be able to knock you off your feet. And that's what will happen if you skip meals. Ducking his head at the reprimand, Harry took the cauldron of the fire, knowing that the potion would have to cool down before it could be bottled. Shall we get going? Harry paused at the ridiculous look he received from Draco. What? The blonde glanced towards the ceiling and Harry was sure that he heard mutters about a hopeless case. Then the gray eyes were back at him. You can't seriously mean that you are going out in that outfit? As if to emphasize what he meant, Draco pointed one pale finger on the middle of Harry's chest. Well, you see. Harry's search for something to say stopped when Draco grabbed his arm and started dragging off with him. Wondering what was going on, Harry allowed Draco to lead and followed him inside his and Severus' quarters. Only in front of the closed door to Harry's room did Draco stop. The blonde sent him a gaze, somehow transferring his sudden uneasiness to Harry. Despite how long they had known each other, only 2 could say that they had been in Harry's room since he had started living in there. Harry, because he lived in the room, and then also Severus. There had simply never been a reason to why he should take anyone in there. The room was his sanctuary. And yet, Harry found his hands gesturing for Draco to open the door before his mind had come to a decision. Draco pushed the door open before Harry could change his mind and he followed the Slytherin instead. It's clean. Harry looked around, trying to see the room with Draco's eyes. Something in Draco's tone of voice suggested that this wasn't what Draco wanted to say when he had seen the room. The room was bare for knickknacks, it was small and lacked a personal touch. It was probably very different from what Draco was used to at his home. Harry simply shrugged. When I first got the room, I didn't want anything personal here. To me, This was too good to be true and I didn't want to get attached to anything here because I knew that I would not continue. Later I simply saw no reason to start on it. He sat down on the edge of his bed, watching as Draco went for the closet. Because of the amount of clothes he had returned with from Diagon Alley, Severus had had to place an expansion charm on the closet to make sure that there was enough space for everything. How can you stand this? There is no order in this mess. It's not sorted by color, comfort, and since you've worn none of this, I can say that you haven't placed it by how much you like wearing them. Harry rolled his eyes upwards, praying for patience from whoever might be listening. One positive thing is that you at least haven't mixed your new robes with the old rags. Draco's muttering continued as the pureblood dug through Harry's closet. He made an appreciating sound whenever he found something which fell in his taste, while other robes were passed without as much as a glance. Having gathered what he needed, Draco turned around to face him. Here is what I've chosen for you to wear. It is a relief that you followed the list Pansy and I made, especially considering who you were in company with. Draco said while passing the clothes over to Harry. When Draco just stood there, Harry tilted his head towards the door, hoping that Draco would get the hint. Seeing that it was not the case, he rubbed his temporal with his free hand. If I'm going to change, it'll not be with you in the room, he said, dropping the clothes on the bed, and then he crossed his arms to prove his point. Honestly, Harry, it's not like you have something I haven't already seen. Besides, I am already courting Astoria, so you don't belong in my dating category. When Harry refused to budge, Draco threw up his hands. Fine. I'll wait for you outside. But don't take too long or I might decide that you need my help. Only when the door had closed and he was alone did Harry move. He didn't doubt for even a moment that Draco wouldn't go through with his threat. He shred the gray robe he had been wearing, folding and placing it on the back of his chair. Then he turned his attention to the clothes Draco had chosen for him to wear. As Draco had correctly guessed, Harry hadn't bothered to wear any of the new clothes. But running his hands over the soft cloth, Harry meowed at the feeling of it against his skin. Hearing Draco move around on the other side of the door, Harry knew that he should better get moving. He pulled the robe over his head and used his hands to smooth out any wrinkles there might be. The cloth felt smug against his body, and if not for the cuts he'd made so that he could move his legs freely, Harry was sure that he would have felt suffocated. The robe Draco had chosen for him was green as the early summer leaves. Harry glanced down himself, gnawing on his lower lip. It was strange to wear such a cheerful color after having worn nothing but gray since he first returned to the wizarding world. Before Harry could decide whether or not he should change back into his old robe, Draco was in his room. The pureblood paused one step inside, his gray eyes wandered up Harry's body with approval. When they reached Harry's eyes, Draco smirked. You are nearly done. The robe looks great on you, but we really need to do something about your hair. You can't always wear it in a braid. It makes you look too girly. Harry's hand closed protectively around his braid. Seeing his defensive stance, Draco backed a step. Alright, keep the braid. But don't come running to me when a bloke mistakes you for a girl. A strange glint entered Draco's eyes. Scratch that. If anyone approach you like that, you'll come directly to me or one of the other Slytherins have introduced you to, and we will take care of it. Harry rolled his eyes, muttering a low, yes mum, should I also hold your hand in the corridor? Under his breath. If Draco heard what he said, the Slytherin made no indication of it. Out in the corridor, Harry fell in step with Draco. I had originally planned that we would be dining outside today, but unfortunate circumstances prevent that. As they passed a window, Harry understood what Draco meant. The sky was covered by dark clouds and a heavy rain was falling. No student in their right mind would be out in such a weather, which explained why he could spot some Gryffindors playing around. Who was the one with Malfoy? The loud whisper nearly made Harry turn to look at the speaker. A not quite touch from Draco got Harry on better thoughts, though it didn't stop him from frowning lightly. Since he was the only one walking with Draco, Harry was pretty sure that it was him they were speaking about. But even the first years knew who or rather what he was after their first month at school, if not sooner. Harry doubted that a fifth-year Ravenclaw had forgotten about him when said person had tried to trip him down the staircases a few weeks prior. Feeling the surveillance he was under, Harry decided to keep his confusion to himself, at least for now. When they were somewhere more private, he could ask Draco what this was about. Harry found himself following Draco to an unused classroom. At the current moment, the place didn't look much like somewhere one would choose to teach in. The few desks in the room had been pushed together, already bearing what Harry believed was being served in the Great Hall for the students. Around the small group of desks, Draco's friends were already seated. Vincent and Gregory were eating, grunting a brief greeting before they turned back to their food. Blaise and Pansy were sitting as close together as their chairs would allow, and Harry was sure that Theodore could be found somewhere behind the big tome which blocked one of the chairs from view. Harry and Draco took the last two seats, the ones which were facing the door. Breathing in the smell of food, Harry felt his mouth water. He had had a light breakfast this morning, and before now he'd not realized how hungry he was. Harry grabbed a sandwich from a nearby plate. "So Harry, what are you going to wear?" Growling lightly under his breath, Harry placed the sandwich on his plate before he turned to Pansy, who sat by his left. "What do you mean?" he asked. The witch smiled at him. "What robes do you plan on wearing at the ministry ball? It's only 3 days away. I intended to ask you sooner, but I was so caught up in making sure that Blaise and I are wearing matching robes, that it simply slipped my mind." Draco cut in before Harry could gather his thoughts enough to form an answer to Pansy's question which would not make him look like some kind of an idiot. Well, at least Harry doesn't have to worry about wearing matching robes, since he is not going to accompany a partner. "I tell you, Astoria has been hanging in every little detail about our dress robes. I have reached the point where I'm ready to just let her handle it on her own, so I can get some peace," Draco said with a huff. Harry only listened with one ear. While he had known that another ball was upcoming, it wasn't something he had wasted any thoughts on. "I'm not attending," Harry said, taking a bite of his sandwich. The sudden silence that followed his statement made Harry look up from his food. "What?" he asked after having swallowed what was in his mouth. "Scarhead, you can't stay away. I heard my father inform Severus that you are to go. Personally, I think that the Dark Lord will use the opportunity to introduce you to the higher class in Pureblood Society and the ministry workers. You can't stay away." Pansy jumped in as soon as Draco was done speaking. "Think of all the fun we'll have. I can introduce you to girls, and we can speak about the robes the others are wearing. And you'll have to reserve at least one dance for me. With the looks of yours and the right dress robe, people will be flocking around you in hope of being grazed with your attention, if only for a short while." The girl let out a dreamy sigh. Apparently Blaise found it necessary to interrupt before Pansy could say more, which Harry was thankful for. It felt like all her talking made his head spin. "Easy, il mio amore. If you continue like that, I might think that you are looking for another boyfriend. I insist that you at least have half of your dances with me." He sealed his words with a key on her cheek. "I can't dance." Harry placed his half-eaten sandwich back on the plate, feeling that he wouldn't get to eat the rest of it. "What do you mean?" Draco asked, as if Harry had admitted that he had killed Salazar Slytherin. Harry shrugged, watching the blonde. "There has never been a reason or a chance for me to learn. I mean, who in their right mind would allow a squib to attend such a thing? After coming here, I learned that squibs are not allowed to attend ball hoisted by purebloods. And before that, I can't recall something like a ball being held. Not that he would have taken part in any entertainment the order had arranged. And the Dursleys would sooner have let him roam freely around in their house than take him with them to such a thing. That will not do. You'll be the night's laughing stock if it comes out that you can't dance." Before Harry could explain to the only girl in the group that it would be no problem, since he really didn't plan on going, he found himself yanked to his feet by her. For one so small, Pansy sure knew how to drag around people. Perhaps she and Draco had taken lessons together. Dance is an important part of every ball. You'll be watched by people since you are a new face, and it'll be the first time you will be attending. They'll try and judge if you are worth their time. It is also a good opportunity to learn new gossip and spot eventual future partners. While she spoke, Pansy arranged Harry's hands so one was resting just above her hip and the other one was holding her left one. Pansy's right hand was resting on his left shoulder, the touch so light that Harry had to glance sideways to see if the hand was actually there. Satisfied with his posture, Pansy carried on. Now, it's important to remember that the male always leads the dance. But since you're new to this, I'll guide you. When you have gotten the hang on it, perhaps I will let you lead. Oh, and Potter, please do refrain from stepping on my toes. I have just had a pedicure and I would hate to hex you because you destroyed it. Blaze, music, we will start with a waltz. Move your right foot. Harry moved as ordered, feeling overwhelmed as Pansy continued to instruct him on what to do. He started sweating, feeling the others watch them. How was he supposed to do this at a ball, when he was getting nervous in a little setting like this? Harry's head surged up when sharp nails pinched his should. Pansy smiled innocently at him. Stop staring at your feet. You're never going to learn it that way. During the dance, it is rude to look away from your partner, and you are supposed to speak with her. Make her feel like the center of your universe. And if you place your foot there, remember that I'm not above to hex you into the next week. Harry, who had been about to place his foot down, let it change direction and used the move to spin Pansy around. The witch let out a loud squeal of delight. A little unusual, but that way you did avoid any embarrassing accidents. Well done. Managing a weak smile, Harry's eyes glanced quickly down to see how their feet were moving before his eyes were back on Pansy. Thanks for teaching me this, mumbled Harry. Another pinch made Harry yelp and glare. The moment was enough to make him falter before Pansy forced him back into the dance. When you speak, you should show confidence. No one will respect you if you sound like a mouse instead of a man. And don't even think about complaining about my teaching method. This is how the tutor my parents hired did, and considering where he had his hand, I will say I was far worse off than you are. Loosen up the muscles in your arms, you have to try and look like you actually enjoy this. Harry winced when he realized that Pansy was right. While a pinch on the shoulder was annoying, more like slightly painful with the force she put behind it, it would be worse for the girl. Still, it didn't mean he condemned that kind of treatment. He felt that he was starting to get the hang on how this dancing worked when the music ended. Harry blinked as they came to a stop and he let go of Pansy. Stepping away from the witch, he followed her line of sight, and his eyes narrowed as he saw the one standing in the doorway. Wormtail. The word was nothing more than a low hiss when it passed over his lips. Still, the sound was enough to gain the chubby-built man's attention. Come with me, Potter. Despite trying to, Wormtail failed at sounding intimidating. No, Harry said, not looking at Pansy, who had moved over to the others. Apparently they thought that he was going to follow with the Death Eater because he was being told to. Peter Pettigrew seemed put off by Harry's refusal. The Dark Lord requires your presence. He tried again, fidgeting in the doorway. Harry stayed where he was, knowing better than to turn his back to Pettigrew. If Voldemort, Pettigrew was apparently one of those who flinched when hearing his master's name, wants to see me, he'll either have to send someone else or come here himself. There is no way in hell that I'll follow with the likes of you. Harry got a hold on himself before he could slip into Parseltongue. Already he could feel how he dragged out the S's. He needed to get his temper under control before he made a slip up. Pettigrew looked at a loss for words. Harry watched as the man's mouth hang open until Pettigrew remembered himself and closed it. Fine, but you'll deal with the consequences, Wormtail said before hurrying off. Undoubtedly he was running back to his master while trying to come up with an explanation to why he didn't have Harry with him. Now, where the man was gone, Harry let the tenseness seep out of his body and flopped down on a chair. What was that about? Craning his head, Harry managed to look at Draco upside down. That was Peter Pettigrew, also known as Wormtail, as he was called by his friends back in school. He is a rat animagus, which is useful when it comes to spy on the Order of the Phoenix, who believes that he is loyal to Dumbledore and his cause, though he rarely brings any useful back to us. Also, he is not someone you let small children stay alone with. He prefers anyone underage, but the younger they look, the better he thinks it'll be. Harry said with a shudder, as he remembered some of the less pleasant visions he had had about the man. Silence fell over the group. Harry was waiting to see what Voldemort would do. The others were either doing the same or mulling over what he had just told them. Harry didn't have to wait for long to get his answer. Though he had been watching the open door out of the corner of his eyes, Voldemort seemed to materialize out of thin air. Harry had blinked and then he was there. Perhaps there had been vampires among Voldemort's ancestors. I guess that this is my signal to leave, I'll see you later. Harry said as he stood and walked over to where Voldemort was. Not saying anything, the Dark Lord moved aside so Harry had just enough space to get through the door, though it made their bodies brush against each other. The silence continued as they walked despite the numerous looks Harry sent Voldemort. Perhaps it hadn't been such a good idea to go against an order, but Harry refused to spend more time with Wormtail than he absolutely had to. He had seen what the rat could do, and there was something about him which irked Harry. Why do you keep him? Though not having said any name, Harry knew that Voldemort would know who he was speaking about. He's managed to gain Dumbledore's trust enough to spy on some of the less important Order members. And his rat Animagus is useful. Harry nodded. It wasn't like he hadn't been expecting such an answer. It didn't mean that he liked it. But as long as Voldemort saw a use in Wormtail, he wouldn't get rid of the follower. Don't struggle unless you want to lose a limb. It was the only warning Harry got as a strong arm snuck around his chest and pulled him flush against Voldemort's body. Harry didn't even have time to consider what was happening as he was spilt to atoms. The sensation of getting beat through a straw hit him. His feet connected to hard pavement and Harry's legs bucked under him. It was only Voldemort's arm around his chest which prevented Harry from falling flat on his face. He hung limp, breathing through his nose while he tried to stop his meager lunch from resurfacing. Was that apparating? Harry pressed out through clenched teeth. He didn't quite dare to relax unless he wanted to cause an embarrassing scene. Unlike with Mad Eye, Harry held no wish about throwing up on Voldemort. Something was pressed against his lips, forcing its way into his mouth, so Harry had to unclench his jaw unless he wanted to damage something. As soon as the thing brushed against his tongue, Harry's eyes snapped open. He got no hint from staring at the ground, but the floor looked somewhat familiar. Eat. It'll make you feel better. Harry found himself obeying Voldemort without much thoughts and bit of the chocolate. Slowly he chewed before swallowing, only to find the plate pressed against his lips once again. The process continued until Harry turned his face away, unable to stomach another bite of the chocolate. Can you stand? In response, Harry straightened and stepped away from Voldemort, embarrassed that the man had gotten to witness a weak moment. Most people tend to feel uneasy the first few times they side apparate. It should be over soon. The man assured him. Still focused on his breathing, Harry nodded. I didn't think that one could apparate from Hogwarts. Aren't there wards stopping it from happening? If not, he needed to think up a way to keep him from being apparated out by random people. A hand on his shoulder turned Harry around so he was facing Voldemort. Harry found himself staring into the red eyes as Voldemort looked down at him. Do you really believe that a few wards would be enough to stop me from coming and going as I want to? No. Harry assumed that it might have something to do with the fact that Voldemort was Slytherin's heir. Or perhaps it was because he was the ruler of the wizarding world. He would have to look into that later on. Hearing the pelting rain, Harry looked around, realizing that they were standing in front of the entrance to Gringotts. People were keeping their distance, recognizing Voldemort. What are we doing here? He asked as Voldemort led him away from the falling rain. Our agreement was that before we would renegotiate I would choose something from your vault. That was all the explanation Harry received, and he cursed himself for not thinking about it before now. This time people only too willingly cleared the part to the nearest counter. It could have something to do with the man with him, but Harry quickly found himself standing in front of the counter. May our dealings be profitable for both partners. And may your vaults be overflowing with gold. Harry flashed his ring to the goblin, giving it enough time to see the jewelry, but at the same time he kept it concealed from Voldemort's view. I would like to visit the Potter family vault. Will your guest be following with you? Yes, he'll go with me, Harry said, tugging his ring back in the pocket he had originally had it in. Harry gnawed lightly on his lower lip. It felt strange that he would share the first sight of his family's vault with Voldemort. The few Potters he had known, no matter how brief it had been, mattered nothing to Harry. But maybe, if others had lived, they would have been more accepting of him. Don't do that. It's not good for your lip. Two fingers pried his lip free and Harry allowed himself to scowl at Voldemort. Nodding to the young-looking goblin, who would be driving the cart, Harry stepped into the transport device and sat down. Not even a second later Harry found himself being pressed against the other side. You are aware that there is a free seat just across. He gestured meaningfully in its general direction. Yes, but I prefer the company on this one, Voldemort said, as he placed one arm around Harry, hindering the seer from moving to the opposite seat. Before Harry could come up with a retort, he was nearly hurled forward as the cart started moving. Harry found that though it could not be compared to when he'd flown with Draco on a broom, the speed the cart took off with made it nearly as good an experience. He tried to lean over the edge to see how far above the ground they were. However, before he could get a good look, a hand closed around his neck and yanked him back into his seat, far closer to Voldemort than he had previously been. Sit still. The hand around his neck tightened in warning when Harry tried to wiggle free and he let himself fall back with a huff. All too soon the ride came to an end and Harry found that the stop was just as tough as the start had been. It was only Voldemort's hand which managed to keep him from flying out of the cart. How the man managed to remain sitting without being affected by the change from fast-moving to completely still, was a wonder to Harry. As soon as the grip on his neck had slacked, Harry was out of the cart. He glared briefly at Voldemort while rubbing his slightly sore neck, the only sign he had that the Dark Lord had not been entirely comfortable under their ride. Deciding to ignore the man for now, Harry turned to the goblin, which was already at the door to the vault. You need to place your hand on the door, the nameless goblin said, stepping aside to give Harry some space. Feeling the weight of Voldemort's gaze on him, Harry walked over to where the goblin had been standing and placed his hand as instructed. Panic shot up as he found that he was unable to move his hand. Harry's free hand closed around his wrist and he tried to yank his hand free. He might as well have been trying to move a mountain for all the use the action had. A brief pain erupted in his hand when Harry felt something pierce through his skin. And then he was no longer stuck to the door. Retreating a few steps, Harry cradled his hand to his chest while he stared warily at the door. What was that? He asked no one in particular. It is unnecessarily. The vault needed to recognize you as a member of the Potter family. Had you been someone else, you would have been beeped dry of blood. A shiver ran down Harry's spine at the goblin's words, and he silently swore that he would never attempt to rob Gringotts if that was what happened when one tried to enter one of the lower numbered vaults without permission. Thanks for the warning, he snapped, irritated. While they'd been talking, the blood had activated something inside the door. A clicking sound filled the air as small devices started to move. Harry watched as the last mechanism fell in place and the door opened. Eagerly, Harry forgot all about his wariness and instead he walked through the open door, hoping that no more unpleasant surprises would be waiting for him. The Potter family was one of the older families, and unlike the likes of the Weasleys, they hadn't lost their fortune. Harry had read the papers Ragnarok had shown him at his last visit. Yet he had to acknowledge that one thing was numbers on a paper, it was a whole other thing to see it in real life. And to think that another vault existed, though only with money. Even if he did nothing but party for the rest of his life, Harry doubted that he would make much of a dent in the riches in there. Galleons, sickles and nuts were stacked in big and small piles without a seemingly system. Harry wondered if he could start a chain reaction if he happened to topple one of them. But as Harry already had known, money would not be the only things he found in the vault. It seemed like the Potters before him had had the habit of putting things away for later use. There were enough inventories to furnish a small house several times. Small tingle-tangle, which could only have importance to the person who had placed it in the vault, stood alongside with objects Harry was sure had cost a small fortune. Two tigers nearly scared the life out of Harry before he realized that tigers normally weren't green. A closer look proved that though they looked realistic, they were made of something he guessed to be jade. Someone had put a lot of time and work to make those two. They were in natural seas and the sculptor had made it so even the hairs in the fur could be seen when one looked close enough. Impressed, Harry moved along, wanting to see as much as possible before he would have to leave. And if he didn't manage to go through it all today, Harry swore that he would return at another time. The next thing that caught his attention was a big tapestry. It was at least twice his height, and Harry didn't bother to guess how wide the thing was. At the bottom of the illustrated family tree, Harry found his name and a small picture of him. Harry James Potter. It made him grimace in distaste and wonder if he could somehow remove his middle name. He didn't need to be reminded more of the man who had been willing to abandon him, more than he usually was. None of Lily's relatives showed on the family tree, much to Harry's relief. None of the Muggles had had the slightest touch of magic in them, or they would have showed up next to his mother's name. Following James's line, Harry found that he was related to Sirius, and longer out, through the same connection, he was also related to Draco, whose mother had been a Black before her marriage. Harry grimaced slightly when he realized that he was closer related to Bellatrix than to his friend. Because of the inbreeding, Harry had known that it was impossible to avoid, but the witch creeped him out with her sudden changes of mood. He didn't know what to do with her, when she suddenly had changed the way she treated him when they were in Diagon Alley. The Potters are direct descendants of the youngest of the three Peverell brothers. Their line in turn came from Salazar Slytherin. My line, on the other hand, descends from the second brother. The first one died before he could continue the line. Though having forgotten all about Voldemort's presence, Harry showed no outwardly reaction. Instead, his eyes stayed on the brothers, whom had been mentioned. So he and Voldemort were related, if one could call it, when the last direct connection laid so far back in the past. It could explain an ability Harry was in possession of. Until now, Harry had just thought that it was another strange thing about him which made him stand out from the group. Following the line Voldemort had spoken of, Harry skipped until the most resent generations and frowned. I don't see your name anywhere. He stiffened when Voldemort pressed against his back. What was it with the man and being so close to him? But did you really think that my mother would have named me Voldemort? With some of the names floating around in the Wizarding Wood, it wouldn't have surprised Harry if that actually was the case. Feeling like he was being tested, Harry leaned closer and scrunched up his nose, as he tried to figure out which one Voldemort would be. Instead of creating a little distance between them, Voldemort followed the move so their bodies was pressing close against each other. Luckily, Voldemort didn't put any weight on him, or Harry was sure that he would have toppled. The last pureblood family who had been able to claim the title as Salazar's heirs and who had also been known Parselmouths had been the Gaunts. Marvolo Gaunt had had 2 children before he had died. The son, Morfinn, had died childless, but the woman had her picture connected to a blank one, indicated that she had been married once. And between those two, a new line continued down, showing a name which had no date of death. Voldemort's had somehow known that he had found the answer as the man started chuckling darkly behind him. My mother was a foolish woman. She could barely use magic, and she fell in love with the handsome Tom Riddle, a muggle who lived in the same town as her. Voldemort's head was now resting on Harry's shoulder and his breath ghosted against his ear. She brewed a potion to make him fall in love with her, and then they ran away together. She had been saved by her Prince Charming and could have her fairy tale ending. Through the time they spent together, she kept dosing him with the love potion until she found that she was with child. She stopped poisoning him, believing that he would stay together with her by his own will because she carried his child. Longer fingers carded through his hair, making Harry relax as he listened to Voldemort's tale. Unfortunately, the Muggle did not get down on his knees and declared his endless love for her. He left, declaring that he wanted nothing to do with her or their unborn child. She despaired and wandered until she gave birth in a rundown orphanage. But not even the sight of her newborn son was enough to return her will to live. With her last breath she named her child, Tom Marvolo Riddle. I am Lord Voldemort. With his wand, Voldemort made the name, the first name, appear, before mixing the letters so Harry could see what he meant. And then she died, leaving her son to grow up among Muggles, clueless about his heritage until he was contacted by a professor from Hogwarts. Why are you telling me this? Harry turned his face so he was looking at Voldemort. If he wanted to, Harry could stick his tongue out and lick the man's cheek. What he'd been told sounded too strange to be true, and yet he saw no reason to why Voldemort should lie to him. Voldemort stood, his hand still in Harry's hair. Do you see how alike we are? Both of us were abandoned by those who were supposed to care for us when we were still children. We grow up among people who didn't care for us or our gifts. My guess is that Hogwarts is just as much your home, as I view it as mine. Harry took a long step and went out of reach. Voldemort led him, saying nothing while simply staring at him when Harry turned fully around to look at him. It was as if the man was waiting for a response of some kind. Instead, Harry shook his head, deciding to focus his thoughts on other things. I thought that we were here so you could find the things you wanted, he said, glancing around and trying to figure out what things could probably catch the Dark Lord's attention. If that is what you wish for, it might take some time. I'll have to carefully go through it all before I can make my choice, Voldemort said, before he left. Shaking his head, Harry decided that Dark Lords were too complicated for him to figure out. Since Voldemort had said nothing about staying where he was, Harry started drifting around. And even if Voldemort had given such an order, Harry would not have heeded it. He was interested in seeing what generations of Potters could have collected through the years. Harry found portraits of people he believed were his ancestors. All they needed was a simple spell and they would be ready to give their knowledge to the current living Potter. Harry passed them without as much as a second glance. On a wall Harry found several weapons, some of them looking rather much like the one Ragnarok had borrowed him when Harry had claimed his lordship. His hand moved over each weapon, not quite touching while he wondered what kind of story they had. Some of the knives had dried blood on them, and others were placed in glass cases. Harry stared at them, wondering what would happen if he touched those. Perhaps there was some kind of curse on those weapons. It was just a shame that no one had left a sign to explain why they were there. Harry was about to move on when something caught his attention out of the corner of his eyes. Curious, Harry let his feet carry him over to the clothing. It was a cloth of some kind. When he looked closer, Harry realized that it was a cloak. He would have written it off as something someone had forgotten, if not for the way it had been pressed in between two old-looking shields, as if trying to hide the cloak. Though Harry knew that it was probably not the smartest thing to do, he leaned down and picked up the cloak for closer inspection. The cloak was feather-light, not something one would wear when they went outside, and it was far from as fancy as those he knew any self-respecting pureblood would be seen in. At the last, Harry wrapped the cloak around his body and he looked down himself. Or, he would have done so if not because his body had disappeared from sight. Deciding to test this before he started truly panicking, Harry attempted to take a step forwards and he found that he could still move despite not being able to see himself. Now where he knew that he was invisible, and that his body had not disappeared, a new gleam entered Harry's eyes. He pulled up the hood and looking in the blank surface, Harry knew that he was now fully invisible. Harry found that it was harder to move, now where he could no longer see his limbs, though he certainly felt his body whenever he hit against something. He found Voldemort studying the same weapons he had previously looked at, with far more interest than what Harry had been able to produce. The man was already holding a book in his hand and was trying to decide what he should choose next. Where the idea came from, Harry didn't know. But had he been visible, an insane grin could probably be spotted on his face as soon as it struck him. Barely daring to breathe, Harry sneaked up behind Voldemort. The man had yet to notice him, immersed as he was in his observations. Harry licked his lips, slowly raising his hands, making sure not to make a sound. If you do that, you'll have to suffer the consequences. A loud eep left Harry's mouth as his hand halted, less than an inch from the man's bared side. As Voldemort turned around, Harry let his hand fall and pushed back his hood. How did you know that I was there? He asked. Your scent. After working several hours with potions, they leave a certain smell on you. It's not unpleasant and one will have to concentrate to be able to catch it. That told Harry two things. He needed to be sure that he was throughout clean before he attempted to use the cloak to sneak up on people again. And two, Voldemort was nearly as paranoid as Mad Eye, and had noticed Harry's smell. Well, that probably made it 3 points, but who counted anyway? A pointed look from Voldemort had Harry taking off the cloak so his body reappeared. An invisibility cloak, how interesting. And it'll have to be a good one considering that it is still working despite all the years it must have been here. Most would have faded by now, this one must be truly remarkable. Voldemort's words made Harry tighten his grip on the cloak. He didn't want to part from his newfound treasure. Wizards had spells which could make them invisible, or at least less noticeable for a short amount of time. This cloak could put him on a more even ground with them. And it could make it much easier for him to sneak around at Hogwarts whenever he wanted to. As if reading his thoughts, Voldemort said, "I'll allow you to take the cloak with you, if you promise not to use it to get yourself or others into danger." Harry nodded. It had not occurred him that Voldemort would forbid him from removing anything from the vault. But the man would hardly let him bring something which could be harmful through the wards surrounding Hogwarts. A verbal answer. "I promise," Harry said, feeling silly, but he didn't want to give Voldemort time to change his mind. When Voldemort did nothing more than nod, Harry folded the cloak until it was small enough to fit into one of his bigger pockets in this robe. Looking back at Voldemort, Harry found himself asking, "Did you find what you wanted?" Harry hoped for a negative answer. He wanted more time to explore his vault and the many objects inside it. "Yes, your ancestors seem to have the collection. I found a book written by Salazar Slytherin. By the looks of it, it's genuine. Only someone speaking Parseltongue would be able to write Parcelscript." Harry peeked up at this. "I thought that it was only a language which could be spoken." Parseltongue was after all the language of the reptiles. They had no hands, and Harry doubted very much that they would have any interest in reading, at least not those few he had conversed with. As long as their stomachs were full, they were happy with life. Salazar Slytherin was a man who trusted very few and wanted to keep his secrets within the family. Since only a blood relative of his would be able to speak Parseltongue, it's quite clever of him to write things down like this. As long as no one who understood the language got their hands on his notes, his secrets and plans would be safe. It made sense now that Harry had it explained to him. And if not because he feared that his secret would be out if someone found such a note written by him, Harry would have been happy to take a note out of the Founder's book. Not literally, of course. Voldemort brought Harry's attention to the current moment by clearing his throat. Why the book ended here is a mystery. My guess is that some of your ancestors fell over the book by accident, and since he or she could not understand it, they placed it in her. While what Voldemort said made sense, Harry had a theory on his own. He doubted very much that he was the first Potter who was a Parselmouth. But unlike with Voldemort's ancestors, those people had preferred to keep their ability a secret, instead of telling it for the whole world to hear. Chances were that they had found the book, read it and then placed it in here so future generations of speakers could get a use of the book and whatever was inside it. It was a book Harry would have liked to get a closer look at. But perhaps he could be lucky and get a closer look at it in the future. As a second object, I take this one. With that, Voldemort withdrew something from his pocket. It was a small golden cup with two finely wrought handles with a badger engraved on the side and a few jewels. Harry tilted his head to the side, trying to figure out what was so special about the cup, that Voldemort would want it. Your ancestors were quite the samplers. I wonder how they managed to get their hands on Helga Hufflepuff's cup, and if they knew what it was. Somehow I doubt that it was the case, otherwise it would not have ended here to gather dust. Harry stared at the things, not sure about how he was expected to react. It seemed like a lot of treasures had been hidden away in here. It made him wonder what else there might be to find. "Give me your hand." At Harry's raised eyebrow he received an explanation. "Our agreement was that I would also find something which you would wear." Knowing that there was no way around it, Harry offered Voldemort his left hand. That way, whatever Voldemort did, it would not hinder him much in his daily life. If the man knew his way of thinking, he didn't comment on it. Something cold and light closed around his wrist. Harry attempted to snatch his hand back, but Voldemort's fingers had closed around the appendage, preventing Harry from doing as he wanted. Looking down, Harry stared at the thin, silver bracelet around his wrist. It fit him, and when Harry took a closer look at it, he was unable to find a lock which would allow him to take it off. Knowing that Voldemort had not just chosen it because of its looks, Harry knew that there was only one way for him to find out what was so special about the jewelry. "What is it?" "A bracelet." The man let go of him and started walking back towards the exit with the two things safely tugged in under his arm. Harry hurried after him and got in front of the Dark Lord, forcing Voldemort to stop unless he wanted to walk over Harry. "I meant, What can it do? Most people would have been on the floor, writhing under a curse the moment they stepped in front of Voldemort. Harry wondered if the man would also be so forgiving if they had been in public. Voldemort looked almost amused, and Harry decided to look at it as a plus for him. To you, nothing, so you'll not have to worry about that. But it's something purebloods normally use around the time their children start doing accidental magic. It allows the person who placed the jewelry on the child to know if the child is in danger. There is also a tracking charm on it, so I will know wherever you are, as long as you are wearing the bracelet. They have proved to be quite useful when a child, for example, apparates across the country. Harry wasn't sure what he was supposed to think. The idea of wearing something meant for children wasn't attractive to him. But he'd have to admit that it could prove to be useful in case he fell in the Order's hands, not that he planned on doing so. Harry wanted to stay as far away from those people as possible. But won't people know what it is? Each design differs from family to family. Since I'll be the one connected to you through its charms, I saw it fit to change it from gold to silver. So you should be safe as long as it is not removed. Harry rubbed his wrist, trying to get used to the feeling of the metal against his skin. If you are done with questioning me, perhaps we can move along. Despite forming it like a request, Voldemort didn't give Harry much of a choice in the matter. Voldemort placed a hand on his shoulder, and while he tugged the youth to his side, he used the move to turn Harry, so they were facing the same direction. Stop manhandling me, Harry protested as Voldemort started walking, and Harry was forced to follow with him because of the grip the man had on him. A sideway glance told Harry that Voldemort indeed was smirking at him. If I started manhandling you, you would notice it, I promise you that, the man said darkly, his voice sending shivers down Harry's spine. The goblin and the cart were still waiting for them when they stepped out of the vault. Harry jumped when the door closed behind them, sending a puff of cold air against his back. Voldemort helped him into the cart, before he resumed the same position as they had had when they had been driving down here. Can it go slower? Voldemort asked as the goblin had retaken its own seat. We only have one speed, came the answer. How about faster? Harry asked, and a frightening grin spread on the goblin's face. There is fast, and then we have faster. The goblin answered. Harry cheered when the cart took off, moving much faster than it had done on its way down here. Beside him Voldemort sat tense, and Harry felt a spike of childish glee. Perhaps Voldemort would learn that Harry would not even let a Dark Lord manhandle him. Harry's feet were barely touching the ground as he ran down the stairs. Hearing the footsteps of his pursuers behind him, Harry swore lowly under his breath. Something drastically would have to be done, if he wanted to get rid of those following him. Sidestepping a group of Hufflepuffs, which came from a staircase which had just connected with the one Harry was currently on, Harry left the stairs and turned around a corner. Seeing that no one else was in the entrance hall, Harry reached into his pocket, finding his invisibility cloak he had taken to carry on his person no matter what. He sent a curt smile to the portrait of a BPD woman, who was hiding behind a bush, and wrapped the cloak around him. Harry slowed down to walk, knowing that fast movements would heighten the risk of being detected. It didn't escape his notice that the woman had disappeared from her portrait. She was probably heading off to inform someone of what was going on. Harry started walking away when his pursuers rounded the same corner he had come from. Bellatrix's eyes were dancing with mirth as she slowly twirled her wand between her fingers in an almost lazy manner. Little favorite nephew, come out and play with your beloved Aunt Bellatrix. Harry shuddered at the sick and sweet voice she was using, as if the witch honestly expected that it would be enough to make him come forth. Behind her, Rodolphus and Rabaston appeared, looking lightly winded. Considering that they had been following him from the second floor near Myrtle's bathroom and the whole way to the entrance hall, Harry couldn't be surprised. You are aware that he's not really your nephew, right? Bellatrix hushed at her husband and hit Rabaston on top of his head to silence his snickering. I know, but his grandmother was a black, which makes him family too. And nephew sounds much better than calling him cousin. Besides, this way I have two nephews whom I can teach all those nice little tricks I know. Harry rolled his eyes, knowing better than to try and understand the way the witch's brain worked. He continued his retreat, reaching the double door leading outside. Harry twisted his body, so his hand was hidden beneath the cloak as he grabbed the door handle, and he could meanwhile keep an eye on the discussing trio. His plan about an unnoticed escape was spoiled when wind swept through the cracked open door and lifted up his cloak. Potter, wait. Harry wondered if Rabaston really believed that he would follow the order, when he very well knew what fate awaited him if he was caught by the trio. Still wrapped in the invisibility cloak, Harry took off and went outside. To any spectators, it must be a rather strange sight to see a pair of legs and a head moving around on their own without the rest of the body anywhere in sight. It surprised him that no one had attempted to curse him. No matter what the reason was, Harry wasn't late to use it to his advantage. Normally he would probably not be able to outrun those people because of his shorter legs. But when he'd been in Diagon Alley, he'd gotten the seamstress to cut his robes, so he would be able to move his legs more freely than the normal model would have allowed him to. Also, wizards and witches tended to rely heavily on their wands. Harry didn't have such a thing to make life easy for him, so he was used to moving around. Rain had washed away the snow, leaving the ground muddy and slippery. Harry himself was about to fall several times. And yet Bellatrix continued running after him with no big problems despite the high heels Harry knew she was wearing. Harry headed for a lonesome tree, knowing that he would be safe once he reached it. It was a rare specimen, and no one would dare to get too close or to hurt it just to get their hands on him. When he was close enough, the Whomping Willow wrapped a branch around his midsection and flung him into the air. Knowing that it would only get worse if he resisted, Harry kept his arms close to his body and didn't fight against the way the tree manhandled him as he was thrown around like a human-seized ball. Some of the throws were longer and gravity managed to set in, pulling him down. Before Harry could hit the ground, another branch wrapped itself around him and flung him up in the air anew. Harry laughed, enjoying the feeling of the air moving around him. If he closed his eyes, he could imagine himself flying for short amounts of time. All too soon, in Harry's opinion, he was placed on a wide and unmoving branch. The one that had last grabbed him waited to let go until it was sure that Harry would not just drag down from where he was. Even if that happened, Harry doubted that the Whomping Willow would allow him to get hurt. Petting the big tree, Harry finally turned his attention towards his three pursuers. It didn't surprise him to see that they were standing just out of the branches' reach, though the willow was doing its best to get a hold on them. By the looks of it, the willow had managed to get a few good hits in, if the black eye Rabaston was spotting and the way Bellatrix glared at the tree was anything to go by. Rodolphus was staring at Harry. Even with the distance between them, Harry could feel that the wizard was planning something. As if feeling his nervousness, one of the smaller branches touched his shoulder, in an almost caring way. Harry placed his hand on the branch, almost convinced that he could feel the tree's excitement. I wouldn't advise you to try anything. If you do magic, you'll probably anger the willow. And from this height, I don't think that I can go away unharmed if I fell. Not taking his eyes off the trio, Harry sat down in the cross-legged position and leaned back against the tree trunk. Little Harrykins, come down and play. Auntie Bellatrix just wants to fix your hair. You're going to be so pretty. At the witch's words, Harry clutched his braid close. It might be paranoia speaking, but Harry wouldn't put it past the woman to try even with the distance between them. If not for the Whomping Willow's fiery defense, she would probably be up in the tree with him. Sorry, but I'm not coming down. You might as well find someone else. Maybe Draco needs help to choose his clothes for tonight. Harry didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for handing Draco over to the trio. Something told him that his blonde friend was the whole reason to why the chase had started in the first place. As Harry saw it, it was only fair that he made a little payback. Even from this distance, Bellatrix's grin seemed disturbingly bright. With a short wave in his general direction, the witch dragged off with the two wizards, probably to find some victim which was not being protected by an old tree which was more than willing to hit anyone who came close enough. Thank you, Harry mumbled to the tree. Knowing that he would have some time before someone thought of looking for him, Harry closed his eyes. He wanted to enjoy the peace and silence for as long as possible. A slow tune was being played in the background, barely heard over the chattering going on around him. Harry stood near one of the tables bulging with food. By the looks of it, the party had been going on for some time, though not much of the food had been touched by the sheer amount still left. Perhaps it was one of the strange pureblood customs he didn't really understand. The people around him were dressed in fine-made dress robes. Some of the colors were bright enough to make Harry want to cover his eyes so he wouldn't risk burning out his eyes at the sight. A strangled sound to his left made Harry shift his attention to the man standing near one of the food tables, a goblet with what looked like wine in his hand. He was of average height and built, his hair gray with silvery stakes in it. As most of those standing around him, the man was wearing blue robes with white decorations on them. Already the man had a blue tint around the corners of his mouth as he fought for every breath he took. Harry was not the only one who had been brought to attention by the sounds the man emitted. He was sure that someone screamed, but he couldn't pay attention to the woman at the current moment. Foams had started coming out of the man's mouth and his grip on the goblet loosened as his brown eyes rolled back in his head. Unable to see the man more because of the people flocking around him, Harry's eyes went to the fallen goblet. The red wine, looking remarkable much like blood, had spilled on the floor. Yet no one paid notice to it as they tried to help the man, who was no longer attempting to drag in air and whose chest movements had all but stopped. Brat! Harry beeped in a deep breath and opened his eyes only to blink in confusion when he found himself hanging upside down, after having been standing on his feet in the vision. Branches were wrapped tightly around his body, nearly cutting of his blood circulation. Twisting his head the best he could in his current position, Harry found his lips pulled into a grin as he spotted the black robes in his range of vision. Hey Severus. Though not being able to see the potion's master's face, Harry knew that the man was annoyed, if the tone of his voice had been anything to go by. Get down here and come with me, came the order, leaving him no room to protest. Sighing, Harry knew better than to drag it out when Severus used that tone. Something or someone had angered his guardian worse than usually, and Harry didn't want to be the one Severus lashed out on. The man could have a nasty temper when it hit him. Can you let me down? I promise that next time I come, I'll make sure to bring some of those balls you like to play with. The tree seemed to think over his suggestion before it turned him back to a more normal position. Harry sighed as the blood stopped rushing to his head. Gently he was placed down on the ground, where he wobbled slightly on his feet before he found his balance. The willow patted his shoulder before withdrawing its branches, leaving Harry a clear way over to Severus. Harry had to run to catch up with Severus, who was walking back towards the castle. Reaching his side, Harry slowed down so he was walking the same pace as Severus. So, what's up? Harry asked, knowing that there had to be a reason to why Severus had come to fetch him. In case that it has escaped your notice, there is a party which both of us will have to attend in 1.5 hours. If you do not want to be an embarrassment to me, you better do your best effort to look respectable. As my assistant, anything you do will be reflected back on me. Harry nodded. He knew that Severus cared little about public opinion, but the man's words reminded him of the vision. Something bad will happen tonight, Harry said, getting a sharp look. Explain yourself. At least I think that it's going to happen tonight. I saw a party or a ball of some kind. There were purebloods attending, wealthy dressed people. He didn't bother to lower his voice as they stepped inside. Harry knew that Severus had put up a privacy charm around them as soon as Harry had started talking about his vision. It happened late into it. Some man dratted around after drinking some wine from the table. By the blue tint and the foams around his mouth, I would say he's suffocated. But it happened too fast for it to be natural. My guess would be that it's poison. But several people seemed to drink the same wine. Maybe it was something else, or perhaps there'll be more than one poison, but you need to intake both before they work. Frustrated, Harry rubbed his forehead. He hated it when he didn't understand what he saw right away. It made it harder to know what they were supposed to do. Oh, and before he died, the man said something. I couldn't understand what it was, but it sounded like French. By the change in Severus' posture, Harry knew that it could not be considered something good. Only a few Frenchmen have been invited for tonight's event. But all of them will be high-standing members of the French ministry. Should any of them die under questionable circumstances in Britain, it'll not bode well for the Dark Lord. Severus didn't need to say more for Harry to understand what he meant. The French had always been some of the Dark Lord's more fickle allies. If anything happened to a representative inside Britain's borders, the French ministry would only be too willingly to denounce all alliances with Voldemort. And if that happened, Harry was sure that Dumbledore would be ready to use the opportunity to gain new allies in the fight against Voldemort's regime. When they reached their quarters, Severus didn't follow Harry inside. "Make yourself ready, and when I've informed the Dark Lord of what you've seen, I'll bring you to the ball." "I will do that," Harry answered, completely ignoring Severus' snarky tone. As soon as the door closed, Harry headed straight for the bathroom. Though keeping their home simple, there were two places which Severus insisted should be on par with the purebloods. One of those was the laboratories, which were always fully stocked and clean. Considering how much time they both spent in there, Harry supposed that he should not really be surprised about that. The second location was the bathroom. With how much damage the potion's fumes did on Severus' skin and hair, the man had to invest much money on body care products to make sure that he didn't look like a wandering corpse. Also, Severus was the kind of person who couldn't stand dirt, not on himself or in his living quarters. The only one Harry could think of who was worse than his guardian would be Draco. At least Severus didn't mind getting dirtied when it was something related to the potions he worked on. The bathroom was rather small, with a toilet, a stall and a sink with a mirror hanging over it. The whole wall opposite the sink was taken up by a closet. Opening it, Harry revealed a wide variety of care products to skin and hair and fluffy towels. Picking up the needed items, Harry closed the closet again and placed the towels on the iron rods, placed on the wall, where he would easily be able to reach them. Shredding his robes and other clothes, Harry placed the dirty clothes in the washing bin. He didn't need to look down his body to see the various scars that decorated his skin. A few came because of the so-called care his Muggle relatives had subjected him to while he lived with them. But the rest was Harry's own work. The shower was turned on and soon hot fumes filled the air. Harry stepped in under the spray, letting out a sigh as the warm water relaxed his muscles. As soon as he stood under the water, Harry allowed his thoughts to wander. At the current moment, Severus was probably informing the Dark Lord about Harry's latest vision, as the man had promised that he would. They would take care of the problem, meaning that there was nothing for Harry to do. And yet, he could not let go of his vision just yet. With so many important people assembled in one place, the security would be high. The wards would have been updated recently, and those Aurors not important enough to be invited to such an event would be on guard duty. Anyone who attempted to murder someone there would either be suicidal or very confident that they would succeed. The nagging feeling in his stomach told Harry that it would probably be the last option. While soaping in his hair, Harry stared into the air. For once, Severus had not stayed so they could discuss how they could best prepare for what he'd seen would happen in his vision. It happened sometimes that they didn't have much time to discuss, but this would happen hours away. Harry shook his head, determined not to complain. Other people's lives were in danger. Of course, Severus would not hang around when there was something more important for him to do. No matter what, Harry planned on going prepared. He knew where Severus kept his Bezoar's stones, and it should be no problem to sneak in and take one or two with him. They would take care of most poisons. And if they didn't work, whatever caused the man's death would be out of his league. Turning off the water, Harry grabbed one of the towel and started to dry his body. Touching a sore spot, Harry winced. He moved the towel and looked down himself with a small grimace. It doesn't know its own strength, he mumbled, eyeing the darkening bruises from where the Whomping Willow had held him while tossing him around in the air. Hopefully whatever robes he was supposed to wear tonight would be able to cover this up. The bruises reached down his arms, and he wouldn't risk anyone accusing Severus of abusing him. Having completed dried himself, Harry wrapped a new towel around his body and another one around his still slightly wet hair. Though Severus had probably not yet returned, Harry didn't feel like acting like a nudist. Glancing to both sides through a gap in the door, Harry made sure that there was no one to see him. Not wasting time, Harry darted out of the bathroom, his hands holding the towel in a secure grip around his body. The temperature was lower outside the bathroom, so shivers were running through Harry's body when he reached his room and closed the door behind him. Harry leaned against the surface, breathing out in relief. As much as he was in peace with his body, he saw no reason to show it to others. Harry only knew too well what state his relatives and the Order had left him in. Not even all the potions Severus had forced down his throat through the years could change Harry's stunted growth. Dobby is here to help's great master Harry Potter, sir. At the squeaky voice, sounding much like when one stepped on one of the dog playthings, Harry jumped up in the air, losing his otherwise secure grip on the towel around his body. Before much could be shown, Harry had the towel back in place, glaring at the house ELF standing near his bed. Seeing the look he sent it, the house ELF let out a squeak and started banging its head against his bedpost. Bad Dobby. Dobby is a bad house ELF. No scaring great master Harry Potter. Fearing for the house elf's health, since the mental seemed long gone, Harry decided it was the physical. Harry decided to intervene. Dobby, stop. You actually helped me. Technically it was no lie. The house ELF reminded him that the safety inside his room was a matter of illusion. As he had hoped, the creature stopped further self-harm and looked at him with eyes of the size of tennis balls. Great Master Harry Potter is really as kind as little Master Draco Malfoy says, sir. The house ELF said. At least Harry now knew who had sent the house ELF to him. That is good, Dobby, but why are you here? Already Harry had a growing feeling of what the reason would be, but he wanted some kind of proof that he was not drawing hasty conclusions. The house ELF positively beamed at the question. Dobby is being a good house ELF. Dobby is being help great master Harry Potter with being ready for ball, sir. Harry wanted to groan. Even better, he wanted to seek out Draco and give him a piece of his mind for sending Dobby to him. Unfortunately, Harry knew that he could not just do that. If he sent the house ELF away, the little guy might iron his hands or something just as painfully, because the little guy believed that he wasn't good enough for the task his master had given him. I can dress myself. Seeing the way the house elf's ears dropped, Harry quickly added. But are you any good with hair? If not, Harry might have an excuse for not attending the ball. Oh yes, sir. Dobby is being very good at hairs. No worries, great master Harry Potter. Fine, but turn around while I'm dressing. The house ELF obeyed immediately and even went as far as covering its ears with its hands, though Harry was not sure what good it would do. Making sure that Dobby wasn't peeking, Harry went to his bed, seeing that something had already been laid out for him to wear. Both the trousers and the shirt were dark green, and made to fit his form, but that was also where the similarities between them stopped. The shirt was made of silk and had silver embroidery on it, which reminded Harry of snakes. To wear on top of that was a black robe with the same embroidery as the shirt. A blush-colored Harry face when he realized that black silk boxes had been laid out for him to use. Since he knew for sure that he didn't own something like that, he wondered where Draco had gotten his measurements from. Deciding to ponder on such things on a later time, Harry started dressing. He'd already spent enough time in the bath. If he wasn't careful, Severus would be there before he was ready to go. The clothes fit him and the dress robe settled easily against his body. Harry used a moment to smooth out any wrinkles, mewling at the feeling of the cloth against his skin. The robe was made of a martial he didn't recognize, but it was light and definitely not meant for outdoor uses. At the floor, black dragonhide shoes stood. Harry stared down at them, while feeling a strong urge to poke the footwear. The shoes looked great bit different from what he would usually wear, and Harry doubted that he would be able to run far in those, if it should prove to be necessary. As great master Harry Potter ready for Dobby doing his hairs, sir. Having forgotten all about the house elf's presence while dressing, Harry's hand flew to his chest, trying to calm his fast-beating heart. He nodded before remembering that Dobby was not about to see him, and instead he used his voice. The house ELF turned around, clapping its hands. Dobby is making great master Harry Potter looks pretty. Before Harry could even think of protesting, he found himself seated in a chair which appeared out of nowhere in the middle of his room. With a snap of Dobby's fingers, Harry found a cloth covering his robe, his hair completely loose and scissors hovering in the air around his head together with a few combs. Don't take too much of the length off, Harry pleaded, ready to make a run for the door at the first given opportunity. Dobby is making great master Harry Potter looks pretty. The house ELF promised for the second time, and Harry realized that Bellatrix had roughly said the same thing when he had been up in the Whomping Willow. Closing his eyes when the scissors and combs started moving, Harry sat stiff as a board. By now he had guessed that Dobby was probably a Malfoy house ELF, and as Draco had pointed out several times in the past, a Malfoy owned nothing but the best. Then why couldn't he get rid of the fear that Dobby might clip his ear if Harry moved as much as an inch? All done. Now Great Master Harry Potter is looking pretty. At Dobby's words, Harry dared to open his eyes, finding a big mirror floating in the air in front of him. To Harry's great relief, Dobby didn't seem to have taken much off the length. Just enough for Harry's head to feel slightly lighter than he was used to. Turning his head, Harry watched himself closely, trying to form an opinion of Dobby's work. All hair bare his fringe had been pulled away from his face, probably to conceal the lighting-formed scar on his forehead. The rest had been pulled together in his neck, folded in half and was now held in place by what looked like two chopsticks. Turning his head from side to side to get a better look, Harry decided that it was a good difference. With the way Dobby had been speaking, Harry had feared that he would end up with big curls and pink bows in his hair. This he could live with. Great Master Harry Potter be needing Dobby for anything else. Shaking his head, Harry stood and sent the house ELF off. The chair and mirror disappeared together with the house ELF. A knock on his door drew Harry's attention to it. "I'm decent," he said with a slight roll of his eyes. It was something Severus insisted he had to say, instead of inviting someone into his room. Though Hogwarts had wards to keep out vampires unless they had been invited, Severus still insisted that Harry was careful. Apparently an encounter with a werewolf back in his time as a student had made the man mistrust most of those who were not fully human. Severus opened the door but didn't step inside. The man was dressed in black robes, much like Harry's own, but without the silver markings. The dark hair hung loose, looking free of the grease which usually was in there when the man had been working with potions. "I see that you managed to make yourself look acceptable. If we do not want to create a big entrance by arriving late, we better leave now." Harry's eyes flickered around the room. Perhaps he could find something which would give him an excuse for not attending the ball. Chances were that he would just find a dark corner to hide in, so he saw no reason to leave Hogwarts. Sighing, Severus abandoned his spot in the doorway. Harry nearly jumped out of his skin when two hands landed on his shoulders, and his eyes met with onyx-colored ones. "If you show any weaknesses, they'll rip you to pieces. Who knew that you could be so comforting? If you should ever be tired of making potions, you could start consulting." Harry spit out, feeling slightly better at the nauseous look Severus got on his face, before it disappeared somewhere behind the man's mask. "I'm merely stating a fact. If you wanted comfort, go and search out someone else. Keep this on you no matter what." A small ball of compact hair was pressed into his hand. At the look Harry sent him, Severus started explaining. "Since we do not know where the poison will be, it is best to be prepared. With you we are four that will be prepared for tonight." What Severus said made sense. They couldn't risk letting anyone know that they were aware of what would happen. The poison had not been added by itself. If he or she got hang of what they knew, the person might change their plans and they would lose what advantage they had. Following Severus out, Harry let the stone slip into an inner pocket, where he easily could reach it if it should prove to be necessary. It was past dinner and those students, who had not been permitted to leave, had sampled near the entrance to watch those leaving for the ball. Harry watched the students. Walking with Severus, Harry might as well have been the man's shadow with how close he was walking to the potion's master, not wanting to attract attention to his person. Severus' presence calmed him and made it less likely that he would run over the hills, screaming. It seemed like they were leaving as some of the last ones, despite Severus' warning. Harry could only spot a few colorful dress robes among the black ones of the students. Together they headed for the portkey area, making Harry want to grimace in disdain. Last time he had used such a device, it had not went well. Why couldn't wizards come up with a more pleasant way of traveling which was just as fast? The portkey has been designed to only bring back one person to Hogwarts. Severus broke the silence as they reached the portkey area. The Dark Lord wants someone to check up on the giants and make sure that they remember who they are allies with. I'll leave as soon as we are done tonight. Harry nodded, not sure what else he was supposed to do. He was used to Severus leaving him for shorter or longer periods of times. Though he knew that the man could take care of himself, it didn't stop Harry from worrying about him. Also, the Dark Lord plans on letting chosen people reveal your status as a seer tonight. It will be a gentler method than if he decided just to announce it through the Daily Prophet. He believes that while it'll raise people's interest in you, it'll also be easier to protect you from the Order when more people are aware of what you are. Severus' words made Harry's hackles rise. He supposed that it was a necessity. He had seen the article Skeeter had written about them after his and Voldemort's short visit to Diagon Alley. It could not be avoided that they would spend more time together when Harry had to tell his visions to the man on his own. Skeeter was an effective journalist, if nothing else could be said. Harry was surprised that she had not already sniffed out that he was a squib and circulate nasty rumors about him. Perhaps it was because she was not yet sure where he stood with Voldemort, and didn't want to risk the anger of the man who ruled the world they lived in. Nothing more was said as they touched the portkey, a small pocket watch, and Harry closed his eyes as he felt the familiar tug in his stomach. This time Harry somewhat managed to not fall when they landed. He stumbled a little before he regained his balance and decided to open his eyes. They were in a room intended to receive those who arrived with portkeys. Only one portkey at a time could arrive or leave the room, and the space was limited, so no big groups could be in there. If someone intended to invade the ministry, they would have to find another way inside. With Severus' hand on his arm, Harry was led from the room so the next ones would be able to arrive. From there they stepped directly into the hall, which had been decorated for tonight's ball. A band was placed on a stage in the far end of the room, playing a soft tune to which those on the dance floor moved to. One side of the walls had been cleared to contain those tables with food Harry had seen in his vision. Those not currently dancing stood near the tables, chatting heartily with each other. Silently Harry wondered how many new rumors would be started when each moved on to new groups to discuss what they'd heard. Severus had let go of him now where they were among other people, and Harry found that he BMO.ned the lost of security the touch had given him. Remembering what Severus had told him, Harry changed his posture. He straightened his back, pushed his shoulders slightly back, and tilted his chin upwards. It was a position he had seen Draco adopt whenever the blonde was around other purebloods who did not belong to his little group of friends. If one overdid it, they looked arrogant. However, Harry just wanted to hide his nervousness from those who were watching the newly arrived. Together they walked down the stairs. Harry kept slightly behind Severus, like a second shadow, as he continued taking in the scene below them. Any of those people was a possible suspect. If Harry had been the one to add the poison, he would stay and watch his work unfold. So why shouldn't the actual guilty do just that? Severus, it has been so long since we last saw each other. The booming voice sounded over the small talk around them, making both Potion's master and his assistant look at the speaker. The man making his way over to them was short with immense belly. The enormous, silver walrus-like mustache dominated the man's face, making him look like a friendly old man, albeit a little too eager as he walked over to them, dressed in dark purple dress robes. Coming to a stop in front of them, the man smiled widely. I read your paper about your latest studies of the Wolfsbane potion, brilliant work. But it's not so surprisingly. Already when I taught you in your first year I knew you would go far. And see you now. Not only do you have my old job, but you are also the personal potions supplier of our Dark Lord. When the man's gaze landed on Harry, a small frown appeared between his eyebrows. It was gone so fast that Harry was left wondering if he had even seen it, or if it was simply a part of his imagination. Until this point the man had showed no sign of recognition him, otherwise Harry doubted that they would have been approached by him. But maybe it was not so surprisingly considering that they'd only met once before. But Harry certainly remembered the man and the promise he had given the potions brewer when no one had been around to hear it. Severus Snape, you sly dog. I remember when you were about to take your mastery. You swore that never would you take in an apprentice. This lad must certainly be talented for you to take him in under your wing. Harry gritted his teeth when Slughorn shook his hand, though he resisted the urge of whipping it clean when the man let go of him. If he opened his mouth, Harry knew that he would say something that would have consequences for him. Finally, When it became clear that Harry would make no move to interact with the man, Severus spoke up. He's my assistant, not my apprentice. Furthermore, Harry Potter is also a seer. Either the potion's brewer did really not remember him, or the man was a far better actor than Harry would have given him credit for. A seer? How interesting. I don't recall you taking divination when you were a student, Severus. Actually, I can remember how you proclaimed in the common room that there was no way one could gain knowledge about the future by gazing into a crystal ball. Of course, you expressed yourself with more colorful words. Now I have to go and find Wendy Slinkhard. I have heard rumors that she is working on a new book which I might be able to help her with. Harry watched as the man quickly departed from them. With a click of his tongue, he drew Severus' attention from where the man had disappeared off to and to him. Harry knew that Severus probably wanted to know what had caused the man's strange behavior. It was something which Harry didn't want to share with anyone, for his own safety. Strange man. Harry mumbled, loud enough for Severus to hear him. Can I go now? I promised Draco that I would find him and greet his fiancée. Harry shifted his weight from one foot to another, not having to fake his nervousness as he waited for Severus' answer. They had dragged attention to them the moment Severus had mentioned Harry's seer abilities. Finally, Severus relented. Don't stray. And I don't want to hear that you have gotten into troubles or managed to set something on fire. That's one time and I was 12. Harry protested, though relieved that Severus wasn't pressing for details right now. Giving Severus a bright smile, Harry parted from the man, not worrying about him. Severus would probably find other potions interested and discuss theories and cutting methods for the rest of the night, so he would probably not be bored. It took Harry a little longer to locate Draco than he'd thought it would. The blonde was just coming off the dance floor. His hair had been slicked back and he was wearing pale blue robes with the Malfoy's family crest on it. At his arm a beautiful witch was latched on. She seemed to be a year or two younger than her partner, and Harry cherished the fact that she was shorter than him. Draco looked away from his partner, as if hearing something. When his eyes fell on Harry, an appreciating look entered them, probably because Harry was wearing what Draco had ordered his house ELF to lay out for him. Whispering a short comment to the girl, Draco led her over to where Harry was standing on his own. So Harry, I see that you do clean up nicely. Greeted Draco when they were close. Instead of kicking Draco's shin as he first wanted to, Harry returned the smile. How could I not, when you were so gracious to send one of your house elves to assist me? The look on Draco's face made Harry wonder what the three Lestranges had done to his friend after Harry had sent them after him. It was only fair since you suggested that my dear aunt should help me to prepare for tonight. The blonde's words were sugar-coated, warning Harry to watch his back in the near future for Draco's retaliation. Harry, this is my fiancée, Astoria Greengrass. Darling, this is Harry Potter, my friend and a seer. Despite Severus' warning and the fact that this had been done before, Harry felt his muscles tense at Draco's words. He didn't like the method Voldemort had chosen to use to reveal him to the whole world. Draco's presentation made the witch look at Harry for the first time, though there was something skeptical in the look she gave him. You are into crystal balls? She asked, her voice laced with doubt. Keeping his smile even, Harry answered the girl. No, the only time I let Draco talk me into trying to glimpse after something in such a thing, I ended with a headache. He grimaced, as he recalled the event. It's because you fell asleep during the experiment and hit your head against the crystal ball. And afterwards you refused further tests, so we didn't have a chance to see if you can see into the future by other means. Harry scowled at his friend. Well, excuse me for being bloody tired after Severus had me running the whole day. And if you hadn't decided to awake me in the middle of the night, it wouldn't have happened. Harry argued. It had happened not long after Draco had learned of Harry's visions. The blonde had been sure that Harry's abilities would be able to manifest through other means. Why the blonde had nicked the crystal ball from the divination class instead of borrowing or buying his own, Harry would never know. But how do they work? The question made Harry pause and wonder how he could best explain it. To those few he had explained it, had already believed in his abilities, or at least been open-minded enough to consider it a possibility. No matter how he looked at the girl, she didn't seem like that kind of person. I just get visions. Nothing specific. Nothing can dictate what I'll see. Mostly they just pop up. He ended his explanation with a shrug. Draco's fiancée seemed to be watching him in a new light, as though she could not decide if he was worth her attention or not. It must be a useful gift. She said non-commentary, but her words told Harry far more than he had thought they would. She was still skeptical, understanding enough since he could show her no proof that he was not a deceiver. So, he couldn't expect invitations to tea parties from her, much to Harry's great relief. On the other hand, the girl was a Slytherin, if nothing else. She didn't want to push him too far away from her in case that his claims proved to be true. At least Harry hoped that it meant that she would not seek to destroy his and Draco's friendship. Harry. Pansy's squeal was the only warning he got, before a human-sized weight was added to his right arm, pulling Harry off balance and nearly sending him crashing to the floor. Before that happened, Harry managed to steady himself, though a blush painted his cheeks as he noticed the amused glances they were gathering from those standing nearby. "Hey Dre, Astoria, you have to tell me who did your hair, it's absolutely adorable. Now you'll have to excuse us. Harry here promised me a dance, and I'm not about to let him worm out of it." Already as she spoke, Pansy was dragging Harry away from Draco and Astoria, not giving any of them time to reply. They went on the dance floor and Harry's body grew tense. Until now he'd believed that Pansy was joking when she'd claimed that she wanted to dance with him. "What are you doing?" hissed Harry as they took the positions they'd both been practicing. "Why, dancing of course, and saving you. I love Astoria as the little sister I never wanted, but unless she sees proofs on you being a seer, she's not going to see you as anything else than a squib. It'll only put Draco in a tight spot if you two are in the same room for too long," Pansy said as a new song was played and they started moving. "What were you talking about before I interrupted?" came the question as Harry swirled her around. "Draco was just retelling some attempts he made to figure out if I could see the future through something else than my visions." Luckily the blonde had stopped when Harry had made it clear that he didn't like those experiments. Though no one had said anything about it, Harry suspected that Draco somehow knew that they reminded him of the experiments the Order of the Phoenix had made him go through. At least with Draco Harry knew for sure that there had been no ill intention behind it. "Draco was rather annoying when I met him earlier. He ranted something about you had sent Bellatrix after him, after he'd made sure that she and the two others would keep you occupied for the day so you would not be able to sneak off and hide somewhere." Harry rolled his eyes. At least he now knew for sure that Draco had been the one to send the Lestranges after him. It was just a shame that it had backfired on his friend, but Harry couldn't find it in himself to feel sorry for the pureblood. "Yeah, it's a shame that they stopped. The tree only managed to lay a few good whacks before they gave up their pursuit of me." Harry watched, as Pansy's face dawned in confusion. "But the only tree that fits that description is the Whomping Willow, and it doesn't allow anyone near it." Harry felt a grin split on his face at her open disbelief. "How can you be near it, without being covered in bruises?" The girl's eyes narrowed as if she expected said bruises to spurt forth at any minute. Harry decided not to talk about those he had. After all, the Whomping Willow hadn't intended to harm him when it had thrown him around. It was just not aware of its own strength and how fragile humans could be. Actually, the Whomping Willow is quite a friendly fellow. You just have to know how to tackle it and it is like an overgrown kitten," he said, smiling at his not so accurate description of the violent tree. Hogwarts was vacated for students in the summer time, and Severus often used this time to travel around the world to gather those ingredients which could not be brought, or which he'd not trust others to harvest for him. It was very rare for Harry to be brought along on such trips. Severus had made it clear that it was too dangerous, since Harry didn't have magic to defend himself with and the Order knew of his existence. Therefore, he'd often found himself left behind whenever Severus took off. It was last summer that Harry had talked the house elves in the kitchen to let him bring a basket of oranges with him outside. Considering how eager those small fellows were, it had not been a hard task. Once out there, Harry had noticed the Whomping Willow, and how the tree seemingly tried to trash anything which came within its reach. But to Harry, it had looked like something else. He'd noticed how the tree was placed on its own, too far away to be able to interact with any of the other trees. When he first had come too close to the tree, he had ended with a bump on the size of an egg on top of his head, and in anger Harry had thrown one of his oranges at the tree. As the tree returned his every shot, it had quickly evolved to a game between the tree and Harry. He would throw the orange the best he could, and then the tree would return those it didn't manage to squash when it caught them. In the days following, Harry had become more daring, and ended up with quite the number of bruises. But it had been worth it. Now he had something to amuse himself with whenever he was on his own, and Harry knew, as it had been proved today, that the tree was more than willing to protect him from other people. The song came to an end, making Harry want to whoop with joy as he led Pansy off of the dance floor. Try to find the others, I think I will look around for now. Without bothering to wait for an answer, Harry let go of the girl and slipped away from her. Behind him, Harry could hear Pansy call his name, but he let the distance grow before people began paying much attention to what was going on. It wouldn't surprise him if his Slytherin peers had been ordered to keep an eye on him tonight. Though he considered them his friends, Harry knew that they were also Voldemort's followers. The man wouldn't want to lose an access after gaining it so soon. But Harry had no intention about staying and being watched like a good boy. He'd found a reason for him to be here, making him glad that he had not managed to worm himself out of coming here tonight. He stopped briefly at one of the tables, choosing a goblet of red wine, and took it with him as he continued wandering around among the guests. Harry soon found a shadowed corner, where the light didn't quite seem to reach. With his dark robes and hair, Harry effectively fell in one with the shadows surrounding him. Leaning back against the wall, Harry started watching people interact with each other for now, biding his time. For his first time attending such an event, Harry deemed that it did not fall in his taste. His friends had made it sound like a part of a fairy tale when they had described how the ball was supposed to be. Though Harry enjoyed spending time with them and learning something about the world he lived in, he would much rather entertain himself with a potion. If not because he had a plan in mind, he might have sought out Theodore. The bookish Slytherin had made it clear from the very beginning that he was not one for parties, but as the heir of the Knott family, he was expected to attend those kinds of things. Harry's gaze landed on a small group standing not too far from him, though none of them seemed to pay him any mind. The sound of the laughter easily bore over to him when one of them said something witty, but otherwise Harry had no idea of what was going on in that group. In the small group of wizards stood Voldemort. The man was easily the tallest of the males, closely followed by the head of the Malfoy family, who was standing by the Dark Lord's left. Voldemort was dressed in green robes, so dark that they could easily be mistaken for black. The man had the same silver embroideries as Harry, and every time he moved, they looked much like living snakes. As if aware that he was being watched, Voldemort glanced up from the person he was talking with. It was almost unnoticed, but Harry had been paying a great amount of attention to the man since spotting him. Despite having hidden, it didn't take long for Voldemort's eyes to lock onto his. Red eyes traveled up his body with something akin to approval. The look made a tingling sensation spread from his stomach and to the tip of his toes and fingers. The man quirked an eyebrow in silent inquiry. Harry glanced at the goblet in his hand before meeting Voldemort's gaze again and shook his head to the silent question he'd been asked. Now that he thought about it, the goblet looked rather much like the one he'd seen in his vision. So did all the other goblets, so the one he was standing with could contain perfectly harmless wine. Seemingly satisfied that Harry wasn't going to do something stupid, such as drinking of a possible poisoned wine, Voldemort turned back to the conversation around him. Harry would have liked to stay longer and simply watch Voldemort, when he caught his target on the move out of the corner of his eyes. A quick glance in Voldemort's direction assured Harry that the man was not looking at him. Knowing that it didn't mean that he was not under supervision, Harry pushed himself away from the wall and walked away. Passing a table, Harry grabbed another goblet so both of his hands now were occupied. Having gotten what he needed, Harry started moving towards where he had seen the man disappear to. Harry let his feet carry him over the floor. He kept his gaze lowered, avoiding eye contact and thus giving no reason for anyone to want to interact with him. He was just another unimportant person, who had somehow managed to get an invitation to the ball, and therefore, there was no reason for anyone to want to talk with him. It was a method Harry had used many times in the past in hope of avoiding attention. Without wearing the tell-telling gray robes, Harry found that the tactic was far more successful than it had been before. It was no wonder that someone would attempt murder when the guests gave their surroundings so little notice. Harry found the way he had seen the man slip through and followed the same way, changing his posture as he did so to the one he had used when he had arrived with Severus. People were less likely to be questioned about their business if they acted like they'd every right to be there. The light in the corridor wasn't as bright as it had been in the hall. This was not a place one was supposed to venture out on their own. The sound of footstep let Harry know where his target was. For one so stout, the man certainly could move fast when he deemed the need to be there. Harry wished that he had thought of bringing his invisibility cloak with him as he strode forward. But he had feared that he would lose it when he wasn't paying attention, and now he would have to make do without it. Harry followed after the man deeper into the ministry. Had it been any other situation, Harry would have paid more attention to wonder where the different corridors and doors might lead to. As it was, he kept track on the one he was following and on the route they went, so he would be able to find back afterwards. Soon purple-colored robes entered Harry's sight. Why the man had chosen that color of robes when he'd been planning to sneak around the ministry made no sense to Harry. Still with the goblets in his hands, Harry approached the wizard when the man paused in front of a closed door. "Lovely night, wouldn't you say so?" Harry said with glee as the man jumped. He had a hand placed on his chest, right over where his heart was when the man turned to face the seer. "You are Severus' assistant. Sorry, but I think that I forgot your name," Slughorn said as a small peel of sweat rolled down his face. Harry's eyes followed the drop until it disappeared between one of the man's many chins. The grin didn't slip from Harry's face as he offered the man one of the goblets he had brought with him. To his surprise, the potion's brewer actually accepted the beverage but didn't drink any of it. "Harry Potter, sir. I wondered if you would lend me a bit of your time." Harry sipped of imbibed of the wine, and after a slight moment of hesitation, Slughorn followed the movement. "I don't see how I can be of any help to you. You are assisting a famous potions master. Someone like me, who didn't even get his mastery, can hardly be of any interest for you." Harry had to admit that the man was a rather good actor. If not for the small slip-up back when they had been introduced to each other, Harry would truly have believed that the man had forgotten all about him. Perhaps it was a method so that Slughorn would sleep better at night, despite the hell he put others through with his actions. "Yes, but you taught Severus back when he went to school. There must be tons of stories you can tell me about him. He even admitted to me that he wouldn't have gotten as far in life if not because his old potions professor had been introducing him to people with the right kind of connections." Now Harry was making a shot in the dark. Severus had never even mentioned Slughorn before. Harry would have remembered it. But Slughorn seemed like that kind of man, who was more willing to talk if you petted his feathers the right way. "I certainly can't take all the honor, but I have to admit that I played a role. Through my years as a professor, I have helped many youths to reach their full potential here in life. To this day, many of them still pay me respect for those small things I did for them." Harry watched as Slughorn took another swig of the goblet, smacking his lips as if he tasted it for the first time. The man had relaxed, seemingly having forgotten that they both were at a place which none of them were supposed to be. "But I'll have to get on now. If you have any questions about Severus' time as a student, you are welcome to owl me." The man made a shushing movement with his hands, as if he truly believed Harry to follow any orders that he gave him. Harry was wondering how he was supposed to drag this out, when it felt like his heart gave a terrible wrench. Grasping for air, Harry grabbed his chest, trying to keep his lungs working though they seemed to want freeze. Harry bent forward, his hands searching through the pockets in his robes as he heard similar gasp from the only other person in the corridor. Glancing up through his fringe, Harry couldn't keep a stretched grin from his face, as he saw that Slughorn wore the same pained expression as the man from his vision had done. Finding what he was searching for, Harry popped the bezoar into his mouth, letting it rest on the back of his tongue though not swallowing. The thought of having something from a goat's stomach inside his mouth made him want to retch, but Harry felt the influence immediately. The pain from his lungs stopped and Harry was able to let fresh air rush in. Straightening up, Harry looked down at the man who had fallen to his knees. Since Slughorn had consumed more wine than Harry, it didn't surprise him that the process went faster than it had done with him. Spitting the bezoar out into his hand, Harry grimaced at the aftertaste it left in his mouth. Do you remember what I said the last time I saw you? Harry asked, making the man look up. When Slughorn saw the poison neutralizer in his hand, he reached out for it. For safety measures, Harry stepped back. He didn't want to give the man a chance of surviving this. I told you that you would regret supplying the order with that damned potion. I would make sure that you die, and when it happened, I would be there and watch you. Slughorn had turned slightly blue around his lips and the man was wheezing for air, now laying flat on the floor since he had no energy left to keep himself upright. It seems like I was right, and I didn't even have to see this in a vision to get it to happen. Harry wanted to shout, but he also knew that the risk of being interrupted would be too big. He didn't want to lose this opportunity of revenge. If I had any of the potion, and I thought that it would have any effect on you, I would force you to drink every batch which has ever been forced down my throat. Did you know how painful an experience it was? You made it so I had nightmares. I was unable to keep any food down and barely knew what was going on around me. Slughorn was saying something, but at this point, no sound passed over his lips. This is kind of fitting. You destroyed a great part of my life by inventing that potion for Dumbledore. Now I am taking your life with a potion. Both of them are painful, but only one of them is lethal. Harry stayed silent for the rest of Slughorn's struggles. He knew he should probably get moving so he wouldn't get caught on the crime scene. But he needed to see this. He needed to know that the one who had brewed a potion to destroy his life would no longer be able to do him anything. Only when the man hadn't moved a muscle for several seconds did Harry turn around. He didn't need to check to know that the man was dead. No matter how good an actor Slughorn might have been, not even he would have been able to fake such a thing. The man was finally dead. One more on his list was gone. If it continued like this, he might actually be able to reach the end of it before it would be too late. The thought made him almost giddy until Harry looked over his shoulder and his eyes fell on the already cooling body behind him. He was a murderer. A cold-blooded murderer. Harry didn't regret what he had done. He didn't like that he had taken a human life so carelessly, but considering what kind of treatment he had received on those people's hands, Harry would say that it was justified. Shuddering, Harry turned his head back, speedily walking. He needed to get far away before the corpse was found. Panic would spread and they would be searching for someone to blame. Harry had yet to figure out how he was supposed to deal with the aftermath. Finding the hall, Harry let his muscles relax. He hadn't been aware that he had been tense. He had separated himself from the corpse, but still felt the need to further that. Letting his gaze wander, Harry located Severus in the crowd. As he had expected, Severus had found a small group of potions interested whom were willing to take on a potions master when it came to discussing theories. Catching the man's eyes, Harry mouthed one word. Home. Severus nodded in understanding. The man probably thought that someone had discovered Harry's squib status or that he simply was tired of spending his time in a place he hadn't want to be in the first place. Knowing that Severus would let the message get to those who might be searching for him, Harry set for the room they had arrived in. His heart was beating fast and the blood drumming at his ears. Harry kept his eyes straight forward, not wanting to catch anyone's eyes. What if all they needed was to look at him, and then know that he had just killed someone? Harry felt like he had murderer hovering over his head, free for anyone to see if they would just take the time to look at it. He had to get away from here. His footsteps quickened and Harry had to keep hold on himself to not start running. By the time he reached the room they had arrived in, cold sweat had sprung out and his nails had dug so hard into the flesh in his hands that Harry could feel small drops of blood rolling over his skin. With a shaking hand, Harry fished out the pocket watch Severus had loaned him. It would bring him back to Hogwarts where he would wait and see what would happen. Harry let his thumb run over the portkey, stepping inside the room. As he'd expected, the room was empty, leaving him free to leave whenever he wanted. A body crashed into Harry's, sending him flying at the very moment he activated the portkey. The seer screamed as he felt the tug in his stomach, feeling arms wrap themselves around him. Struggling against his attacker, Harry was transported out of the room. Harry hit the ground hard, not even wasting time with a curse. He trashed around, trying to get away from the hands holding his arms in an attempt to keep him on the ground. His left leg was in pain. It felt like a giant had tried to tug at it, to see how far it could stretch before it would break. Harry was vaguely aware of the blood oozing from the hand-sized wound on his thigh. Too afraid to deal with the pain at the current moment, Harry concentrated on getting rid of his foe with every trick he could think of. He bit, he kicked and hit, and he scratched wherever he could reach. The male cursed, before letting him go. Harry opened his eyes, not sure why he had kept them closed until now. But he used his newly received freedom to create as much space as possible to his assailant, only stopping moving away when his back hit a cold wall. In the dim light, Harry saw how the male transformed, until he was nothing more than a rodent. Instinctively, Harry threw himself forward, his arms reaching out in front of him. The rat was faster and scrunched away before Harry could get a hold on it. He would have tried again, but the rat had already made its way through the bars and had disappeared out of sight, leaving Harry alone. Getting his breath under control, Harry tried to understand what had just happened. He'd been attacked when he was about to leave the ball, and Harry could make a good guess of who had done it thanks to seeing the male transform into his animagus form. He was not at the portkey spot where he should have arrived. When he looked around in the small cell, Harry realized why. Next to the pocket watch, a silver spoon laid, something which Harry assumed was also a portkey. The two portkeys must somehow have inflicted each other, making it so Harry arrived in another destination than he was supposed to. Harry assumed that this was also the reason to why his leg was also damaged now. Portkeys were not supposed to be activated so close to each other, especially not when their users were in contact with each other. How that was even possible with the wards Harry knew were inside the ministry, he was not sure about. So his situation was bad. Harry didn't know where he was wounded, and no one other than the one who had attacked him knew that he was there. And by the looks of it, the man would probably not come back anytime soon. Prongslet. The voice made Harry look up from the wound which was still bleeding. He really needed to find something to stop the blood with, or he would soon pass out from blood loss. In the cell across his own sat Sirius Black. Outside the tent a strong wind was howling, as if a horde of werewolves was on a hunt on the night of a full moon. Inside the tent, a small group was sitting around a table, currently eating something which looked like stew. We should be doing something more useful than this. Green eyes narrowed when his eyes fell on the speaker. He hadn't thought that anyone had survived when he and Draco had been rescued. Why hadn't anyone bothered to inform him that it had not been the case? The Metamorphagus face darkened in a scowl when none of her companions bothered to answer her. We should be trying to free Sirius. I know that my cousin says he is a tough guy, but this is you-know-who. Who knows what kind of torture Sirius is being put through? She asked, letting her spoon fall down in the stew, so bits of the food flew over the table. At the same time her hair changed from neon green to a midnight blue shade. Nymphadora. At the look the woman sent him, the ragged-looking man amended. Tonks, you know that I want to save Padfoot just as much as you do, but Albus already explained how important it's to gain the giant's support. He promised that he would do his best to get Sirius back to us. The man grabbed her hand and gave it what Harry supposed was meant to be a comforting clench. Professor Dumbledore is a great man. If anyone can do, it'll be him. A big man said, his booming voice seemed to fill the whole tent. He was about twice as tall as an average man, or so it looked when he sat down and was compared to the two others in the tent. His black hair was a shaggy long mane and a beard covered most of his face. The black eyes glinted like beetles and his hands were as big as dustbin lids. There was no way he could be fully human with his size, as he took up the whole long side of the table on his own. Harry skirted away from the big man. The man was much bigger than Harry remembered his uncle was. He was at least thrice as wide as a normal human being. Experience had taught Harry that the bigger they were, the easier they were to anger, and the harder they hit. His uncle and cousin had been two good examples for that. The man holding Tonks' hand nodded, albeit he gave his agreement with more hesitation than the other male had done. You are correct, Hagrid. We have to trust Professor Dumbledore on this. Meanwhile, we'll try and complete this mission. The giants should be willing to listen to the message Dumbledore sent us with, if nothing else then because Hagrid shares blood with them. At least it explained Hagrid's abnormal size. If Harry had to guess, one of the man's parents had been a giant, but the relation could go as long out as a grandparent, though Harry deemed it unlikely. Blinking, Harry found himself staring up at a stone ceiling he was becoming too familiar with in his opinion. By the change of light he would guess it had become day. Frowning, Harry attempted to gather his thoughts despite the fog which seemed to have filled his head lately. It meant that he had been in this cell for 3 days by now. "Are you all right, Prongslet?" Hearing the voice from the only other human being he had seen since being left in this cell, Harry turned his head to face the speaker, not having energy to do much else. He was tired, so very tired. His body felt heavy, as if the energy had been zapped out of him. Black sat pressed up against the bars of his own cell, blue eyes watching Harry with concern. The seer didn't bother to answer, he just wanted to ignore the other's existence. It wouldn't make Black disappear, but Harry allowed himself a small spire of hope. Shivering, Harry wrapped his dress robes closer around his body, as he'd know the cloth didn't do much good in keeping him warm. Though he felt cold to the bone, Harry suspected that he'd developed a fever. It could probably be blamed on the wound he had gotten upon arriving. He'd managed to stop the bleeding by ripping the bottom of his dress robes off and then proceed to wrap it around the wound on his thigh. It wasn't done professionally, but at least he hadn't died from blood loss. He had attempted to clean the wound with some of the water that came with the food. Unfortunately, this wasn't the cleanest environment they were in, and without the right instruments or potions to clean the wound with, Harry wouldn't be surprised if it had gotten infected. Since Harry wasn't going to answer him, Black carried on. It seemed like nothing Harry did could make the man shut up for more than 1.5 minutes. Harry knew, since he had been counting. Why hasn't anyone come to look for you yet? Perhaps they planned on placing you here all the time. Black's words didn't even hold the slightest bit of mocking. If anything, the man actually sounded worried, though Harry couldn't see why the rebel would suddenly act like he cared for him. But the man's words planted thoughts which Harry would have preferred to be without. Voldemort had given an oath that he wouldn't lock Harry up. So why hadn't anyone come to let him out? Harry had contemplated the possibility that people might not know that he was down here. Perhaps the rat had acted on its own accord. But every time he moved his arm and felt the bracelet against his skin, he knew that it was not the case. When Voldemort had put the jewelry around Harry's wrist, the man had made it clear that he would be able to find out Harry's location anytime he wished to do so. It meant that he was being left here on purpose. Sniffing, Harry cleaned his nose on his sleeve, grimacing at the action. He hadn't felt this bad since he had left the Order. Usually, when he started to feel under the weather, Severus had always been ready with a potion to cure it. The potions master didn't want to deal with sick children more than he had to, and potions could cure most ailments promptly. Having nothing better to do, Harry glared at the bars. However unlikely it would be, he hoped that the heat from his glare would make the metal melt, leaving him free to walk away. At this point, Harry doubted that his leg would be able to support him. Should it actually happen that he could leave, it's more likely that he would have to crawl than anything else. His one-sided staring contest was interrupted when one of the day's 2 meals appeared. As always, the serving of food appeared without anyone bringing it, though Harry believed that it was the house elves' doing. But the creatures had not shown themselves. If Harry remembered correctly, wards around this part of the dungeon stopped the house elves from coming there. It didn't make much sense to have prisoners if they could just order a house elf to free them and then take them away from here. Without looking, Harry already knew what they were being served. Some kind of gruel with water in a cup next to the bowl. Harry's stomach gave an uncomfortable clench at the thought of eating something, so he bypassed the bowl and went for the cup instead. Gulping down half of the water, Harry abated the worst of his thirst. He could easily have drunk the whole cup, but he'd other plans for the water he had left. Harry placed the cup on the floor, just within reach for when he would need it. Then he turned his attention to his wounded thigh. Hissing in pain, Harry started to undo the makeshift bandage. Silent tears were running down his cheeks when Harry finally reached the last layer. The cloth stuck on the wound and Harry didn't give himself time to hesitate when he peeled it off. He bit back a cry as some of the scab was ripped off and warm blood started running down his thigh. He noted that his hands were shaking when he reached out and lifted the cup. Tilting the cup, Harry hesitated when the water was about to run over the edge. He wasn't sure how much good the water did at this point. Looking at the wound, it was clear to see that it had become inflamed. The skin around the wound was red and raised. It wouldn't surprise him if red lines would soon come from the wound. Perhaps he would have to cut off his leg, though he didn't have any tools with him for such a task. Forcing himself to keep looking, Harry tilted the cup the rest of the way. When the water hit the wound, it was a collision between two temperatures of two opposite kinds, nearly making him black out in pain. The blood, which had slowly been oozing when he undid the bandage, was running freely now, taking a small amount of dirt and hopefully also some of the infection with it. As soon as there was no more water, Harry threw the cup away and started rebinding the bandage. He had stopped the tears, something he had taught himself when he decided that he wouldn't let his relatives have the joy of seeing him cry. "You need to get something done about that leg, Prongslet." Harry gritted his teeth. He'd managed to forget about Black's presence while he worked on his leg. Now, however, there was nothing to distract him. Personally, Harry believed that the man was mentally unstable, if not insane. He seemed to change his mood at the strangest times, and unlike the man's cousin, Bellatrix, it was not an endearing trait. Though he had attempted to ignore Black's presence, it was impossible to do so all the time when there were only the two of them down here. Therefore, it hadn't escaped Harry's notice how Black seemed to move carefully, and the man excluded pained sounds whenever he moved over in a corner to relive himself. It made Harry wonder what the man had been put through while being alone here. "Believe me, I've had worse," replied Harry as he tied the final knot, perhaps a little tighter than it had been necessary. "The Dursleys didn't care when I was with them. And the Order members only did something when they thought I was dying or if they wanted to lessen their guilt a little." Bitterness seeped into his voice, but Harry didn't care. If Black wanted to talk with him, then so it be. Albus wouldn't have allowed. Before Black could finish his sentence, Harry cut in. "Do you know that Dumbledore has promised your friends that he'll try and free you?" The hopeful expression on Black's face was crushed by Harry's next words. "It basically means that they have given up on you. No one else will lift a finger to help you. And do you really believe that Dumbledore will put all his work on risk for one single man? They know that you are condemned to death and don't want to waste their resources on a case which is doomed to be helpless." Harry didn't see it fit to mention the cousin who had wanted to free Black. It didn't matter anyway. Even if she got a chance to try, Harry knew that she would fail. Twisting his body so he was no longer facing Black, Harry closed his eyes. He had said his piece and didn't see a reason for further conversation. Perhaps he would feel better if he got a little more sleep. Long fingers were drumming against the desk's hard surface. Severus had warned him that the visions were not always fulfilled. That sometimes they had managed to do something which could avoid the outcome the seer had seen. Voldemort had ensured that the few Frenchmen at the ball had stayed close to him, and far away from the wine. While he'd been assured that the Bazour should take care of the poison, he'd preferred to avoid a scandal if possible. Until the morning after the ball, he had believed that they had avoided the whole incident. But the first unspeakable who had gone to work in the morning had discovered a body in front of the lift going down to the lowest level of the Ministry of Magic, such as the Department of Mysteries. If not because of the purple robes, the swollen corpse would have been hard to recognize. Apparently that was an effect of the poison that no one had foreseen. Exactly what Horace Slughorn had been doing at a place where he had had no clearance to be, had yet to be cleared. The lift was too far away to have been found by accident. The reason of death had been easy to determine. A goblet with still a little of the wine in it had been found near the corpse. A quick test had proved that the former professor had managed to get his hands on one of those goblets which proved to have been poisoned. The whole thing could easily be explained. Slughorn had been drunk and strayed from the party. Since alcohol did nothing to lessen thirst, he had probably gladly consumed most of the goblet's contents, unaware that it had been poison. By all means, the case was over and he should let it rest. But Voldemort found that there was too much to question about the whole affair so that he could just let go of it. What had Slughorn been doing away from the ball? Voldemort knew the man from his time as a student at Hogwarts. He had been one of those whom Slughorn had handpicked to his slug club, based on his bright mind he had shown back then. Others had simply been there for the connections they had to other people whom Slughorn had found useful. He had considered the possibility of Slughorn being the one who had planted the poison. He could have used the death of someone to sneak around the ministry for whatever reason the man had had to do so. But why would he drink of his own poison? Unless there had been someone else with him. There had been no sign of struggling, which meant that the poison had been consumed willingly. Investigations had shown that no magic had been used, which excluded the Imperious Curse. So someone had been there when the potion's brewer had died, or at least close up to the time of death. Since no one had passed through the door, he could only assume that the person had left afterwards, probably to return to the other guests where he or she would not catch attention when the corpse was found. There were too many unknown variables, and he'd too few answers to the questions. Stopping the drumming, Voldemort leaned back in the chair. His eyes strayed to the window on their own accord, where he'd a fine view over the lake and the Quidditch pitch. Green dots were moving round with high speed. It seemed like Slytherin was training for their upcoming match against the Gryffindor team in a week. Perhaps he would take the time to watch the match. The teens always seemed to play rougher against each whenever he was among the spectators, wanting to impress their lord. He didn't care much for Quidditch. Back when he had been a student, his studies had highest priority. But when his own house had been playing, Voldemort had shown up to show some support, and because it was expected for the students to come and cheer on their own team. Perhaps he should invite Harry to come with him. From what Lucius had reported, the seer had enjoyed his ride with the Malfoy heir, however short it had been. It would also give him an excuse for spending time with the seer. In fact, he hadn't seen Harry since the ministry ball, and even then they had not done anything but share a short look between them, where Harry had been holding a goblet with possible poisoned wine. Misty. At his words, a small, female house elf popped into the room and bowed deeply for him. What can's Misty be doing for Master Dark Lord? The house elf asked. Find Harry Potter and inform him that I wish to see him, he ordered, standing as the house elf popped out of the room. Why had the seer taken a goblet when he had known the dangers of it? Though having bezoars, there had been the possibility that they would not work against the poison. Before leaving for his mission, Severus had reported the brief interaction between Slughorn and Harry to him. To Voldemort, the interaction between them had seemed strange, even by then. One would think that the dead man would have been delighted at the prospect of meeting a true seer. Instead, the man had fled shortly after being presented to Harry. Further thoughts didn't come when the house elf appeared at the exact spot it had left. Taking in the way it wrung its hands and how its ears had dropped, Voldemort got a foreboding feeling. Well, he snapped, making the creature jump in fright. Misty is being very sorry, Master Dark Lord. Master Harry Potter is being nowhere to be found, sir. Not in his quarters, or anywhere Misty is being looks, sir. The house elf let out a miserable sound and disappeared before the curse he sent could hit it. Voldemort didn't bother to call it back to punish the creature for leaving without his permission. It seemed like he had much more important matters to take care of. Hogwarts. Wards had been adjusted, so he'd been notified when Harry had arrived inside the wards that night. Since then he could not recall seeing hide or back of the youth. From a drawer in his desk, Voldemort took forth a bracelet which was nearly an exact replica of the one Harry was wearing, only wider and not quite as delicate looking. He had used it to ensure that the youth was still in the castle. Since he'd gotten a positive response each time, Voldemort had seen no reason to check further up on it. And with Slughorn's death and dealing with the visiting Frenchman, Voldemort had hardly had any spare time. Activating the tracking charm, Voldemort left his office with long strides. His eyes watched the bracelet, as he processed the information he received from it. Harry was indeed still in Hogwarts, as Voldemort had already known he would be. But now that the bracelet was activated for more than just a few seconds, Voldemort's worry grew. It seemed that Harry's health was not as well as he'd thought. If he had known where the youth was, Voldemort would have apparated directly to him. As it was, he'd to walk the long way since he didn't know Harry's location. Luckily, there were only a few places that a person could hide successfully from a house ELF. But none of those places were anywhere the seer had anything to do. When Voldemort got his hands on the boy, he would give him a piece of his mind. How was he supposed to comply his part of the agreement if the boy sought out danger on his own? He hadn't thought much of it, when he had seen nothing of the seer those past days. Beforehand, Severus had informed Voldemort that he'd set several chores for his assistant to do in his absence. It was an agreement between the potions master and Harry. By doing so, the seer would be occupied while his guardian was away on the mission. Now Voldemort was berating himself for not sending after the boy before now, or sending someone to check up on Harry for him. It wasn't uncommon that accidents happened when one worked with potions. Harry really should have been more careful when he did his chores. He shouldn't be allowed to make a potion without supervision. Perfectly harmless potions could turn deadly if the seer got a vision under the process and missed any of the steps in his potion making. It was something he would have to make clear to Severus. It was unacceptable. Voldemort didn't intend to lose the seer so soon after having gained something which could assure him the continued upper hand when dealing with Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. Passing the quarters belonging to the potions master and his assistant and the potions laboratories, the list to how Harry could have harmed himself lessened slightly. The Slytherin common room laid in another direction, and Voldemort knew that none of the snakes would dare to harm the seer. If nothing else, then because he had shown a personal interest in the youth. The plan about presenting Harry as a seer at the ball had worked well. Rumors tended to flow, and considering who had been presenting Harry, no one had a reason to see it as a false claim. Despite his not clean blood, Severus Snape was a trustworthy man, known for his almost tough honesty. There had been no reason for him to lie. Before long, people would connect Harry with the article Skeeter had written about him when they visited Gringotts. The seer was under his protection, and Voldemort didn't intend to lose anything he considered his. He didn't let go of anything before he was done with it, and with this one he suspected that he wouldn't get tired anytime soon. Voldemort recognized the route the bracelet was leading him. Currently there was one prisoner being contained there. Since Harry had already visited Black once, Voldemort had assumed that it would be it, and had removed the spell that would alert him of the youth was being anywhere near the cells. He would have to stop making incorrect assumptions when he was dealing with the seer. The bracelet led him to Sirius Black. The man had been alive for much longer than Voldemort had planned on. He would let someone prepare a trial for the man. Black might be a traitor, but he was still a pureblood and the lord of a house. The man would receive a trial, and afterwards he would be executed for his doings. But the seer was not in front of Black's cell as Voldemort had expected him to be. The thing was no good if it simply led him on a wild goose chase. He should have tested whether or not the adjustments he had done to the bracelet would have affected the charms originally placed on the jewelry. He is in the other cell. At his arrival, Black had moved to the far end of his cell, reminding Voldemort of a hurt dog as he curled around himself in the corner. Voldemort's lips curled into a sneer. It seemed like Black remembered what happened when something went against him. And Severus had been so sure that his former classmate was unable to learn anything new. Salazar Slytherin had been the one responsible for the dungeons and had once in time placed a spell on the cells. Unless one knew that they were there, you could walk straight past without noticing the prisoners right next to you. It was a safety measure to make sure that the prisoners could not be freed, just like the wards which stopped the house elves from entering this part of the castle. Later, another spell had been placed so students could put their classmates into the cells, lock them up, and then walk away. Now, where it had been pointed out to him, Voldemort turned and was able to see into the cell opposite Black's. The spell didn't stop the prisoners from seeing each other. It helped breaking them, seeing the result of what they would be put through soon. There was indeed a person in the cell, which was supposed to be empty. Voldemort recognized the black robes with silver snakes embroidered on it. The person wearing the robes lay still, and if not for the faint shivers running through the body, Voldemort would have believed him dead. Open. The hissed command was obeyed immediately, the bars disappearing, as if they had not been there in the first place. It was a safety measure Salazar had placed in his time to assure that neither he nor his kin would be locked up here. After all, only those who belonged to the line of Slytherin could speak the tongue of the snakes. The trait might skip a generation, but it would always surface again. Voldemort could remember that once there had been an heir who had not gained the trait. When he got an heir and it was sure that the son was able to speak Parseltongue, the father had been killed so that the rest of the family would not have to live with the shame. He crouched down next to the seer, who had yet to react to his presence. The green orbs were hidden under closed eyelids and his breath was shallow. A sheen of sweat covered the paling skin. Reaching out, Voldemort found Harry's pulse, not wanting to use magic before he knew what had caused this. His gaze soon fell on a makeshift bandage, tightly bound around Harry's left thigh. He had used what looked to be a part of his dress robes, but with the blood and dirt clinging to the fabric, it was hardly recognizable. But other than that obvious wound, Voldemort was unable to spot any damage. However, that didn't mean that there was nothing. Letting his gaze wander, Voldemort spotted two objects, which had nothing to do in the cell. One was the pocket watch, the portkey which had transported Harry to and from the Ministry Ball. Another one was a silver spoon. Not sure what had been done to the spoon, Voldemort decided to bypass both objects for now, having more important matters to focus on at the current moment. Carefully, Voldemort sneaked his arms under Harry's knees and his neck. When he was sure that he had a secure grip, Voldemort rose, brining the seer with him as he did so. A pained groan worked its way over Harry's lips, both otherwise he did not react. Voldemort frowned at the weight in his arms, it was much too light for his liking. He knew that Severus had a tendency to forego eating whenever he was caught up in one of his projects. It seemed like the potions master had passed it on to his assistant. But if Harry had spent the last few days in the cell, it could also explain why he was at a less than satisfying weight, something which Voldemort intended to change. But first, he needed to get them away from there. Now where he had Harry, Voldemort did not need to walk back. Instead he spun around on the spot and apparated. With Harry clutched tightly to his chest, Voldemort appeared in his personal bedroom. He let the wards reach out and touch his core, before feeling them withdrawing. If he had been someone else, he would have been sent directly back to the cells they had just left. And since Harry was with him, the wards did not recognize the seer as a treat. Moving, Voldemort walked over to his king-sized bed. The bed sheds drew down, leaving space clear for him to lay the seer down on the bed, which Voldemort did with uttermost care, as if he was handling a rare and fragile artifact. Seeing that Harry was not going to die in this moment, Voldemort straightened. "See to it that Narcissa Malfoy knows that I am in need of her assistance. Make sure that she understands that it is urgent," he said to no one in particular. Still, Voldemort knew that Lady Malfoy would get his message. And if she knew what was best for herself and her family, she would heed the order. Despite not having any medical training, other what he had learned from the books he had read, Voldemort started on the work. A spell took care of Harry's clothes, leaving the male in his birthday suit. Voldemort let his eyes wander over the body lying on his bed. He had already known that Harry was thin, though the robes he usually wore did a good job in hiding it from a normal watcher. The ribs were not sticking out, but they were starting to become noticeable under the skin. The skin was not unmarked as Voldemort had thought it would be. Instead, small scars, the biggest on the size of his pinky, was spread out over the body. His eyes flickered up the bolt-formed scar on the seer's forehead. Harry had explained how he had used the pain from the self-inflicted wound to keep him grounded when he fled from the Order. To do something so dramatically he would have to have been desperate. But the only way to know that it would work was if he had done something similar to himself in the past. Just how many of those scars were his own doing? For one so dark-haired, Harry had fairly little body hair, Voldemort noticed as his gaze swept to the bandage which still covered the teen's wounded leg. Knowing that Narcissa would soon be there, Voldemort summoned a silk fabric and placed it over Harry's crotch. If the seer awoke in the middle of this, Voldemort did not want him more panic than necessary. Manually, Voldemort started undoing the bandage. Normally he would leave such a task for others, or simply use magic, but he didn't know what had caused this wound. He did not want to worsen the damage which had already been inflicted on the youth, intentionally or not. When his fingers brushed over the skin, Voldemort could feel the heat. He had noticed it when he had been holding Harry, but now it seemed to be radiating from him. Voldemort angled the leg so he could better get the bandage off. The action pulled a pained groan from the brunette on his bed, and Harry mumbled something which sounded like trolls, though Voldemort had no way of being sure. A polite knock on his door sounded. Voldemort did not look up from his work as he made the doors open, allowing the witch entrance to his bedroom, a place which very few could claim to ever have set a foot in. "You called, my lord." Narcissa was a beautiful woman, whom her son shared many traits with, something most people oversaw since he looked so much like his father. She was a tall and slim woman, with pale skin and the same blue eyes as her cousin possessed. Her hair coloring was different from the rest of the black, owned, which made her fit well with her husband and son. As a third daughter from a side branch of the Black family, Narcissa's only duty to her family had been to marry someone who could bring most profit. She had outdone all expectations when she had been married to Lucius Malfoy, connecting two powerful families. But like other born females from the Black family, Narcissa had been unable to lean back and simply enjoy her life. Where Bellatrix was a master in dueling, Narcissa had decided to study to be a Medi-Witch. But she had never taken the exam which would have allowed her to claim the title. It did not stop Voldemort from summoning her when he found himself in need of her expertise. Voldemort stepped aside, letting Narcissa get a clear view of the body lying on his bed. When she got a pinched look on her face, he knew what she was thinking. Harry and her son were roughly the same age. It wouldn't surprise him if she was imagining the Malfoy heir in Harry's place. Heal him. The order left no room for argument, not that any would be voiced. No matter how much Narcissa usually spent her time gossiping with other pureblood women, she was professional. Though having let Narcissa take over his spot, Voldemort did not leave. He knew that Harry would be in good hands. Even if Narcissa had not wanted to treat the youth, she would have recognized the seer and the life debt her family owed him. He watched as the bandage was removed, placed aside to be destroyed when she was done. "What has caused it?" Voldemort asked, not needing to specific for the witch to know what he was speaking about. The wound looked far worse than it should at this point of time. Voldemort assumed that Harry had obtained it somewhere between the Ministry Ball and now. Unless he had dosed himself with potions to be able to walk around and dance unaffected by the pain. Dark bruises decorated the body, concentrated around the chest and the upper arms. They were on an early healing state. It was most likely that Harry had gotten those when the seer had used the Whomping Willow to make the Lestranges stay away. It looks like he has been splenched. Voldemort's eyes narrowed at the witch's conclusion. What magic Harry had, could not be used for apparating. And he would have known it if anyone had tried to remove the seer from Hogwarts by that means of traveling. The only magical transport Harry had used was when he portkeyed from the Ministry. Remembering the silver spoon he had seen back in the cell, Voldemort wondered if that perhaps was the cause. If it was a portkey and had somehow been activated while Harry was using his own portkey to get back to Hogwarts, it could explain the wound and how the seer had ended in the cell. The two portkeys could in theory have influenced each other enough for that to be a likely explanation. That, however, raised a whole new set of questions which Voldemort had no answers to. Such as who had brought the other portkey, and had the seer been willing or had it been a kidnapping attempt. The last seemed most likely, but until the seer awoke, Voldemort would refrain from making assumptions. Narcissa worked silently, first speaking when she got the results from the diagnostic charm she had cast earlier. "It seems like the wound's current state is because of lingering of a poison in his blood. I can't say for sure what kind of poison it's, but the charm shows that it should be easy enough to get rid of," she reported before starting to remove the poison from the seer. Unlike the witch, Voldemort knew what poison she was talking about. Why the seer would do something as stupid as drinking what he knew could be poisoned, was a question he would get answers to later. Perhaps Harry had been forced to drink the wine. But if he had been forced, then how had he managed to use the Bezoar? It could not be a good murderer if they let their victim die. Unless Harry had not been meant to die. Perhaps it was meant as a warning. To show how easily his enemies could attack what was his. As soon as he had his answers, Voldemort intended to act. He would show the world why it was that they should fear a Dark Lord. And he would start with Black's execution. Silently he watched Narcissa work. Since she had removed the poison from Harry's blood system, she turned to the wound. Narcissa mumbled spells at a rapid pace, keeping her wand steadily pointed at the wound. The changes happened fast in front of his eyes. After the first 3 spells, the wound already looked healthier, the effects of the poison disappearing. Finished the 5th spell, Narcissa lowered her wand as the wound started to heal much faster than it was humanly possible. It will take a few hours, but then his legs should be as good as new. I'll bring something to bring down the fever, and then I'll see if I can find something for those bruises. Perhaps something which can be mixed with a scar reducer. He should be fine when he awakes, but I would like him to have 2 days bed rest. He also needs regular meals with nourishment. He's nearly 2 stones underweight for someone at his size, and he is much too small for his age, though it is too late to change that. A clean bandage was wrapped around the healing wound, stopping blood from seeping out on the bed. He'll also need a bath, but I suppose that it'll have to wait. What he needs right now is rest so magic can be allowed to work. There are a few potions, which can speed up the process, but since Severus is not here and it's not something which can be kept on storage, I suppose that we'll have to make do without them. As she spoke, Narcissa spelled new bed sheets on, making sure not to wake the teen lying on the bed. Leave us. You'll be noticed when he has awoken, so you can make a check-up. The witch knew better than to speak against her lord and curtsied. With a last glance at the teen, she left the room, probably to return to whatever she had been doing before she had been summoned. Now, where they were alone, Voldemort took his former spot by the teen's side. Noticing the way Harry shivered, Voldemort pulled the sheet up under the brunette's chin, knowing that he could have done so with magic. But somehow it felt more right when he did it by himself. Conjuring an armchair, Voldemort settled down, intending to wait there until Harry roused from unconsciousness. His mind rose to the world of conscious much sooner than Harry was prepared for. He wanted to stay in the darkness, where he would be free from thoughts and impressions, but something was stopping him from doing just that. It seemed like something had changed while Harry had been out of it. Unlike the last time he had been awake, he felt comfortably warm. His leg was not pulsing with pain. In fact, he could ignore the soreness coming from the spot where the wound was. The duvet over him was warm and heavy, urging Harry to stay in his half-awake, half-asleep state. Without opening his eyes, Harry tried to access his situation. Somebody had healed his body, and Harry doubted very much that Black had any hand in it. Either he had been unconscious for longer than he thought, or someone had done it. The latter seemed more likely to him. From what he could tell, he had been removed from the cell. The bed he was lying on felt like it could swallow him whole with its softness. It was definitely an improvement from the last 3 days. It also told Harry that it was not his own bed. In fact, Harry was fairly sure that he had never been in a bed where the covers felt like they were made of silk. His mouth was dry and he felt like his tongue was glued to the roof of his mouth. And his stomach felt like someone had twisted it one time too much. It was probably an effect of not eating for the past few days, though he couldn't say for sure. Shifting, Harry became aware of 2 things. 1. He was BPD. That was the only explanation to why he could feel the bed sheet brush against his skin like a lover's cares at places which would normally be covered by clothes. Someone had undressed him while he had been unconscious, and whoever had done so had not bothered to redress him with new clothes. Harry supposed that he should be thankful that the bedcovers at least were laid over his body. 2nd, he was not alone in the bed. Someone was lying pressed against his side and something heavy and warm was draped over his waist, keeping him pinned to the bed. It felt like an arm and it probably belonged to the one behind him. Harry breathed in sharply, before forcing his breathing back to the deep and even rhythm it had been before. Whoever was in the bed probably knew that he was no longer asleep, but still Harry couldn't make himself give up the game. He couldn't remember a single time where he had shared a bed with another person. Harry had always been a private person, he didn't want others that close. And now someone had dared to sneak up on him while he was at his most vulnerable. Knowing that he had already blown his cover, Harry decided not to wait for his bed partner's move. Since he lay on the side, his right arm was not of much use. His left arm, however, was free and able to move. Fast as a snake, Harry elbowed the one behind him. His elbow came in contact with a body, but it definitely didn't feel like something that belonged to a human. Not taking the time to consider what this meant, Harry rolled away from the other, not caring about the way his body protested about being forced into sudden movements after having been kept still for so long. He had been closer to the edge than Harry had assumed, when he suddenly found that there was no more bed to roll on. Harry hit the floor with a hard thud, taking down the duvet and something else with him, as he hit the hard surface, biting his lower lip hard to not let any sound escape him. He rolled a last time, so he was lying on his back, sprawled out on the floor and unable to move due to the heavy weight trapping him to the floor. The body had followed with him, lying on top of him and effectively hindered him from fleeing as he had planned on doing. And now Harry knew for sure that it was not a human he had been sharing a bed with. "You're awake, little seer." A warm tongue flickered against his ear shell, startling Harry out of his wild running thoughts. His eyes flew open at their own intention as his head twisted to the side to look at the one who had spoken. All of Harry's muscles tensed when he found himself face to face with a large green snake, which looked to be roughly 12 feet long. Its head was so close that Harry with ease could see each of the scales on it. Figuring that he would already have been dead if that was what she wanted, Harry gradually managed to force his muscles to relax and calm his hectic breathing. It helped that he had spoken with a few garden snakes back in Surrey, but this one was much bigger than what Harry was used to. At her thickest point, he would say she was as thick as a man's thigh. Also, the other snakes he'd known had not been as dangerous as he knew that she could be. Nagini was Voldemort's familiar and a snake which Harry had done his best to avoid in the past. He knew that if she attacked, he would probably be able to stop her. But that meant that he would have to reveal himself as a Parseltongue, something he had no plans about doing. Until this moment Harry had done a good job in avoiding the snake, but now he found himself closer to her than he had ever thought that he would be. He nearly went cross-eyed when the snake's head moved so it was right in front of his face. Even with her upper part lying on him, Nagini's body still took up a great part of the bed. And Harry found out that what he had thought was an arm holding him was a thinner part of Nagini's body which was still draped over him. Much to his relief, Nagini was on top of the covers while Harry was under them, otherwise he was sure that he would be a lot more freaked out than he felt at the moment. "Don't just lay there and stare rudely at me. Make yourself useful and scratch me." Not sure what else he was supposed to do, Harry lifted one hand. Only when his fingers touched the warm scales did he remember that he was not supposed to be able to understand what she had said. His fingers obediently continued the task of keeping the snake occupied while Harry tried to find clues which could tell him where he was. He was in a superlative room, with a floor of dark mahogany which emphasized the silver and Slytherin green that decorated the walls. French doors probably lead out, the other door could be the entrance to a bathroom. And when he strained himself to look over the bed, Harry thought that he saw something which could be a walk-in closet, if the open door and the clothes he could see was anything to go by. Unlike the office, this room didn't lack a personal touch. Looking out of one of the windows, Harry realized that he was still at Hogwarts. Unless someone had went through the troubles to put up an illusion which looked exactly like the Quidditch pitch and a part of the Forbidden Forest, so he would believe that he was still on the school's grounds. Harry let his head fall back, meeting the floor with a thud. A small pain erupting where the back of his head connected with the hard surface. He couldn't stay here, Harry comprehended. Just because he was at Hogwarts, it didn't mean that he was safe, as he had liked to believe. Pettigrew's attack had showed him that. And his stay in the cell proved that the oath meant absolutely nothing. It was best he left, and the oath he had given Voldemort could be damned for all Harry cared. The man had failed badly to keep his end of the deal, so what reason did Harry have to continuing listening to his orders? It did not mean that he would stop reporting his visions. Harry would make sure that Severus would get to know them. Especially about the one Harry had had while being locked up. He wouldn't risk Severus being surprised by the Order members' presence near the Giants. Theoretically Harry knew that his guardian could take care of himself, but it didn't mean that Harry believed Severus invincible. The thought of leaving Severus, Draco and his newfound friends behind was painful. However, it would be for the best. Harry couldn't live somewhere where he knew that he would not be safe. Not only because of traitors, but also because of those who were supposed to protect him weren't there to do their job. He would disappear into the Muggle world. He didn't like it, but it would be easiest to hide that way. Among wizards, he would stand out like a sore thumb because of his inability to use magic. Among Muggles, he would just be another anonymous face among an endless amount of others. But before he could take that step, he would have to get free of this possible death trap Nagini was having him in as she was wrapped around him. As it was, there was little to no chance that Harry would be able to leave unless the snake let go of him on its own, something which seemed rather unlikely at the moment. Stopping the petting and removing his hand, Harry quickly got the attention of the big reptile. Her poison yellow eyes were staring directly at him, making her dislike for him stopping known to Harry without a single word or sound. Harry swallowed, knowing that there was a good chance that he would regret what he was about to do. But sometimes one had to offer something if they wanted to archive something bigger. Your strength is great, Nagini. Could you please let go of me? I doubt that Voldemort would like it if I suffocated because I can't breathe. If it had been possible, Harry would have believed that the snake was gaping at him. At least he was pretty sure that she had understood what he'd said. For him, it was hard to figure out when he spoke and when he used Parseltongue. Perhaps it was because he did not use it often, and he had never really gotten the chance to hear other people speak it. Considering that there was only one other person who spoke the language that Harry knew of, it was not really that surprising. You are a speaker. Despite her exited tone, Harry found the grip on him lessening, though she didn't let go of him as he had hoped that she would. Voldemort said that there was no more of his kind out there. I would have heard it if he had produced a youngling. No, we are not related. Harry responded, thinking back to the family tree he had seen in the Potter vault. The British purebloods were renowned for their inbreeding. Therefore, it was surprising that there was no direct connection between their two families since they descended from the Prevel brothers. Nagini seemed satisfied with Harry's answer. Good. Never bring a grown hatchling to your nest. It may kill you and take over the den. A mate, on the other hand, can help keeping the nest warm on cold nights and days. The words made Harry choke on his spit. You mean that this room belongs to Voldemort? Taking another look from where he lay on the floor, Harry had to agree that the room was fit for one of a high standing. That seemed to create a whole new set of troubles which Harry wasn't sure he would be able to deal with. Since this room probably belonged to Voldemort's living space, it would be harder to sneak out of it than it had been with the hospital wing. As the Dark Lord Voldemort was used to assassination attempts, so he wouldn't be careless to let the windows be unprotected, and Harry doubted that he could simply wander out of the door without anyone stopping him. A few seconds later, the second part of what Nagini had said was registered by his mind. I'm not his mate. Harry spluttered, feeling his face heat up, though he could not say if it was from anger, embarrassment, or something else. Not even Harry could deny that Voldemort looked good. One had to know the man's age to know that the Dark Lord was far older than late 20s. Nagini looked disappointed at his statement, but huffed, to tell the truth, I don't see what good a mate would do, if you can't get hatchlings. But Voldemort has always been strange, liking males instead of females. Harry gaped at the snake, not sure how he was supposed to respond to this, when someone came to his rescue. Are you done blabbing to the little seer, Nagini? Move aside. He's not used to someone as magnificent as you. You shouldn't scare him like that. Harry bit back an angry retort as he was forced to crane his neck in an almost unnatural manner to be able to look at the one who spoke. The door near the fireplace was open, and by the steam coming out around Voldemort, Harry knew that he had been correct when he had guessed that it was the bathroom. The dark hair was damp, and as his eyes traveled downwards on their own accord, Harry realized that the Dark Lord was wearing a black bathrobe, with nothing under it if he should judge by the way it was open on the chest, giving Harry a fine view of the skin. It gave Harry plenty of time to stare at the toned and firm chest. Considering what else he could be staring at, Harry guessed that it was not the worst place to let his gaze be. Mortified, Harry realized that he had been checking out Voldemort, and he quickly turned his face away, though he didn't do it fast enough for Voldemort not to see the blush coloring his face. Nagini unwrapped herself from Harry and crossed the room to get to Voldemort with the speed of a snitch. Her sudden movement had pushed most of the duvet aside, and Harry, remembering his still lack of clothes, drove for the duvet and wrapped it securely around himself. Right now he was wondering if the ground could open and swallow him. He spoke. Nagini happily hissed as she followed Voldemort over to where Harry still lay on the floor. The seer glared at the snake as he pushed himself up and away from the man, only stopping when his back hit the corner created by a wall in the bed. Voldemort looked down at the snake, wearing a bemused expression. Humans tend to do that, my dear. He was probably surprised to find you here. I also believe that I told you to inform me when he awoke. Now both Snake and Wizard were near, effectively cornering Harry, leaving him no possible opening to flee through. I would, but then he freaked out. And you said that the little seer shouldn't leave the nest, so I had to do something. And he spoke, like you do. The man's red eyes were back at Harry, a calculating glint in them. Say something. Stubbornly Harry turned away from the man. This was his own fault. If he hadn't spoken to Nagini, this would have been avoided. But at that time it had seemed like a good idea, especially since he believed that he would have been gone long before anyone came to check up on him. How was he supposed to know that Voldemort would be in the bathroom belonging to this room? After the whole thing with his stay in the cell, Harry didn't feel the slightest bit inclined to indulge the man's wish. Cold and strong fingers closed around his chin, forcing Harry's head back to its original position. While he had been lost in thoughts, Voldemort had taken the last step to close the distance between them and was kneeling down in front of him. Harry was willing to bet anything he owned that this was not a position that the Dark Lord was used to take. Harry found his eyes seeking out Voldemort's red orbs on their own accord, glad that he had occlumency shields. At this point he would not put it behind Voldemort to actually try and use legilimency on him to get the answer the man wanted. Silently Harry dared Voldemort to do just that. The man would get the same result as those in the past who had tried to gain access to Harry's mind had gotten. Either Voldemort did not notice the dare, or he simply ignored it. Harry was too focused on the man himself to ponder more on it. This close Harry had a perfect view of Voldemort's chest. His eyes followed a drop of water which started from the hair and at last disappeared under the bathrobe. He could even smell the shampoo the man had used, it reminded him of the forest. The smell was not something he would ever have connected with Voldemort. The man seemed like the kind to go for a more masculine scent. On the other hand, Harry doubted that anyone would dare to breathe a word if Voldemort went out smelling like perfume and flowers. And even if they did, they wouldn't live long enough to finish the sentence. Do you understand what I say? The tone was impatient, warning Harry that this was his last chance. Before what? He didn't know, but Harry could imagine that most would have been tortured for denying the man an answer for this long. Why couldn't Voldemort just take his silence as an answer that he didn't understand what was being said? But it seemed like Voldemort trusted what Nagini had said. If Harry had known that this would have happened, he would never have spoken to the reptile in the first place. Yes. When the word was said, Harry could feel how the fight went out of his body, as if he was a balloon which had just been punctured. His shoulders slumped, and though he wanted to look away or close his eyes, Harry found himself maintaining eye contact with Voldemort. This was a secret Harry had never shared with anyone before. Not with Severus, who would have been a logical choice since he had managed to keep Harry's other secrets for so long. Or Draco, who had been his friend for many years. Not even Dumbledore and his cronies had managed to pry the secret from him. Harry shuddered at the thought of what would have happened if the Dursleys had known that there was more freakish things about him than just the visions he had had while staying with them. It was something Harry had planned on taking with him into the grave, but now the cat was out of the bag. Finally he let his eyes slip away from Voldemort, waiting for whatever response which would follow with his revelation. Look at me. Gritting his teeth, Harry found himself following the order, much to his great regret. Green clashed with red and Harry barred his teeth at the man. He didn't care that it was an animalistic move, right now he just wanted his antagonism to be known. Let go. Unlike Voldemort, Harry didn't quite manage to put any force behind his words. The man didn't move, but watched him without blinking. Harry didn't need to be able to read Voldemort's mind to guess what the man was thinking about. Interesting. One would think that after such a long time, the trait would have died out. The grip on him changed, being more gentle than retaining. Have you considered that there might have been others before me, but unlike your ancestors, mine didn't flaunt it for the whole world to see. Harry asked, thinking about the book Voldemort had found when they'd visited the Potter Vault. Apparently Voldemort could follow Harry's way of thinking without Harry needing to say anything. It makes sense. Normally when a light wizard finds a book they do not understand, they either destroy it or lock it up somewhere where no one but they will be able to find it. But a Parselmouth would have saved it for future use, knowing that there would be other generations gifted. The faraway look in Voldemort's eyes disappeared and Harry once again found himself squirming under the weight of the man's gaze. Who else knows about this? One would either have to be dumb or deaf to not hear the warning in Voldemort's voice. Severus might have gotten off with a light punishment for keeping Harry's visions a secret since they'd both done their best to make sure that they benefited the Dark Lord. But there was no way that Voldemort would let people get away with keeping more secrets from him. Especially not something Voldemort believed concerned him. I have never told, and no one I know of has been able to figure it out. Harry glared into Voldemort's eyes, daring the man to say anything against him. Why it was so important for Voldemort to know, Harry would try and figure out when he wasn't dealing with a Dark Lord. From now on you'll only speak Parseltongue to me, unless there is a third party who needs to be a part of our conversation. That is, whatever protest had been on Harry's lips was cut off when Harry found himself scoped up and placed on the bed with more force than had been necessary. I told you to stop manhandling me, protested Harry as he stopped bouncing on the mattress, the duvet still held securely around him. All thoughts about modesty disappeared when Harry found Voldemort over him. The man had a leg on each side of Harry's waist, using them to keep the seer in place. The hands were on each side of Harry's head, effectively caging him in. And I informed you that you would not be in doubt when I manhandle you. You are supposed to be resting, which includes staying in the bed, no matter what. And what did I tell you about what language you'll be using? Seething over the way he was being manhandled and spoken to, Harry let go of the duvet and let his hand wander over the bed's surface. When his fingertips brushed against something, Harry closed them around the item. As you want. But I'll still not let you manhandle me. With those words, Harry smacked the pillow against the side of Voldemort's head. Because of the awkward angle his arm was in and the pillow's softness, it hardly made an impact on the man hovering over him. Before Harry could even blink, the pillow was ripped out of his hand and fingers closed around his throat. The grip wasn't tight enough to suffocate him, but Harry certainly didn't need to check to know that the hand indeed was there. Voldemort's face was now so close that their noses were nearly brushing against each other. Harry was able to spot flakes of red which seemed darker than the rest of Voldemort's eyes. Be careful, little seer. I allow you much more free rein than I do with anyone else due to your usefulness. But don't you mistake. If you overstep the boundaries, you'll suffer the consequences. Harry knew that it probably wasn't the smartest move, but his upflared temper refused to let him bow down to the threat. Screw you. If he had been able to control his ability, Harry would have spoken English, as he had done not even minutes before. But with Nagini's presence and Voldemort speaking Parseltongue, Harry hardly had a say in that matter. The grip around his throat tightened, until Harry started to fight for breathing. He could still get air in, but it was far from enough to make him still his struggling. Both of his hands had been seized above his head, making sure that Harry was unable to scratch or otherwise attempt to make Voldemort loosen his hold on him. The man's eyes had narrowed until they were nothing more than red, burning slits. I told you that. The words disappeared before Harry could figure out what the man had meant to say, and the seer's struggles, which had slowed down, started with renewed strength as he realized what was about to happen. His breathing speeded up, and when he started to inhale the mist which had formed around him, Harry broke into a coughing fit. Voldemort was no longer anywhere to see, and Harry could not feel the hand he knew had been around his throat only a second ago. Not that the change mattered much as he tried to get enough air into his lungs to calm his fast-beating heart. Panic took hold on him, despite him trying not to allow it. He could not feel anything, couldn't smell, the only thing he could see was the mist, and his own breathing was the only sound for him to hear. He might as well not be existing. Around him dark shapes took form in the mist, but they were too far away for Harry to see who or what they were. He didn't know why they never seemed to come near enough for him to see what they looked like, but he was thankful that they kept their distance. He had seen this place enough times to know that he wouldn't like any of the shapes coming near him. Though they didn't look like anything he knew of, the effect those things had on him whenever they came too close was the same as Harry had read that the Dementors had whenever they came near something living. As if knowing what he was thinking, the odd shapes started drawing closer. Harry took in a sharp breath, icy air filling his lungs to the border of painful. James. Harry squinted his eyes close, as a new scene started to form around him, still affected by the mist which made it look deformed. Run, Lily. I will hold him back. Had he been able to move, Harry would have covered his ears, though he already knew that it would not have much use. Nothing he ever did could stop what was playing out in front of him. Therefore Harry opened his eyes, hoping against hope that this time would be different. A tall woman with thick, dark red hair that fell to her shoulders and bright green almond-shaped eyes clung to the other person visible to Harry. The male shared a disturbing semblance to Harry, and yet he looked so different. He was tall and thin, with hazel-colored eyes and black, untidy hair that stuck up at the back. It held a great resemblance to how Harry's hair had been, before the seer had let his grow long. To make it even creepier, the man was wearing the same round, and black-rimmed glasses Harry himself had once owned. Both wore the trademark black robes for Death Eaters, and thrown in a corner of the room 2 white masks lay abandoned. Though not being able to hear any explosion, Harry saw it when a door passed through his body. It hit the wall on the opposite side of the room and crumbled to dust. He hadn't even flinched when it had been blown off its hinges, having been in this vision plenty of times before. The pair had gotten their wands forth and were pointing them at Harry, or whatever was behind him. A hand clamped down on his shoulder, using force to turn him around as the first curses were thrown. Fear shot up through his spine, though Harry didn't know who had grabbed him. It shouldn't be happening, since he wasn't an actual part of the vision, and yet it did. Like every other time he had been forced to watch this scene. Harry blinked, finding himself back in the bedroom, gasping for air though there was no longer a restricting grip around his throat. Seeing someone above him, Harry flinched back in the mattress, not being able to move anywhere else. It took a moment for his brain to realize that he really was out of the vision, and that he had a Dark Lord seated on his lower body, effectively pinning him to the bed. As if it wasn't bad enough, said Dark Lord was watching him with an expression that clearly told Harry that he wasn't going to get out of this without some explanation. A plus was that his hands were free, though Harry didn't see how he could do much good with that. Needing to know that this was real, Harry pushed himself upwards, letting his lips crash with Voldemort's catching Dark Lord by surprise. Even when the vision involved him, Harry didn't feel anything when he did something on his own invention. Feeling the harsh lips against his own, made Harry realize that he indeed was back in the real world and not caught up in another vision. A hand slid into his hair, gripping it and holding him in place as the warm mouth started moving lightly against Harry's clamped lips. The body was pressed against his own, brushing against his hardening cock, and realization dawned for Harry. Shame over his action washed over him like a wave. He was not being turned on by this. To make it even worse, this was Voldemort, the Dark Lord, and a man who could easily have been his grandfather if not because the family tree proved otherwise. With a whimper Harry tried to move away, but the other male was not having any of that, and the grip on his hair held Harry in place. It felt like his nerves had been set on fire. Harry couldn't recall a single time where anyone had at him like this, and his mind was fighting his own body for who was supposed to be in control. Knowing that he would regret it if he let it go any further, Harry wrenched his lips free, wincing at the few strands of hair he felt loose at the sudden movement. "Stop it!" he cried out. He heard a chuckle from the male above him. Opening his eyes, not really sure about when he had closed them, Harry glared up at Voldemort, noticing the fire that had lit the man's eyes. "I had a vision," he rasped out between deep breaths. As he had expected, the words were enough to make Voldemort pause his movements and his eyes cleared for any emotions that had been in there not even a short moment ago. Evaporate. At least the man was too caught up with the chance of a new vision to bother correction what language Harry used. Beeping in a deep breath, Harry's mind was rambling for a vision. He had no intention about telling Voldemort about what he had just seen. The oath could be damned. But that wasn't the only vision he had had. The Order is sending a group to try and convince the Giants to change sides. He closed his eyes briefly, before snapping them open. Hagrid, who has some giant blood in him. The Metamorphagus and a man who called Black Padfoot. They were in a tent, eating dinner, but I didn't see more than that. Oh, it seems like they have given up on rescuing Black. Dumbledore has promised that he will do his best, but that basically means that they have no hope for him. Despite the fact that Voldemort had not corrected him the last time, it didn't mean that Harry was willing to take any chances. Did you see anything else? At Harry's mute shake of his head, Voldemort rose from the bed with swift movements and headed for the door. When I return, we will discuss exactly how you ended in that cell. Nagini, keep an eye on the little seer and make sure that he doesn't leave the bed. The snake sighed deeply before unrolling and leaving her spot in front of the fireplace to join Harry on the bed. Satisfied that his order was being followed, Voldemort left without a backwards glance. Jerk. He spat, throwing a pillow which hit the already closed door and fell to the floor with a thud. He was interrupted from yelling more insult when Nagini butted her head against his shoulder. Stop screaming. If any of us has a reason to be annoyed, it is me. I had to move away from a perfectly warm resting place and stay here with you. So make up for it and scratch me. Sighing, Harry let his fingers run over Nagini's scales. Voldemort was probably long gone now, so it wouldn't do much good to continue until he screamed himself hoarse. It didn't mean that he would forget the fact that he had spent the last few days in a cell. Or that he would allow the Dark Lord to order him around. But the most important thing was that Voldemort had not learned of the vision he'd had. It was one that Harry did not plan on sharing with anyone, no matter how many times he was forced to watch it, or how much he saw, and no promise would be able to change his decision. Harry groaned and let his chin fall to his chest when he realized what he had actually done to make sure that he was out of the vision. Perhaps Voldemort would have forgotten all about the key by the time the man returned. Somehow Harry could not even make himself believe that. Voldemort did not leave right away. He heard something hit the closed door behind him. Presumably another pillow. Luckily the house elves always made sure that there was plenty of those in the bed, so he wouldn't have to worry about the seer leaving the bed just to fetch one pillow. When no further sounds occurred bare one muffled word, which didn't reach his ears fully because of the thickness of the door and the protective magic between them, Voldemort could only assume that Nagini had managed to do as he had ordered her to. Pinching his nose, Voldemort otherwise kept a blank expression. Things certainly hadn't gone as he had expected they would when he had fetched Harry from the cell. Harry had awoken after 5 hours of unconsciousness. By all means the youth should not have started to stir yet. Because of this, he had not been in the room when Harry joined the world of living. But the sight which had met him when he had left the bathroom was something he could get used to. Pale limbs, wrapped up in a silk bed sheet, like a gift which was waiting for him to unwrap it. By the blushing and how the seer had been busy covering his body from view, it had almost been like dealing with a pure. Though marriage was important among the purebloods, it was not unusual for the wizards and witches to gain experience before the wedding night. As long as no scandal was created, everyone was willing to let the children enjoy their freedom. To find someone untouched at the border of adulthood was a rarity, something which could catch his interest. The key had piqued said interest. It had been desperate and so inexperienced, as if Potter had had no idea of how he was supposed to carry it out. If not because the whole thing was such a delicate matter, Voldemort wouldn't have hesitated to go the whole way. But the seer's ingenuousness might have caused Harry to be scared away, something which Voldemort was not willing to risk. He would keep the seer by his side, and perhaps this was the way he should go. By doing this, Harry would be bound closer to him than even his Death Eaters were. It was the best way to ensure that the seer wouldn't leave him once the year was over. And it certainly helped that Harry was not unpleasant to the eye. It would be a risky rate. While a relationship would bind the seer to him, it would also make Harry a possible weakness which his enemies would use against him. For now Voldemort would ensure that Severus was warned. The Dark Lord had no intention of searching for a new potions master because the man had a run-in with the Order's envoys. While his spy was accompanying the two Dumbledore supporters, Voldemort had no intention of letting the spy reveal their existence to the rest of the world just yet. And while he was at it, he might as well send someone to keep an eye on Harry in his absence. While Nagini could easily kill a full-grown wizard with a single bite of hers, Voldemort preferred it, if there was a human to make sure that Harry stayed in bed. The seer's actions just now and the escape attempt back in the hospital wing proved that the youth needed to be kept under constant supervision to make sure that the seer would not attempt something stupid. He would let Narcissa know that the youth had awoken. She would be able to stay with him until Voldemort returned. And she would make use of the time to check up on Harry's health, as she had already promised to do. Transforming the bathrobe into comfortable robes, Voldemort left his quarters. Once he returned, he fully intended to start on his interrogation of Harry. Before this day was over, Voldemort intended to know how Potter had managed to land himself in that cell. And not to forget the original reason to why he had went looking for the seer in the first place. He still needed to know what kind of connection there had been between Harry and Slughorn. And if Harry knew anything about the way the potions brewer had died. Not long after Voldemort had left, a house ELF popped in. Wordlessly it bowed before placing the items it had brought with it within Harry's reach. With one last bow the creature disappeared, leaving Harry to figure out what this meant. Foregoing the tray with what looked to be food for now, Harry went straight for the clothes the house ELF had left on the bed. His face fell slightly when he realized that it were not robes, but nightclothes. Apparently Voldemort had been serious when the man had ordered him to stay in the bed, and was not about to make it easy for him to leave. Which was also why Harry had to find a way to distract Nagini so the snake would be able to stop him. Could you please look around so I can dress? Since Nagini had no reason to follow an order, Harry figured that he might as well try and ask nicely. The snake huffed, obviously not happy with the request, but she turned her head nonetheless. It didn't escape Harry's notice that she was facing both the door and the windows, meaning that he wouldn't be able to run away while she was looking the other way. Foolish little seer. You are supposed to shred your skin, not put more on. You humans are strange. When Nagini turned her head, Harry had already dressed and was back under the duvet. For a while the snake said nothing, content to watch him with slit eyes. Before any of them could start a conversation, the door Voldemort had left through was slammed open, making Harry jump in surprise. Honey, I am home. Following the sing-song voice came Bellatrix Lestrange, her eyes positively dancing with mirth when they landed on Harry. There you are, Harrykins. You have worried your Auntie Bellatrix. That is not something a gentleman ever does to a lady. The witch scolded as she skipped to the side of the bed Harry was in. Warily Harry leaned back against the small mountain of pillows behind him as Bellatrix already had one knee on the bed, staring intensely at him. Itchy Harrykins has been a naughty boy, you have been avoiding me. But now our Lord has made sure that we can spend some auntie and nephew quality time together. Harry eyed the woman warily, wondering what she was doing here without her minders, also known as the two male Lestranges. Without a care for how it could look like if someone walked in on them, Bellatrix flopped down on the bed, nearly landing on Nagini in the process. The snake let out a series of hisses, about what she thought about women who dared to disturb her like that. Luckily Harry was the only one who understood what was being said, though he could have done without it. So dearest nephew of mine, tell your beloved auntie, what you have done so you need to be watched. The witch asked, rolling onto her back so she was looking at him upside down. Despite her relaxed posture the witch's hand didn't stray far from her wandholder. And like Nagini Bellatrix lay so she easily could keep an eye on the doors and windows while speaking to him. When Harry made no move to spill the beans, Bellatrix pushed her lower lip forward, making her look much younger and less sane than she was. Well, if you don't want to share with me, I suppose I'll just have to entertain you until our Lord returns. I know, how about I teach you some spells? A mad grin spread on her face as she hopped up from the bed, her previously bad mood seemingly forgotten. You do know that I cannot do magic, right? Harry asked. It wouldn't have surprised him if the witch had somehow managed to forget that fact. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry sat straight up as the pillow on the bed started hovering in the air over his head. Of course I haven't forgotten, little Harrykins. His eyebrows twisted. Why was it that people kept mentioning his lack of height? It was not like it was his fault. But when I am done, you will know what the curses do, which will give you more reason to dodge when you see them fly in your direction. I would have loved to use bunnies as an example, but I don't think that the Dark Lord will be happy if we get blood on his belongings. The witch got a mournful expression before it moved aside for her grin. Now, eat and drink and make sure that you watch the show. Obediently, Harry placed the tray with food and drinks on his lap. He saw no reason to disobey when he already had a wand pointed somewhere above him. Besides, the smell of food had reminded him about how long it had been since he'd last gotten a decent meal. And roughly anything was better than what had been served in the cell. Sectum Sempra. When Bellatrix moved her wand downwards, the remaining pillows were ripped apart. White down filled the air, like snow. For a short time Bellatrix was hidden from view, though her crackling left no doubt that the witch was still in the room. Harry had given up on eating after the first spell had been fired, sending bits of the destroyed pillow everywhere, including into his food and drink. Perhaps it was just as well, since Harry doubted that he would have been able to stomach everything on the tray. Certainly not after Bellatrix had latched into a colorful description of what those spells she showed him would do to an actual human body. One thing Harry now knew for sure: in the future he would dodge much faster when a spell headed his way. Bellatrix could be oddly motivating when she described how she could make one's gut turn themselves inside out with just a flick of her wand. If she would just stop looking like she wanted to test them on him, she would probably have made a decent professor. When the down settled down, a smile tugged in the corners of Harry's mouth. There was not an inch of the room which was not covered in white. It looked as if someone had started a blizzard in there. From under the bed Harry could hear Nagini's angry mutterings, but because the amount of noise Bellatrix was creating, Harry was unable to hear what the snake was talking about. Perhaps she was still mad that Bellatrix had attempted to hit her with some of the curses, though the witch claimed that it had been purely by accident. What is going on here? Bellatrix's crackling came to an abrupt end and two heads whipped around to face the door, which none of them had noticed had been opened. In the door Voldemort stood, dressed in dark blue, almost black, robes. Harry blushed, not really sure why he had expected the man to still be dressed in the bathrobe he had left in. Hearing her master's voice, Nagini emerged from her hiding place under the big bed. Voldemort, do something about that crazy woman. Why did you let her into your den? She keeps destroying the pillows and it is impossible to nap with her here. Can I eat her? Nagini complained as she curled up behind Voldemort, so that the Dark Lord was between her and Bellatrix. The witch, however, paid no attention to the hissing snake. The instant she had realized who had entered, Bellatrix had put her wand away and slid down in a kneeling position. If she was trying to hide, she was doing a bad attempt. With her black dress and hair she wasn't exactly invisible among the white down which covered the floor. Where is Narcissa? I believe that it was her I sent for, not you, Bellatrix. As he spoke, Voldemort stepped fully into the room, his eyes taking in the changes that had happened in the short time he had been gone. Even from where Harry sat in the bed the seer noticed how Bellatrix shifted, suddenly seeming rather uncomfortable with the situation. However, when she lifted her head, the crazy grin was back on her face. Since my sister has yet to show up, I guess that she is still trying to locate her son. It seems like my nephew discovered his animagus form the same moment your message arrived. And if he happened to receive a little help, well, that is just what happens. Bellatrix said with an air that left no doubt about who had given said help. Hopefully Draco was all right. Harry had no idea about what kind of spell could force someone into their animagus form, but he hoped that there would be no harmful consequences. At the same time he wished that Draco would come by so Harry could get a chance to see what Draco's form was. But a glance at Voldemort told Harry that the man was not finding this amusing. Or perhaps he was, but with his expressionless face it was irksomely hard to figure out what was going on in that head of his. Send Narcissa here. Then you will find Draco Malfoy and transform him back to his human self before any incidents happen. For a moment Harry was reminded of a parent scolding their child. Bellatrix certainly played her part well, as she sulking stood from her kneeling position and left. Now where they were alone, if one ignored Nagini's presence, Harry suddenly found it hard to keep still. He fidgeted with the end of his too long sleeve as his eyes refused to stay at one spot for more than a second. Harry. The seer tensed the moment he registered the shift from English to Parseltongue. It might please you to know that Severus now has been warned and he will watch out for those three in your vision. The down disappeared as Voldemort spoke, leaving Harry with very little to distract himself with. What happened in here? That was not the worst thing to start out with, considering what else Voldemort probably wanted to discuss with him. Bellatrix decided to teach me some curses so I would know why I should dodge if I ever saw them heading my way. He answered, easily slipping into Parseltongue. If he had known it would be so damned hard to face Voldemort after killing the man, he would never have done so. But he had needed to know for sure that he was out of the vision, and that had been one of the times his body had acted faster than his mind. Unfortunately, Harry knew that he was not one of those who could borrow a time turner, even if he asked nicely. It could have been perfect to go back in time and simply make it so the key never happened. Frowning, Harry decided against it. He remembered something about a risk of being crazy if your past self saw your future self, or something like that. Nagini only seemed too happy to return to her spot in front of the still-lit fireplace as Voldemort took seat in the single-wing chair which stood next to the bed. For now, Harry decided to focus on more positive things than him being locked up in a mental ward at S. Mungo's. Such as the fact that Severus was safe. Those Order members wouldn't be able to take his guardian by surprise now where Severus had been warned. The potions master would be able to avoid the trio and hopefully still get his mission completed. It meant that it would not take long before Harry would be able to see Severus again. Harry knew that Severus was far from insurmountable. But it was hard to get rid of childhood beliefs. Severus had been the one to help him away from the Order and had later taken Harry under his wing. Even before he had allowed himself to start trusting the man, Harry had admired Severus. It was probably only because his childhood innocence had already left him at that point in life that Harry hadn't hero-worshipped the man. Remembering that he was not alone in the room, Harry looked over at Voldemort, meeting the man's gaze head-on. Apparently that was what Voldemort had been waiting for. Who had the second portkey which was also in the cell? Harry opened his mouth, but no sound passed over his lips. The man was blunt. Harry had expected that Voldemort would start out soft and slowly encircle the subject he wanted to know about. At least Voldemort was not mentioning the key, though Harry found himself feeling rather spilt about that fact. Since you are asking, then I guess that it did not happen on your command. Harry said slowly, watching Voldemort closely as he spoke. The Dark Lord nodded curtly, but otherwise he gave no answer. It made Harry feel marginally better to know that Voldemort had had nothing to do with the ambush. Logically, Harry knew that Voldemort could not do it because of their agreement, but seeing it made it seem more real to him. But Harry wouldn't be surprised if Voldemort had made sure that there were plenty of loopholes for him to use in the contract. It was after all what Harry had done when they had renegotiated. True, he had to rapport his visions, but Harry had made sure that those he had had before entering the agreement could stay with him. And since the one he'd had was a repeat he had seen over years, Harry didn't feel the smallest urge to blurt out about it to Voldemort. Clearing his throat, Harry felt his face heat when he realized that he was taking way too long with answering Voldemort's question. At this rate, the man might start believing that Harry was trying to hide something from him. Pettigrew ambushed me when I was about to leave the ministry. My guess is that we activated our portkeys on the same time, and since he was holding on to me, it affected my predetermined destination, so I ended having Black as a loving company for a few days. He said, his voice laced with sarcasm. Wormtail managed to leave before the wards fell in place, and I haven't seen him since then. Voldemort didn't wait for Harry to continue, as he turned his head to speak to Nagini. Find the rat, and when you have him, bring him to me. A shark-like smirk spread on the man's face. If he gives you any troubles, don't hesitate to do what you want to persuade him. The snake left without protests. Now that Harry thought back, he could recall several times where Draco had told him about how the big snake was seen hunting a rat through the corridors of Hogwarts. He didn't feel the slightest bit bad when he silently hoped that Wormtail would annoy Nagini so much that she would simply swallow him in one go. Hopefully she would not end up getting a stomach ache from doing that, but with what kind of person Pettigrew was, it wouldn't surprise Harry if that actually happened. Once the snake had left, Voldemort turned his attention back to Harry. Figuring that he might as well get Answer Santo something that had bothered him for a while now, Harry pushed his sleeve back so the bracelet he wore came into view. Despite what had happened the last few days, the jewelry looked as new as the day it had been put on him. Considering what small children got their hand on, it wouldn't surprise him if one of the charms on the thing meant that dirt would not stick on it. I thought that this was supposed to alert you if I got into troubles. Perhaps he should have asked sooner just how well the bracelet worked. But Harry had not thought that anything would happen, and by the time it had been too late to get his answers. He had certainly not been about to ask Black such a question. I assumed that you would know to keep yourself out of troubles while your guardian was away. Also, when I used it to check up on you, it was to see if you were back in the castle. Next time I'll make sure to inform you before something like this happens. Give me a break, will you? Being a seer doesn't make me omniscient. The way Voldemort spoke made it sound like it was Harry's own fault that this mess had happened. I was stupid enough to believe that you would be able to keep your oath. I was much safer when the whole world didn't know what I am. Back then Dumbledore wouldn't try anything so blunt, because though the goat wanted me back in his service, he wouldn't have done something to drag your attention to me. Reaching behind him, Harry remembered that there were no more pillows for him to throw with. It has already been explained why such a move was necessary. This way it will be easier to protect you, and people are less likely to question you when you are accompanying me. Turning Voldemort's words over in his head to make sure that he really had heard what was being said, Harry's eyes narrowed at the man. What do you mean with I will be accompanying you? By the way, Voldemort leaned back and crossed one leg over the other. Harry wasn't doing a good job to intimidate the Dark Lord. You do not expect that I will let you run around freely after recent events. When you are not with someone I have said good for, you will be in my presence, where I will be able to keep an eye on you and make sure that nothing happens to you. The man said, looking every bit like the cat that got the cream. You can't, it's a violation against human rights. Harry spluttered, trying to figure out a way that would make Voldemort take back his words. The man leaned forward, resting his chin lightly on his fingertips. Make no mistake, Harry Potter. You belong to me. I do not intend for Dumbledore or anyone else to get their hands on you. If that means that you will be spending every moment of your time in my presence for the next 10 months, then so it be. Groaning, Harry let himself fall back, landing flat on his back with a small huff as he had forgotten that there were no pillows behind him. You can't be serious. Mentally he was berating himself for not thinking of that when they had renegotiated. It was, without doubt, one of the loopholes that Voldemort had made sure to leave open for himself. At least it was better than being locked up somewhere in a tower. I am. And this time, there will not be any renegotiation. Mulling over Voldemort's words, Harry knew that it was true. Now where they had been in the vault, Voldemort had already chosen what had caught his interest in there. And since he didn't doubt that Voldemort would have something else up in his sleeve, Harry was not about to prolong his time in the man's service. Was there anything else you wanted, or can I have some time alone? Harry asked when he felt that the silence had been going on for long enough. He just wanted the man to stop staring at him like that. It was seriously starting to creep him out. Why did you have traces of poison in your body, when you knew that some of the servings of food would be toxic? Harry mentally swore when his body did not only flinch, but also tensed at Voldemort's words. That excluded lying to the man. At the current moment Harry doubted that he would be able to come up with a lie which he could make sound truthful to even himself. Which meant that he had to tell the truth, the consequences be damned, since Harry knew that he would not be allowed to stay silent. Because, otherwise I couldn't have gotten Slughorn to drink it himself. The man might have acted like a fool, but he wouldn't have drunken something I brought if I didn't do that. Besides, I had the Bezoar, which took care of the poison before it could do any damage to me. Harry's mouth kept moving, but no more sounds came out. Annoyed, he grabbed his throat, glaring at the Dark Lord. There was no doubt that Voldemort stood behind his inability to suddenly produce any sound. You fool! Voldemort stood, forcing Harry to crane his neck so he was able to keep their eye contact. Something in the man's gaze made Harry regret that he had opened his mouth. The Bezoars did not take care of the poison, it changed the effects and slowed them down. When I found you, you were already burning up with a fever. A few more days' sickness and dehydration would have killed you. Tell me, what makes it worth killing one man, that you have to put your own life at risk? By the end of his rant, Voldemort's breath was coming out in harsh puffs. That, more than anything else, told Harry just how much the whole thing had affected Voldemort. Until now, Harry couldn't remember a single time where the Dark Lord had lost his cool like that. Harry felt like he had shrunken to 2 inches. Somehow he could feel the anger and disappointment roll off the man in waves. Lifting his gaze from his lap, Harry took his time to look at Voldemort. The man was angry, that much Harry had expected, but Slughorn's death didn't seem like the cause. Harry had thought that he would find himself in Azkaban as soon as he had admitted his crime. Deciding not to waste the opportunity, Harry continued speaking before Voldemort would be able to come up with a punishment. Luckily, he found that his voice was working again. He didn't understand why, but he wanted Voldemort to understand why he had done what he had. Slughorn was one of those who supported Dumbledore and his followers while I was forced to stay with them. Unable to meet Voldemort's gaze any longer, Harry let his eyes fall so they rested on his folded hands in his lap. If that had been Slughorn's only crime, Harry would happily have informed Voldemort about the man's alliances and left it at that. It was just unfortunate that Slughorn would have done anything to save his own skin, and the man had knowledge of some information Harry wasn't willing to let anyone get their hands on. The potion Draco witnessed Moody give me was invented by Slughorn. He did it because Dumbledore paid him and because he wanted to know if it was possible to increase the amount of visions I had. Not caring about the other person in the room, Harry curled up in himself, shivering despite the comfortable temperature there was due to the lit fireplace. Harry suspected that it had been kept ongoing by magic. No one had added wood to it, and yet it burned just as strongly as it had done when he had awoken. I was 8 when I was allowed to meet him. Harry smiled meekly at the memory. The fit he'd thrown to get it had been worthy of Dudley. It had also made most of those who had been supposed to look after him convinced that he was truly screwed in the head. Well, those who had not already supported that belief. I asked why he hurt me, but received no answer. Instead, he had gotten something else. Something Harry refused to share with anyone else since it would make the murder of Slughorn pointless. So I couldn't let him live. Slughorn had the formula which can turn my life back to the hell it was. Harry's voice rose in intense and he started yanking at his hair, trying to ignore the burning feeling which was building up behind his closed eyes. I don't want to see more visions than I already do. I hate not knowing when I'm watching something that will happen and when I am a part of the present. Children are supposed to be protected and kept out of war, and yet, I had to watch people being killed or tortured. Over, and over and over. It doesn't matter if I knew those I saw, I hated it and yet it didn't stop. Hands closed around his wrists and gently they pried his hands free of his locks. At the same time, Harry found himself pulled flush against a warm body and half onto the person's lap. Though his logical mind knew who this person was, Harry didn't care. He simply turned around and buried his face in the person's shoulder as he allowed his tears to run free. The hands which had hold his wrists let go. Harry stiffened, fully expecting to be pushed off the lap. It was only when he felt the hands settle on his neck and lower back, rubbing soothing circles, that Harry found his muscles relaxing. Not sure what else to do with his free hands, Harry fisted them in the robes in front of him as another assurance that he would stay where he was. How long they simply sat like this, Harry couldn't tell. When the tears had finally stopped falling, Harry found himself unwilling to move. How strange. He could only remember Severus holding him like this after a nightmare or a particularly bad vision. But his tears had always been ignored by everyone else. But breathing in deeply and not finding the usual scent of fresh ingredients and different potions reminded Harry that this was not his potions master. If Severus had been able to make butterflies come to life in his stomach, Harry would have been seriously worried about his own sanity. Not that this gave him much assurance that he had any of it left. Lifting his head from Voldemort's shoulder, Harry simply stared at the spot he had rested his head against. "I made a mess on your robes," he mumbled, refusing to raise his voice. The whole episode seemed so unreal to him. He wasn't supposed to cuddle with people, or cry his heart out at the Dark Lord. It was simply wrong. Then why did it feel so right? Confused by his own emotions, Harry didn't protest when Voldemort placed a finger under his chin and tilted his face to eye level. "Can you provide the memories to support your claim that Slughorn supported the rebels? And I also want the ones from the times you spoke or otherwise interacted with him at the Ministry Ball." It was the first part of Voldemort's question which made Harry hesitate. He had already admitted his own guilt in Slughorn's death, so it wouldn't do him any good to start denying that now. But there was only one memory he had where Slughorn could be connected to the Order. It held too much information he was unwilling to share. Especially now where Voldemort knew of the role Slughorn had played when he had worked with the Order. "Do you have a pensieve I can use?" He finally relented, deciding that he could at least show Voldemort the first part of the memory, so that the man would get the proofs he needed without getting anything of true importance. The witch was silently fuming, though none of the portraits she passed on the third floor would be able to see the difference. Bellatrix had always been talented when it came to spells of any kinds, though she preferred the offensive ones. She knew, since she had spent a great amount of her time helping her sister to come as far as she had. Between that, her own training to become a Medawitch, and grooming Draco into a heir worthy of the Malfoy house, it was a wonder that she had not gotten any wrinkles. Of course there was a nifty spell which took care of that kind of things, something her mother had made sure that all three daughters had learned long before they had received their acceptance letters to Hogwarts. Since they as females had been unable to carry on the name of Black, the three sisters had had to find other ways to make themselves noticeable. Andromeda, the middle child, had done so by running off with a Muggle, or was he a mudblood, as soon as she was of age. She hadn't seen her sister since then, but rumors had it that Andromeda had gotten a daughter, who was now an Order member. Bellatrix, her oldest sister, had joined Lord Voldemort's ranks and quickly worked her way up as the Dark Lord's highest-ranking female Death Eater. Compared to her sister, Narcissa knew that she had done well. Even as the youngest sister, she had married into the best family, she had a son, and she was the one their lord called when there was a medical problem he wanted her to take care of. Which lead her back to the reason to why she was feeling less than positive feelings towards her sister at the current moment. Since Narcissa knew that Lord Voldemort cared less for her son, she had taken it upon herself to inform Draco of what had happened to his friend. Understandable, her little dragon had demanded to be allowed to see his friend, right until she had informed him of the seer's current location. So together they had settled down with tea and waited. Even if Narcissa would not be able to bring her son with her to the Dark Lord's chambers, she would at the very least do her best to lessen his worries. Sometime along the line, Bellatrix had joined them. Apparently she had had nothing to distract herself with and had therefore decided to grace them with her presence. It was when they neared dinner time that the expected house elf from the Dark Lord had arrived. Truth to be told, Nerixa had been surprised. She had thought that the boy would be unconscious for a few more hours. Surely his body would have taken the chance to get some much-needed rest so he could get his reserves filled. It seemed like the little seer was full of surprises. As she had been about to leave to follow their lord's orders, Bellatrix had proved to have something else in mind. A shriek and a rustle of clothes made Narcissa turn back in the doorway. The first thing she had noticed was that her son was no longer lounging on the chair he had previously been occupying. His clothes and shoes lay on the floor and something small had been moving around under those expensive robes. The rest seemed rather confused to her. She remembered a ferret-looking form shot out from under the robes and run out of the open door. A spell had hit her from behind, and Narcissa had been filled with a sudden need to catch the ferret. Everything else seemed so unimportant to her. The next thing she remembered was finding herself standing in one of the less populated corridors, much to her relief. She hadn't needed Bellatrix to explain that she had been hit by a Confundus charm. It was something her sister often had done when they were younger, and Bellatrix had felt that she was losing the argument. In her hands, Narcissa had found her son, struggling to get free. The mother felt proud that her little dragon had an animagus form, though it wasn't as impressive as Draco had undoubtedly hoped for. A rapid series of curses had sent her sister on the run, though if the laughter ringing through the halls was anything to go by, Bellatrix allowed it. Knowing that it would take time before the spell stopped working, and not wanting to embarrass her son more than he had already been, and knowing that the Dark Lord was probably expecting her, Narcissa had done the only thing she could think of. As she entered the Dark Lord's private chambers, Narcissa felt Draco move around and she placed a hand over her pocket. At her touch her son calmed down, though Narcissa knew that he was far from happy about this arrangement. But with the limited time she had had, this was the best Narcissa had been able to come up with. Luckily the wards allowed them access without troubles. Narcissa had already been invited, and to the wards Draco in his current state was nothing more than an animal. As long as he stayed like that, there would be no troubles. Stepping inside the bedroom Narcissa curtsied for her lord. Getting no response, Narcissa allowed herself to look up through her long eyelashes, her eyes widened at the sight which greeted her. Both her lord and the seer were seated on the bed, sitting so close that their shoulders were touching. In front of the two males a pensive bowl was placed and both had their heads dipped down in the silver-colored liquor. Not wanting to alert either of her presence, Narcissa allowed herself to consider the situation she had walked in on. When she had heard about how her son had been abandoned on his first mission, and had ended in the hands of Dumbledore's Order members, Narcissa had feared for her son's life. Together with Lucius she had waited to hear how the rescue mission would go, hoping that she soon would be able to hold her dragon in her arms again. But Draco had been brought back, and other than being a little roughed up, her son was unharmed. It was only afterwards that she learned that there had been someone else captured alongside her son. Harry Potter, the squib whom Severus had taken under his wing and who apparently had saved her son's life by pushing him out of the way of a killing curse. Therefore, her family owed the boy a life debt, something Narcissa hadn't liked one bit. But she still found herself thankful that she was able to hold and keep her son one more time. Then Lucius had told her about how the squib proved to be a seer, which was the reason that the boy had known that he needed to save Draco in the first place. It had sounded so unbelievable to her, and yet Narcissa found herself accepting her husband's claim. It helped that Severus could back up the claim. And their lord had taken the seer into his service, and no squib would be able to run around corners with a man like Lord Voldemort. It was a valuable ability, one many would love to get into their bloodline. As far as Narcissa was aware, the Potters had never been able to produce a seer before. And since the boy's mother had been a mudblood, that excluded the possibility of it coming from her. But the boy's paternal grandmother had been a black, and her family had managed to produce a few seers back in time. If not for the marriage contract between her son and the Greengrass, she would have suggested Lucius that they let the boys get together. Since they were already friends and they owed the seer a life debt, it shouldn't have been that hard. Any child of such a combination would indeed be worth paying attention to. The fact that they were both males didn't deter her. There were potions which could take care of such things, so an heir was sure to be produced and the Malfoy line would easily be continued. Looking at the pair in front of her, Narcissa was well aware that it would never be a reality, even if they had decided to break the marriage contract with the Greengrasses. It was rare to see her lord let anyone this close to him. Also, he allowed the seer into his own room and called her to heal the boy. It would have been much easier if he had simply dumped the boy in the hospital wing or let him be brought to St. Mungo's where plenty of healers would be able to cure him of the poison. Her female intuition told her that this was not done simply because the last Potter was a seer and the Dark Lord wanted to secure his future alliances. No, from the way Draco had spoken and what she was able to observe right now, Lord Voldemort was interested in the boy on a personal level. An amused smile spread on her face. She looked forward to see how her lord intended to make the seer see things as he did. From what Draco had told her, the boy could be rather thick-headed. And though he was good with potions, he absolutely lacked at the emotional plane. The two Malfoys waited in silence and were soon awarded for their patience when two heads emerged from the pensive bowl. Making sure that her son was safely hidden in her pocket, Narcissa once again curtsied, this time feeling the heavy weight of Red Eye's rest on her. My lord, I apologize for the delay. Bellatrix decided to use a confundus so she would be able to look after the seer. But I am ready to look the seer over, if you will allow me to do so, my lord. She said, deciding it was the best way to avoid the Dark Lord's anger. While Lord Voldemort rewarded well-done missions, he was also one to punish those who failed him. And though it was not her fault that Bellatrix had hexed her from behind, Narcissa didn't doubt for a moment that he was not happy with what had happened. Waiting for her lord's answer, Narcissa let her gaze rest on the boy, who had yet to move from the lord's side but didn't even seem to realize how close the two of them were sitting, and how such closeness could look to any onlookers. He was a Potter, that no one could deny. Though his hair was longer than what his father's had been, not even the length could fully tame the black mane. But there was so much of him that belonged to the Black family, his cheekbones and chin and the pale skin, though it might have more to do with the fact that he rarely ventured outside the castle. When one had the Order of the Phoenix after them, Narcissa could hardly blame him from not getting out more. The eyes were the same as those his mother had had. Having been 5 years over the Mudblood when they attended Hogwarts, Narcissa remembered how much attention the Mudblood's unusual eye color had attracted. Her observation of the seer was interrupted, and Narcissa returned her gaze to her lord, as the man stood from the bed. Check him over and ensure that the poison is out of his body. I want to be notified if you find anything else. The Dark Lord continued speaking, but this time in Parseltongue, making Narcissa frown in confusion. Her eyes widened when the boy blushed and answered back in soft hisses. This was an unexpected turn of events. It also explained why her lord showed such a big interest in the Potter boy. After all, Lord Voldemort was the last known Parselmouth. To find that someone else had the gift, was a wonder she had never suspected that she would be allowed to experience. Feeling Draco move around in her pocket, probably aggravated by the sound of hissings, Narcissa slowly patted her pocket, calming her son before anyone would notice the movements. The current fashion was absolutely horrible when it came to hiding something in the robes. But it was much safer than letting Draco run around on his own until he turned back to his human self. A curt nod to her and the Dark Lord left the bedroom, leaving Narcissa alone with the boy for the first time. When the Dark Lord was gone, Narcissa allowed the ghost of a smile to graze her lips. By the way the boy's eyes widened, he had noticed it, though he probably didn't know what the smile meant. Since he'd already acquaintanced Bellatrix, he was probably expecting her to act somewhat like her sister. Good evening, I am Narcissa Malfoy, Draco's mother. The seer eyed her with a guarded expression, though he seemed to relax a little after her revelation about how she was related to Draco. Nice to meet you, Lady Malfoy. I'm Harry Potter. At least the boy had some manners, but since he was Severus Ward, one could hardly expect anything else. Since this was the one who had saved her son, and apparently the one her lord had chosen as his, Narcissa decided that she would do her best in being friendly with him. Please call me Narcissa, dear. Now shall we take a look at you? Seeing the blush deepen, Narcissa chuckled. It had certainly been long since she had a patient who reacted like that. Now don't be like that. I have already treated your wound, and I can say that you have nothing to be ashamed of. But it didn't mean that she wouldn't have a talk with Severus the next time she saw him. Really, the boy needed to get regular meals and plenty of food. How did her old friend expect his ward to grow into a real man if he didn't nurture him? Apparently her words did not have the wished effect, as Potter grew tense and wary. Sighing, Narcissa knew that she could not work like this. One of the first things she had learned was that the patient had to be willing. If you had to fight them the whole way, something might be overlooked. And considering that the Dark Lord had shown a personal interest in the boy, it was not a risk that Narcissa was willing to take. Now, Harry, I hope that you do not mind that I call you that. As the youth shook his head, Narcissa continued. Now, lay down and let me examine you. If you are a good boy and don't cause any troubles, I will let you have a chocolate frog afterwards. She said, waiting for the boy to do as told. After all, that always worked when she had to do this with Draco. You do realize that I am not a child, right? He asked nervously, but did nonetheless do as she had said. Inside her pocket, Narcissa felt Draco move around. Perhaps her son wasn't too happy that she was sharing what he probably considered their private ritual with his friend, but she needed to get this done before the Lord returned. Narcissa doubted that the seer would be easier to handle once Lord Voldemort was back. Harry found himself unable to get himself to relax fully. When he and Voldemort had emerged from the Pensieve, viewing the memory Harry had of his single encounter with Slughorn while staying with the Order, Harry hadn't expected for there to be another person in the room. Of course he had seen Narcissa Malfoy née Black before, though he doubted that the woman had ever paid much notice to him. She had often dropped her son off at Severus Place when they were small and Draco wanted to spend some time with his godfather. Well, that was at least the official excuse. More times than not, Harry and Draco had both ended up together, trying to do whatever potion Severus had assigned them. But until now Harry hadn't known that the woman had any experience in healing. He lay unmoving as Lady Malfoy flickered her wand at him, and he was engulfed by a blue glow. Harry wanted to look to see if the blue glow was everywhere, but he did not dare to move. From Severus he knew that even one movement could have the worst consequences. He didn't feel like having an extra head or something even remotely like that. Over him Narcissa let out the occasional hum, but otherwise she didn't speak. For this Harry was thankful. He found the situation awkward enough without also having to attempt speaking with the woman. If not for Voldemort's parting words, Harry would have put up a whole lot more of a fight than he did. The seer held no wish about learning just how true Voldemort would stay to his words. Being stuck to a bed for an undecided amount of time was not something Harry wanted to experience. The so-called safety measurement Voldemort had taken was more than enough punishment in Harry's opinion. How in the world was he ever going to brew those potions Severus had left for him to make in the man's absence? But Voldemort had given him no chance to argue. After seeing the memories, Voldemort had decided that he would go and help Nagini with tracking down Pettigrew. Harry had not dared to say anything against it, seeing the fury in the man's eyes. Luckily the anger was not directed at him and Harry was only too happy to let himself conjure images of what would happen to Wormtail when Voldemort got his hands on the traitor. It still left him to wonder what had made Voldemort so angry. "You have improved since the last time," Narcissa said, bringing Harry out of his thoughts. "Your fever is going down, and with proper rest it should be all gone tomorrow. The cream I left has healed your bruises." A blush flared to life when Harry realized who had probably applied the cream while he had been unconscious. "How is your wound?" Shifting his leg, Harry managed a smile. "Fine." Despite making a statement, it came out more like a question. Though his leg felt weak and sore, it didn't pulse as it had done down in the cell. Lady Malfoy hummed again, her eyes resting on his thigh as if she wasn't sure if to believe him, and wanted to take a look on her own. Clenching his teeth, Harry moved the duvet so it covered his legs, making him feel less beefy under the witch's gaze. The movement seemed to be enough to bring her out of her thoughts. "I do believe that you have healed enough to be able to take a bath without getting in troubles. That is if you want to. Personally I know I would like a bath after what you have been through and where you have been. A Scourgify is good, but nothing beats a real bath." Her words made Harry realize how right she was. The moment his stay in the cell was mentioned, it felt like his skin was itching and dirty. A bath would indeed be good. Getting a nod from Draco's mother, Harry pushed the duvet aside and placed his feet on the floor. Despite everything which had happened since he awoke, Harry had yet to test if his legs could carry him. Rather wobbly, Harry got on his feet, feeling for a moment like he was going to fall. He regained his balance before he could fall, and after getting an encouraging look from the witch, Harry wobbled over to the door which the Dark Lord had first entered through. The bathroom was spacious, and considering who it belonged to, Harry was not really surprised by the way it was decorated. The floor and walls were made of dark marble decorated with snakes of white marble, so lively that they gave Harry a feeling of being watched. In the middle of the room there was a large, swimming pool-like tub, with bath tabs running on its one side, all made of what looked to be pure silver. By its wet state Harry guessed that it was where Voldemort had taken his bath. Though he would have liked nothing more than simply lay in the tub and let himself be soaked through, Harry headed for the shower stall in the far corner of the room. The glass door slid aside as Harry neared, revealing the inside for him. His eyes darted around as he stepped inside the shower stall. Like the rest of the room, The inside of the stall was made out of black marble, bare the door behind him, where the glass was blurred so one would not be able to see right inside it, or out for that matter. There was plenty of space so 3 people could stand there without even brushing against each other. Above him 4 shower heads were positioned so one could not stand and not be hit by the water. The seer jumped in fright when he heard the glass door close behind him. Turning abruptly, Harry was unable to spot any reason for that to had happened. Hot water hit him from all sides, making Harry throw up his arms in front of his face in defense. It didn't take him long to realize that he had been correct when he assumed that there was nowhere to stand so the water didn't hit him. And the door refused to open, though Harry was sure that he had seen no lock on it. In the end, Harry sighed in defeat. Since his clothes were already soaked through, he got them off with a little trouble, since the fabric was clinging to his skin. The bandage around his thigh had to be water repelling, because through the whole process, it seemed like not a single drop touched it. When the water turned off, Harry didn't waste his time. But when he grabbed the door handle, the glass door didn't move an inch. Stepping back, Harry's eyes narrowed as he glared at the closed door. He would not let such a thing stand in his way of getting out of here. The stall was undoubtedly created by magic, and Harry didn't like this one bit. Jumping forward, Harry intended to see if the glass would move when his whole weight slammed against it. Just before he hit it, the door slid aside, making Harry yelp as he tumbled out of the shower stall and fell. Groaning with his face buried in one arm as he lay on his stomach on the hard floor, Harry was aware that the bathroom door was being opened. He jerked his head up. His eyes widened when he saw Draco standing in the doorway, the blonde looking nothing like his usual perfect self. Honestly, Scarhead, can't you be alone for a moment without getting into troubles? The blonde huffed, already heading over to Harry to help him get back on his feet. It didn't escape Harry's notice how ruffled up Draco's robes were, and it looked like someone had run their hand through the blonde hair, leaving it to stand up in the most odd ways. Somehow Harry felt the strong need to protest against Draco's assumption that this was his fault. Don't blame me, the shower is evil. The look on Draco's face told Harry that his friend believed that he had finally gone mad. What do you mean that you cannot find the rat? Several people in the corridor drew back when they heard the Dark Lord hiss at the big snake next to him. Voldemort paid them no attention. His gaze was focused on Nagini, someone who had rarely disappointed him, and yet he found that now was one of those few times where she did. Nagini curled around herself, her head lowered in disappointment that she had failed to fulfill her master's task. He's gone. I'm barely able to pick up the rat's scent. Voldemort lifted his spell, already knowing that he could not curse Nagini. After all, it was not her fault that Pettigrew had fled. Something Voldemort should have expected when Harry explained the traitor's role in his tale. Pettigrew had turned a traitor to the Order of the Phoenix, ratting out his own friends when they were spying on Voldemort. He was a turncoat, as he had already proved before. When he was placed under pressure, the rat broke, which was one of the many reasons to why Voldemort had never let him raise in rank. Besides, he didn't trust the rat as much as the former servant probably had wanted him to. Crucio. The word came out in a low hiss, not quite in Parseltongue, but enough to catch the surrounding people's attention and make them back further away. His unfortunate victim fell to the floor, screaming under the pain the curse inflicted on him. Not satisfied, Voldemort soon ended the curse. This wasn't the one he currently wanted to curse, and it did nothing to help on the fury which was ragging inside him. Lucius. The blonde stepped forward, easily spotted in the crowd, and bowed deeply. My lord. A stiff smile settled on Voldemort's face. Despite the formal greeting, Voldemort could see the slight fear in the gray eyes. However, he had something much more important for Lucius to do than to use him as target practice. I want Peter Pettigrew tracked down and brought to me, alive but not unharmed. Make that your first priority. Come, Nagini, we will return to my chamber. Knowing that his order would be carried out without him having to oversee the process, Voldemort turned back the way he had come from, striding down the corridor with Nagini following him closely behind. Perhaps his mood would turn better when he had spent time with Harry. The way the boy had keyed him was certainly enough to improve his mood, and he wanted to see what other antics the seer would come up with. The rodent's legs were moving fast, carrying their owner through the forbidden forest's undergrowth. Somewhere behind him he could hear the sounds of hooves following him as he ran as fast as his small legs could carry him. Peter was well aware that many looked down on his animagus form. It was small, insignificant, and the rat was generally viewed as a useless animal. Which meant that it was perfect to use to get through small places and spy on people. At the current moment he was running for his life. Not from the centaurs, though they seemed to take offense at his mere presence when he passed through their territory. That hadn't happened back in his school day, but then he had been running with two bigger animals and a werewolf. Not even the centaurs had been mad enough to try and do anything to them. No, those horsemen were the smallest of his problems, though they at the current time were the most urgent ones. Peter had known that he would never be an important person if he had stayed where he was, despite what had been promised to him when he took the mark and became a Death Eater. Well, not him exactly. The evening he and several others had taken their marks, they had all been promised a great future and a chance to rise in ranks when they had proven their worth. He didn't come from a rich pureblood family, so he hadn't been able to provide money, rare artifacts, or political power like the Malfoys. There wasn't a subject in school he had excelled in, like Snivellus, who was now a famous potions master despite his less than perfect blood. But still, Peter knew that he deserved far more than he had ever gotten for all his hard work. It was him who put himself at risk by spying on the Order of the Phoenix, bringing information back to his lord, though it was rarely the important ones he knew the Dark Lord hungered for. It was he who had found out that James and Lily had infiltrated the Dark Lord's ranks. And he had brought the news to the Dark Lord. It was already clear that the Order of the Phoenix would not win the war they were raging against the Death Eaters and their master. So he didn't see why he shouldn't use it to his own advantage. And yet he had not been rewarded as much as Peter knew he deserved to be. Therefore, it hadn't been hard to accept the offer the previous headmaster of Hogwarts had given him, when the old man had asked for a moment of his time half a year ago. All he had was to bring one squib to Dumbledore, something which should have been easy enough for him to do. But James's offspring proved to be just as much troubles as his parents had been. The squib avoided him, and when he couldn't do so, he made sure that there were other people around him, making it impossible for Peter to complete his task. And the way the squib stared at him had made Peter feel like he knew of the things he had done, some of those he knew that no one should have any knowledge of. So he had decided to step back and watch. There had to be some reason to why the leader of the Order of the Phoenix wanted this particular squib. And when he found the reason, perhaps he would see if someone else was willing to offer a better price for the boy. In the end he waited too long, and seemingly for no reason the squib was suddenly placed under tight security, though the boy didn't seem to notice more than the obvious ones. And the rumors had started to flow. Rumors about how the squib might be more than that. Peter wasn't sure if they were true, but it certainly explained why the two most powerful wizards were so interested in one squib. Seeking shelter under a tangled mess of roots, Peter stopped, his breath coming out in small huffs. Wincing, he kept his damaged front leg as still as possible. When the kidnapping attempt had failed, Peter had known that he needed to get as far away as quickly as possible. No doubt that the Dark Lord would be furious when he learned of what had happened. That was also why he had cut off his left arm before he had destroyed the lost limb and transformed into Wormtail. Before using his animagus form, he had stopped the bleeding with a badly done healing charm. Only having 3 legs slowed him down, but compared to what would happen if the Dark Lord started to call him through the mark, this was to prefer. Through the pain from the wound, Peter could feel the lingering magic from the mark. It would have been much worse if he hadn't cut most of his arm off. The dark mark was used by the Dark Lord to command the Death Eaters to him, and the burning in his arm would probably have been much worse if he had still had his lower arm. This was all the squib's fault. Peter still remembered how much he had inwardly celebrated when he had learned that Perfect Potter's brat was a squib. It was a shame that James had had to live with for the rest of his short life, even after he had hidden the squib away from their world. But even without magic, the seer got treated better than him. Peter had seen how the gray robes were changed out with expensive clothes. It was unfair. All the seer had to do was to claim that he could see what would happen in the future, and suddenly people acted like he was a second Merlin. Peter would get his revenge. He would catch the squib when everything had calmed down and people started feeling more secure. Then he would hide and take the Potter squib with him. Who had said that he would have to deliver the squib right away? The squib looked rather young for his age group now where Peter thought about it. Lying down, Peter listened as the hooves moved away from his hiding place, indicating that the centaurs had finally given up their hunt. For now he would keep his distance and watch. When the time came he would swoop in and take the seer, and no one would ever expect it. And once he had his hands on the squib, Peter would decide what he would do. "This, Scarhead, is entirely your fault," drawled Draco from atop of the sprawled out seer. Harry lay flat on his back, glaring up at Draco, whose face was mere inches from his own. "From my point of view, it seems like you are the one lying on me. So please do enlighten me on how this is supposed to be my fault." In fact, Harry wasn't even sure how they had ended up in this intimate position. It certainly wasn't something which he had planned. He yelped when Draco dug an elbow into his side while trying to get back on his feet, and the seer lost his breath when Draco's feet slipped and he landed on top of him. Harry was wondering if one could possibly die of mortification. "Get off," he demanded, wiggling around in hope of dislodging Draco. "Would you stop acting like a flobberworm? This is hard enough without you moving around like a crazy." Getting enough, Harry wrapped his legs around Draco's waist, using the blonde's surprise to move them around so Harry was somewhat sitting on top of the wizard. He placed his hands on Draco's chest, using them to balance himself so he wouldn't create more embarrassment for himself than he had already done. "Get off." If not for his current state of BPD-ness, he would probably have found their reverted roles a lot funnier. As it was, he just wanted to get up and find something to cover himself with. "Close your eyes." Draco opened his mouth, undoubtedly to argue that he had already seen what Harry had, but a glare made the wizard reconsider what he was about to do. Feeling relief, Harry moved his hands from Draco's chest, but he didn't place them on the floor. As they had both discovered, the floor was slippery. Water still dripped from his skin and hair, making the mess worse. Broken bottles, which had been knocked over the first time Draco had attempted to get him back on his feet, added to the disarray. Now water and soap had mixed, creating a mattress of purple bubbles around them. Trusting Draco not to be peeking, Harry's eyes traveled over the floor, looking for a dry spot within reach. It was almost as if someone had jinxed the whole room against him. First, the bath stall had kept him captured, soaking him completely and only releasing him when he had attempted to smash head first through the glass door. Now he and Draco seemed unable to get up and away from each other. Every time they tried, they would just end getting more tangled up, like two flies in the spider's web. The only way he could think this might get worse was if Lady Malfoy walked in and saw them like this. It was actually surprisingly that she hadn't come to check up on them. It was not like they had been quiet when falling over each other. Hearing the door open, Harry's head whipped around and his body grew almost impossible still when he found Voldemort watching them with narrowed eyes. As if having an invisible collar around his neck, Harry found himself removed from Draco with a hard tug which sent him sailing through the air. Knowing that it would hurt when he collided with whatever he was heading towards, Harry closed his eyes. But when he came to stop, it wasn't because of a wall. What he had collided with was definitely living, and an arm had already closed around his ribs, pulling him flush against a male's chest in a secure grip. Crucio. When the screams of pain started, they were not his own as Harry had expected when he had heard the curse being spoken. Green eyes snapped open and landed on the form of his friend, which was trashing around on the floor, sending purple bubbles into the air. "Stop. Stop it." While the first word was barely above a whisper, he yelled the last part out and let a kick accompany them, uncaring about who was holding him. Though Harry felt his heel connect with Voldemort's shin, the wand didn't waver. "Please stop it," he pleaded as his hands closed around Voldemort's wrist, trying to force him to break off the curse. The grip around his ribs tightened to the border of painful as the wand was lowered and the curse ended. Draco slumped together on the floor, making no move to Rose, but the spasms that ran through the blonde's body convinced Harry that his friend was still alive. But that did not do much to soothe Harry's worries. Prolonged use of the Cruciatus curse could cause the victim's mind to break. "Draco?" Harry asked, hoping to get some kind of a reaction out of his friend to see that this was not the case. The only answer he got was a barely audible groan which didn't answer his question. But the sound of his voice proved to be enough to spin his holder into action. Narcissa, remove your son from my sight. I'll decide later what his punishment will be. Until now Harry hadn't even noticed Lady Malfoy's presence. How long had she been there? It tore him up to know that she had watched her own son being tortured and yet she hadn't lifted a finger to help Draco. At her lord's permission Lady Malfoy rushed over to Draco, stopping short before the bubbles, that and the tears running silently down her cheeks convinced Harry that she hadn't made that decision willingly. Harry had hoped that the witch would stay long enough for him to know that Draco was okay. Instead she spoke a shaky Wingardium Leviosa and followed her son's floating body out of the room. Harry's eyes stayed at the spot where Draco had laid, until he heard the door close, signaling that the Malfoys had left. It shook him out of the light daze Harry had let himself shift into and he started to struggle in honest effort to get free. Let go. I need to know if he's okay. There was no pleading in his command. One way or another Harry intended to follow after them and ensure that his friend was okay. The arm which had previously held the wand spun him around so he was facing Voldemort and somehow Harry found himself pressed up against a wall. The cool marble was enough to control his anger though it didn't mean that it had lessened. It also reminded him of his rather vulnerable state. How dare you to do that? Draco had done nothing to give you a reason to curse him. You bastard. It happened automatic that Harry shifted into Parseltongue when he found himself staring into dark red eyes. Harry hated that he was unable to control the use of the language, but it was nothing compared to what he felt about the man holding him in place. The arm on his chest was removed and now it was only the body pressed against his own which held him up. His feet were dangling over the floor, making Harry curse in his mind. He hated it whenever his lack of height left him at a disadvantage in any kind of situation. Red eyes were narrowed and Voldemort seemed just as angry as he had been when they had been viewing Harry's memory in the Pensieve. You are mine, Harry Potter. That means that no one but me will have you. As he spoke Voldemort leaned closer until his breath was washing over Harry's lips. Had it been another situation Harry would probably have been more aware of his lack of clothes and the closeness between them. As it was the flush coloring his face was there for a whole other reason. To hell with that. I belong to no one. Dumbledore and the Dursleys attempted to control me. Why do you think you will success where they failed? In his anger Harry was vaguely aware that he was giving out information that he wanted to keep to himself. But he dismissed the notion, far more focused on taking his anger out on the Dark Lord. Then what about the Malfoy heir? The man asked a moment later, his voice cold when he mentioned Draco. Draco. Harry tried to see how his friend fit in among those who had tried to control him. He might be a spoiled brat, but other than wanting to have his will on trivial things he hasn't attempted to control me. Never in the degree which others have. He's my friend, like the big brother I never wanted to have but still came to love. He said, recalling Pansy's words from the ministry ball and changing them a little so he felt that they better fitted the situation. What kind of love? The pressure against his body built up, making Harry squirm in discomfort. This would be so much easier to deal with, if he was not BPD and pressed up against Voldemort's body. Unfortunately it didn't look like the man was going to move anytime soon. But Voldemort's words made Harry's eyes turn into slits so they were matching the older male's. He tilted his chin up, refusing to back down though he was confused over what could have led to this change of subject. Careful. It almost sound like you are jealous. I already told you that I view Draco as a brother. He would have said more, but Voldemort ground his hips against Harry's own, making the seer gasp at the sensation. There was no doubt that the Dark Lord was aroused though it was so far out of the picture that Harry forced himself not to think about it. The scene I walked in on didn't look like something which two brothers should be doing. Voldemort's face had moved away from his and Harry could feel the man's breath tickle over the skin on his neck. What was the man doing? As far as Harry was aware there was nothing of interest there. But compared to where else Voldemort could have his attention, perhaps this was the better option. For even Harry was not so naive that he believed that Voldemort wouldn't have noticed the awakening of a certain part of the youth's own anatomy. They were far too close for it to go unnoticed. Recalling what he had thought when he had sat on Draco, Harry realized what Voldemort was talking about. It was nothing. I slipped and Draco tried to help me up. We both fell and broke a few bottles, creating the mess you see and making it impossible to gain our footing again. Since I was tired of acting like his mattress every time Draco fell, I decided to change our positions. The thought of doing anything even remotely say, you ally with Draco was enough to make Harry want to gag. It wasn't that Draco was not attractive, even Harry was able to see that. But as he had already explained, Draco was a brother to him. For long moments Voldemort said and did nothing. Harry barely dared to breathe as he waited for the man's reaction. When it came, it certainly wasn't what Harry had expected it to be. A sharp pain emerged from the side of his neck, just above where his artery was located. The pain was strong enough to convince Harry that skin had been broken. The teeth let go, and Voldemort beeped on the spot before letting his tongue brush over the skin, licking up the blood if the feeling was anything to go by. When Voldemort drew away, Harry eyed the man warily. It seemed like every time he thought he had figured out the man, Voldemort did something which proved him wrong. It was unnerving to say the least. He didn't like not knowing what would happen when he was around the man. What was that for? Harry finally asked, his voice slightly hoarse, though he determinedly ignored it. Voldemort's gaze rested at where Harry's hand now rested on his neck before it moved up to meet his eyes. Now you will not forget who you belong to, and others will also know not to touch what belongs to me. When Voldemort finished speaking, Harry didn't bother with picking up his jaw from where it had hit the floor. Carefully he was lowered so his feet were once again touching the floor. It was strange to consider that those hands that handled him like he was a priceless, breakable artifact were the same hands which had held the wand that had hurt his friend. When it became clear that he was not going to fall the moment he was without support, Voldemort withdrew with 2 steps back, still within reach should Harry prove his assumption wrong. Don't ever believe that I will allow you to manhandle me like that again. Red eyes moved over the body in front of him, taking their time as they did so. There was a fire in them, started by Harry's words. If he didn't know better, the man almost looked like he wanted to prove him wrong. Harry couldn't help but shiver and he wrapped his arms around his stomach, looking slightly away. I look forward to prove you wrong on that. You should put on some clothes. I don't want anyone else to see this much of you. Before Harry could munch on what the man meant, Voldemort had already turned around and a click sounded soon after, indicating that Voldemort had left the rooms entirely. Bastard. Harry grabbed a bottle from a group of what looked to be a bunch of skincare product and smashed it against the floor at his feet. The bottle broke and glass spread over the floor. Surprisingly enough, none of the pieces came even close at hitting him. Harry breathed in deeply, trying to calm his anger before he did something which would actually harm himself. That damned wizard. Just because he didn't see a reason to hurt himself over it, it didn't mean that his anger had lessened. On the bed, Harry found a new set of night clothes for him to wear. Since the clothes he had previously worn lay in a wet pile on the bathroom floor, Harry was only too glad to put something on which would hide his nudity. Enough people had seen him in his birthday suit today as it was. A small towel lay next to the pile and Harry used it to dry his hair with. You humans are strange. When you shred your skin, you are not supposed to put new one on. The low hissing from near the fireplace made Harry jump and drop the towel. Nagini left her spot in front of the fireplace in favor of circling around him, only to stop and raise herself so they were face to face. The rat got away, she said with something that could almost be called a pout. Making a non-commenting noise, Harry reached out and scratched her on top of her head. Nagini's news didn't surprise him as much as he had thought he would be hearing this. Wormtail was a coward, and since the kidnapping attempt had failed, it only made sense that the rat would flee before anyone found out that he had had a hand in Harry's disappearance. Sadly, the animagus was probably long gone. It was no secret what Voldemort did to traitors, and Harry would have loved knowing that Pettigrew would have been suffering such a punishment. This meant that Harry would not have to deal with the rat anytime soon. If he was lucky, then he wouldn't get to see Pettigrew but in his visions from now on. Harry glanced at the closed door, he knew led outside, before looking away from it. It was dreadful to know that in all probability no one was guarding the door, and yet he wouldn't be able to leave to check up on his friend. And Nagini had already proved that she would do her best to make sure that Harry didn't come and go, unless her master wanted it. But he wanted to know if Draco was okay. Had the curse been held long enough to have any lasting effects? What if, when Draco woke up, the blonde would be nothing more than a vegetable? Scowling, Harry stopped petting Nagini and instead he started wandering back and forth across the floor. His hands were fisted at his sides, shaking in silent anger. Draco had been cursed before of a stupid mistake on Voldemort's part. And if there really had been something between them, then he didn't see how it gave Voldemort a reason to stick his nose into it. With a groan, Harry let himself fall back on the bed and closed his eyes. The whole episode was so confusing, and he had not even started thinking about the bite Voldemort had given him. Unable to contain his curiosity, Harry let his fingers brush over the sore spot with a slight wince. If this left a mark, he would have one more reason to do something to Voldemort. From the feel of it, the bite was placed just high enough that none of the collars on his indoor robes would be able to cover it. Damn him! Harry cursed, rolling onto his side as Nagini slid over him, like a big and warm blanket which would ensure that he didn't move anytime in the near future. He would make sure that Voldemort would get his just for what the man had done to Draco. And he knew just from whom he would get the needed assistance from. But until he could talk with his partner, he would simply have to bide his time. Clouds had covered the sky, leaving him with the street lights as his only source of light. The street he was on made Voldemort pull his lips into a sneer worthy of a Malfoy. This was where people, who wanted to pretend that they were more than they were and better than others, lived. It was idyllic with the identical two-story houses and white fences. This was the kind of places people moved to because of its low rate of criminality, and they felt that it would be safe for eventual children to run around without constant supervision. In short, it was a sickening Muggle place. And he would fully enjoy destroying the illusion of peace for those he intended to meet with tonight. But first, he needed to deal with an unexpected obstacle which dared to stand in his way. Considering that only Muggles lived in that house, it was rather surprisingly when he had found that there was wards which would start an alarm somewhere in case that someone with harmful intentions took a step inside the grounds. Unfortunately, it meant that Voldemort had to delay his plans a little since his visit was not meant to simply socialize with the Muggles inside the house. Thanks to a notice me not charm he had put on himself before leaving Hogwarts, Voldemort could take forth his wand without someone seeing what he did. If he was spotted by a Muggle, it would be noticed by someone from the Ministry and thus destroy the whole reason to why he had decided to dress himself as a Muggle for this event. Even if he controlled the whole British wizarding world, it didn't mean that he wanted to deal with the noisy reporters who would analyze his whole reason for searching out those Muggles. Not that there was anyone around to see him. Despite the snow having long since melted, it was still biting cold. People would rather spend their evening inside their warm houses. Shaking his head, Voldemort turned his attention back to the task in front of him. Since he had not expected to run into something magical in an all-Muggle area, he had left without being properly prepared. He could return to Hogwarts and bring those things he might need with him, but from the look he had had at the wards surrounding the small house, it was not something he could not deal with on his own. It had nothing to do with the fact that he knew that Harry would be in his room, and at the current moment Voldemort very much doubted that he would be able to be near the seer without ravishing him. He had seen the youth BPD while Harry had been unconscious. But seeing him standing up against him and that anger mixed with confusion in the green eyes had made it hard to not do something which would ruin his plan for how he would get the seer to stay with him. He would return once he had finished the task, and by then they would hopefully have calmed down enough to not start doing something he knew that Harry would not be ready for as of just yet. For now, he would focus on this. Lifting his wand, Voldemort slashed it downwards, almost as if he was handling a sword instead of his wand. He was not using an actual spell, but used his wand to direct his magic into doing what he wanted it to. It was a feat very few claim being able to do, and it had taken him years to perfect it. Holding his wand ready, Voldemort watched as the wards around the house crumbled to dust and then disappeared as if they had been blown away by the wind. The glasses he had been wearing to be able to see the wards surrounding the house was pocketed safely in an inner pocket, where he knew that they would stay until such a time where he knew that he would be in need for them again. Wand slowly swirling in his hand, Voldemort made his way to the front door, which he knocked on when he reached it. Waiting for the door to open, Voldemort pointed his wand at the street behind him before he hid it away in his sleeve where he easily could reach it once he decided that time would be right. It took longer than he had expected for someone to react to his knocking. The sound of footsteps could be heard from the other side of the door, making him wonder if someone had a Cerberus wandering around in there. Since he had already found wards, pathetic as they had been, it wouldn't really surprise him if such a creature was in there. When the door opened, Voldemort considered his theory proved. While it was no Cerberus, there was no way that such a thing could be considered human. If anything, it looked like a mad scientist had combined several animals, with a walrus providing the main amount of genes, giving it a blonde wig to wear and taught it how to walk on two legs. What do you want? And it seemed like someone had made that misjudgment to teach this abnormality how to speak. Despite the middle-aged muggle's rude behavior, Voldemort did not let his annoyance show on his face. Instead, he gestured vaguely at some point behind him. Good evening, my good man. My name is Lord Thomas Riddle. I was just passing through when my car gave out. It is rather strange since I have just brought it, but I was wondering if I could borrow your phone to call someone to come and pick me up. He knew that this whole charade was unneeded. The illusion of a brand new car parked on the other side of the street with its hood open, the Armani suit he was wearing, and the glamour he had placed over his eyes were just a part of the game. Why should he force his way in and start killing right away? He found that people tended to be more fearful when they realized that they had invited the devil himself inside their home. Pale blue eyes darted from the car to the black suit he was wearing, before they finally came to rest on his face. The muggle's face became what perhaps could be called friendly, at least he didn't look as if he had been about to choke on something as he had done, when he had opened the door. Of course, you're more than welcome to borrow my phone. And my wife can make you some tea while we wait for your ride, unless you prefer something stronger. Voldemort kept his face bare of emotions as he followed the waddling muggle inside the house. If there had been more protection than the wards, the corpulent male's words would have deactivated those. Vernon, who are you talking to? The shrill female voice coming from another room made Voldemort's hand itch for his wand. Perhaps he would silence the woman before he started on what he had planned for them. If her screams were anything like when she spoke, he would find no pleasure in the sounds she would produce under torture. From Severus he knew that the potions master's ward had spent roughly 5 years of his childhood in this diminutive abode, and yet there was no sign that Harry had ever stepped a foot inside there. A wall he passed was literally covered by muggle pictures in colors. It seemed like the creature in front of him had managed to reproduce a child, presumably with the horse-like woman who could be spotted on some of the pictures too. How Harry could be even remotely related to any of those people was a true wonder to him. Apparently the muggle took too long to answer as the woman, assumedly the one who had spoke before, stepped into the kitchen where the two males were. Perhaps someone had decided to open a zoo with humans crossed with different kind of animals to be on display for the visitors. There was the man, who mostly looked like a walrus. The woman had a horse-like face and a neck so long that it could only look natural on a giraffe. They did indeed make a freak show, and from the pictures he had managed to catch a good glimpse of the son was not much better off. Lord Riddle, this is my darling wife, Petunia Dursley. Tunia, darling, this is Lord Riddle. His car broke down outside our house. Would you be a darling to prepare some snacks while we wait for someone to come for him? The way the man spoke told Voldemort how much the man cared about his wife. They didn't seem like the kind who would be able to mistreat a child or to lay a hand on such. Yet he knew that it had happened. And from the observations he and others had made of Harry, it had quickly become clear that the seer did not care about, perhaps even loathed, those muggles. And if it proved that Harry had kept silent about those relatives because he actually cared about them and for some reason wanted to protect them, he would use an oblivate to make sure that they would remember nothing about his visit. Much would depend on what he learned from the couple about the time his Harry had spent with them. With a smile he knew could make both men and woman weak in their knees, Voldemort grabbed her hand and placed a chaste key on her knuckles, letting go of the appendage much sooner than would be considered polite if he had been dealing with a pureblood. You have a lovely home, madam. A vague blush colored her gaunt cheeks, which didn't surprise Voldemort. A woman being so unlucky with her looks, had to take the compliments which others would give her. One of the ways by doing so, was by making sure that there was nothing bad to be said about her home. With only a few more words she would probably be like melted butter in his hands, but Voldemort had no intention about going that far. Mrs. Dursley smiled, making her face look more amenable. Thank you, I do try my best. There is a phone in the living room you can use. Make yourself at home, Lord Riddle, while I will dish up some light snacks for us. That would be most delightful, Mrs. Dursley. He answered, already knowing that he would not touch anything she offered him. While he doubted that they would attempt to poison him, he didn't want to consume anything her bony hands had been in contact with. Being led into the living room, Voldemort discovered that it was just as boringly furnished as what little else he'd seen of the house. It looked just as personal as something an estate agent would show to possible buyers. It took him no more than 3 seconds to recognize why the house didn't give off a homey feeling to him. It lacked a personal touch, the weird ornaments people usually had placed around, most of them only having a worth to the owner. It was as if the Dursleys feared to have anything which made them stand out from what could be called the crowd, and by doing so they made themselves look rather peculiar. Ignoring the phone placed conveniently on a table between the sofa and a wall, Voldemort claimed the chair which was placed so the one sitting there would be able to keep an eye on most of the room without having to turn around. Judging by the vein on his forehead having become pronounced, Voldemort was quite aware that the Muggle was not happy with this. The chair he was seated in was placed as the room's center, and undoubtedly only the master of the house ever sat there. It was quite interesting to watch how the Muggle fought to keep his tongue under control. It was probably not often that Vernon Dursley found someone claiming the position as his better. By the end of this visit, he would make sure that the Muggle would never have to doubt what position Voldemort held over the man. Lord Riddle, the phone is here. The Muggle said, gesturing towards the device with unnecessary big arm movements. He had to compliment the Muggle for being able to keep his annoyance out of his voice. The short digging he had done before coming here had shown that Dursley was used to bring customers from the business he worked at to his home. He had to be able to act to deal with those strangers, and yet Voldemort found it easy to find what would irk the man. Perhaps it was because he could read people better than most, a skill he had acquired long before he had even heard of Hogwarts' existence. That will not be necessary, Muggle. He could see how the wheels turned in the man's head. Obliviously, the Muggle had heard the word before, though it hadn't been used enough to gain an immediately reaction from the man. You are one of those freaks. Go tell that Dumbledore, or whatever his name is, that he shall stop disturbing us normal people, or I'll call the police. Voldemort tisked. With a few sentences the Muggle had revealed far more than the fat man probably had intended to do. With his wand Voldemort had the Muggle petrified. While he knew that no mere Muggle would be able to do him any harm, he had no intention dealing with more troubles than what was absolutely necessary. As the Muggle's eyes flicked over to the door leading to the kitchen, Voldemort smirked. Your wife will be joining us in due time. Don't worry, she won't go and alert the authorities. I put up a silencing ward around this room when we entered. She will have no clue about what is going on here, so it is no use to call for her. The small eyes were back at him, and Voldemort could spot the start of fear forming in the orbs. This doesn't have to be too painful. All you have to do is to answer my questions, and I will afterwards decide what I will do with you and your family. After giving the Muggle what he deemed to be enough time, Voldemort loosened the spell enough to the man would be able to move his head and speak. Vernon Dursley wasn't late to use his sudden mobility to make his dissatisfaction known. You are just another monster like that boy. We swore that we wanted nothing more to do with the freakishness when we gave the boy back to his kind. It's not our problem that he ran off. And if I ever see him again, I will make sure that the boy gets to know that his kind is not welcomed here. It didn't escape Voldemort's notice that during the whole rant, the Muggle had failed to say Harry's name even a single time. It wouldn't surprise him if said Muggle didn't know his own nephew's name. So far the male Dursley had showed very few signs of intelligence. Legilimens. Without further warning, Voldemort plunged into the muggle's mind, his patience used up for today. He wanted knowledge, and this was by far the fastest way to gain it. He would be able to play to his heart's contents afterwards. The muggle's mind was not orderly as it would have been if he had been attacking someone with even the slightest training in occlumency. What surprised Voldemort was the fact that the muggle's mind bore signs of having been invaded by another Legilimens before. The proofs were there, but they were weak, indicating that the last infiltrating had happened years ago. At the same time, the mental visits had happened enough to leave permanent traces in the muggle's mind. Voldemort only needed one guess to know who was responsible for this. After all, very few people would have had reason to use Legilimency on this muggle, and since it had happened so long ago, Voldemort knew that the old man was behind this. Abandoning his wonderings about what interest a muggle's mind could have for Dumbledore, Voldemort went for the muggle's memories. Not bothering with gentleness, Voldemort plunged into the first memory he found that contained his Harry. He was in the entry in what was a slightly older version of Privet Drive 4. Despite the late time, light was turned on, bathing the room in a bright light. The screams and sobbing he had briefly heard when he entered the memory was quickly stopped as soon as the light was turned on. Down the stairs waddled Vernon Dursley, dressed in a grey nightgown which seemed too small for his enormous body. Like when Voldemort had looked into his eyes, the muggle's face had turned into an ugly purple shade. But this time there was no magic to silence the man as he started yelling. "How many bloody times have I told you, good-for-nothing freak, not to disturb honest people's rest?" As he continued yelling, the muggle opened the cupboard door with enough force to nearly rip the door off of its hinges. Dursley stuck his whole arm inside the cupboard, and to Voldemort's dismay, the man proceeded to forcefully yank a small, dark-haired child out of said cupboard. Voldemort found himself unable to look away from the child, whom could be no more than 3, 4 if he pushed it, and he completely ignored the muggle in the memory. Even then, Harry had been a small and frail-looking child. It made Voldemort's blood boil at the thought of how young the child must have been when first the mistreatment had started. Locking up a child in a cupboard could definitely be considered abuse, something even he didn't allow. As it was, the child looked young and vulnerable, dressed in an oversized shirt and with tears running down pale cheeks. The black hair was cut short and it seemed to stick in every direction, defying gravity. Despite being shocked and yelled at, the child didn't protest, not move to get away from the muggle, indicating that this was not a one-time occasion. When the muggle had finished yelling and threw the child back into the cupboard, even Voldemort couldn't withhold a small wince. It seemed like his little seer hadn't been far enough from the door when it had been closed. Voldemort withdrew from the memory when the muggle went upstairs, seemingly satisfied that loud and fearful screams could no longer be heard. The sound of soft crying followed Voldemort from the first memory and into the next one. By the soft light coming through the window, he would say that it was early morning. He was back in the living room, which had been decorated in everything from fat angles to ornaments made by a child's hands. 3 people were assembled in the room despite the early hour. 2 of them needed to start losing weight badly, though by the way they kept scoping food into their mouths, it was not going to happen anytime soon. 2 of the people were the Dursley pair, and the second woman had a strong resemblance to the male Dursley, most likely a sister of his. At the woman's feet a ridiculous-looking dog laid, gnawing on a bone and drooling on the floor, much to Mrs. Dursley's open dismay, though the muggle didn't voice her opinion. Voldemort sneered at the animal. He had never been fond of dogs. They followed their master's orders blindly and were too thrusting and loyal to have a single thought of their own. No, cats were by far much better. They looked down on everyone, even the one feeding them. They came and went as they wanted. Woe the one who dared to try and demand what a cat should do. Other than snakes, cats were the only animal Voldemort could tolerate. The sound of footsteps rose Voldemort from his musings. With the others in the room, Voldemort turned his head to look at where the sound came from. It sounded like a herd of elephants was heading their way. The Dark Lord didn't bother to hide his scowl when a small child came running into the room. He disliked children this young. They had no sense of order and were unlikely to listen to anything others told them, and one could not hold a conversation about important things. Much like most teenagers whom had not grown up in a pureblood home. But this child was not small, and what it was doing was more like quick wobbling rather than running. And it was blonde, meaning that it was not Harry who had arrived. Completely ignoring the other persons in the room, the pig-looking child hurried up to the Christmas tree and the big pile of presents surrounding said tree. That's my boy. He knows what he wants and goes straight for it. He is going to be something big, I just know it. Dursley stated as if he couldn't be any prouder, while the sister nodded in agreement and the wife got busy taking pictures as the mini monster tore through the gifts. It was the dog's growling which alerted Voldemort that someone had arrived without him noticing it, and he turned around to face the newly arrived. In the doorway, a rather small and slightly younger looking Harry than from the last memory stood. Like the last time, the child was dressed in an oversized t-shirt which seemed to swallow his whole body. Looking from one child to another, Voldemort realized that Harry was wearing the other child's cast-off. The family was not poor, not with all the gifts they were able to afford. So Harry was dressed like that because his guardians desired it. Voldemort was sure that some muggles saw it as a style to dress like tramps, but Harry was much too young to have that kind of interest. The boy stood half hidden behind the door frame. Big green eyes were darting around, taking in every detail from thick framed glasses where the nose piece was held together by tape. The black hair was messed up, indicating that the child had just awoken. It was rather startling to think that the two boys were supposed to be peers and yet they were so different. Boy, what are you doing here? At the uncle's yell, Harry flinched, raising his hands to protect himself and closing his eyes, as if he expected hits to follow the man's words. As he moved his arms, the t-shirt slipped down, revealing a dark bruise at the child's shoulder. It looked like someone had grabbed the child with too much force for it to be accidental. Before the man could do anything, the second woman spoke up, gaining the attention of her brother. Calm down, Vernon. Let the boy join us. It's Christmas after all, she said, draining another glass of gin, though she sounded like she had gotten more than enough already by how tipsy her voice sounded. You heard what Aunt Marge said. Come in here and don't you dare to touch anything. The adults went back to cooing over the other child, seemingly forgetting all about the dark-haired one. The way Harry had flinched at the threat and the memory Voldemort had viewed before left no doubt in the Dark Lord's mind that it was not empty words the Muggle had spurted. It made his anger rise, and when he got out of this mind, someone would have to pay for this. Now, where the attention was away from him, Harry tootled into the living room. The child kept close to the wall and made sure that he had a clear way to the door. It was interesting to observe how early Harry had taken Slytherin instincts to him. It was just a shame that it was for survival rather than pulling pranks on people. Not quite by the tree, Harry stopped and crouched down. The child's attention was wholly focused on the Muggle child, who by now was surrounded by ripped gift wrappings. Despite his young age, Harry made no move to reach out for any of the gifts. Almost as if he feared that there would be consequences if he attempted to touch anything. Instead, the child's lips were moving, as his gaze shifted from one gift to another, but Voldemort was not close enough to hear what was being said. It was a shame that the same could not been said about the cousin. Santa only gives gifts to good kids, freak. The blonde one taunted, pushing aside a bright yellow toy truck so he could get his hands on the next gift. When a determined light was lit in Harry's eyes, Voldemort was at one time eager and anxious. Had the seer been magical, he would have retailed with a burst of accidental magic, as children at his age were prone to do. Since Harry's didn't have that kind of magic, he would have to find another way to get back on the cousin. And by the looks of it, Harry didn't pause a moment to think of the consequences this might have. Too calm for a child at his age, Harry lifted his hand and pointed at the gifts still laying unwrapped under the tree. TV, Game and Watch, Action Man. Dad, he's doing it again. For a moment, it seemed like time itself had stopped at the obese child's screech. Even Voldemort could feel the sudden high tension, though he was not really a part of the memory. Ever so slowly, almost unnaturally, the Muggle male's head turned so the small beetle eyes were resting at the frozen child. Boy. Harry was already gone, and though none of the Dursleys made a move to go after him, it didn't ease Voldemort's worry. After all, the dog had followed after the child as soon as Harry had left. And judging by the way the creature had crept along the floor, it didn't harbor friendly intentions. The others continued, as if they hadn't seen the predator following after the boy. The woman, Marge scoffed as she leaned back in the sofa, the furniture groaning under her weight. That boy is going to turn out like his good-for-nothing parents. They abandoned him and he should be thankful that you have taken him in. Telling Dudley what he is getting just because he saw you wrap up the gifts, Petunia. I keep telling you that the boy needs to be controlled. Nothing works like a good old caning. By now Voldemort had added 3 more to the list of those he would need to take care of in the near future. A fearful scream followed him out of the memory, letting Voldemort know that Harry had not managed to get away from the dog. Memory after memory was viewed, and though his anger grew into cold fury, Voldemort went on, not being the slightest careful about the damage he was doing to the Muggle's mind. He witnessed the morning when Vernon Dursley was awoken by his wife's shrill scream when she found a sleeping baby on the doorstep. Over the man's shoulder he read the letter which had followed with the small toddler. It explained how the baby, Harry, was without magic and how Lily and James thought it would be best for their son to grow up with the Dursleys since they were Muggles, their world was at war, and Harry's squib status was generally looked down on. Silently fuming, Voldemort witnessed how they swore to stump any freakiness out of him, the moment the baby proved to be just like his parents. Because they didn't want their darling Dudley to catch anything from him, they placed the still sleeping toddler in the cupboard, happily forgetting all about it until said child woke up wailing. With growing frustration, Voldemort watched the seer grow up. How he was poked, pushed and taunted by his cousin, and beaten when other children came on visits. How the aunt sneered every time he was near and she blatantly refused to touch the child unless she had no way of getting out of it. The adults didn't hit the child, at least not until the vision started. And even then they avoided touching him unless it was to yank him in or out of the cupboard. The last memory he viewed proved to be the last time Vernon Dursley would see his nephew. The orange leaves on the trees outside proved it to be fall, and it was dark, much like the night where Harry had been left on their doorstep. This time only 2 people were in the room. The obese Muggle and surprisingly also Harry. For once the child, looking slightly older than the last memory he had viewed, wasn't dressed in rag which was about to fall apart. But the short and the t-shirt were about to slip off every time the child made even the smallest movement. The child, looking no older than 4, though Voldemort knew that 5 was more likely, sat on the floor with a small rucksack clutched tightly to his chest. His head was bowed so the hair laid his face in shadows. Still it didn't escape Voldemort's notice how pale and still the child was. It was unnatural. No child he had seen at that age had been able to sit still for that long. Some of the tenseness broke when the doorbell rung, making Dursley get on his feet and waddle to the door, Voldemort following closely behind. "About time you came," Dursley said as he opened the door, not bothering with greeting the person he had been waiting for. Unlike him, Albus Dumbledore had not bothered with dressing to something less eye-catching before coming here. But Voldemort had showed up without being invited, so that probably made them even. "Good evening, Mr. Dursley, as you already. Get inside before anyone sees you." Dursley interrupted the wizard's greeting, grudgingly stepping aside so the older male was allowed inside the house. Voldemort smirked when the Muggle quickly glanced to both sides, as if he feared that someone might be watching the interaction, before the door closed with a slam. Together they went back to the kitchen. Each time the leader of the rebels made signs of stopping to admire something which would not be found in the wizarding world, the Muggle ushered him forward, obviously eager to get over with this. Harry didn't even look up when his uncle and Dumbledore entered the kitchen, but the way his body grew tense made it clear that the child was aware of their presence. Abandoning the Muggle, Dumbledore went directly for the child. Voldemort followed closely behind. Even if he had no way to act if something happened, he didn't want to miss it in case that Dumbledore did something which could prove to be important. Surprisingly easy for a man of his age, Dumbledore crouched down, so he no longer stood towering over the child. Still, Harry made no sign of acknowledging the man. If anything, he looked rigid and ready to faint if he didn't start breathing soon. "Hello, Harry. I am Albus Dumbledore." When the child did not react, Dumbledore carried on. "I was a friend of your parents when they were alive. Are you a good-for-nothing freak too?" Finally came a reaction, and if not because Voldemort knew that this Harry included himself in that statement, he would have been gleeful over the expression on the former headmaster's face. Dumbledore looked like he was about to choke on one of his own lemo drops. No, my boy, I am a wizard and so were your parents. Magic doesn't exist. It was painful to hear the monotone voice, knowing that this Harry believed every word he said. Voldemort had to congratulate Dumbledore on his self-control. Had he been in the other wizard's shoes, he would have cursed the Muggle for making a child believe that magic truly did not exist. Which would probably not have made the best first impression. At the same time, he wanted to be there. Even someone who wanted to think the best of Muggles should have been able to see that something was wrong, and yet Dumbledore acted as if everything was in the finest order. Instead, the old man decided to scold the child. Now, Harry, don't speak like that. Magic is real. How else will you explain those dreams of yours your aunt told me about? At this, Harry's head snapped up, his eyes wide behind the thick glasses. Despite mountains of questions probably building up inside him, Harry didn't voice a single of them. Smiling now where he had Harry's full attention, Dumbledore placed a hand on the child's shoulder, ignoring the way the boy leaned away from him without breaking the contact. Since you don't have magic, your parents left you here to protect you. There is a war going on in our world, and the dream I was told you saw was a vision about how your parents died before it even happened. You are a seer, my boy. Imagine how many lives you can save by using your abilities for the greater good. That is why I have come to bring you with me. Not saying more, Dumbledore stood, and, to Voldemort's dismay, so did Harry. Without letting go of the child, Dumbledore steered Harry out of the house after getting him to say goodbye to his uncle, which was done grudgingly. Voldemort could do nothing as he watched Harry leaving the house. He wanted to follow so he would learn what happened next, but since the Muggle didn't leave the house, he was forced to stay. Withdrawing from the Muggle's mind, Voldemort didn't waste a moment to take his anger out on the man. Crucio. While the Muggle fell to the floor and wiggled under the spell, he didn't scream. Ending the cruise much too soon for his liking, Voldemort stared down at the lax Muggle. Perhaps he should have been more careful when he had rummaged through the Muggle's mind. As it was, the man had a vacant look in his eyes and he was creating a small pool of drool on the floor. A gasp drew Voldemort's attention to the doorway. The same one Harry had been hiding behind at the Boxing Day. A shattering noise followed when the female Dursley dropped the tray and its contents broke and spread over the floor. With a quick lash of his magic, Voldemort ensured that the woman would not be able to flee. Not that she made any attempts to leave at the current moment. But he often found that people acted irrational when they faced something they feared. Petunia, why do you not join us? It seems like your husband is indispensable at the moment, but I am sure that you will not mind keeping me entertained. As he spoke, he took forth his wand, making sure that the Muggle could see it. While he didn't need it, he wanted the woman to know what she was dealing with. The woman proved to be marginally smarter than her husband. At least she did not start spurting nonsense about him being a freak. It was fortunate for him. Voldemort was not sure he could keep control over his anger if she attempted to test his patience. Who are you? Her voice and body shook as she spoke. Her eyes were glazed as they rested on the jerking body of her husband. Despite the Muggle's mind having been broken under Voldemort's attack, it seemed like the nerves were working just fine. Voldemort let himself relax in the chair, knowing what kind of message it would send to the woman. He did not see her as a threat and therefore saw no reason to not loosen up a little. I know that the letter your sister sent you mentioned me as one of the reasons as to why she was sending her son to live with you. He allowed her enough time to draw her own conclusion. When understanding dawned on her face, Voldemort let a smile grace his lips. You are that Voldemort person. But Lily wrote that the wards she had set up that night would stop you from finding us. As she spoke, the woman took a step backwards, only to be stopped by a barrier that momently became visible when she tried to leave through the door. Crucio. Voldemort only held the curse long enough for her to fall to the floor and writhe in pain. It happened far sooner than he had hoped and he ended the curse, not wanting to lose another toy so soon in the game. To you it's Lord Voldemort. My kind and I are far above you Muggles and you will speak to me with the respect I deserve. Getting a shaky nod, Voldemort continued, easily ignoring the sobbing which had started as soon as he had broken off the curse. And it's true that there was a ward around this house. It was a simpler form of the Blood Ward, but it would have been far more effective if Lily Potter had given up her life instead of a few drops of her blood. Normally it would have been enough to keep you protected, but you are missing two very important factors for the ward to work. Seeing that the woman was not paying proper attention to him, Voldemort made her fingers on one hand bend backwards until they snapped. The crying, which had lessened slightly while he spoke, returned with renewed strength. The wards were keyed to her son. And since he is not here, there is nothing to renew their power, and they weakened over the years. That is, if they had worked properly in the first place. I know that your sister pointed out how important it was for you to love Harry as if he was your own child. For the ward to work, love would have to be there, which I will say that it was missing from the moment you discovered your nephew on your doorstep. You and that husband of yours went out of your way to make this place a hell to Harry. The woman sobbed and clutched her broken hand protectively to her chest. If you want the boy, it's too late. When we heard that Lily and her husband had gotten themselves blown up, I told the headmaster that the boy was just as big a freak as my sister had been. He came and took the boy. I haven't seen him since then. Thank. Voldemort cut off the woman's rant by breaking her remaining fingers. Watch your tongue, Muggle, when you speak to me, or you will soon find yourself without one. Standing, Voldemort walked over to the woman. He used the end of his black shoe to tilt her face so she was looking up at him. Fear was dominant in her eyes. I already have your nephew, and unlike those who were supposed to care for him in his life, I don't intend to let him leave my side. No, I am here because of what occurred to my seer while he was in your so-called care. The aunt's eyes had grown impossible wide at Voldemort's words. Perhaps she was finally starting to understand the seriousness of the situation. We gave him a roof over his head, and we fed and clothed him out of the goodness of our hearts. Basic things which anyone can do, and a stranger would manage to do a better job than you. He was rarely touched. None of you comforted him after a nightmare or a vision. The clothes you gave him were second-hand from your oaf of a son. He was fed when you bothered to remember his existence, and the room you so graciously gave him was a cupboard under the stairs. How can you claim to care about him when you never stopped your son or husband from taking their anger out on a defenseless child? What would you feel if I did the same to what was yours? The woman whimpered at his words. Not my Dudley. Please, spare my son. Do what you want with us, but don't hurt him. She looked hopeful up at him as he crouched down with a smile that could almost be called gentle. I will protect your son, the same way you looked out for your nephew and made sure that no harm came to him. He promised, making her blanch at his words. Don't assume that I need permission from something like you. In case you have not realized it yet, you are at my mercy, and it is widely known that I have none. Now I believe I made it clear what would happen if you interrupted me again. Unfortunately, since I still want to be able to hear what you say, I guess that the tongue will stay. Voldemort didn't allow her relieved expression to stay for long. But there is no need for your teeth any longer. One by one Voldemort ripped her teeth out with his wand, not using the usual spell which was meant to stop the bleedings. The teeth were placed on the table, as small white trophies for the world to see. When she passed out, Voldemort immediately brought her back. He did not want her to miss a single thing of what happened to her. At the end, a broken mess laid on the once cream-colored carpet. The Muggle's breath was coming out in huffs, the only sound to be heard in the room since the other Muggle had stayed silent through the whole ordeal, though his small beetle eyes were opened, so Voldemort assumed that somewhere in his mind the male Dursley was watching what happened to his wife, unable to do anything to stop it. Feeling much better than when he had left Hogwarts, Voldemort swirled his wand slowly, knowing that the woman was watching and feared what would happen next. Glancing out of the window, Voldemort frowned upon seeing the black sky. It seems like I have spent more time here than I originally intended to. Standing, Voldemort looked down at the woman. A bone was sticking out through the skin of her leg and the other one was a purple, swollen limb. You will probably be pleased to hear that I do not intend to dirty my hands by killing you. Incendio. With the spell he put several places on fire and started walking out of the living room. But I suggest that you do hurry. It will not take long for this fire to spread, and I promise that by the time that anyone notices what is going on, it will be too late for them to help you. With that he left the living room, knowing that she wouldn't make it out in time. Especially not when he lit small fires along his way out. The husband was already doomed. There was no way that she would be able to drag him out with her, even if she hadn't been damaged beforehand. At the door to the cupboard, Voldemort paused. When he had arrived here, he had paid the closet no notice, having had no idea about what role such a negligible thing played. Now he knew better. Knowing that he had limited time, Voldemort opened the cupboard door. There was much less space than he had appreciated that there would be. It was filled with cleaning supplies and bore no signs that a child should have lived there for 4 years. Disgusted with those beings that allowed themselves to be called humans, Voldemort shut the door with gentleness, remembering how many times small fingers had been caught there. Feeling the heat from the flames which were spreading quickly, Voldemort apparated away. He appeared in his own room where the light had went to be nearly non-existing. "You stink of fire." The snake hissed from where she lay on the bed. Deciding to ignore Nagini's comment for now, Voldemort cast a Scourgify on himself instead. "Have there been any troubles in my absence?" he asked, moving over to the bed where Nagini and the young man were. Harry was in a deep state of sleep if his breathing was anything to go by. He hadn't even reacted to the noise when Voldemort had apparated inside the room. The young man was sleeping on his side, his right arm caught between his head and the pillow. The hair was loose and spread out like a dark halo. His lips were parted, allowing the seer to breathe through his mouth. The scene was so different from the bathroom, where anger had been the dominating emotion, and yet Voldemort found himself just as captivated by the sight. Above the collar of the nightshirt, the mark he had left was visible. Anyone who saw this would know that the seer belonged to him. Woe to the one who decided to try and change it. Now all he needed was to make Harry see this. He declared that the shower was evil since it wouldn't let him out before he nearly ran head first into the glass. And he wouldn't eat his meal, foolish little seer. A smile tugged at Voldemort's lips at Nagini's words. The shower stall was spelled so one needed to speak Parseltongue to make the door open. It was a safety measure, and the only way to override it was if you were in danger. He had no intention about accidentally drowning in his shower after all. But the smile disappeared again. Perhaps he needed to assign someone to look after the seer's personal needs. It didn't do for the youth to miss meals even if he could excuse it with worry for his friend. Sighing, Voldemort cast a last glance at Harry before turning away. For tonight he would sleep somewhere else. Already he had been pushing the youth's limits. It was far too soon for them to share a bed. From what Nagini had told him about what had happened when Harry awoke this morning, it would be counterproductive for his plans. So for the first time in his life, Voldemort conjured a pillow and cover before lying down on the enlarged sofa in the room, where he would be able to keep an eye on the bed and the person on it. Tomorrow he would show Harry where he would sleep for the current time. The house elves should already be done with the preparations. He would see it when he showed Harry the new room. It would also give him the opportunity to watch the seer's reaction. Unwilling to give up on sleep just yet, Harry burrowed deeper into the warm covers with a satisfied grumble. Once again he felt something draped over his thigh and chest. But this time he didn't panic. Perhaps it was because he had been awake when Nagini had joined him in the bed. It was strange how easy it was to get used to share a bed with someone. Maybe he should ask Nagini whether she wanted to come with him when he returned to his and Severus' quarters. The potions master was unlikely to protest. Severus had long since made it clear that Harry decided who was allowed to enter his room. If that meant an unnatural big snake who happened to be the Dark Lord's familiar, then so it be. Realizing that sleep was not about to return no matter how long he waited, Harry growled under his breath. Finally he opened his eyes, rubbing the sleep out of them with one hand. Other than a slight widening of his eyes, Harry gave no outwardly reaction to find Nagini's triangular-formed head resting at the same pillow which Harry himself was occupying. Seeing that she was asleep, Harry managed to push himself away from the parts of her body which had previously kept him pinned to the bed. Every move was done with the absolute carefulness, as he didn't feel the need to discover if Nagini was a morning person. Since no light was slipping through the closed curtains, Harry would make a guess and say that it was still early. Either that or the curtains had been spelled to keep out sunlight. Like his own room, a dim light was lit, just enough to let him see his surroundings. When Harry had argued that he didn't need a bloody night light, Severus had calmly countered that since Harry couldn't use magic, he wouldn't be able to cast Lumos if he got up in the middle of the night. Apparently the potion's master didn't want to take care of bloodied toes. After waking up after the first nightmare, the 11-year-old Squib had been thankful for the night light, though he hadn't said anything to Severus. By the look the man had given him shortly after Harry had been awoken by said nightmare, Harry hadn't needed to voice his thoughts. But this was not his room, so why was it lit up like this? A soft snore drew Harry from his musings. Harry located the source of the sound on a couch on the other side of the room. Frowning slightly, the seer slipped out of the bed, shivering when his bare feet came in contact with the cold floor. Barely breathing, Harry crossed the floor, making no sound as he walked. Coming to halt near the couch, Harry stared down at the sleeping figure on it. Shifting from one foot to another, Harry debated with himself what to do. He doubted very much that the doors would have been unlocked so he could wander off as he wanted to. Considering that this were Voldemort's quarters, he should have known that it was the Dark Lord's bed he had been occupying. Still, he had thought that the man would find somewhere else to sleep. Or sneak into the bed while Harry was asleep, or perhaps kick Harry out of it so he could get the space for himself. Nothing that he knew about the Dark Lord hinted that the man would ever be willing to sleep on the couch. Though he didn't know the reasons for Voldemort's choice, this small thing made him seem more human-like. It didn't mean that the man was still not a bastard for what he had done to Draco just yesterday. Rubbing the scar on his forehead in frustration, Harry turned his attention back to said man. It was disturbing to see how much sleep could change people. Looking at him now, it was hard to believe that this man was the Dark Lord and ruled the whole Great Britain. The usual seriousness in his whole person was gone, and the dark hair was sleep-mused. Shaking his head, Harry went back to simply watching Voldemort. Considering how much the man went up in looking presentable all the time, it was strange to see him this relaxed. Seeing a lock having fallen on the man's face, Harry reached out and pushed it back to the rest of the hair. Briefly he wondered how many people knew how silky the hair felt when you ran your fingers through it, and he had to get a grip on himself to not repeat the motion. Voldemort smiled, indicating that he was having a pleasant dream. When Voldemort shifted in his sleep, Harry jumped back, fearing that he might have woken the man by touching him. The back of his knees connected with the edge of a table, nearly sending Harry falling before he managed to regain his balance. Holding his breath, Harry looked back at Voldemort, letting it out when he saw that the noise had miraculously not woken the man. The breath disappeared from his lungs wholly when Harry realized that Voldemort's shifting had made some of the cover fall down at the floor while he had been otherwise distracted. Now where Voldemort lay on his back, Harry was allowed a full view of the man's front. Starting from the top, Harry's eyes slowly wandered over Voldemort's chest, as if they had a mind of their own. It was well defined, and considering how close Harry had found himself being to the man already, he was not surprised to spot what looked as the beginning of a six-pack. Like him, Voldemort had a fair share of scars, though none of them were bigger than Harry's pinky. Considering what Voldemort had told him about his upbringing in the bank, Harry was not surprised to see this. He knew how cruel some Muggles could be. From the navel and downwards, a trail of dark hair covered the otherwise pale skin. Harry's eyes came to stop as the remaining part of the blanket covered everything else from view. However, the edge of dark green undergarments was barely visible when he leaned closer and tilted his head to the side. Realizing what he was doing, Harry snapped up in a straight position, his green eyes horrified wide. Had he really been checking out Voldemort? He made a strangled noise and sprinted to the bathroom. Some cold water might do something about the blood running to his cheeks, and a certain other part of his anatomy Harry would have preferred had stayed unaffected. Had he bothered looking back, he might have seen the red eyes dancing with mirth as they watched him flee. Head slightly bowed to avoid unwanted eye contact, Harry had to lengthen his steps to be able to follow with Voldemort's quick paces. As soon as the Dark Lord was recognized, people gave the pair a wide berth. Sullenly Harry glared at a reporter when another flash went off, blinding him, indicating that yet another picture of them had just been taken. He had known that this would be a bad idea and had attempted to make Voldemort rethink his decision, reminding the Dark Lord that he was supposed to rest. Harry doubted that it included following in the heels of the man the whole day. Unfortunately, Voldemort had wanted to hear nothing of it and had apparated them out of the quarters after they had both dressed and had a quick breakfast. His last visit to the ministry had been rather short, and Harry had to admit that this time it was different. Gone were the colorful banners and music. Instead, airborne papers flew around as if having a mind of their own, and people were moving with a destination in mind. Well, at least those who were not just staring at them like fools. Uncaring about what kind of impression he was making, Harry burrowed his hands in the depth of his pockets with a dark scowl. The ministry was not a place he had planned on spending his time in. He would much rather check up on Draco to ensure that his friend was okay. Nagini had been so kind to sneak out sometime during the night to do this for him. But the snake was not trained to spot whatever damage which could have appeared on Draco, and besides, the blonde had been asleep when the snake visited him. Harry knew that his mind would only be at rest when he was able to see Draco's state with his own eyes. But it didn't seem like it was going to be happening anytime soon. Voldemort had proved to have other plans for the day. Apparently the man had been serious when he had said that he intended to keep Harry with him and only allow him to leave with a proper escort. Until now Harry had only managed to be alone when he had went to the bathroom, and it had been cut short when said Dark Lord threatened to come in if he didn't hurry up. Glancing up at Voldemort, Harry watched his blank expression. It was truly a wonder to watch the many moods the man seems to produce. Perhaps he should get someone to evaluate the man. Having that much power was bound to mess with one's head. Perhaps he had developed schizophrenia. That thought made Harry take a step away from Voldemort, only to retreat when he realized that it brought him closer to the reporters. My lord, a short moment of your time would be appreciated. Harry's eyes snapped to a woman with owned hair set in elaborate curls that contrasted her heavy-jawed face. The spectacles she wore were studded with rhinestones, and Harry found his eyes moving to her thick fingers which ended in blood-colored nails. They reminded him of claws. In one hand she was holding a crocodile skin handbag. As she spoke she produced an acid green quill from it. Unlike those around her, the woman was dressed in clothes of green leather and over them magenta-colored robes with maroon furs on the collar and sleeves. Rita Skeeter. Considering that she was one of the most loved journalists and known for twisting a story as she saw it fit, Harry was not really surprised that she had been the one to approach them. Until now Harry had thought that they would be able to make it to their destination without any delays. It seemed like luck just wasn't on his side this day. The journalist took the following silence as a sign for her to carry on. Sirius Black's trial is today, which I assume is the reason to why you are here, my lord. Do you know what the outcome will be? As she spoke the quill moved over a parchment in a rapidly pace. Harry found his gaze drawn to it. He had a feeling that the quill was not simply writing what was being said. It had already used up too much parchment for that to be the case. Despite having joined the rebels after graduating from Hogwarts, he is still Lord Black and will remain so until the day he passes away. Voldemort reprimanded the woman, leaving Harry to wonder if that was a hint on the fate which awaited Black after today's trial. He knew that a pronouncement would later be made, so the reporters assembled would be able to know what they could write in their articles, which would undoubtedly come out with the new paper the very next day. When her gaze fell on him, Harry wanted to bare his teeth to warn the woman off. However, he managed to stomp the urge down before he could decide to follow it. It wouldn't do to make people think that he was some kind of a scavenger. May I ask if the rumors regarding you and this squib is true, my lord? There has never been a seer before in the Potter line. Do you suspect that it has something to do with the mother? Does adding Muggle blood to the old lines actually has a positive effect and brings out old abilities? How will this discovery affect the rights of the squibs? Mr. Potter, how do you believe your parents would react to the news of you having sworn yourself to the Dark Lord? They were after all known enemies of our Lord and died fighting against him. Yup. Skeeter was now officially on the list of people he didn't like. Not on the list of people he hated, but if she carried on like this, she might just end there. You really should check up on your information before you attempt to find an angle on whatever story you are planning on writing. Harry spoke loud and clear enough for those people around to be able to listen in on what was being said. He figured that it would lessen the rumors which would be following afterwards. Well, at least he was allowed to hope. Since I am still a minor, any sighting you are interested in doing of me has to be done with the permission of my guardian, if not, you are overstepping the law. Seeing the consideration in some of the faces of the reporters, Harry added with glee. In case that some of you are still interested, my caretaker is Severus Snape, potions master at Hogwarts. Some of the reporters were young enough to have been taught by the man if they had went to Hogwarts, and the others certainly knew of the reputation Severus had made of himself. When he saw the potions master again, he would remember to inform him that those who had been taught higher levels of potions at Hogwarts still remembered the name and the fear it brought. Secondly, Harry held 2 fingers up, figuring that it would help those who needed something visible to keep their attention. I am a squib, but I'm still the last living male of the Potter line. Since I was never disinherited, it means that I am Lord Potter. Harry's attention was mostly split between Skeeter and her quill. He would have loved to see Voldemort's face when hearing this, but Skeeter might see it as a sign of weakness if he as much as glanced in the other male's direction. Thirdly, he said, adding a last finger to the pair. How is it possible to judge someone for their parents' doings? Let me use Black as an example. Both of his parents were dark wizards who followed the old ways, but Black ran off at the first chance he got and supports Albus Dumbledore. The quill moved furiously in an attempt to keep up with the speed of Harry's speech. Briefly he wondered if the thing would burst into flames if someone spoke quickly enough. Considering that those things could write down the happenings of a professional Quidditch match while said match was going on, Harry knew that it was unlikely. As an experienced journalist, Skeeter had to know the rules. She constantly towed at the line, but those few times she overstepped the boundaries, someone else were conveniently there to take the blame for the havoc she had managed to create. A somewhat cold smile was sent in his directing before the woman turned her attention to Voldemort, entirely dismissing Harry as if what he had said meant nothing. It was not surprising, since Voldemort was the Dark Lord and thus was bound to be more interesting in people's eyes. Not that Harry was jealous of the man. Already he was running low on his reserves of being able to be around this many people at once and having to act polite. It was so different from the scorn he had been met with. But he missed being ignored, as it gave him much more chance to move around without being under supervision. My lord, does the revelation of a seer change anything about the squibs? Do you believe that there might be others out there who have been hiding what they can do? If so, how do you intend to locate those individuals, and how will you part the liars from those who really have some gift, and what if they do not want to use their abilities for the good of all of us? Somehow Harry had a feeling that the last statement was coined on him. It was after all what he had done after escaping from the Order of the Phoenix. But still he had done his best together with Severus to make sure that they had an advantage against Dumbledore's folks. But people didn't know that, though it didn't stop Harry from feeling a flare of annoyance at her comment. Voldemort had the reporters and Harry's whole attention as he spoke. If there are more squibs out there who have an extraordinary ability, I recommend them to contact the Ministry. If their claim proves to be true, they will after all no longer be considered squibs since they are magical. While Britain is in a constant improvement, it can only continue if we all do our duty to our mother country. Everybody is able to make a difference. Harry stomped down the urge to cover his ears when people around him started shouting, each of them wanting their questions answered, and apparently they thought that the loudest one would be lucky. When glancing at Voldemort, Harry was able to catch a brief flash of infuriation before it disappeared, too fast for anyone else to catch the look. The crowd were effectively silenced without even having to take forth his wand. If they had not already been spelled, the show of the Dark Lord's power would probably have been enough to spell most of them to silence. By the looks of it, Skeeter only became exasperated at this. Now, as you already know, we are here today because of the trial of Lord Black, something I know that you all want to tell your readers about in tomorrow's papers. Unless you want to risk missing some important details, I suggest you move along since the trial will start shortly. Harry snorted at this, though it was drowned by the noise the suddenly moving reporters produced. It was not like the trial would start without Voldemort being there. But even the most dim-witted person would have been able to hear the dismissing in the man's voice, and who would dare to go against something Voldemort had said? When he was about to follow with the reporters, a hand clamping down on his shoulder stopped him in his track. A squeak left him when Harry found himself yanked in another direction, stumbling along to follow after Voldemort because of the hand on his person. With a raised eyebrow, he silently asked the man what he was doing. For a moment, Harry wondered if Voldemort was going to answer. After all, Harry had been giving Voldemort the silent treatment since their argument this morning. If Voldemort wouldn't let him see Draco, Harry saw absolutely no reason to why he should talk to the man. He heartedly planned on keeping this up until he had had a chance to talk with his ally inside Hogwarts, whom would help him with getting some revenge on Voldemort. He didn't bother to try and dig his heels into the ground. Voldemort was taller and broader than him. It would be a useless effort and a waste of energy. The elevators might have been expanded so they are able to contain a bigger number of people, but they will be cramped with the group of reporters. This way will let us arrive before the others. They moved away from the ever-moving workers and Harry followed Voldemort despite the man no longer holding him. It hadn't occurred to him that there would be another way to move around the different levels. But if the Ministry was ever attacked, the elevators would not be safe to use. And since it meant that they would spend less time with the journalists, it would only be good. As they were quickly approaching a bare wall, which people walked a good distance from without even seeming to realize it, Harry felt his body tense up on its own accord. Since Voldemort didn't show any signs of slowing down, neither did Harry allow himself to do so. When they passed through the seemingly solid wall, Harry followed his instincts and closed his eyes. It was only when he felt that he was out on the other side that Harry could breathe easily again and allowed his eyes to open. If Voldemort had noticed his actions, he wisely didn't comment. But the Dark Lord was already moving on, walking down narrow staircases, and Harry was forced to hurry after him if he didn't want to be left behind. They continued their way down several stairs before stopping at a small platform with barely enough space for the two of them to stand close together. Harry leaned slightly forward, getting his breathing calmed. While he was used to physical labor, it had been a task to keep up with Voldemort's longer legs. The Dark Lord was calm and collected and had somehow managed to not brush against any of the cobwebs that filled the hidden corridor they had wandered through. "Could you do something about this?" Harry asked, gesturing down at himself. Despite having tried to be careful, his robes had spots of dust and cobwebs on them. And by the feeling of it, some of it was also in his hair. It irked him that he had to ask the man for something. But there was no way he could get all this off before the trial started, and it was not like he had thought of bringing extra robes with him. Voldemort's magic washed over him like warm water, making Harry shiver in pleasure. When he looked down at himself, he was satisfied to see that the dark green robes were as clean as they had been when Harry had put them on this morning. At the same time, Harry changed his robe's lower part a little, hoping that Voldemort had not noticed the strange reaction a certain part of Harry's anatomy had had to the feeling of Voldemort's magic brushing over him like a lover's caress. A hand running over his braid reassured him that it was just as clean as the rest of him. "If you are done, we will proceed." Already as he spoke, Voldemort grabbed his arm and yanked him close before walking through yet another wall, making the seer stumble slightly over his feet before Harry regained his balance. Harry blinked several times, trying to get his eyes quickly adjusted to the change to the brighter light which was in the room they had stepped into. Though they had taken Voldemort's so-called shortcut, the court had arrived before them and was already seated. With a hand resting on his back, Harry was led to the remaining two free seats. The room was square with benches rising in levels along each wall. The whole thing was made by black stones, and torches produced the unnatural bright light, leaving Harry to believe that something magical had been done to them. Figuring that the throne-like chair in the middle of the small row of seats would belong to Voldemort, Harry sunk down on the one to the right side with a barely audible sigh. Though the wound on his legs was already healed thanks to the wonder of magic, Harry was glad to get off of his feet. Sitting down for almost 3 days straight while one's body tried to fight off the remains of the poison he had consumed seemed to have more negative effects than he had thought it would. He almost hoped that this trial would take long just so he didn't have to get going right away. Straightening his back, Harry showed back all signs of tiredness when the door in the corner of the room was opened. A feeling of dread and helplessness filled him, treating to consume him as Black was brought in. The lord of an old and noble house was escorted by two humanoid-shaped figures at roughly 10 feet high. They were covered in dark hooded cloaks made of a black, long cloth which was ripped. The sound of its rattling breath led Harry to believe that those things were trying to beat more than air in. Their hands were visible, as the only part of the Dementors' bodies. They were glistering, had a grayish shade, and looked slimy and scabbed. The hands were used to hold Black up as he stumbled forward, giving a hint about how much their presence actually affected the Lord. Though their hoods were up, Harry had read enough books to have an idea about what could be found underneath. Their faces would be bare, with nothing but a large hole where their mouths should have been. It was what they used to beat the souls out of their unfortunate victims. As the trio came closer, Harry felt like a hand of ice had closed itself around his very being, and the hand tightening made it hard for him to breathe. The air came out in small huffs, visible in the suddenly much colder air. It is all for the greater good, my boy. Harry wrapped his arms around his stomach, trying to fight of the sensation of his body suddenly being forced to stillness by invisible bounds. He knew that this was not real. It was the Dementors' doing. They made those close to them relive some of their worst memories. Blue eyes were twinkling down at him as the mouth of a vial was forced through his clamped together lips. His head was tilted back by the hand that had a painful grip on his hair. Harry could feel how the potion slowly slid down his throat, nearly suffocating him in the process. Suddenly the sensation of being held down against his will and the potion were all gone. Bewildered, Harry tried to figure out what exactly had happened. He was leaning heavily against someone, his head resting on their shoulder. Remembering who was sitting on his left side, Harry sat up, ignoring the dizzy spell that hit him while he glanced sideways at Voldemort. Green met red, and when the ruby-colored eyes shifted to a spot in front of Harry, the seer found himself following the other's line of sight. In front of him a small bowl filled with candy had appeared. The wrappings showed that it was some of Honeydukay's finest chocolate. A glance around him told that similar bowls had appeared in front of each of the seated people. The only one not grabbing the chocolate like a thirsty man in the Sahara who was being offered water, was Voldemort. In fact, the man didn't look like he had been affected by the Dementors. Munching on a piece of toffee, Harry couldn't help but frown. It was common knowledge that chocolate helped fighting off the effect a Dementor had on people. The only reason Harry could think of was because chocolate triggered endorphins to be released from the brain, in the same way as say, would do, if the Muggle scientist's words were to be believed. Nearly choking on the sweet, Harry stopped his thoughts before they could continue farther down the alley. Even if it was true, Harry doubted that people would take off their clothes and have say, whenever they had been near a Dementor. No, chocolate was much to be preferred. Black was standing alone in front of them, the Dementors nowhere in sight, and thought he didn't like the man. Harry felt some admiration for him. Despite being caught, without his wand and handcuffed, Black managed to stand proud and tall. His stay in Hogwarts dungeon had affected Black more than Harry had realized before now. The man's robes, someone had allowed him to change into fresh ones since Harry last saw him, was hanging down on him, and he had a haunted look in his eyes, as if he already knew for sure what fate awaited him. Despite it all, Black showed not 1 ounce of fear. His shoulders were slightly slumped, but that seemed to be a part of the man's normal posture, and had nothing to do with the situation. Lord Black. Voldemort spoke, his voice easily reaching out in each corner of the room as if he was speaking to a whole gathering instead of the small group of people they made. You have been accused of planning to murder Lady Zabini. The knife you would have used for this was found on your person after your arrest. Also, you are accused for high treason, and guilty for the death of several people, members of the British Wizarding World. Also, your bank reports show that you have been funding Albus Dumbledore, a well-known terrorist. What do you have to say in your defense? Black's eyes had previously been focused on the floor, but finally they lifted at Voldemort's question. A maniac grin was on his face, making Harry wonder if madness truly ran in the Blacks' blood, such as the rumors told. Guilty and proud of it as hell. I've been fighting for a case I believe in, and that is not something I plan on suddenly regretting. I believe in a better life for wizards, purebloods and muggleborns alike, can be made, and nothing will change that. He had to give it to Black, the man was brave. Either that or incredible stupid with no self-pretense. According to Severus, there was no difference between the things when it came to a Gryffindor. And Black seemed to be no different. Since you have admitted your guilt, this court will now find a penalty fitting your crimes. A silvery barrier appeared around Black, cutting him off from the rest of the world and stopping the wizard from listening in on what would be discussed. Against what Harry had believed, Voldemort didn't disk out a punishment for Black right away. Instead, a wizard further down the road to the left spoke up. One of his crimes were planning a murder of Lady Zabini. How come that this was when he was caught? It was my belief that the current head of the Black family had cut all those ties his family had built up through centuries. Is there a spy among Dumbledore's followers? If so, I say we bring the spy forth so we all can hear what the person knows. And how come they didn't stop any other attacks? The wizard spoke with a passion which bothered Harry. If he didn't know better, he would say that the man sounded more interested in interrogating the so-called spy than discussing a fitting sentence for Sirius Black. It was not a spy in the case you are thinking of, Lord Greengrass, that gave our Lord the information which led to Black's capture. Lord Malfoy answered from his seat at Voldemort's left side. I know you have been rather distracted by my son courting your youngest daughter, but even then you should have been able to keep up with the news about our Lord recruiting a seer into his service. The low snort which followed after convinced Harry that Astoria Greengrass had gotten her skeptically from her father. My lord, I do not mean to critique you, but do you believe that it is wise to take advice from a squib? What assurance is there that he is not a charlatan or allied with Dumbledore? Harry was about to give the man a piece of his mind when someone got ahead of him. May I remind you, Ramsay, that the boy you are accusing of being our enemy is also the reason to why I'm alive today. Perhaps you should choose your words a little more carefully. After all, your little brother is among my suitors this time. The heavy accented voice, despite speaking in a low volume, was easily heard in the courtroom. Eyes turned to the dark-skinned woman at Harry's right. She wore cheerful yellow-colored robes with a white flower motif on it. Her hair was hanging down in elegant curls. Harry's eyes widened when he realized that the woman he had been sitting next to all this time was the one he had seen Black murder. Blaze's mum, Lady Zabini. Also nicknamed the Black Widow because of her numerous husbands' deaths. But she looked nothing like the woman he had seen in his vision. Neither bloody nor dead, but thankfully fully dressed. Feeling the blood rush to his face, Harry groaned under his breath, while he shifted slightly in the chair. To Harry's surprise, Greengrass backed down and no one commented on the direct threat the witch had made to his brother's life. Of course no one had been able to prove that those deaths were anything but bad luck, but honestly, how many times could she marry a wizard, only for him to die a little later and her to inherit everything he owned? Though he didn't like having his loyalty questioned, especially by someone who knew absolutely nothing about him, Harry believed he knew where Greengrass was coming from. Years back, squibs had been killed as soon as they were found to be without magic. If the parents couldn't do it, other family members were only too willing to do the deed to remove the strain from the family name. Squibs were either abandoned in the Muggle world, or allowed to live in the Wizarding world long enough to decide whether they wanted to stay or join the Muggles. But those who stayed in the Wizarding world, mostly because that was where their family was and they knew nothing about the Muggle one, were second-rated people. Below those able to wield a wand and over the creatures and beings. Was it really a wonder that some wanted to improve their lives with a little lying? In the time Harry's attention had been elsewhere, a full-blown discussion had started. The court was split about what to do with Black. Some wanted to let him live on the argument that not only was he a pureblood, but he was also the head of a house. Surely something could be done so he would be able to realize his mistakes and they would not have to lose a member of the pureblood elite. Harry withheld a snort. Bear the part with purebloods, it almost sounded like something Dumbledore could have said. From what Harry knew, the man was rather big on giving people second chances, no matter if they deserved said chances or not. Others, such as Lady Zabini, were calling for Black's blood. Since she had been Black's intended victim, it was understandable that the dark-skinned woman didn't want to see Black walk away with a simple slap over the fingers. In the end, it was settled with a simple voting. The barrier around Black was dissolved, leaving the man free to hear what his punishment would be. But from the acceptance in his eyes, Harry knew that the man was aware of what the outcome would be. In a flourish move, Voldemort stood, effectively drawing attention to his person as he stood above them all, looking down at the prisoner as if Black was the only person existing in the world. No one could feel comfortable with having Voldemort staring at them as if they were an ant and he was thinking about stepping on them. But it seemed rather intense the way Voldemort's whole attention was focused solely on Black. Lord Black, this council has reached a decision. For your treason, your title as a lord has been removed from you and will be given to your nearest male blood relative, or to the person in your will, should it be found in Gringotts, achieves. A brief expression of sadness passed over Black's face, but it was gone before Harry could attempt to figure out why it had even appeared. The seer rubbed his temples, trying to hold the upbuilding headache at bay. He really didn't want to see anything right now. But the pain located behind his eyeballs was growing with an almost alarming speed. Cold sweat was forming on his forehead as Harry leaned back in the chair, not thrusting himself to not buckle forward and bang his head into the table. Though hiding his hands underneath his sleeves, Harry could still feel how they shook. A small hand carefully touching his lower arm nearly sent Harry flying out of his chair in fright. Instead, he turned his head ever so slightly to meet concerned dark eyes. Managing a smile which felt more like a grimace, Harry closed his eyes and let himself sink into the vision. On a dais stood a tall stone-pointed archway, looking so old, cracked and somewhat fragile that it was amazing that the thing was still standing. A tattered curtain hung at the archway, reminding Harry of a Dementor's cloak, bare the fact that it was black instead of dirty gray. The cloth swayed and gently fluttered, as if there was something on the other side of it that was running its fingers over the fabric in an uneven pattern. Vaguely, Harry was aware that something was going on behind him. He could hear voices, belonging to people he knew, but it all sounded so distinct as if they were far away from him. His feet wouldn't let him move to look what was going on behind him. Instead, Harry was rooted in the spot, not being able to look away from the archway in front of him. He lifted a hand, not sure if he really wanted to touch the thing, but he was curious. Would he be able to feel something, if he touched the fabric? Or would there simply be nothing behind it? The choice of what to do was taken from him when Harry got a powerful shove from behind, sending him stumbling forward and directly into the archway he had been regarding. Unlike what Harry had thought, he didn't meet hard surface when he fell, nor did he fall right through the archway and simply land on the other side of the dais. It felt like thousands small hands belonging to babies were grabbing him, pulling him with them inside whatever was behind the fabric. Faint whispering and murmuring noises surrounded him, drowning out whatever else clatter that might have been. He fell into a world of gray, thick mist. Harry's eyes snapped open with a small gasp for air. His chest was moving in a rapid pace, as if he had just finished running a long marathon. He was staring into the dark eyes of Lady Zabini, the woman who still had a hand on his arm. It was only the fact that the hand was too big to belong to one of those that had pulled him into the archway that stopped Harry from running as fast away as his feet could carry him. "Lord Potter, are you feeling well?" She spoke with a low voice, as if speaking to an animal she didn't want to startle. Nodding, Harry turned his head slightly when he saw something move out of the corner of his eye. Lucius Malfoy was standing a little away, watching the pair with an unreadable expression. "Where is everybody else?" Harry asked, only now noticing that the room was vacant from other people than them. "They have proceeded on to watch Black's punishment be fulfilled." It was Lucius who answered Harry's question. "What did you see?" Now Harry understood why Draco's father had stayed behind. They had probably realized that he was in the middle of a vision when the room was being cleaned out. And as the leader, Voldemort was unable to stay behind to hear what Harry had seen since he had to overlook Black's punishment. The hand let go of him when Harry leaned forward, though he couldn't truly ignore the looks of concern he was getting from the two adults when he stood. Pinching his nose, Harry breathed deeply in before letting go of the breath. "I saw some weird archway. It was covered by a black cloth, but there were mutterings, as if there was someone hiding on the other side of it." A shudder ran through his body and Harry wrapped an arm around himself, trying to ward off the cold he was feeling. "Anything else?" The oldest Malfoy pressed on, and Harry shook his head in answer. It was a part of a vision that Harry had had before. In fact, it was connected to the one he had had about his parents' death. Only once had Harry been able to see the whole vision undisturbed, but try as he might to see the whole thing, they only came in small bits from time to another, warning him about what was to come. And Harry had a brooding feeling that there was nothing he could do to change this vision. At least he hadn't found the archway so far. And if it wasn't in any of the locations he normally frequented, Harry would be happy to not see more of the world if it meant that he would never get a chance to see it. But with all the changes that had happened in his life those last few months, Harry felt that it was getting more and more unlikely to avoid the fate he knew was awaiting him. No, nothing more. He pressed out, not wanting anyone else to know what would happen to him. He had a feeling that it was not something which could be avoided, though he wasn't sure where that belief came from. Taking another breath, Harry swatted a strange-looking beetle away from the table he sat by. Someone really had to update the magic that took care of pests and bugs. Glancing at the woman, Harry wondered what she was doing there. He could see the logic of letting Lucius stay behind. After all, the Malfoy Lord had instructions about what to do when Harry had a vision. But she was a stranger. As if sensing the way his thoughts were heading, the woman sent him a smile which revealed white teeth which Harry knew that no spell could ever help someone to achieve. I do not believe that we have been presented. My name is Belladone Zabini. You might know my son, Blaise. It is my understanding that it was your vision which saved my life. I just wanted to thank you. With that, the woman leaned forward and kissed at his cheeks, her lips lingering for far longer than Harry believed was necessary. When the woman moved away, Harry was sure that his face couldn't possibly get any redder. That was nothing really. A glare was sent in Lucius' direction as the man produced a sound that sounded rather much like a chuckle. Can we move on? Harry asked, desperately for something that would distract him from his embarrassment. Of course, if you will both follow me, I believe that we might be able to arrive in time to be able to see Black's sentence being carried out. Lucius spoke in a blank voice. Perhaps it was because his own wife had been a Black before her marriage. If Harry remembered correctly, she was Black's cousin or something like that. With the way wizards and witches intermarried, it was hard to figure out how they were all related to each other. The whole way to their destination, the trio was silent. They had to pass through the journalists whom were waiting right outside the door. Harry supposed that the court and Black would be in. He found himself between the two magical people, shielded from the reporters and their blinding blitzes which sent off as soon as the late trio was spotted. Both Lord Malfoy and Lady Zabini were visible, used to handle the press. None of them let the many questions thrown at them pause or even look in the direction of those who spoke. Harry almost breathed out in relief when the doors closed behind them, cutting off the sounds from the masses on the other side of it. Instead, he felt his gaze forced to the big archway standing on a dais in the middle of the room, not supported by anything and looking like it could crumble at any time. What is that? Harry asked as he saw Black being led over to the archway by two Dementors, possible the same two that had escorted the man into the courtroom. Harry only half heard the answer when Lucius spoke from his side, his eyes not moving from the archway. That is the veil. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.